Chapter 1. May 12th, year 771 of the era of AI. Mount Baozi stood amidst a majestic array of peaks, surrounded by an endless expanse of verdant trees, painting a picture of breathtaking beauty. In the heart of the forest, myriad beasts roamed freely, while flocks of birds serenaded the skies, creating a vibrant tableau of life. Yet, beneath this seemingly enchanting facade lay an inescapable sorrow and pain. Beneath the guise of prosperity, deeper regrets and unquenchable hatred lay buried. 5-year-old Sun Wutian gazed upon the fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, casting a glance at his elder brother beside him, his heart brimming with astonishment. For today, Sun Wutian had finally come to grasp a truth of profound significance, one that was intricately linked to both his own fate and the future of the world. This world was not the familiar realm of Dragon Ball, but rather a terrifying and desolate future. This revelation sent a jolt of anxiety through Sun Wuxian's previously relaxed demeanor. After all, with his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, he was acutely aware of the brutal realities awaiting in this future world. The warriors tasked with defending Earth had all perished, and the 7 Dragon Balls had vanished into the annals of history along with them, leaving only a solitary warrior to engage in a desperate battle for survival. Indeed, while Sun Wutian was still Sun Wutian, he bore within him the soul from another world. Although most of his memories had faded, he still retained considerable understanding of the Dragon Ball universe. Initially, he had assumed this was merely an ordinary iteration of the Dragon Ball world. Though some concerns lingered, he believed that there were formidable figures to uphold the banner, and thus, he harbored no overwhelming fear. However, recently, Sun Wutian had sensed that something was amiss. His mother's cherished husband seemed not to have perished in a self-destructive explosion alongside Cell, but rather succumbed to a heart ailment. Shortly thereafter, his brother, who had been absent for years, returned. Yet, in stark contrast to the carefree image he had conjured in his mind, his brother donned an orange martial arts uniform, and his once youthful visage was etched with the weariness of hardship. Thus, the last flicker of hope within Sun Wuxian's heart extinguished. At that moment, he could no longer deny the reality that this world was not the main timeline of Dragon Ball, and unease began to settle within him. He understood that the Dragon Ball universe was not without its own turmoil at any moment. Peculiar foes could emerge, leading to Earth's obliteration. Worse still, this world lacked the heroic figure of his father, who had once saved the planet, and there were no Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes. All that remained was his brother, who struggled with his training, and the young Trunks, still in his infancy. Sun Wutian bit his finger deep in thought. He had always believed that Android 17 and Android 18 were not formidable adversaries, perhaps even somewhat akin to the beauty of Android 18. However, in this moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. While in three-dimensional space, he could have merely severed the power supply or torn apart a comic book to resolve the issue. The stakes had escalated. With a heart full of trepidation, Sun Wutian savored the delicious meal his mother had prepared. His brother, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, affectionately ruffled his hair, forcing a smile. "You truly resemble Dad, but—" Sun Wutian looked up, fixing his gaze on his brother's weary eyes. "If Dad were here, could he defeat the androids?" Sun Wufan, observing his younger brother's earnest expression, seemed to envision another scene in his mind. He nodded, stating if Dad were still around, he would never succumb to any enemy. Sun Wutian detected a hint of sorrow in his brother's eyes and earnestly asked, "Have you ever considered that you might surpass Dad through your own efforts?" Sun Wufan paused, then shook his head. "Perhaps, but that would require an extensive period of training, and currently, I do not possess such time for breakthroughs. Moreover, Scions can only rapidly enhance their strength through battle." Sun Wuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. "So you've resolved to face certain death from the very beginning?" Sun Wufan gazed at Sun Wutian with incredulity, as he had indeed fought with a sense of inevitable doom. Master Rashi and Aunt Bulma had suggested he undertake training, and he had attempted it for a time, yet that period was fraught with anguish. The relentless androids were mercilessly slaughtering his kin, leaving him powerless to control his emotions, and thus his training had faltered. Observing his brother's stunned expression, Sun Wutian questioned, "But have you ever thought that if you trained diligently, it could yield lasting benefits? Continuing to fight without respite will eventually lead to your demise, and then Earth would truly be doomed." Sun Wufan shook his head, forcing a smile. The spark of hope has already been ignited, and it is now flourishing. Even if I were to perish, there will be warriors to carry on my will, pressing forward until the androids are utterly vanquished. Furthermore, you are now a Super Scion, and it is not guaranteed that you would lose to the androids. Sun Wuqian hesitated, stepping outside to the fresh air, closing his eyes to concentrate. In an instant, the air around him appeared to slow. Sun Wufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sun Wutian opened his eyes, and the air around him surged as if struck by an unseen force, rapidly flowing once more. His diminutive figure shimmered with golden radiance. Powerful currents spiraled upward, tousling his hair into an upright position. The swirling air intensified, and the frequency of the golden light's flicker increased. At last, the golden glow ignited the surrounding currents, setting ablaze a golden aura that transformed his once black hair into gleaming gold. Simultaneously, his dark eyes morphed into a brilliant green. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wuxian's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He gazed intently at Sun Wufan and inquired, "Is this what it means to be a Super Scion?" Sun Wufan's mouth fell open, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Even upon hearing Sun Wuxian's words, he could only nod numbly. At that moment, Shishi, having finished washing the dishes, sensed the commotion outside. She stepped through the door and beheld Sun Wuxian's transformation. Her gaze filled with a mixture of affection and concern. "Wutian, my child, not only do you resemble your father, but your potential is remarkable. When you were 4, I imagined that as your father's son, you would possess some martial skills. Yet I never expected that with a bit of training, you would achieve this." Finally, emerging from his astonishment, Sun Wufan smiled and remarked, "This is wonderful. Earth has gained another glimmer of hope." Sun Wutian exhaled slowly, the winds calming once more, the golden aura dissipating as his emerald pupils returned to their original shade of black, and even his golden locks reverted to their former state. In truth, we should be able to triumph over the androids. Shishi's eyes glistened with a hint of sorrow. She parted her lips, but ultimately remained silent. For she understood that both Wufan and Wuqian were sons of Goku. While Goku was alive, she had wished to shield them from danger, but now that he was gone, despite her reluctance, she could only offer her silent support from within her heart. Sun Wufan shook his head with a smile. "Though you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you're still quite young and lack the experience to confront the androids in battle." Sun Wutian shook his head in response. "I'm aware of the androids. Might even with Trunks joining us, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat them." Sun Wufan was taken aback. "How do you know about Trunks? I don't recall ever mentioning him." Taking a deep breath, Sun Wutian suddenly declared, "Because I had a dream." "A dream?" Sun Wufan looked puzzled. Sun Wutian nodded and explained, "I dreamt of the future of this world, and in it, you perished in battle." Ah! As Sun Wuxian's words fell, Shishi could no longer contain herself, gasping in shock as tears welled in her eyes. Sun Wutian glanced at his mother, sighed, and continued, "Then Trunks fought valiantly alone. Even with his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, facing 2 androids simultaneously proved insurmountable. And ultimately, he too fell in battle." Sun Wufan froze, agony washing over him. He forced a bitter smile and murmured, "So, everything is predetermined?" Sun Wutian shook his head. "In the end, I saw Dad. He wore the same martial arts uniform as you, and he patted my head, telling me about a hyperbolic time chamber atop the temple, where everything could be altered." Goku. Upon hearing this, Shishi could no longer restrain her tears, which flowed freely. Sun Wufan was momentarily stunned, gazing skyward, his eyes brimming with tears. "Father, is this your guidance for us?" Sun Wutian rushed to his mother's side, gently patting her back, reassuring her, "Mom, everything will be all right. Dad said you need to take care of yourself." Shishi was inconsolable, murmuring, "Goku, how could you be so cruel?" Suddenly, Sun Wufan turned towards the western horizon, glancing back at Sun Wutian and Shishi before finally stating, "Mom, Wuqian, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourselves." Whoosh! With a surge of energy, Sun Wufan leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he soared westward. Sun Wutian gently patted his mother's shoulder and said, "Mom, I'm going to check on my brother. We must both strive to live well, and I believe Dad wouldn't want to see you like this." Gradually, Chi-Chi ceased her sobbing, smiling as she ruffled Wuxian's hair and replied, "My Wutian has grown up. Go on, bring your brother back and restore peace to the world." With a firm nod, Sun Wutian called out Jin Do-yin. A golden cloud descended from the heavens, and Sun Wutian leaped onto it, soaring westward. The golden cloud swiftly traversed the sky, cleaving the sea of clouds asunder. Seated upon the cloud, Sun Wutian felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite the confidence he exuded while conversing with Sun Wufan and Chi-Chi moments ago, the thought of confronting the androids left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Admittedly, within the realm of Dragon Ball, the androids were formidable adversaries, yet Super Vegito could effortlessly vanquish them. Nevertheless, they possessed a remorseless and powerful nature. Even the weakest among them harbored the potential to annihilate the world. As for Sun Wutian, he was ultimately just an ordinary individual endowed with a scion physique. Having only sparred with petty delinquents in his previous life, the prospect of battling these androids was indeed daunting. Yet, he understood that certain actions must be taken, for if he did not act, no one else would, and he could not passively witness his elder brother march towards certain doom. The Nimbus Cloud, despite its best efforts, could not keep pace with Sun Wufan's full-speed flight in mere seconds. Wuqian lost sight of his brother, relying solely on his vague perception of Qi to search for him. In an instant, the Nimbus Cloud had traversed several hundred kilometers, revealing mostly desolate cities, with only a scant few humans huddled together for warmth. Consequently, Sun Wuxian's spirits began to plummet. Rumble. As Sun Wuxian's thoughts wandered, a sudden golden vortex surged, nearly dislodging him from the Nimbus Cloud. In the wake of the shockwave came a series of violent explosions. Though he did not witness the commotion firsthand, he could surmise that the battle had commenced. Indeed, in the following moment, a powerful aura erupted from a distant location. A brilliant golden light ascended, illuminating half the sky. Sun Wutian felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, yet he commanded the Nimbus Cloud to propel him forward. Accelerating to its utmost speed, the Nimbus Cloud dodged debris from shattered buildings, with Wuqian employing the martial arts he had learned from his mother to evade them. At long last, Sun Wutian arrived at a dilapidated city. Before him, a sphere of golden light was entangled with two figures, although it was evident that the golden light was outmatched, retreating steadily. Despite his limited understanding of Qi, Sun Wutian could sense the golden aura dwindling. Curiously, he pondered, surely Sun Wufan should not perish at this moment. It cannot be due to the butterfly effect caused by my presence. Suddenly, one of the figures halted, tilting her head upwards to gaze at Sun Wutian. At that moment, Sun Wutian clearly discerned the identity of the figure before him. It was a girl with golden hair, her features strikingly beautiful, her fair skin complemented by a pair of sapphire-like eyes that radiated a chilling indifference. She wore a blue tank top, with white sleeves extending from her shoulders adorned with black stripes beneath her blue denim skirt. Concealed black ribbons peeked out, and her feet were clad in brownish-yellow boots, exuding an air of calm mystery. Sun Wutian naturally recognized that this was Android 18, the android revered as a goddess by many otaku in the three-dimensional world. However, at this moment, Sun Wutian felt no excitement at the sight of his idol. Instead, he was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. The coldness and cruelty reflected in 18's eyes were like a sharpened blade, striking fear into Sun Wutian's heart from dozens of meters away. Ha! Sun Wutian lowered his head slightly, a golden light flashing in his eyes to eye in the next instant. A golden aura erupted from his body, spiraling upwards like a colossal dragon, as he transformed into his golden-haired, blue-eyed scion form. Android 18 crossed her arms, her black tank top accentuating her exquisite figure, and a smirk graced her lips as she remarked, "You must be the son of Sun Wukong." Whoosh, as she spoke. 18 swiftly covered the distance, appearing before Sun Wutian in the blink of an eye. Panic surged within him as he flipped backward, leaping onto the dilapidated rooftop on his Nimbus cloud. Yet, Android 18 followed closely. Her smile enchanting yet menacing as she softly taunted, "Why are you so frightened, dear brother? I wouldn't harm you, would I?" With his heart racing, Sun Wutian clenched his fists and launched a punch at 18. To his astonishment, she effortlessly caught his fist, having initially underestimated the strength of a mere child. The impact sent a jolt of pain through her arm, and half of her sleeve disintegrated under the force. Bang! Witnessing her sleeve's destruction, 18's expression shifted abruptly as she retaliated by pressing Sun Wutian's head into the crumbling structure below. Standing tall, she looked down at him, and as he emerged from the debris, she kicked him squarely in the face. Just as Sun Wutian broke free from the rubble, he glimpsed a foot descending towards him and instinctively attempted to evade it. However, there was no time. He felt immense pressure as his head collided with a stone behind him. 18 then twisted her foot on his face, coldly mocking, "You refuse to behave nicely. Do you wish to be punished?" As she spoke, she lifted her boot, grasped Sun Wutian by the collar, and hoisted him up, examining his face with a sadistic grin. "Your face is quite familiar. Should I sever your limbs and keep them as a plaything? That would be rather amusing, wouldn't it?" Horrified by her words, Sun Wutian struggled in vain, his collar firmly in her grasp, resembling a clumsy turtle thrashing about, which only elicited laughter from 18. Truth be told, Sun Wutian's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by terror to the point that he no longer comprehended his actions. Indeed, until that moment, 18 had not inflicted any extreme harm upon him. Yet her innate coldness and the aura of death she exuded from having slaughtered countless humans were so overpowering that an ordinary boy like him felt utterly incapable of resisting. As Android 18 observed Sun Wutian's golden aura gradually fade, her gaze returned to its initial indifference. She raised her right hand, poised to sever his arm. Boom! At that moment, a brilliant blue energy wave surged toward them. 18 reacted swiftly. Using Sun Wutian as a shield, an orange figure darted forward, his fists aglow with golden light, landing a devastating blow to 18's beautiful face. Though she was an android, she could not withstand the force and was sent tumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the orange figure snatched Sun Wutian and soared toward the corner of the city. Another android, however, quickly pursued them. With one arm around Sun Wutian, Sun Gohan gathered his energy in his other hand, radiating a brilliant light. Boom! The energy blast was left behind, detonating just as Android 17 closed in, sending plumes of dust into the air. Cough, cough. Moments later, as the dust settled, two tall figures emerged. Android 18 touched her cheek and remarked, "What a rude fellow. Hey, 17, next time, I want to eliminate this Sun Gohan. You don't mind, do you?" Android 17 shrugged, saying, "Kill him if you wish. He's just a toy. But if you do, we'll lose a lot of our fun." Android 18 smiled, glancing into the distance. The other son of Sun Wukong would make a perfect new toy. He looks just like Sun Wukong, yet he is utterly timid. Quite interesting, don't you think? Android 17 merely shook his head with a smile, remaining silent. Meanwhile, after repeatedly changing directions, Sun Gohan ascended into the sky, heading toward the western wilderness. After an indeterminate period, Sun Wutian slowly regained consciousness, his gaze falling upon a sky filled with stars. He sat up and assessed his body. Aside from a slight ache at the back of his head, he felt relatively well. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted Sun Gohan training in the distance, his bare torso marked with scars. Noticing Sun Wutian had awakened, Sun Gohan performed a somersault and stood up, smiling as he addressed him. "Hey, Wutian, you're finally awake." Seeing his brother's scarred body and the forced smile he wore to mask his concern, Sun Wutian felt a surge of mixed emotions. Lowering his head, he said, "I'm sorry, brother, I was utterly useless." Sun Gohan approached and gently patted Sun Wutian's head, reassuring him, "You did well, at least you had the courage to confront the androids. When I was your age, I cried uncontrollably at the mere sight of a dinosaur." Sun Wutian nodded, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. He had initially believed that the androids were merely a stepping stone in training. Even as a Super Saiyan, he thought he could handle one. However, he had not anticipated that he would be utterly powerless against the slightly weaker Android 18. With a sigh, Sun Wutian pondered, "So, Battles are not as easy as I imagined. Observing Sun Wutian's despondent demeanor, Sun Gohan could surmise his thoughts and smiled to offer comfort. Fighting has never been straightforward. Battling formidable foes requires not only great strength, but also a resilient heart. Sun Wutian looked up at Sun Gohan, muttering, "A resilient heart." Sun Gohan nodded and continued, "Don't be deceived by my current state. It took me a long time to become capable of fighting. In fact, during my earliest battles, my cowardice once put Uncle Piccolo in a perilous situation." As Son Gohan mentioned Uncle Piccolo, a glimmer of fondness mixed with sorrow flickered in his eyes. Sun Wutian, lost in his complex thoughts, failed to notice. Son Gohan gazed at the sky for a moment before turning to Sun Wutian and saying, "You really shouldn't have participated in the battle. As Mom has already suffered enough." Sun Wutian shook his head, momentarily banishing the image of Android 18's demonic gaze from his mind. Yes, Mom has endured enough pain, so she cannot afford to lose another child. Son Gohan paused, a hint of melancholy crossing his features, for he understood this truth. If given the choice, he would gladly forego fighting to be with their mother, focusing instead on studies to become a scholar. Yet, he had no choice. The androids, like demons, relentlessly tortured humanity, and only he could step up now. Then, Son Gohan earnestly looked at Sun Wutian and asked, "So, have you made your decision? Will you participate in the battle?" Taken aback, Sun Wutian's mind flashed with the chilling, sadistic gaze of Android 18, and he instinctively touched the back of his head, feeling genuine fear. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, fixated on Sun Wutian as he stated, "If you decide to fight the androids, I will train you diligently." Feeling unnerved under Son Gohan's serious gaze, Sun Wutian turned his head away, saying, "Can I have some time to think about it?" Son Gohan nodded, replying, "Of course, every decision made by a human is not taken lightly. Once a choice is made, one must take responsibility for it. Take your time to ponder." Sun Wutian's mind swirled with countless thoughts, yearning for the supernatural powers of the Dragon Ball world. However, upon his arrival, he became acutely aware that such power was accompanied by peril. That in his recent encounter with Android 18, he found himself utterly defenseless, toyed with at the mercy of his opponent, even sensing the imminent threat of death. In that fierce battle, without the presence of Son Gohan, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited him. Perhaps he would have been slain by 18, or perhaps he would have been reduced to a mere grotesque mockery of a human, perishing in agony and despair. Son Goten struggled to envision such outcomes, yet an inescapable dread gripped him deep within his soul. He understood all too well that battling 18 was a far cry from brawling with mere thugs on Earth. While a street fight might yield minor injuries from exchanged blows, confronting 18, or even more formidable warriors, constituted a true life and death struggle, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. That a sudden urge to laugh bubbled within Son Goten. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball or various novels, he often felt an inclination to criticize protagonists for their indecision, harboring thoughts of how he could surpass them. Yet now, faced with his own circumstances, he found himself paralyzed by uncertainty. After much contemplation, as dawn broke on the horizon, he ultimately resolved to embrace the challenge of battle. Indeed, the future of combat against artificial beings was fraught with unpredictability, and the prospect of facing formidable foes loomed ominously, with death lurking at every turn. But did Son Goten truly have a choice? As one of the last 3 Scions in the universe, he pondered, was choosing to retreat even an option? He reflected on the looming threats of Majin Buu's resurrection and Zamasu's arrival. Majin Buu, Zamasu, and countless other hidden enemies possessed the capability to obliterate planets with ease. Where could he possibly flee when that time came? In light of these thoughts, Son Goten felt a flicker of gratitude. Thankfully, he was Son Goten and not just any ordinary individual, or someone like Yamcha. He had the means to confront formidable adversaries, and even his path forward was illuminated by examples to follow. Thus, he approached his brother Son Gohan, who was diligently training. Son Gohan turned around and inquired, "So, have you made your decision?" Son Goten nodded, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes as he declared, "I have made up my mind. I shall fight." Son Gohan regarded him with a mixture of pride and concern. Truth be told, he was reluctant to allow his younger brother to engage in combat with the androids, as it was far too cruel for a child of merely 5 years. Yet he understood that, given his own nature, he would inevitably meet his end one day. Thus, he hoped someone would inherit his will to defeat the androids. But at what cost would that come for their mother? Shaking his head, Son Gohan resolved not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. He addressed son Goten. Very well. From this day forward, I shall train you until you become a competent warrior. Son Goten gazed skyward and suggested, perhaps we can visit the Supreme Kai. There might indeed be something that can turn the tide in our favor. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I too wish to eliminate those two demons as swiftly as possible. Son Goten then observed the numerous scars adorning Son Gohan's body and asked, Brother, your body is covered in wounds. Why not consume a senzu bean? Son Gohan glanced at Son Goten with mild surprise and replied, You know about senzu beans? Son Goten nodded sheepishly. Son Gohan continued, There are only a few left, and I can endure for now. Consuming one would be wasteful. I'll eat one only if I sustain injuries that cannot be healed. Son Goten nodded obediently. Son Gohan added, I noticed you still do not know how to perform the instant transmission. Son Goten nodded once more. Son Gohan proposed, In that case, I'll teach you instant transmission during this time. Thus, Son Gohan began to elucidate. First, you must understand Ki. It is the energy contained within all living beings. While ordinary people possess Ki, they lack the ability to harness it. You are no different. Although you have immense Ki within you, you can only tap into it instinctively and cannot yet direct it. To truly utilize it, you must focus. As Son Gohan spoke, he gathered energy in his right hand, radiating a brilliant white light that culminated in a Ki blast. Attempting to emulate him, Son Goten opened his palm and, in his Super Saiyan transformation, attempted to condense a Ki blast, but to no avail. Son Gohan remarked, Of course, you cannot gather Ki in that manner. I must be guided with intent. Focus your mind, clear your thoughts, and try to concentrate your internal energy into one point. Son Goten closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. Holding his breath, he endeavored to gather all his energy into the tip of his right index finger. Breathe slowly. Do not hold your breath. Son Gohan's voice echoed in his ears, and Son Goten began to breathe rhythmically, feeling the Ki within him stirring. Moments later, a dazzling white light flared from the tip of Son Goten's finger, and a Ki sword materialized. Son Gohan nodded approvingly. That's it. Your energy is sufficient. Mastering Ki is considerably simpler. Now, I will teach you how to perform instant transmission. Essentially, it involves using Ki to counteract gravity. But Ki cannot support your body while contained within. Thus, you must project it externally, forming a barrier to lift your body and counteract gravity. Son Goten listened intently, yet he felt as though he were grasping at vague concepts. He understood the reasoning, but suddenly found instant transmission lacking in grandeur. Lifting one's body to fly and counteracting gravity was not the majestic art he had imagined. In an endless expanse of desolate wilderness, swirling dust obscured the landscape, with only a few patches of vegetation to break the monotony. Amidst the swirling sands, it seemed as if large beasts roamed, fierce and untamed. Son Goten navigated through the tempestuous yellow sands with the grace of a fish gliding through water. Utterly free and unrestrained, excitement bubbled within Son Goten. He had feared he might struggle to learn instant transmission, yet to his astonishment, he had mastered it in mere minutes. He thought to himself, At last, I can bid farewell to the flying Nimbus. To be honest, apart from the initial novelty, he had never been fond of riding the Nimbus. Although it often worked, there were times when he simply could not board it, leaving him perplexed by its peculiar nature. Was it truly the case that only those with pure hearts could ride the Nimbus? Was purity of heart a sporadic trait? In truth, when he first rode the Nimbus, his feelings were quite complex. He wished to ascend, but simultaneously hoped he could not, for boarding it would signify his true purity of heart, a trait that was hardly commendable in his era. Akin to a legendary figure of great renown, Son Goten briefly contemplated other matters. His focus wavered, and he nearly plummeted from the air. Quickly regaining his composure to soar once more, Son Gohan observed Son Goten struggle. And with a radiant aura surrounding him, he too executed instant transmission, arriving beside Son Goten. He pointed toward the sky and adjusted his stance before launching toward the Supreme Kai's temple. Son Goten nodded, mimicking his brother's movements, and then propelled himself upward with vigor. They ascended through a vertical column of light, reaching the apex of the sky where an elegant and sacred structure awaited. Son Goten recognized it as the temple. And as they landed, he was enveloped by a profound and solemn energy. Eager to absorb the temple's beauty, Son Goten was interrupted by the appearance of a stout, rotund figure emerging from the shade of a tree. The figure, looking at Son Gohan, exclaimed, "Gohan, it's been a long time." Son Gohan regarded the diminutive, shadowy figure and nodded, replying, "Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. Popo." Although Mr. Popo had a dark complexion, his face bore signs of weariness. He said, "I am aware of the happenings in the mortal realm, but I regret that I am powerless to assist." Son Gohan responded, "Mr. Popo, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Those demons are far beyond your capacity to confront." Mr. Popo shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. After a moment, he inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "I recall having stated previously that I lack the ability to restore the Dragon Balls." Observing Mr. Popo's demeanor, Son Gohan felt a pang of sorrow, for he shared a similar anguish with him. Yet he understood that he could not allow himself to succumb to despair, for he had many tasks yet to fulfill. He knew that if he gave up on himself, then humanity, and indeed, Earth itself, would be lost. Noticing his brother and Mr. Popo ensnared in their sorrow, Son Goten raised his hand and said, "I had a dream in which Dad revealed that the temple holds the secret to defeating the androids." Only then did Mr. Popo take notice of the young Son Goten standing beside them. The moment he laid eyes on Goten, a glimmer seemed to ignite within his gaze. Yet, almost instantaneously, that spark faded into silence. Shaking his head, he remarked, "You must be Goten, the second son of Goku, and I regret to inform you that there exists no method within the temple to defeat the androids." Goten, biting his right index finger, replied, "It's not necessarily about defeating the androids directly. There might be alternative methods to achieve that outcome, such as discovering a conducive place for training." "A conducive place for training?" Mr. Popo echoed twice. Finally recalling something that he stated, "The only place within the temple that can be deemed a sanctuary for cultivation is the hyperbolic time chamber." Gohan was taken aback. "The hyperbolic time chamber?" Goten thought to himself. "Indeed, that's it." Mr. Popo continued, "The sole realm within the temple worthy of being called a training ground is that chamber, which connects to another dimension. Thus, the flow of time there differs from that of Earth. 1 year spent inside equates to merely 1 day passing on Earth." Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Such a place exists. That is truly wonderful." Mr. Popo added, "However, training in the hyperbolic time chamber is no simple feat. The air is thin, temperatures fluctuate, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Even your father, Goku, could only endure a month within." Gohan asserted, "We must at least give it a try. This may very well be our only chance to surpass the androids." Mr. Popo responded, "If you are determined to attempt it, then follow me." He then walked into the interior, with Gohan and Goten trailing behind. Upon entering the temple, they were greeted by walls as white as ivory, adorned with beads the size of jade plates, emanating a soft white light that radiated outward. Curiously, despite the beads not shining brightly, the interior was illuminated as if it were daytime. Every corner of the room was immaculately clean, suggesting that it was frequently maintained. At last, Mr. Popo halted at the far end of the room, before an unremarkable small door. Pointing to it, he said, "This door leads to the hyperbolic time chamber, and I must caution you that time behaves erratically inside. It can affect one's mental state. If a person's mind is influenced for more than 2 days, they may lose the ability to find the exit. So, be vigilant. As for provisions, there is plenty within." Gohan nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Popo. I will dedicate myself to training and defeating the androids." Mr. Popo nodded in approval. "It seems you have a plan for your training ahead. Good luck, Gohan." With a push, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, bathing the exterior in a wash of white light. Gohan said, "Then, until we meet again in a year, Mr. Popo." Goten also entered, greeting Mr. Popo. "See you in a year, Mr. Popo." Mr. Popo nodded in return, bidding them farewell. Just as Gohan was about to close the door, he seemed to remember something, saying, "Mr. Popo, please keep an eye on the lower realm for me. If the androids attack the city again, please call for me." Mr. Popo nodded in acknowledgement. With a thud, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber was shut, marking Gohan and Goten's official arrival in a dimension distinct from Earth's. Heavy. Gohan felt relatively unaffected, but as soon as Goten stepped into the chamber, he sensed an overwhelming weight, nearly immobilizing him. Huff! Goten exhaled deeply, his energy enveloping his body to withstand the extraordinary gravity. Gohan advised, Don't release your energy to combat the gravity just yet. Adapt to it with your ordinary body. This too is part of your training. Following his brother's guidance, Goten dispelled the energy shielding his body, allowing the immense pressure to bear down on him once more. Struggling, he attempted to move, but not far into his effort, he found breathing difficult. Causing a wave of anxiety, Gohan instructed, "The air here is quite sparse. Concentrate and regulate your breathing rhythm to not disrupt your pace." Goten, though finding it challenging, diligently pushed aside distractions and focused on controlling his breath. Slowly acclimatizing to the environment of the time chamber, Gohan added, "On your first day, focus on adapting to this environment." Goten nodded, observing his brother remove his martial arts uniform to engage in physical training deeper within the chamber. Goten couldn't help but think, the impact of tenfold gravity and thin air is more substantial than I imagined. That I've become a Super Saiyan. Yet enduring this is still so arduous that I can hardly fathom how my father and Vegeta managed to withstand hundreds of times that gravity. Goten persevered, meticulously adapting to the tenfold gravity, not daring to let his mind wander. After all, he was merely an ordinary boy from another world. Despite having read countless novels and watched numerous animations, he had never experienced it firsthand. Thus, he didn't grasp the distinction between enduring and adapting. For instance, if Goten were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he could easily navigate through 200 times the gravity with ease. However, would that mean the tenfold gravity had no effect on him? The answer was no, as even in his Super Saiyan form, he merely augmented his energy to withstand the tenfold gravity, not truly adapt to it. In other words, the gravity still influenced him. His energy was simply substantial enough to defy its weight. Vegeta, having been born on planet Vegeta, had lived in an environment with tenfold gravity since childhood, allowing him to fully acclimate to it. However, at that time, his battle power was far inferior to that of Goten. In the vast, wide expanse, Gohan was immersed in his training, which was quite straightforward. He was continuously honing his physical abilities, alternating between push-ups, squats, and rapid sprints. His regimen mirrored that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Goten, having calmed his mind, began to find his rhythm. By this point, he was moving with relative ease within the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, he mimicked Gohan's exercises, engaging in push-ups, sit-ups, and practicing swift movements. After what felt like a day in the time chamber, Goten had entirely adapted to its gravity and was ready to pursue further training. Suddenly, Gohan interjected, "All right, Goten, that should suffice for today. It's time to eat." Hearing his brother's words, Goten nodded obediently, trailing after Gohan. Gohan inquired, "How are you faring? Can you adapt to this environment now?" Goten replied affirmatively, "Yes, I can manage." Gohan nodded without further comment and proceeded to retrieve food from the storage room of the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Goten reflected on his training that day. Being able to adapt to this environment in just one day suggested that his potential and adaptability were commendable. Though the day was taxing, he felt no other discomfort, leading him to believe that he could at least surpass his youthful father. Goten lifted his chin, determination surging within him. As long as he could master the full power of Super Saiyan, he would be well equipped to handle whatever lay ahead. "Let us go, Goten." Before long, Gohan returned with the food, which consisted of black and white striped, bar-like substances that resembled bread, yet were distinctly different. He remarked, "It seems this is all there is. The taste may not be pleasant, but it is what we have, so consider it a test of will." Goten nodded and sat at the round table, preparing to eat, but upon taking a bite, he was left dumbfounded. Ugh! Goten felt a wave of nausea and promptly retched into the trash bin. Gohan shook his head at Goten's reaction and continued eating his portion. Goten lamented, "How foolish of me. I've only ever heard tales of the unpalatable food in the time chamber, yet I never anticipated it would be this dreadful." Yet, after a day without food, hunger gnawed at him, prompting Goten to take another bite, only to feel another surge of nausea. However, to quell his hunger, he forced himself to swallow the food. On the other side, Sun Wukong, noticing his condition, poured a cup of water and handed it over. Sun Wutian hurriedly drank the water, but still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After enduring an agonizing meal, Sun Wutian felt utterly depleted. Glancing at the leftover food on the table, Sun Wufan recalled that they would have to consume this for the entire year. And his expression darkened. "I had thought that the food in the middle school cafeteria was unbeatable in terms of tastelessness, yet I find that the fare here surpasses it." Who prepared this food? Yet, no matter how unwilling Sun Wutian felt, it would ultimately be of no avail. After all, the conditions in the hyperbolic time chamber were immutable. Even divine intervention could not alter them. Once the meal was finished, Sun Wufan tidied up and said, "You should rest for a bit. I will continue my training." Sun Wutian was somewhat surprised. "Brother, aren't you going to take a break?" Sun Wufan shook his head and replied, "I want to rest. I feel quite good at the moment, and I must seize the time to train." Sun Wutian remarked, "But training requires a balance. Pushing too hard may not yield the best results." Sun Wufan shook his head, a hint of sadness in his gaze, and said, "Though a year passes here, only a day elapses outside. Those two rascals could obliterate a city at any moment, so I cannot afford to wait." Sun Wutian was taken aback, opening his mouth to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Sun Wufan resumed his training, starting with physical conditioning. Sun Wutian watched him with some confusion, pondering whether this method of training would truly lead to improvement. It was not surprising that he thought this way, as Sun Wufan's training was vastly different from his expectations. He had imagined that training would at least involve transforming into a Super Saiyan with a flurry of energy, continuously enhancing his strength during practice, and maintaining the Super Saiyan state in everyday situations to achieve maximum power. After contemplating for a moment, Sun Wutian exhaled sharply, golden energy flames igniting around him as he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wufan, who was training, paused and turned to look at Sun Wutian. "What is going on? Does transforming into a Super Saiyan require continued training?" He then observed the golden flames surrounding Sun Wutian gradually dissipating. Leaving only his usual golden hair and blue eyes, Sun Wutian walked over to the bed and slowly lay down. Sun Wufan contemplated for a moment and suddenly smiled. This child is quite clever. Using this method to enhance his control over the Super Saiyan form. It is indeed a far better approach than my clumsy methods. Keep it up, Wutian. Sun Wutian lay on the bed, pouring all his effort into mastering the power of the Super Saiyan. However, it was exceedingly difficult. The energy of a Super Saiyan was so overwhelming that any slight misstep could result in catastrophic repercussions, and before long, the bed was in ruins. "I'm so tired." Sun Wutian sprawled out on the floor in a starfish position, thinking to himself that he truly hadn't anticipated that controlling the energy of a Super Saiyan would prove so challenging in the comics. It seemed quite simple, just this way, and then that way, and it was done. Exhausted in spirit, Sun Wutian began to long for the comforts of home, where he merely had to spend a little time practicing with his mother before lounging on the bed, playing on his phone. But now, as his mind wandered, he found that he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. His golden hair fell back to its original black, resembling a crab's shell. Sun Wutian touched his head, glanced at the wreckage of the bed, and smirked. This training has yielded nothing but solitude. That he clasped his hands behind his head, reflecting. Indeed, imagination is beautiful, while reality is harsh. Whoosh! The golden flames ignited once more, scattering the shattered wood everywhere. Sun Wutian scoffed. "I refuse to believe that as a time traveler, I cannot conquer even the form of a Super Saiyan." 10 minutes later, the golden flames once again subsided, and Sun Wutian emerged from the Super Saiyan state, his eyes weary as he gazed at the blank expanse of the sky, muttering, "The phone is far more engaging. I miss my study materials, my hero brawl." Crash. 3 minutes later, facing the mirror, Sun Wutian scolded himself. "Sun Wutian, how could you have fallen so low? Have you forgotten the dangers you faced before?" Thus, he summoned his spirit and transformed back into the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. 5 minutes later, the golden flames dissipated once more, and Sun Wutian's eyes were vacant, his complexion pale. Let us call it a day. There's always tomorrow. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he soon drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Sun Wufan returned to rest, shaking his head as he surveyed the dilapidated resting area. Training is not such a simple endeavor. Without perseverance and determination, no method will prove effective. I hope you can grasp this truth sooner rather than later, Wutian. Then, Sun Wufan retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke spiraled, revealing a large bed measuring 2.18 meters within the room. Sun Wufan gently lifted Wutian onto it and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. The two brothers temporarily entered a state of repose, while the clock in the hyperbolic time chamber continued its relentless ticking. It was unclear how long they slept, but eventually, Sun Wutian awakened from his haze. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked around but couldn't find his brother. As he turned over, he realized he was not lying on the cold floor, but rather on a soft bed. Glancing outside, he sensed his brother's presence, and a warm current flowed through him. After tidying the bed, washing his face, and brushing his teeth, he clenched his fists, silently resolving, "Today, I must train diligently and not abandon my efforts halfway like yesterday." With that thought, Sun Wutian returned to the pristine space. A wave of heat washing over him, he smirked. "Although the conditions here are extremely harsh, I am no longer the Sun Wutian of the past. The current me possesses a heart that pursues strength. First, I shall become a Super Saiyan." Sun Wutian closed his eyes, envisioning his other self on another Earth. Feet apart, fists clenched, arms crossed in an X shape before him. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, each arm pressing closely to his body, forming an L shape. Then, the image in reality and that in his mind converged. And the current Sun Wutian mirrored the same movements. Whoosh! Golden energy spiraled from his body, initially transforming into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. The dragon let out a roar in midair, then turned back and collided with Sun Wutian's body, morphing into Super Saiyan energy. In that moment, Sun Wutian transformed into a golden-haired Super Saiyan, his eyes opening wide as the golden energy seemed to have a life of its own, diving into his pupils, changing their color from black to vibrant green. Once the transformation was complete, Sun Wutian stood confidently, his green eyes reflecting a mix of disdain, solitude, and indifference as he gazed into the depths of the white expanse. Meeting Sun Wufan's astonished gaze, Sun Wufan inquired, "What are you doing, Wutian?" To be honest, Sun Wutian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wanted to retort that as Sun Wutian, he needed no explanation for his actions. However, he refrained, knowing that if he became too melodramatic, the hyperbolic time chamber might just collapse. Thus, Sun Wutian suppressed his flamboyant demeanor and smiled. "Nothing much, just testing my control over energy, by the way." "Brother, don't you need to rest?" Sun Wufan's expression remained peculiar as he replied, "I've already rested. I need to seize the time to train. Additionally, I must advise you to avoid performing so many movements during combat. For in life and death situations, no one will care about your theatrics." Sun Wutian nodded. "I understand." Sun Wufan continued, "That's good. You should train on your own for a while. I will finish this set of exercises before we begin partner training." Sun Wutian obediently nodded and moved to the other side to commence his training. "This feels a bit awkward," Sun Wutian thought to himself as he settled down. Yet, he had no regrets, for this had always been his dream. After all, who hasn't harbored the dream of transforming into a Super Saiyan? In his childhood, he diligently emulated the characters from Dragon Ball, practicing various techniques such as the Kamehameha, instant transmission, spirit bomb, and the iconic Super Saiyan transformations. Alas, during that time, he could only mimic these moves in a somewhat juvenile manner. In other words, he had no real choice but to play pretend. Now, however, he possesses the ability to become a true Super Saiyan. Reflecting on another Earth, Goten felt a pang of melancholy. His memory was fragmented. He could recall certain plot points from Dragon Ball and some other fragments of his past, yet he could not remember any of his friends or family. Pondering these thoughts proved futile. He resolved to focus on his training. Clenching his fists, Goten could only hope to summon Shinran to resolve these issues in the future. Thus, Goten began his training while maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Although it was termed training, it was more about acclimating to the pressure of being a Super Saiyan, as he was primarily engaging in physical conditioning. An hour later, Goten reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Feeling utterly exhausted, to the point of wanting to collapse onto his bed that moment, Gohan concluded the first phase of his training as well. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sensed the energy within him. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he thought to himself, "It feels like there hasn't been much improvement. Is this truly my limit? Or is it possible that my training methodology is flawed?" Puzzled, Gohan decided to cease his overthinking and focus on instructing his younger brother instead. With a swift leap, Gohan arrived at Goten's side, only to find Goten sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, forming a shape. Sighing, Gohan inquired, "How are you holding up, Goten?" Hearing his brother's voice, Goten struggled to rise, responding, "I'm all right." But it has been quite draining on both my mind and body. Gohan replied. Training is inherently like this, monotonous and unexciting. Yet, it is within such an environment that resilient warriors are forged. Goten wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling how Goku had spent a month inside the hyperbolic time chamber during his first visit, and he thought to himself, if he can do it, so can I. Vegeta, too, spent 2 years, and I can surely match that. However, now that he was experiencing it firsthand, Goten honestly had no idea how to navigate the coming year. Gohan then asked, do you still have the energy? Shall we engage in some sparring? Goten's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Believing it to be quite intriguing, he queried, shall we spar in our normal states? Gohan replied, that is up to you, but I will remain in my normal state. Goten, momentarily taken aback, felt slighted and declared, then I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, a brilliant white aura enveloped Goten as he clenched his fists and launched an attack. Gohan deftly sidestepped Goten's punch, using one hand to position himself in front of Goten's face. A radiant light gathering in his palm. Gohan remarked, your intentions are too obvious, your energy too dispersed, and that is not how one executes a technique. In a life or death battle, you would already be dead. Goten felt a sense of defiance at Gohan's words, preparing a punch with his left fist aimed at his brother's abdomen. However, Gohan unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, striking Goten squarely in the face and sending him sprawling a considerable distance away. Gohan continued, moreover, you must learn to assess the dynamics of combat. If your opponent can strike first, your response should not be to attack, but to defend, ensuring that you minimize your own injuries in the heat of battle. As Goten stumbled back, a golden aura flickered around him. Gohan's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment to impart a critical lesson, one he had learned through blood and tears. In an instant, Gohan's figure blurred as he dashed towards the golden aura, crouching slightly as he delivered a powerful punch to Goten's abdomen. Gohan's energy flowed through his fist, dispersing Goten's gathered energy. Consequently, the golden aura began to fade. And Goten staggered back, crouching on the ground with a pained expression. Meeting Goten's incredulous gaze, Gohan stated, do not look at me like that. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a sense of timing. Rarely will an opponent wait for you to transform before engaging, or you could do as I do. With that, a flash of golden light erupted as Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Continuing, master the transformation into Super Saiyan. As long as your energy is sufficient, you can invoke it in an instant, denying your opponent the opportunity to interrupt. Goten was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it customary for transformations to be awaited? Why was Gohan suggesting otherwise? Gohan observed Goten's expression and added, these insights stem from my battles against the androids. Had those two miscreants not approached their battles with a frivolous attitude, I might have perished. Therefore, never underestimate any confrontation. Goten stood tall, nodding earnestly as he replied, I understand now. One must possess the resolve to fight. Gohan nodded in approval, allowing his Super Saiyan aura to dissipate, stating, as long as you comprehend. Let us continue. With that, Goten pushed himself up and began to gather countless tiny ki blasts before him. Just as Gohan prepared to act, a barrage of small ki blasts surged toward him. Utilizing the force of the ki blasts to propel himself backward, Goten shouted, enveloped in golden flames as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, declaring, now it is my turn. The hyperbolic time chamber had nearly hosted a month of their training. With the two brothers seemingly oblivious to fatigue, the golden flames danced energetically, poised to strike at Goten, who had fully embraced his Super Saiyan form, while Gohan remained in his normal state, yet highly focused. Capable of countering all of Goten's attacks in the days that followed, Gohan imparted numerous combat techniques to Goten, even altering Goten's fighting style significantly. Gohan himself experienced considerable growth, to the point of surprising even himself. Nevertheless, he seldom utilized his Super Saiyan form in combat, as he aimed to ensure he could always strike with that power at a moment's notice. With a thunderous boom, the golden light clashed against the brilliant white aura, resonating with a deafening roar as ripples of energy radiated outward. Though Gohan's strength could not rival Goten's, his experience allowed him to withdraw just as the explosion erupted, dissipating the force of the impact. Magic flash. As he retreated, Gohan placed his hands atop his forehead, his palms glowing with radiant light. A brilliant beam shot forth toward Goten, who, momentarily startled, quickly retracted his fists to his waist. Kamehameha, with equal brilliance. The signature technique of the turtle school surged forth, colliding with Gohan's magic flash. The two beams clashed, illuminating the already bright hyperbolic time chamber even more intensely. In that moment, Gohan's power fell short compared to Goten's. And unlike combat, the nature of energy waves did not allow for clever tactics. The point of their collision began to shift toward Gohan. "Goten," he called out, his golden aura flaring as he declared, "Prepare to witness my full power." In the next instant, the beam of magic flash doubled in size, advancing toward Goten with an overwhelming force. Goten braced himself to unleash his full potential. The ki wave bore down upon him, leaving him with just enough time to erect a protective shield that a thick cloud of smoke billowed upward, forming a spiraling mushroom cloud. Seeing the smoke obscure Goten's figure, Gohan extended one hand, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that blew the smoke away, revealing Goten's bare, dusty form. Observing Goten's defensive stance, Gohan felt a sense of satisfaction and remarked, "You did very well this time." Goten lowered his defensive posture and examined his own body. He realized he was completely bare, covered in dust, and felt the scant energy remaining within him. Shaking his groggy head, Goten exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly impressive." "I can't seem to gain any advantage." Sun Wufan then spoke. "All right, Wu Tian, your training must come to an end here. Continuing any further may jeopardize your mental state." Sun Wutian appeared momentarily bewildered and replied, "But I just started training here. Hasn't it been less than a month?" Sun Wufan nodded and said, "Indeed, it has not yet reached a month, but you must leave. Have you not noticed? Since your arrival, you have scarcely consumed any food, and you engage in prolonged training sessions each day. You are restless during your breaks, and in recent days, you've even spoken of bizarre dreams. Remaining here any longer would not constitute training, but rather torment." Sun Wutian, feeling perplexed, thought to himself, "Am I truly at my limit?" As he reflected, he realized he could hardly calm his mind. When not training, he found himself preoccupied with other thoughts, and during rest, he could not help but yearn for his gaming console and mobile phone. Had he unwittingly succumbed to such an abnormal state? This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Observing Sun Wutian's dawning awareness, Sun Wufan remarked, "The time chamber can significantly alter the perception of time, which inherently affects one's mental clarity. Moreover, given your tender age and limited experiences, it is only natural to feel overwhelmed, but I strongly advise you to exit and regain your composure before considering further training." Sun Wutian nodded, though he found it curious why he felt so lethargic during rest, contemplating surrender. Yet when it came to training, his mind was solely fixated on that pursuit. "What about you, brother? Will you not join me outside?" he inquired. Sun Wufan shook his head, stating, "While my strength has improved, defeating two androids simultaneously remains a formidable challenge. Thus, I wish to continue my training here until I have completely surpassed my current state." Sun Wutian nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he pulled open the grand door of the time chamber and strode forth with purpose. The moment he stepped outside, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, bringing a chill to his bare skin. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as though time and space had fractured, the path ahead unfurling into the distance before splintering at a certain point. "What is this?" Sun Wutian rubbed his eyes vigorously, still struggling to grasp the reality before him. Thud. After taking just 2 steps, he felt an upheaval within, as if celestial beings were clashing in his mind. A cacophony of thoughts intertwining like tangled threads. Overwhelmed, Sun Wutian collapsed onto the ground. Nearby, Mr. Popo approached, lifting Wutian with care, casting a glance back at the time chamber, and said, "You can do it, Wufan. The future of Earth rests upon your shoulders." With that, Mr. Popo carried Sun Wutian into another room. West City, once a thriving metropolis, now lay in ruins, its past bustling crowds reduced to mere echoes. The renowned Capsule Corporation had fallen into disrepair, its owner retreating with his son to a concealed underground sanctuary. In this hidden space, Trunks, clad in a blue t-shirt, paced nervously, while Bulma, donned in a white lab coat, tapped away at her computer, seemingly engrossed in research. After a while, Bulma, unable to tolerate Trunks' restless pacing, tossed him the remote control and said, "Wufan should be fine. Rather than fretting here, why not check the news for updates?" Trunks accepted the remote and moved to another room to turn on the television for the latest reports. Soon, he discovered alarming news about the androids. Breaking news. The androids are advancing toward the west, seemingly targeting West City once again. Trunks gasped in disbelief, cursing, "Damn it, this is the third time they've come to West City this year. What on earth are these two fiends plotting?" Consequently, Trunks informed his mother, recognizing the need for preparation in light of the impending threat. Bulma sighed, setting aside her peculiar device, and lamented, "What a calamity this year has been. Those two robots just won't relent in their chaos." As she spoke, she began packing up supplies to hide deeper underground. After gathering her belongings, Trunks interjected, "Mom, there are still many people unaware of the danger. And Wufan is missing that I want to inform them." Bulma immediately objected, "No, those monsters could arrive at any moment, and with your current strength, you would be doomed if you encountered them." Trunks, however, was resolute. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I cannot stand by and watch so many perish. Rest assured, I will be cautious." Bulma sighed again. "If you must go, do so quickly. Remember, you are the last hope for Earth. Above all, safeguard your own life." Trunks nodded vigorously, then pushed open the tunnel door and crawled through the pipe. In the temple, Sun Wutian gradually regained consciousness, his eyes vacant as he gazed ahead. After a while, he shook his head vigorously. Feeling slightly more alert, he surveyed his surroundings, noting only a table laden with food. Gurgle, the enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and Sun Wutian suddenly felt an unprecedented hunger. Nearly losing himself in the moment that he hurriedly scrambled from his bed, stumbling toward the table, and began stuffing food into his mouth. Chomp, chomp. Sun Wutian became a glutton, devouring the spread with unrestrained fervor. Mr. Popo, standing outside the door, observed Sun Wutian's gluttony with a hint of nostalgia in his otherwise vacant gaze. He softly murmured, "Goku, this child is truly your likeness. May he, too, create miracles like you." With that, Mr. Popo rummaged through the storage room and finally retrieved an orange martial arts uniform. Upon seeing the garment, nostalgia flooded his eyes even more. After a moment, he clasped his hands together and prayed, "Goku, Lord Ko, may you bless this child with fortune and success against the androids." Thus, Mr. Popo entered Sun Wutian's room, only to find the table nearly empty of food. He placed the uniform beside the bed and returned to prepare more meals. Mr. Popo continued cooking while Sun Wutian relentlessly feasted, and it took 3 hours before Sun Wutian finally patted his belly, looked sheepishly at Mr. Popo, and said, "I'm full now. Mr. Popo, that I truly appreciate your generosity." Mr. Popo replied, "It is but my duty, yet it is all I can offer." Observing Mr. Popo's rather melancholic demeanor, Sun Wutian earnestly stated, "I will surely defeat the androids, and perhaps I can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to revive Goku and the others." Upon hearing this, a flicker of life returned to Mr. Popo's vacant gaze. He regarded Sun Wutian for a moment before pointing to the uniform on the bed, saying, "You should put on the clothes first." Only then did Sun Wutian realize he was entirely unclothed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned away, he approached the bed to don the uniform, only to notice his arms were smeared with a layer of black grime. "Mr. Popo, may I ask if there is a bathroom? I would like to take a shower first," he inquired. Mr. Popo nodded. "Indeed, follow me." Sun Wutian enveloped the uniform in a sphere of energy and followed Mr. Popo through the door, traversing 2 corridors until they arrived at the bathing area. Whoosh! After a thorough rinse, Sun Wutian transformed back into his handsome self. He picked up the martial arts uniform, feeling its weight in his hands. Carefully examining it, he discovered the weight was concentrated in the blue undershirt, boots, and wristbands. That he smiled and remarked, "This is the outfit my father wore during his training. Truly splendid." Dressed and ready, Sun Wutian glanced in the mirror and saw a boy, 1.23 meters tall, with a strikingly delicate face, sporting a unique hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, clad in the orange martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of a true martial artist. The weight of the uniform posed no challenge for Sun Wutian, who stepped out of the bathing area to find Mr. Popo staring blankly. He inquired, "Mr. Popo, can you sense the energy contained within the androids?" Bobo shook his head and said, "The energy of androids differs fundamentally from that of ordinary life forms. They rely on the power provided by the machinery within them, and conventional methods of sensing energy cannot detect it. Is that so?" Sun Wukong expressed some regret, saying, "I was hoping you could help me assess the gap between myself and the androids." Bobo replied, although I cannot measure the energy of the androids, I can ascertain the magnitude of Gohan's energy, which should allow for an estimation of the android's strength. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said, in that case, could you please help me with that? Mr. Bobo shook his head and remarked, your current state has not been optimized. Even a test would struggle to reveal your true prowess. Sun Wukong took a moment to gauge his own body and felt a surge of strength. Thus, curiously inquired, but I feel that my condition is unprecedentedly good right now. Mr. Bobo replied, your spirit is affected by the hyperbolic time chamber, and it has not yet fully recovered. In this state, your energy is also erratic, rendering any testing largely inconsequential. Sun Wukong found this puzzling. He felt there was no significant issue with his condition and was solely focused on defeating the androids. Wishing to return home to spend time with his mother, as playing with his phone seemed far more enjoyable than training. Seeing that Sun Wukong appeared somewhat incredulous, Mr. Bobo continued, while your energy may far surpass that of the vast majority on Earth, including myself, it stems from your lineage rather than your martial arts mastery. Therefore, you lack a comprehensive understanding of martial arts knowledge and how to adjust your state. Sun Wukong nodded, much like a diligent student eager to learn. Mr. Bobo elaborated, a true martial artist prioritizes not only the enhancement of strength, but also the harmony between spirit and body. Failing to achieve this balance can lead one to an unhinged state, consumed by madness and violence. Sun Wukong attentively nodded and asked, so, how can I achieve unity between my spirit and body? Mr. Bobo stepped outside and said, during this period, you may accompany me in my training. Sun Wukong agreed and followed him outside to the temple plaza. Filled with anticipation for the forthcoming lessons, Sun Wukong, being well-versed in Dragon Ball, was aware of Mr. Bobo's exceedingly high martial arts prowess. Even in the latter stages of Z, his martial arts skills ranked among the highest, surpassed only by his own father. Sun Wukong was elated, expecting to learn something intriguing. However, reality often proves harsh, and training has never been simple. Thus, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged outside the temple, employing his energy to form a protective shield and suspending his body in midair, hands resting on his knees, eyes closed in meditation, seeking the unification of spirit. Sun Wukong felt inclined to complain. What kind of training is this? I've never found homework during summer and winter breaks this tedious. Nevertheless, having chosen this path of training, he resolved to persist through any hardship. Sun Wukong endeavored to empty his mind, attuning himself to nature, yet his thoughts remained chaotic, proving quite challenging to master. Time flowed on, and after 3 tedious hours, Sun Wukong gradually began to grasp some nuances, slowly managing to clear his mind and attune his body to nature, experiencing the sensation of spirit and body merging, though each instance could only last for a few fleeting seconds. Perhaps I should just give up. After all, my brother is around. 3 hours later, Sun Wukong found himself unable to empty his mind once more. The thought of surrender took root. It sprouted rapidly, akin to bamboo after a rainstorm. Becoming increasingly hard to suppress, he recalled his brother, Gohan, and his upcoming training, certain it would lead him to defeat the androids. Then they could enlist King Kai to locate New Namek, and subsequently use the Dragon Balls to resurrect his father and Vegeta. The inclination to abandon his efforts grew stronger. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's thoughts became increasingly convoluted. The protective shield enveloping him dissipated, causing him to tumble to the ground. Lying there, he gazed up at the sky above the temple. Lamenting, writing a novel seems so much simpler. With a mere stroke of the pen, one can traverse eons without a care. There's no need to suffer mentally or physically, and whatever one wishes to say can be effortlessly expressed. When tired, just obliterate everything. He sighed, realizing that ultimately, no one would take his place. Sun Wukong rose once more, surrounded by a white aura, floating in midair, exclaiming, "Yet, I truly miss the days of learning." Sun Wukong attempted to regulate his state beside the temple, striving to reach his pinnacle of perfection. Unfortunately, the abstract nature of spirit makes it increasingly elusive the more one seeks to grasp it. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have long since surrendered. Bang! Once again, Sun Wukong's thoughts became jumbled, and he fell to the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the azure sky, muttering, "How can one cultivate?" Indeed, training is not meant for humans, especially not this intangible nonsense concerning spiritual states. Ugh, aren't traversers supposed to have advantages? Why do I have nothing? Contemplating the notion of advantages, Sun Wukong flipped over and initiated his 404th attempt. System, are you there? The anticipated ding did not resonate. Undeterred, Sun Wukong called out in his mind once more. Is there a chat group? I have 30 years of experience in chatting and can handle any topic with ease that I request to join the multiverse chat group. The chat group paid him no heed. With no other options, Sun Wukong shifted his focus. Old man, come out and bask in the sun. Without the ring, the old man would not appear casually. Sun Wukong smirked wryly, declaring, a mere advantage, if not granted, so be it. I, Sun Wukong, shall remain invincible even without it, capable of being the strongest across dimensions. Sun Wukong persisted in his training endeavor, unaware that at the very moment he smirked. A peculiar change was unfolding within Trunks in West City. Trunks was bustling about, informing others to come to West City when suddenly, a purple crystal collided with his mind. Binding Life Simulator. Analyzing world. Reading character data. Life Simulator bound. May your life be filled with happiness. Trunks was taken aback, glancing around but finding no one. Then, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes as several lines of text appeared before him. Welcome to the Life Simulator. Would you like to begin simulation? Trunks, puzzled, wondered, what is this? Driven by curiosity, he pressed start simulation. A series of purple lights flickered before him, coalescing into characters, and Trunks focused intently. In the year 765 of the age. You were born in West City. In the year 766 of the age. Son Goku perished. In the year 767 of the age. Your father died battling the androids, and your mother took you to shelter in the basement. In the year 769 of the age, you first met Son Gohan, whom you admired greatly, and under his guidance, you secretly trained. In the year 771 of the age, while evacuating civilians, you encountered an android, which forced you to choose between revealing Gohan's whereabouts or facing death. Fearlessly, you attacked the android and perished at the age of 6. A prompt appeared, when faced with an absolutely unbeatable opponent. Do not engage blindly. Learn to delay as much as possible, for help may arrive at any moment. The simulation concluded, and you may choose one of the following to retain. 1. Your martial arts experience at 6 years old. 2. Your life experiences at 6 years old. 3. The clothing worn by Android 18. Trunks was filled with confusion. So, I died, but I am clearly still alive. What on earth is this? With a sense of trepidation, Trunks chose option 2, and images flooded his mind. In those images, he encountered the approaching android in the streets and was brutally defeated in battle. Trunks instinctively touched his head, his expression growing serious. So this thing can predict the future. I will indeed encounter the androids and die in battle. Deliberately avoiding the location where he would meet the androids, Trunks concealed himself among the rubble to observe. He was not afraid of death. But he did not want to perish without purpose. Indeed, after a while, the android driving a car sped through the city, blood flowing from the vehicle's front. Android 17 halted the car and remarked, "It seems there are fewer people in West City. This could diminish the fun considerably." Android 18 gracefully descended from the vehicle, casting a disdainful glance at the ground as she remarked, "Perhaps they've scurried underground. Honestly, that would make them akin to a horde of mice hiding in the shadows. It's quite revolting to contemplate." Android 17 followed suit, placing a hand upon the car's roof with a smirk. He quipped, "Mice lurking in the dark? Then let us engage in a little game of whack-a-mole." With a resounding boom, a brilliant wave of light erupted from the palm of Android 17, sending the vehicle plummeting into the depths below. Damn it, Trunks seethed, his teeth clenched as he battled the urge to charge forth and confront the androids. Yet the vivid image in his mind incessantly warned him. He yearned to leap into action. But his thoughts reminded him that such a reckless endeavor would lead only to his demise. Trunks forced himself to calm, pondering the simulator's final words. The one who should come to their aid was Gohan. However, even Gohan would struggle against these two fiends. How should they resolve this dire situation? While Trunks contemplated strategies, the androids continued their banter. Android 18 chuckled, "Your luck seems to be lacking, 17, with another boom." Android 18 took a couple of steps forward, her delicate fingers splayed wide as a radiant beam of light surged forth, plunging into the earth. This time, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from below. Tears streamed down Trunks' face amidst the rubble, while Android 18 wore a triumphant expression, saying, "Look at that. It was so easy to hit the mark." Android 17 chuckled softly, adding, "But the commotion is still too faint. It may not be sufficient to draw out Son Gohan." As he spoke, he seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, ascending vertically to gaze down upon the world below. Android 18 followed closely, soaring into the sky as she declared with a laugh, "Then let us illuminate this city with a splendid display of fireworks to welcome Son Goku's little son." Boom! Countless golden energy waves were hurled toward West City, the explosions resonating in rapid succession, echoing across the continent. Meanwhile, Goten was still grappling with his challenges in the sacred world, but it proved of no consequence. Suddenly, Mr. Popo approached, exclaiming, "The androids are attacking West City." Goten, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "West City? That's where Aunt Bulma lives?" "Indeed," Mr. Popo confirmed, "and Trunks is there too." Without hesitation, Goten dashed toward the room of spirit and time, exclaiming, "I'll go summon my brother." Mr. Popo shook his head, responding, "Gohan is currently on the verge of surpassing Super Saiyan. Even if he emerges now, he can only suppress the two androids, not achieve a complete victory." Goten paused, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Sensing Goten's hesitation, Mr. Popo continued, "You are the only one who can stand against the androids." Goten, upon hearing this, Goten's mind conjured the cold, ruthless gaze of Android 18, and an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. He shook his head, declaring, "I am nowhere near capable of defeating the androids. You may not be able to win, but you can certainly delay them for a while," Mr. Popo urged. Goten was exceedingly reluctant to face the androids alone, as fear coursed through him. And Mr. Popo seemed to perceive the turmoil within Goten's heart and said, "You must decide. Will you wait for your brother to emerge and face the androids together, which would result in many deaths, or will you confront them alone, risking your own safety? Rest assured, I will support your choice, no matter what." Goten was taken aback, feeling lost in thought. Deep down, he truly did not wish to engage the androids in combat. He was afraid, uncertain if he could prevail or if he would meet his end. Surely, it would be acceptable to refrain from intervening. Even if more lives were lost, the Dragon Balls could rewrite the outcome afterward. In this world, death was a common occurrence, and if he stayed away, those individuals would likely perish anyway. He rationalized that preserving his own life was paramount. Thus, Goten sat down slowly, convincing himself, "Even though I am the son of Goku, I need not shoulder the burden of saving humanity alone. I am still just a child. It is far too early for me to battle the androids. That I should conserve my strength." His mother awaited him at home. He could not allow her to lose her son. As Goten's justifications multiplied, Mr. Popo's disappointment deepened. Suddenly, Goten rose to his feet, his golden aura flaring with intensity, akin to the blazing sun in the sky. Tears filled his eyes and streamed down his cheeks as he proclaimed, "Indeed, I have countless reasons to avoid battle. Yet, one undeniable truth remains. I exist in this world, and the blood within me continues to flow." Mr. Popo gazed at Goten in astonishment, as if he beheld a glimmer of light. Goten's gaze turned towards the lower realm, and he asked solemnly, "Mr. Popo, where is West City?" Mr. Popo placed a hand upon Goten's head, a soft white light emanating from his palm, and in an instant, Goten's mind vividly mapped out the locations of all places in the lower realm. It felt as though he had gained a map etched into his consciousness. He plunged into the sacred world, muttering, "Indeed, if everyone were to give up fighting as I have, who would be left to save the world?" With a swift motion, a golden beam streaked across the desolate landscape, illuminating the night-shrouded earth. In West City, Android 17 and Android 18 unleashed their energy waves, creating a growing distance between them as the city filled with smoke. The areas obscured by the haze were intermittently pierced by the anguished cries of humanity. Yet, to the androids, such screams were merely a source of amusement. Trunks, concealed amidst the rubble, beheld the grim aftermath wrought by the androids, his fury swelling to the point of overwhelming reason. "I can no longer tolerate these beasts." With a resounding whoosh, a brilliant white aura ignited, scattering the debris surrounding him. Standing at the center of this radiant energy, Trunks' eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted, "I will not allow you two bastards to harm anyone else." Noticing the disturbance below, the androids ceased their onslaught, landing gracefully to the ground. Upon seeing Trunks, they appeared somewhat disillusioned. "Ah, it's just Vegeta's son. How disappointing. I thought it would be Gohan." Trunks' gaze burned with a seething hatred as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "You two scoundrels, I will take you down." Huh. Android 18 chuckled at Trunks' words, barely glancing in his direction. Instead, she turned to Android 17, asking, "Hey, 17, did I hear that right? This little brat claims he intends to defeat us." Android 17 shook his head, remarking, "His father seemed to say the same thing once." Generally, those who boast without power tend to meet an early demise. With his eyes ablaze, Trunks' aura intensified, fueled by his rage. Android 18 smiled, extending 2 fingers toward Trunks, stating, "You have 2 choices. First, tell us Gohan's whereabouts, and we will spare your life and cease our destruction of this city. Second, we kill you and continue our rampage until Gohan appears." As Trunks heard this, memories flooded back, and he managed to regain some composure. He attempted to buy time, saying, "What do you want with Gohan? He has no affection for you 2 monsters." Android 18 shrugged, replying, "Funny enough, we don't like him either. We seek him out to eliminate him. However, if he is willing to bring forth that child who resembles Son Goku, we might consider sparing him." The mention of a child resembling Goku made Trunks' mind race, as he recalled Gohan speaking of a younger brother named Goten. He raised his head and asked, "You mean Goten, right? He's only 5 years old. What do you want with him?" Android 18 replied, "Naturally, it's because he looks just like Son Goku." Trunks was momentarily taken aback. What kind of reasoning was that? Android 17 glanced at Trunks before turning to Android 18 with a smirk. "Hey, 18, didn't you notice this kid is just stalling for time?" Android 18 playfully tossed her golden locks and replied, "I noticed, but what does it matter? We were already waiting for someone, weren't we?" Android 17 shook his head, exclaiming, "Honestly, even at this age, you still love to play." Android 18 turned her gaze towards Trunks, smiling like a neighborly sister as she asked, "While I don't mind chatting with you for a while, you must have noticed that 17 is becoming quite impatient. Thus, dear brother, I can only grant you 3 more seconds. 3. Ultimately, it was unavoidable. Mother, I'm sorry. I might be late, but I have no regrets. 2. If the outcome is inescapable, then I must at least fight with all my might to prove my existence." Trunks' energy surged to unprecedented heights, even having been killed by an android in the simulation. He felt no fear. Perhaps having been born into this world, he had long since reconciled himself to the idea of death. 1. Trunks lifted his head, his aura exploding forth as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, unleashing an unparalleled attack against Android 18. Android 18, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Oh, are you in such a hurry to meet your end?" Boom! Trunks' strike, infused with anger and despair, was effortlessly caught by Android 18's left hand, merely stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, raising her right hand, she prepared to cleave through Trunks' body. Whoosh! A brilliant golden beam of light surged from the horizon, slicing through layers of dark clouds to reveal a hopeful blue sky. Android 18 momentarily froze, while the despair in Trunks' eyes gradually transformed into delight. Android 17 stood by, arms crossed, appearing utterly unperturbed. The golden beam spiraled in the sky before suddenly darting towards Android 18. Huh! Android 18's grip on Trunks' hand loosened instantly, and a searing column of light erupted from her palm, engulfing Trunks entirely in an instant. Rumble! At that moment, the golden beam had already reached Android 18. Exerting immense pressure from above, even the infinitely powered Android 18 was momentarily taken aback. Then, she extended both palms, attempting to seize the golden light. Yet, just as the beam approached, it halted abruptly, followed by a resounding wave. As a brilliant white energy wave surged forward, Android 18, caught off guard, had no time to defend herself and was propelled several miles away by the energy wave. The golden beam then moved further, extracting the battered Trunks from the ruins. Android 17 looked at the golden figure and suddenly laughed, saying, "So it's Son Goten. Has he become this formidable after just a day?" Son Goten, ignoring him, gently touched the area around Trunks' neck, then sighed in relief, saying, "Fortunately, I arrived just in time." Whoosh! Golden energy transferred from Son Goten to Trunks, after which he placed Trunks on the ground and walked slowly towards Android 17. Boom! From afar, the ruins exploded as Android 18 charged towards Son Goten, launching an attack. Am I afraid? Son Goten felt a tremor in his body and a flicker of fear in his heart. Yet there was no time for hesitation. Boom! The golden flames blazed as a small fist struck with earth-shattering momentum. The collision between Android 18 and Son Goten's fist yielded no advantage for either side. Whoosh! Android 18 stepped back, her hands blooming outward like petals, unleashing a multitude of small energy blasts. Son Goten, already feeling intimidated by Android 18, heightened his vigilance, seeing her initiate a barrage of energy blasts. He also spread his hands, unleashing countless energy waves to collide with her projectiles. The energy blasts and waves clashed repeatedly, producing a tremendous roar. Son Goten and Android 18 entered a standoff, as if neither could gain the upper hand. Boom! Suddenly, countless tiny energy waves converged between Son Goten's hands, forming a massive energy wave that surged toward Android 18 with overwhelming force. Android 18 reacted swiftly, pressing her hands against the air and flipping over to hang upside down in the sky. Son Goten's energy wave dissipated. He clenched his right fist and, in a flash, appeared beside Android 18 with a heavy strike. However, he was met with her grasp. Kamehameha, as Son Goten silently chanted in his mind. White light gathered in his other hand, charging towards Android 18's beautiful face. Android 18, panicking, released her grip on Son Goten's hand, her body seemingly pulled upward into the sky. Son Goten took 2 steps back, focusing attentively, contemplating this brief exchange. Although the androids were powerful and cruel, they were not invincible, but I can hold out until my brother arrives. Meanwhile, Android 18 flipped in the air and landed beside Android 17. Android 17 chuckled. What's the matter, 18? Can't even handle a little kid. Android 18's expression turned serious as she replied, I haven't seen him for just a day, and he seems like a completely different person. Android 17 chuckled lightly, shaking his head, before stepping forward, saying, let me see what this kid is truly capable of. With a swagger, Android 17 approached Son Goten, while Android 18 flanked him. Son Goten felt a surge of pressure as Android 17 drew near. Fully aware that his combat prowess far exceeded that of Android 18. Standing before Son Goten, Android 17 observed the wary gaze and trembling form before him, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he remarked, You must be Son Goten, huh? Quite bold to challenge us alone. Sweat trickled down Son Goten's forehead, his body tense with overwhelming anxiety and fear. A cacophony of falling earth and stone reverberated through the air. And amidst the swirling smoke, a jade-green energy shield steadily expanded outward. Summoning his strength, Sun Wutian steeled himself, pondering inwardly. How could it be that the recent onslaught was entirely thwarted by the protective barrier? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of Android 17 emerged, his tattered clothing revealing a right hand stained with crimson, the pride that once adorned his face now replaced by an overwhelming gloom. The eyes of Sun Wutian met those of Android 17, who extended his bloodied right hand, a cruel smile curling his lips. You little brat, you severed one of my fingers. Soon, I shall sever your hand and arm. Allowing you to experience the sensation of being a mere puppet, a shiver ran down Sun Wutian's spine as he assumed a combat stance, bracing himself for what was to come. In a flash, Android 17 dashed forward, his energy shield rapidly contracting until it coalesced in his left hand. Witnessing the momentum of Android 17, Sun Wutian felt an involuntary surge of fear, instinctively retreating a step before gritting his teeth and charging forward once more. Boom! A golden flash collided with Android 17, sending ripples of energy cascading through the air. The golden light seemed unable to withstand the tremendous force, and with a single impact, it was hurled backward several meters. Zing! After enduring the collision, Sun Wutian felt a tumult of energy surging within him, nearly losing control of his Super Saiyan aura. However, Android 17 paid no heed to his struggle. He seized the opportunity to strike. Pressing his left hand against Sun Wutian's body, unleashing a sound akin to a surging current, Sun Wutian felt his entire body seize up. The cruel smile on Android 17's lips widened as he stepped back and forcefully clenched his left hand. In that instant, Sun Wutian sensed an alien energy invading his body, crashing violently within him, on the verge of eruption. Boom! Ultimately, Sun Wutian fell victim to his inexperience, rendered helpless in this dire situation, allowing the energy within him to spiral out of control. In mere moments, it reached a critical point. First, he felt the energy explode within him, a conflagration igniting in his chest, followed by the sharp sound of a crisp detonation in his ears. Next, his entire body swelled. Small ruptures tearing through his skin, blood gushing forth like a blooming flower. Is this the true essence of combat? As Sun Wutian grappled with the overwhelming agony that threatened to shatter him, he began to grasp the reality of what it meant to fight. Boom! The explosions emanating from his body were relentless, his blood spraying forth, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling, while his form plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Thud! Sun Wutian crashed heavily into the ruins, struggling to rise. Yet, the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of standing. Blood streamed from his body, and the pain was so excruciating that tears welled in his eyes. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he reflected, "Is this how my father fought in this world? Did he not feel pain?" Hiss! Sun Wutian observed Android 17 and Android 18 approaching from the sky, and he forced himself to his feet, blood gushing from his wounds anew. His body swayed, and he nearly collapsed again, but he quickly adjusted, half crouching on the ground. "It truly hurts. Is this what it feels like to be on the brink of death? I truly cannot be a hero to as." Sun Wutian engaged in this internal monologue. He focused on regulating his energy. If there is a next time, no, there shouldn't be a next time. I never want to fight again. Whoosh! Sun Wutian harnessed his energy to cover the wounds, staunching the blood flow, and rose once more. The golden aura ignited around him, and the Super Saiyan Sun Wutian re-emerged. Android 17 remained grounded, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "What's this? Even in such a state, you wish to continue fighting? Do you truly believe you stand a chance of victory?" Sun Wutian wiped the blood from his face and suddenly burst into laughter. The ultimate warrior is indeed remarkable. To be mocked by a 5-year-old after losing a finger. Impressive, truly. I can only imagine the materials Dr. Gero must have used when creating you. Android 17's expression darkened, and without a word, he launched an attack against Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian deftly dodged to the side. Having experienced Android 17's might firsthand, he knew that direct confrontation would lead to certain defeat, regardless of what comes next, now that the battle is upon us. It must be finished. At that moment, Sun Wutian felt a surge of courage. Fear dissipated as he focused intently on Android 17's movements, dodging and seeking opportunities to counterattack. Yet, Sun Wutian was gravely injured, and his movements and awareness were inevitably affected. Within just a few breaths, he sustained 3 more strikes. It seems I truly cannot endure any longer. Sun Wutian felt as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration, pain and fatigue intertwined, tempting him to surrender. Yet, a voice deep within urged him to persist, to hold on just a little longer. The golden light narrowly evaded Android 17's punch, propelling him toward the rooftop of a nearby building. However, he lost his footing and fell. Sun Wutian couldn't help but reflect. Surely, I am not destined to be the first scion to perish from a fall. Swish! A brilliant white light streaked through the air, catching the golden figure of Sun Wutian and gently lowering him to the ground. Time rewound to the moment Sun Wutian leaped from the temple, as Sun Gohan slowly exited the room of spirit and time. His attention fixated on the golden figure piercing through the clouds. That golden silhouette vanished completely. Sun Gohan finally exhaled, speaking softly. "Mr. Popo, I am neither a competent brother nor a qualified warrior." Mr. Popo shook his head, opening his mouth yet refraining from further words. Though he had spent years in the temple, he remained acutely aware of the circumstances below and understood Sun Gohan's experiences, empathizing with the turmoil of guilt, regret, and helplessness that plagued him. However, it was precisely this understanding that rendered any attempts at consolation futile, as he too had endured similar feelings. Sun Gohan's gaze was laden with sorrow as he continued. "As an elder brother, I possessed the strength to defeat the androids, yet I sent my younger brother into danger first. I owe an apology to father, to mother, and most of all, to Wutian as a warrior defending Earth. I have failed to vanquish the androids, allowing humanity to suffer their relentless slaughter." Mr. Popo inquired. "Sun Wutian is still immature in various aspects. Isn't it too difficult for him to battle the androids? You, on the other hand, have the capability to defeat them. Why did you insist on sending him to fight?" Sun Gohan gazed into the distance, stating, "Wutian's talent surpasses mine. His current strength is on par with mine when I first entered the room of spirit and time. What he lacks is merely experience and courage, and those are lessons I cannot impart. He needs to fight on his own. Mr. Popo pressed further. Wouldn't it be better if you fought alongside him? Son Gohan's expression softened, memories flooding back as he replied. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. In the past, whenever danger approached, there was always someone to rescue me. Even when facing the vast power disparity between the Scion Nappa and the tyrant Frieza. My father and Uncle Piccolo stood protectively behind me. That I had always believed this would continue indefinitely. But then father died, succumbing to heart disease, and the androids emerged in his absence. Uncle Piccolo and Krillin also perished. Thus, I was left as the sole warrior, and in despair and sorrow, I transcended my limits and became a Super Saiyan. Yet even then, I could not defeat the androids. For years, I have pondered the reasons behind my inability to conquer the androids, as well as why Uncle Piccolo and the others crumbled so easily after Father's death. Gradually, I understood. I had grown accustomed to relying on others, on Father and Uncle Piccolo, so when they were gone, I was lost, unable to find the path to defeat the androids. That I even found myself looking to Wu Tian for guidance. Meanwhile, Uncle Piccolo and the others, though capable of fighting alone, had also become accustomed to having Father as their safety net. After the loss of their father, they found themselves utterly unprepared, leading to their demise. Goten resembles me in my childhood, yet he is even more lacking in confidence and courage. He possesses strength and talent, but lacks the bravery that can only be forged in the crucible of battle. Thus, I hope Goten will no longer depend on me, for I dread the day when I may perish. And he finds himself devoid of the will to resist. Mr. Popo nodded in agreement and remarked, but you are already capable of defeating the androids, aren't you? Gohan shook his head and replied, indeed, I can now vanquish the androids. But who knows if new androids will emerge tomorrow, or perhaps even more fearsome monsters. In such a case, I too may meet my end. The spark of hope must not be extinguished completely. Mr. Popo wholeheartedly agreed. Gohan then addressed Mr. Popo, saying, thank you for listening to my ramblings. That I must take my leave. Otherwise, Goten's battle will commence. With a swift motion, a brilliant white aura surged down from the temple. Heading towards West City. In West City, Gohan caught Goten's body and gently set him down, smiling with a sense of pride as he said, Goten, you have performed admirably. I truly did not expect you to engage the androids to such a degree. You must know that I have never inflicted any substantial harm on them myself. With a thunderous roar, Android 17 charged once more, and Gohan, cradling Goten in one arm, clenched his other fist and struck with a powerful blow. The golden aura ignited, illuminating the starry sky and earth. The self-proclaimed ultimate warrior, Android 17, did not even perceive Gohan's attack before being sent flying, crashing into the ruins. Gohan then placed Goten on the ground and retrieved a small bag from his pocket. Extracting a pale green bean, he pried Goten's mouth open, crushed the bean, and tossed it inside. Goten, still conscious, could surmise that the item in his mouth was the legendary Senzu bean, and he made an effort to swallow it. In the next moment, a pure surge of life energy washed over him, revitalizing him like never before. You've provoked my wrath today. A furious roar erupted as Android 17 ascended into the air. His face contorted with rage, coupled with swollen eyes, resembling a demonic fiend. Simultaneously, Android 18 stood before Gohan, her expression cold as she stated, it seems you have also changed. I can no longer afford to let you go. Gohan disregarded Android 18's words. Focusing instead on the alert Goten, he retrieved another Senzu bean from the bag and handed it to Goten, instructing, Goten, feed this bean to Trunks.as for the androids. Leave them to me. Goten nodded, taking the Senzu bean, while Gohan discarded the now empty bag and turned his gaze to Android 18. Seeing Goten fly towards the side, Android 18 attempted to block him with a swift motion. Gohan moved like lightning, appearing before Android 18 in an instant. He bent slightly and delivered a fierce punch, piercing through Android 18's body, crimson blood splattering everywhere as he solemnly declared, this punch is for Uncle Piccolo. In that moment, Gohan recalled the scene of Uncle Piccolo being toyed with by Android 18, suffering a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, Gohan withdrew his right hand, striking Android 18's head once more with his left fist. The explosion echoed, leaving only half of Android 18's once beautiful visage intact, blood splattering across Gohan's face. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he murmured, this punch is for Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Gohan envisioned the scene of Krillin's head being shattered by Android 18. Finally, he declared, "This last blow is for Uncle Vegeta." Taking a step back, Gohan placed his hands at his forehead, gathering radiant energy, and unleashed a beam of light that obliterated Android 18's beautiful form. At that moment, Gohan's mind conjured the image of Vegeta being overpowered, his arms broken, legs crushed, and ultimately submerged by the radiant beam. Although Uncle Vegeta was not a close friend, he had fought against the androids for the sake of Earth. So he deserved to be included. 18. In the blink of an eye, Android 18 had been taken down, and by the time Android 17 reacted, she had vanished under Gohan's brilliant flash. Die! 17 roared in fury, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Gohan. Meanwhile, Goten pried open Trunks' mouth, pushing the Senzu bean inside, and then manually closed Trunks' mouth with a firm pat. The Senzu bean quickly took effect, restoring Trunks' consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Goten's crab-like head and asked, "You must be Goten, right?" Goten nodded, replying, "I am Goten. It's a pleasure to meet you." Trunks seemed to recall something, urgency filling his voice as he said, "Goten, those two androids are searching for you and Gohan." Goten pointed into the distance, smiling as he said, "Brother's training is over. The androids will soon be a thing of the past." Trunks followed Goten's gaze, witnessing Gohan's magical flash engulfing Android 18's body. His eyes widening in awe, observing Gohan's effortless dispatching of Android 18. Goten felt a mix of surprise and admiration. He had anticipated that his brother could barely manage both androids simultaneously, yet he had grown remarkably strong. Goten had prepared himself for a battle with Android 17, but it now seemed unnecessary. He pondered how his brother's current strength compared to Super Vegeta. As Goten continued his thoughts, Android 17, filled with boundless rage, launched an attack on Gohan. Energy blasts rained down like a storm, and Gohan sidestepped, extending his hands forward to unleash a barrage of ki blasts in response. The clash of Gohan's ki blasts and Android 17's energy blasts created a cacophony of explosions that reverberated throughout West City, with countless dilapidated buildings collapsing into a wasteland. Perhaps recalling something, Gohan's golden aura surged, and his muscles swelled, amplifying the power of his ki blasts instantaneously, overpowering Android 17. Feeling the intense pressure, Android 17 was consumed by rage. However, despite his fury, Gohan's relentless ki blasts continued to advance towards him. Abandoning his energy blasts, Android 17 spread his arms wide, conjuring a green, circular energy shield to block Gohan's assault. "This is Tien's Kikaho." Gohan recognized Android 17's barrier and also ceased his ki blasts. He brought his hands together, then separated them, thumbs touching, forming a square with his fingers, aimed directly at the shielded Android 17. With a resounding boom, Gohan unleashed a square-shaped wall of ki, which rapidly expanded to several dozen meters in length, crashing against 17's energy shield and creating a web of cracks across its surface. With a thunderous roar, the first ki blast struck Android 17's barrier, and before the next could be launched, the second blast shattered the shield like glass, scattering fragments across the ground. Android 17's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "I am the ultimate warrior." In his moment of incredulity, Gohan transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards him. Bang! Where the lightning converged, a fist imbued with the hope to dispel darkness descended heavily, causing Android 17's abdomen to cave in, leaving an imprint the size of Gohan's fist. "Damn it! I am the ultimate warrior." As Android 17 staggered back, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a look of incredulity filled his fierce gaze. Gohan raised his right hand, gathering a brilliant white light at his fingertips. In the next moment, a piercing beam of pure white light surged through Android 17's body, and Gohan murmured softly, "This is Uncle Chao's Ding wave." At that moment, Gohan recalled Tin and Chaozu, who had fought valiantly yet to no avail, ridiculed and humiliated by Android 17, their eyes remaining wide open even in death. "You beast, I shall slay you." Android 17, gazing at his wounded form and haunted by memories of the brutally slain Android 18, lost all composure, roaring and howling as he launched an attack on Gohan. Golden flames enveloped Gohan, burning fiercely like an inferno. He showed no fear and met Android 17 head-on. The golden aura clashed relentlessly with Android 17, tearing the sky apart and shaking the earth. as if the entire West City were on the brink of collapse. Wolf Fong Fist. Ultimately, Android 17 could not withstand Gohan's power, retreating step by step, oblivious to how many abandoned buildings he had shattered in the process. Suddenly, Gohan shifted his stance, striking with the ferocity of a famished wolf, the golden flames transforming into a ravenous beast, roaring as it lunged at Android 17. With a crisp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. And it was uncertain how many of Android 17's bones had shattered before Gohan finally embedded him into a stone wall with a single punch. At that moment, Gohan's mind flashed back to the memory of Yamcha, whose neck was crushed by Android 17 and discarded into an explosion pit. Gohan stepped back a few paces, his hands forming a petal shape before him, then resting at his waist, as resplendent light ignited between his palms. Gohan declared at last, "This is the Kamehameha wave." The dazzling white light instantaneously illuminated the entirety of West City, as the vast Kamehameha surged forth with unstoppable momentum, crushing everything in its path towards Android 17. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated, echoing for miles, as the ground continued to tremble, and a blinding white flame engulfed Android 17, dispersing the dark clouds that had shrouded the world, revealing the azure starry sky above. Wow! How powerful! The intense wind whipped around, as Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan, stood before Trunks, feeling the searing energy flow through him, both astonished and exhilarated. The searing white light persisted for an indeterminate duration before gradually dissipating. Gohan gazed at the ashes of the stone wall, exhaling deeply as he lifted his head to the sky, the golden aura fading away. A relieved smile graced his lips. "Father, Uncle Piccolo, did you see that? We have triumphed." As if sensing Gohan's heartfelt sentiment, the clear night sky suddenly began to rain. Trunks looked around and discovered that the androids had finally vanished. Overwhelmed with joy, he dashed towards Gohan, throwing himself into his embrace, tears welling in his eyes, exclaiming, "Gohan, we finally won." Gohan looked down, gently stroking Trunks' head, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, we have finally won. The world has returned to peace." Unlike Gohan and Trunks, Goten, though equally excited, could not fully comprehend the emotions shared between them. Having only battled the androids twice, he approached Gohan and Trunks, smiling. "Yes, the demons have been vanquished. Now we must step into a new era." Gohan tilted his head slightly, glancing at Goten, the first hint of a relaxed smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Goten gave his brother a thumbs up, and Gohan, taken aback, reciprocated with a similar gesture. At that moment, a figure clad in military attire emerged. Traversing several rocky outcrops, she regarded Gohan and the others with curiosity, asking, "Who are you? Are you unaware that the androids are in West City? How dare you wander about at this hour?" Goten and the others turned to look at the woman in the gray military uniform. Noting her slender figure, approximately 1.60 meters in height, she wore a blue helmet from which two black ponytails cascaded, and her face appeared dusted with grime, giving her a slightly tanned complexion, complemented by delicately arched brows and lively eyes beneath them. Upon seeing the female soldier, Goten's eyes lit up as he mused, "Isn't that Biddy Lee? What a coincidence." Trunks then spoke, "The androids have been defeated by Gohan. This world is at peace." "Really?" Biddy Lee seemed incredulous, glancing back at Gohan before a realization struck her. Pointing at Gohan, she exclaimed, "You are the legendary Golden Warrior who has been battling the androids." Gohan did not respond directly, merely smiling as he said, "You are from the Resistance, correct? Please inform everyone that the androids have been exterminated, and this world is at peace." Biddy Lee nodded and looked back at Gohan, stating, "I understand. You are the Gohan they speak of, the one who has saved us so many times." Gohan shook his head gently, replying, "I apologize. It is my inadequacy that has caused you all to suffer these years." Biddy Lee shook her head in return, asserting, "No, it is precisely because you have fought on the front lines that our defense forces found the courage to resist the androids. Without you, our army would have surely been annihilated by humanity long ago." Gohan replied, "Well then, that will be all. Please notify everyone. As I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." "Wait," Biddy Lee suddenly called out, "since you defeated those two demons, you are a hero to humanity. Surely, the people you saved should meet their hero." Gohan shook his head, smiling as he said, "There is no need for that. I have never considered myself a hero, that I am merely an ordinary warrior who fought against the androids. Farewell." As he spoke, Gohan exchanged a glance with Goten and Trunks before soaring into the sky. Trunks followed closely, while Goten cast one last look at Biddy Lee before also ascending. Watching the three figures ascend into the heavens, Biddy Lee's eyes brightened, her doubts dissipating as she thought, "It truly is him, the Golden Warrior who has saved us time and again. Gohan, I will remember you always." With that thought, she carefully surveyed her surroundings before turning to return to her team's concealed position. A tall soldier hiding behind a building was the first to spot Biddy Lee, whispering urgently, "Captain, what is happening over there? Were the androids not wreaking havoc in the city just now?" Biddy Lee strode purposefully towards them, exhaling slowly as she proclaimed, "Everyone need not fear any longer. Those two androids who were destroying the city have been defeated. We no longer need to live in dread." "What? No way." The squad members were taken aback, for they had faced the androids in battle before and were acutely aware of their terrifying prowess. Though they were still engaged in combat, they had always believed the androids to be invincible. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Biddy Lee reiterated, "You heard correctly. The androids have indeed been defeated, and the one who vanquished them is the Golden Warrior who has saved us countless times." The Golden Warrior. If it were indeed the Golden Warrior, then it must be true. But, hearing that the androids had been defeated by the Golden Warrior, the soldiers began to believe, recalling their encounters with him in battle. Recognizing his ability to soar through the skies and shake the very heavens, surely, only someone of such extraordinary caliber could defeat the androids, in contrast to the disbelief of the team members. The vice captain pondered for a moment before asking, "So, Captain, you have seen the Golden Warrior with your own eyes?" Biddy Lee nodded, replying, "I have seen him. He was the one who informed me that the androids had been defeated." The vice captain stroked his chin thoughtfully, then queried, "So you did not witness the androids being destroyed with your own eyes?" Biddy Lee met his gaze and affirmed, "No, but the words of the Golden Warrior should not be mistaken. I observed the surrounding scene, which bore the marks of a fierce battle, and you all heard the commotion just now, did you not?" The vice captain's expression was grave as he spoke. "It is not that I doubt you. Rather, the annihilation of the androids is no trifling matter. To announce this to all of humanity without thorough investigation is unacceptable." Naturally, Biddy Lee understood this reasoning. If the military were to declare that the androids had been eradicated, only for them to reappear the very next day, the consequences would be incalculable. Yet, Biddy Lee found herself at a loss. She had neither inquired about the remnants of the androids nor uncovered any substantial proof amid the ruins. Making it ill-advised to make a direct announcement, the vice captain then inquired, "Captain, do you know the identity of that Golden Warrior? Perhaps we could seek him out for answers." Biddy Lee shook her head and replied, "I only heard others refer to him as Wufanji. I didn't have the chance to ask him further before he flew away." The vice captain muttered Wufan twice, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, one of the team members exclaimed, "Could it be Sun Wufan?" The vice captain paused, a spark igniting in his eyes. It must be Sun Wufan. If it is indeed him, then there is a genuine possibility. Biddy Lee, taken aback, asked, "Who is this elder Sun Wufan?" The vice captain explained, "Captain, you may not have heard the tale of Sun Wufan due to your youth. However, we grew up listening to the stories of the venerable Wufan. He was a disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wutian, and was well-versed in various martial arts schools. It is said that he surpassed human limits over 80 years ago, achieving an unfathomable level of power. If he were alive today, defeating the androids would indeed be feasible." Biddy Lee shook her head, responding, "That cannot be the same person. The Wufan I encountered appeared to be a youth of around 20, clad in an orange martial arts uniform." The vice captain was taken aback, saying, "An orange martial arts uniform? That must belong to the Turtle School, but how could a young man be involved? If the venerable Wufan were alive today, he would be over 100 years old." Biddy Lee suggested, "Since we cannot ascertain the details for now, let us return and report this matter while we await further investigation. I am confident that as long as Wufan remains on Earth, we will eventually locate him." The team members affirmed with a resounding yes. Without delving into how Biddy Lee and her team would report or search for the Golden Warrior, Wufan and his companions performed a turn in the sky and then descended into the concealed chamber beneath Capsule Corporation. Upon entering, Sun Wutian and the others spotted Bulma waiting at the entrance. Bulma first glanced at Trunks, confirming he was unharmed, then turned to Wu Tian and Wu Fan, saying, Wu Fan has come too. You must be Wu Tian. You bear a striking resemblance. For a fleeting moment, Bulma's gaze seemed to drift, as if she were transported back to the days spent searching for Dragon Balls with a youthful companion. Sun Wutian respectfully bowed, stating, Hello, Aunt Bulma. My name is Sun Wutian. Bulma snapped back to reality, smiling. What a polite young man. Seeing you is akin to seeing the Goku of your. Sun Wutian scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Bulma invited them to sit and then inquired of Wu Fan, By your appearance, it seems the androids have been defeated. Sun Wufan nodded, replying, The androids have been vanquished. We need no longer live in fear. Bulma pressed, But how exactly were they defeated? I recall that during your last battle with the androids, you were far from being their equal. Sun Wufan glanced at Wu Tian, explaining, It was Father and Wu Tian. Father conveyed a dream to Wu Tian, revealing that there was a way to defeat the androids at the temple. So Wu Tian and I went to train there. Bulma's eyes flickered with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Sun Wufan affirmed. At the temple, there exists a place where one day on Earth equates to a year there. Bulma instantly understood. Although she was not well versed in martial arts, she recognized Wufan's exceptional talent. His inability to defeat the androids stemmed from his gentle nature, compelling him to fight to the death rather than risk prolonged training at the expense of many lives. Bulma sighed, Old son. If he could send dreams, why not come in person? Sun Wutian speculated. Perhaps Father has his reasons. Perhaps, Bulma echoed, adding, In that case, it's fortunate. We need not continue creating time machines. Our next step is to find a way to resurrect Goku and the others. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian grew anxious. What do you mean by not creating a time machine? Are you not aware of the magnitude of the consequences? The main world of Dragon Ball could vanish. And if Black Goku or Baby were to appear, it could lead to our annihilation. As Sun Wutian pondered how to persuade Bulma, Sun Wufan suddenly interjected, If possible, I still hope you, Aunt Bulma, can create a time machine. Although everything seems to be arranged perfectly, I cannot bear the thought of others in another world enduring the same hellish suffering. Bulma nodded, responding, Since you put it that way, let's give it another try. After all, the androids have been eradicated, so I need not undertake this research alone. Sun Wufan acknowledged, Then I must trouble you, Aunt Bulma. Bulma inquired, By the way, Wufan, now that the world has returned to peace, what are your plans? Sun Wufan replied, I wish to locate the new Namek and resurrect those who perished due to the androids. Bulma responded, I'm afraid I do not know the location of the new Namek either. Sun Wufan conceded, That is unfortunate. I will visit the temple again shortly. Mr. Popo may have knowledge on the matter. If I still cannot find it, then I shall have to let it go. Bulma continued. And what else do you intend to do? Sun Wufan declared, I wish to open a martial arts school. Trunks' eyes lit up. Bulma nodded, saying, Opening your own martial arts school is indeed a commendable choice. However, I recall you once mentioned wanting to become a scholar. Sun Wufan shook his head, stating, I did think about returning to academia if I emerged victorious. However, through these years of battle, I have come to realize that an individual's strength is ultimately limited. And the world one protects can never be entirely stable. Even someone as powerful as Father will eventually pass away. Hence, I must consider the future. I hope to establish a martial arts school to guide everyone in their training, allowing all on Earth to become as mighty as dragons. After Wufan finished speaking, Bulma remained silent, while Trunks leaped from his seat, excitedly exclaiming, As expected of Wufan Ji, what a brilliant idea. I am eager to work alongside you. Bulma glanced at Trunks and then at Wufan, finally saying, It seems you have taken on quite the burden. You truly resemble a genuine savior, unlike your rather aimless father. When Bulma mentioned Goku, her eyes seemed dimmed for a moment. After a pause, she added, If you truly wish to open a martial arts school, I can arrange for Capsule Corporation to provide financial and technical support. Sun Wufan nodded, expressing, Thank you. Bulma smiled, Don't be too quick to thank me. I have a request. Bring Trunks along. Trunks looked at his mother with surprise. He had always known her to disapprove of his martial arts training and battles against the androids. How had she become so open-minded? Sun Wufan shared his confusion, for he had trained Trunks privately, as Bulma had been reluctant to allow him to engage in combat. Bulma seemed to sense their doubts, smiling as she explained, I previously didn't want Trunks to fight due to the extreme danger posed by the androids, especially since he was still young and the risks were too great. Now that the androids have been defeated and you wish to open a martial arts school, it would be better for him to train with you. After all, I cannot deny that, as a scion, he is destined to fight, and he has been training with you for quite some time. Trunks felt a stirring in his heart and looked at Bulma. Saying Mom, Sun Wukong nodded, affirming, Trunks possesses remarkable talent and an incredibly resilient spirit. If he trains, he will undoubtedly become an outstanding martial artist. Trunks gazed at Goten and remarked, my talents are rather ordinary, to be honest. Even now, I am unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, while Goten, who is a year my junior, has already achieved that feat. Bulma appeared somewhat surprised. Goten chuckled and replied, perhaps it's because when I was born, Dad was already a Super Saiyan that I benefited from his legacy, though my innate abilities may not necessarily surpass Trunks. Moreover, I am still far from being as strong as Trunks. Trunks, scratching his head, said, not at all. I can't even manage to withstand a single attack from the androids. Yet, Goten, it seems you've battled the androids for quite an extended period. Bulma, observing the mutual humility between the two, couldn't help but smile. You two needn't be so modest. Although the androids have been vanquished, the cities must be rebuilt, the companies restored, and many fallen humans revived. It's time for us to get busy. All right, Gohan stood up and declared, I will go to the temple to seek the coordinates of the new Namek. Goten also rose, saying, I'll accompany you. Big brother, Trunks, standing as well, added, I will join you, Gohan. However, Bulma laughed and said, for searching the Namek coordinates. Those two brothers are sufficient. You stay here and assist your mother with some tasks. Trunks, with no choice, nodded in agreement. Gohan gently patted Trunks on the head and said with a smile, Trunks, even if we find the coordinates, we will need to borrow a spaceship from Capsule Corporation. You can wait here for a while. Then, Gohan and Goten departed from Bulma's home. Suddenly, Bulma remarked, there is something about Goten that seems inconsistent with his age. And he appears to know a great deal more than we do. Trunks was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Bulma shook her head and continued, but I can tell that this child has a kind heart. Trunks inquired, Mom, can you discern so much in such a short time? Without answering, Bulma stood up and said, we too must get to work. Whether it's traveling to New Namek, restructuring Capsule Corporation, or aiding Gohan in opening a martial arts school. Preparations are necessary. As Trunks followed his mother's lead, a line of large characters suddenly appeared in his mind. Year 731 of the age, May 13th. You have narrowly escaped death, gaining 2 fate points. Fate points can be used for life simulation. Each point can extend simulated time by 1 year. Current fate points. 2. Trunks felt a surge of confusion and quickly took a couple of steps towards his mother. Asking, Mom, have you ever heard of something like a life simulator? Bulma shook her head and casually asked, what is that? Trunks pondered for a moment and replied, it seems to be something that can read your own data and the world's data. Simulating a person's future life. Bulma chuckled at this, saying, how could such a thing possibly exist? But I feel as if there truly is something like that in my mind. Trunks insisted. Bulma halted, turning around in surprise. Above them, 2 brilliant white streaks shot towards the sky, which were Gohan and Goten heading to the temple. Gohan contemplated for a long time before finally speaking. I'm sorry, Goten, I had already emerged when the androids attacked West City. Yet, I still chose to let you fight alone. I am not a qualified brother. If you have grievances, I have no words to defend myself. Goten turned slightly, astonished as he regarded Gohan, thinking, I never expected you, Gohan, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to harbor such thoughts. Is this outrageousness something Uncle Piccolo is aware of? Initially, Goten felt a bit of resentment. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had not lost much in this battle. In fact, he had gained a lot. At the very least, he had begun to possess the courage to fight. As for his safety during the confrontation with the androids, it seemed assured, as Gohan might have been watching from the sidelines all along. Seeing Goten's silence, Gohan felt a pang of melancholy. At last, Goten spoke. What is the problem? It was I who insisted on going to battle. Yet, I lacked the courage to fight and needed my brother to push me into action. I should be the one apologizing to you, shouldn't I? After all, I know you are not a person who enjoys lying, but you would rather deceive for my sake. Upon hearing Goten's words, Gohan felt a warm sensation in his heart, gazing at Goten with tenderness. Goten, feeling a shiver under Gohan's gaze, sighed and said, I actually understand I am not fit to be a warrior, let alone compare myself to you. Even Trunks far surpasses me. I lack perseverance during training, always seeking to take shortcuts, and hesitate before battles. I suppose having a brother like me must be quite a headache for you. Gohan looked at Goten and suddenly smiled brightly. Goten, don't belittle yourself. You claim to lack perseverance in training, yet you have persistently endured through pain and difficulty. You say you are fearful when facing powerful foes, but you still manage to overcome your fears against the androids, bravely striking back and utilizing your intelligence to gain the upper hand. All of this demonstrates your commendable qualities. Besides, humans are inherently flawed. It's not the flaws that matter, but the awareness of them and the effort to overcome them. Goten, I believe you will become an exceptional martial artist. Martial artist, Goten repeated, contemplating. If I can't even be a soldier, can I truly become an outstanding martial artist? We've arrived, Goten pondered. He noticed the temple above. Gohan transformed into a streak of light and shot upward. With Goten closely following, they landed at the temple. They were greeted by the exuberant Mr. Popo, who deeply bowed to Gohan and Goten, expressing, I truly thank you for saving humanity and this planet. Gohan shook his head, saying, Mr. Popo, you flatter us. We are merely doing what we can as Earthlings. Mr. Popo nodded, his eyes filled with tranquility, and inquired, do you have any specific business here? Gohan replied, although the android threat has been resolved, many lives were lost due to them. Therefore, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of the Namekians. Mr. Popo, do you know the location of the new Namek? Mr. Popo shook his head, stating, the Namekians left without providing any coordinates. Gohan frowned. That poses a problem. Goten contemplated and asked, is there someone who governs a quarter of the universe and possesses the authority to locate Namek? Mr. Popo thought for a moment and replied, if it's King Kai, then he should have the ability to find the new Namek. Gohan glanced at Goten and asked, so, how can we reach King Kai? Mr. Popo answered, only the Earth's deity has a way to contact King Kai. I have no means to do so here. Undeterred, Gohan pressed on. Do you have the location of King Kai? Mr. Popo shook his head again, stating, King Kai resides at the crossroads of life and death, at the edge of the universe, at the end of the Yellow Springs. The simplest way to find him is to enter the underworld and undergo the trials of Snake Way. Gohan felt a headache coming on. But living people cannot enter the underworld, Mr. Popo replied. The former deity had that capability. Feeling overwhelmed, Goten continued to suggest, is there someone who is adept at sorcery and divination, often dealing with life and death, who can bring people from the earthly realm to the underworld? Mr. Popo cast a curious glance at Goten and said, are you referring to the fortune teller Baba? Gohan looked at Goten in surprise, while Goten, feeling a bit guilty, said, I'm not sure if it's the fortune teller Baba, but I just think the earth is vast, and there must be some individuals with special abilities. Mr. Popo affirmed, the fortune teller Baba may indeed be the person you are describing. She possesses the power to traverse the realms of the living and the dead, thus frequently engaging with the deceased. He possesses the ability to summon them back to the realm of the living. Sun Wutian remarked, that must be her, but how can we possibly contact her? Mr. Bobo cast his gaze towards the lower realm, and after a moment, he replied, she used to reside in an oasis within the desert, but ever since the appearance of the androids, she has departed. I'm afraid I, too, do not know where the fortune teller has gone. Son Gohan expressed his disappointment, saying, this complicates matters. Mr. Bobo continued, however, you might inquire with Master Wutian. I recall he is the fortune teller's brother and should have her contact information. Son Gohan was somewhat taken aback. The turtle sage is actually the brother of the fortune teller? Mr. Bobo merely nodded and said, I hope you succeed in resurrecting those who perished due to the androids. Son Gohan solemnly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two brothers bid farewell to Mr. Bobo and leaped down from the temple. Two streaks of light dashed across the sky, heading towards the southeastern islands. Along the way, Son Gohan widened his eyes and kept his gaze fixed on Wutian. After some time, he finally said, Wutian, it seems you knew about Lord Kai and the fortune teller from the very beginning. Son Wutian asked, brother, how did you deduce that? Son Gohan replied, your earlier statement was rather pointed. However, I find it puzzling. You should be unaware of the relationship between the fortune teller and Lord Kai. Son Wutian felt a twinge of regret for his earlier insinuation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such matters could not be concealed indefinitely, and it would be better to clarify directly. After all, He had been Sun Wutian since the moment of his birth, and he was not usurping anyone's identity. Moreover, his brother and mother were indeed his true kin, and he harbored no desire to hide anything, trusting that his brother would believe him. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wutian finally spoke. You may find this hard to believe, brother, but I seem to possess some other memories since my birth. Sun Gohan looked momentarily stunned. Other memories? Sun Wutian nodded, flying towards the haunted house on the southeastern island as he spoke. It feels as if I have always understood many aspects of this world. I know about Father and your past, and even foresee the future of this world, though initially, I found it hard to accept. Sun Gohan nodded and said, I recall when you were just 1 or 2 years old, Mother mentioned you did not resemble a child of that age at all if you had those memories from birth. It would certainly explain that. Sun Wutian was somewhat taken aback, pondering. I have concealed this so well, yet Mother noticed. Isn't it said that in Dragon Ball, everyone thinks with their muscles? Sun Gohan then inquired. You mentioned you can foresee the future of this world, so was I destined to die? Sun Wutian refrained from delving into those matters, simply stating, it's not about life or death. Memories are static. While reality is ever changing as long as we are alive, we should engage in the pursuits of the living. Sun Gohan observed his brother's mature demeanor and suddenly chuckled, saying, it seems I've been schooled by you. Well then, Wutian, let us stride together into the future. Sun Wutian nodded, feeling grateful for his brother's trust. Sun Gohan felt elated as well, although he found it peculiar that his brother harbored other memories since birth. The fact that he was willing to share them indicated a bond of trust. In just a few short minutes, the brothers arrived above the turtle house. However, without even landing, they could see that the turtle house appeared desolate, as if no one had resided there for quite some time. Sun Gohan sighed, saying, it seems even the turtle sage has gone into hiding. This truly complicates things. Sun Wutian suggested, brother, why not try sensing Master Wutian's energy? Sun Gohan gazed into the distance and replied, I'm already attempting that, but the old man must have concealed his energy. No matter what I do, it's exceedingly difficult to locate him. Sun Wutian felt a headache coming on, uncertain of what to do next. Sun Gohan landed beside the turtle house and said, if we truly cannot find him, we may have to summon him. Sun Wutian, puzzled, asked, summon him? Here goes, Sun Gohan exclaimed, his body vibrating as an immense force erupted from him, instantly altering the surrounding atmospheric currents, sending concentric waves radiating outward from his core. After about a minute, Sun Gohan finally ceased, taking a seat on a stone bench outside the turtle house. Sun Wutian sat beside him and inquired, brother, will this cause Master Wutian to come? Sun Gohan nodded, saying, the old man recognizes my energy and should be able to infer the meaning of my earlier display. If he is alive, he will surely come. Thus, the brothers continued to wait. Approximately an hour later, the waves parted, revealing an elderly man standing atop the water, gliding towards the turtle house. Sun Gohan rose, his face lighting up with joy as he waved vigorously at the approaching elder. Sun Wutian also stood up, scrutinizing the legendary martial arts master. What came into view was a diminutive figure with a familiar bald head, a lengthy white beard, and donning a pair of iconic sunglasses. Exuding the air of a martial arts master, his attire consisted of a pink shirt, grayish-white shorts, and flip-flops. Well, I take back my previous remark. The turtle sage is indeed true to his flamboyant nature. Sun Gohan reached the shore and called out, Grandpa. The turtle sage leaped from the waves, landing beside Gohan. He glanced at Gohan and inquired, Gohan, I heard you've been battling the androids. What brings you here? Did you manage to defeat them? Sun Gohan nodded and replied, the androids are now a thing of the past. Earth is temporarily safe. The turtle sage scrutinized Gohan intently, about to speak when he noticed Wutian behind him, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This child, Sun Wutian respectfully bowed to the turtle sage, saying, Greetings, Master Wutian. I am Sun Wutian. Sun Gohan then explained, this is my brother. It's his first time meeting you. Grandpa, the turtle sage studied Wutian for a moment before saying, he truly resembles your father. Were it not for those eyes, I might have mistaken him. The turtle sage seemed lost in reminiscence as the giant turtle lumbered ashore. Commenting, Gohan, you've truly accomplished something remarkable, defeating such formidable foes. After a pause, the turtle sage finally spoke. Gohan's talent has always been high. With proper guidance, he could have defeated the androids long ago. By the way, you didn't come here just to introduce Wu Tian to me or to inform me of the android's defeat, did you? Son Gohan proceeded to share his desire to use the Dragon Balls, as well as his conversation with Mr. Bobo in the temple. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage responded, "So you wish to enlist my sister's assistance, huh? No problem. I indeed possess a means to contact her. Please wait a moment." With that, the turtle sage leaned on his familiar staff and rummaged through the turtle house. The turtle glanced at Son Gohan and then at Son Wu Tian, saying, "Who came up with your names? One is named after your father's grandfather, and the other shares a name with Master Wu Tian himself." Son Gohan and Son Wu Tian exchanged awkward glances, feeling a touch embarrassed. The three of them shared a moment of silence until the turtle sage emerged from the house, cradling a large white crystal ball, stating, "This is the crystal ball. No matter where my sister is, we can reach her." Son Gohan replied, "Thank you for your help, Grandpa." The turtle sage placed the crystal ball on the ground, circled it twice, and began to chant incantations, resembling a fortune teller. If anyone were nearby, they might hear him murmuring, "Sister, business is here. Fortune teller, someone seeks you." After an indeterminate amount of time, the crystal ball finally illuminated, floating in midair, revealing an image of a witch clad in black clothing. "Oh, Wu Tian, you're still alive." Upon the arrival of the witch, or rather the fortune teller, she greeted Master Roshi warmly upon seeing him. Master Roshi responded, "As the elder, it is only fitting that I have been awaiting your presence." Son Goten and Son Gohan stood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it customary for you siblings to greet each other in such a manner?" The fortune teller then remarked, "Oh, my foolish brother, what brings you to me this time? Let me make it clear, it is impossible for you to take Sun Wukong back to Earth to eliminate the androids. Otherwise, I might as well ascend to the heavens sooner." Master Roshi replied, "I am well aware of that. While it is acceptable for the deceased to visit, undertaking world-altering endeavors comes with great consequences. I am not the one seeking you. Rather, it is primarily Sun Wukong's two sons who seek your assistance." The fortune teller's gaze swept over Son Gohan and Son Goten, inquiring, "What business do you two have?" Son Gohan said, "Greetings, dear lady. I am Son Gohan, and I would like to inquire if it is possible to bring the living to the underworld." The fortune teller looked at him with a hint of curiosity and replied, "Isn't it quite simple for the living to go to the underworld? Just engage in a battle with the androids, and I assure you, you'll reach the underworld by nightfall." Son Goten felt somewhat awkward, realizing the fortune teller's conversational prowess. Son Gohan, however, remained composed, stating, "I have already defeated the androids that we now seek to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect some individuals." The fortune teller appeared taken aback by Son Gohan's words, staring at him incredulously. "You defeated the androids, young man. Surely you are not boasting." Son Gohan asserted, "It is the truth that if you do not believe me, you may verify in the underworld. Additionally, we wish to meet with Lord Kai. Could you possibly escort us to the underworld?" The fortune teller remarked, "The androids were indeed defeated? That is quite the news. I shall go to King Yen for a judgment shortly. By the way, you mentioned wanting to visit Lord Kai, correct?" Son Gohan nodded, saying, "Only Lord Kai can assist us." Master Roshi interjected, "In truth, her strongest asset lies in her divination abilities. Perhaps you could rely on her powers to locate the new Namek." Son Gohan and Son Goten turned their attention to the fortune teller, who replied, "The location of the new Namek is far too distant. My abilities are insufficient for precise navigation." Son Gohan said, "In that case, may I request you to take us to the underworld?" The fortune teller responded, "I can do that, but taking living beings to the underworld is against the rules and will require compensation." Master Roshi shook his head, muttering, "Indeed, what a troublesome old woman." The fortune teller shot him a glare, retorting, "You are the one who should feel shame. You old turtle. You bring disgrace to our family, and if you dare to speak back again, I shall have King Yin cast you into hell." Master Roshi chuckled softly and fell silent. Son Gohan, feeling somewhat distressed, asked, "We likely do not have many zenny left at home. What is the fee you require, dear lady?" The fortune teller raised a finger, stating, 100 million zenny should suffice. I shall take a loss." Son Gohan was instantly overwhelmed, thinking that his family had been living off their dwindling resources, struggling to gather even 1 million, let alone 100 million. Master Roshi seemed to sense the fortune teller's predicament and said, "Old woman, do not make things difficult for the two children. After all, Do you not have a way to offer your services for free? The fortune teller glared at him, saying, they have defeated the androids. And where can I find 5 martial artists capable of that? Master Rashi replied with a smile. Surely you know some. The fortune teller suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, what a splendid idea. Watching 5 high-caliber martial arts competitions is indeed an excellent proposition. Son Goten observed the exchange between the two siblings, feeling perplexed about their thoughts. The fortune teller added, you two wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly if you can defeat the 5 martial artists I find. I will take you to the underworld. Son Gohan nodded, saying, then I shall rely on you, dear lady. With a hum, the image on the crystal ball vanished, and it seemed to lose its essence, crashing to the ground. Master Rashi glanced at Son Gohan, and then at Son Goten, advising, you two should adjust your states to their peak. The opponents this time are not ordinary. Son Gohan nodded, settling down to meditate, while Son Goten floated in the air, attempting to unify his spirit as taught by Mr. Popo. Master Rashi acknowledged their efforts with a nod before tossing the crystal ball onto the turtle's back and instructing, return the crystal ball to the house, and inform Launch and the others about the android situation. The turtle grumbled, you lazy immortal. However, Master Rashi paid him no heed and entered the turtle house. In the underworld, the fortune teller arrived at King Kai's planet via the crystal ball and immediately spotted Lord Kai seated in a rocking chair, accompanied by a languid gorilla and a grasshopper. Not far from them, a man in a white shirt was carefully tending to flowers. Further away, a noseless bald man radiated a crimson glow, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Even further, a green-skinned creature and a 3-eyed being floated in midair, their bodies surrounded by an aura of power. The fortune teller approached Lord Kai and bowed, saying, Lord Kai, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lord Kai opened his eyes, glancing at the fortune teller, and remarked, ah, fortune teller, what brings you to my realm? Suddenly, he leaned closer, grinning, you haven't come to share another of your special jokes, have you? The fortune teller felt a flush of embarrassment, thinking, is it truly appropriate for the esteemed Lord Kai to act in such a manner? At that moment, the man tending to the flowers approached and greeted, hello, dear lady, it has been quite a while. The fortune teller merely nodded in acknowledgement. She then addressed Lord Kai, saying, Lord Kai, I have a matter in the living world that requires a few of your skilled warriors. Upon hearing this, Lord Kai appeared somewhat disappointed, saying, oh, you aren't here to share jokes? What a pity. I thought you had great potential last time I saw you. The fortune teller replied, indeed, I wish to borrow a few warriors from you. If possible, Lord Kai said. If it concerns eliminating androids, you needn't mention it. You are aware that the inhabitants of the underworld cannot interfere with the affairs of the living. The consequences would be severe. The fortune teller chuckled and replied, that is not the case. The androids have already been defeated. However, Sun Wukong's 2 children seek my assistance, and they are unable to pay. Therefore, my condition is that they must defeat the 5 warriors I summon. Lord Kai nodded, saying, if the androids have indeed been vanquished, then there is no issue. Suddenly, Lord Kai gasped in realization, exclaiming, the androids have been defeated. His shout startled the 3 individuals meditating nearby. The man tending to the flowers wore an expression of shock. Stammering, you must be joking. How could such beings possibly be defeated? The green-skinned creature inquired, who defeated the androids. It couldn't possibly be Wukong who ventured to Earth, could it? The fortune teller shook her head, replying, no, it was Sun Wukong's son, the one named Son Gohan. Upon hearing this name, the green-skinned creature's eyes glimmered with a sense of elder pride. Gohan, has he truly grown? The 3-eyed being exclaimed. Even Wukong's offspring has surpassed me? The noseless bald man added, that child, Gohan. At this moment, an arc of electricity flickered on Lord Kai's forehead, resembling an antenna, as he declared, the androids have indeed been defeated. Remarkable. I had thought we would have to wait until Wukong obtained permission to traverse between the realms. The fortune teller then asked, so, Lord Kai, may I borrow a few skilled warriors from you? Lord Kai replied, it is not impossible, but as a deity, I adhere to principles in order to borrow martial artists. You must first amuse me. The fortune teller appeared to anticipate this, confidently stating, I advise everyone against staying up late. Truly, I know of one Master Rashi who, due to staying up all night, found himself quite exhausted. The Lord of the Realm fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. clutching his belly and exclaiming, "How amusing! Indeed, diviner Granny, you possess a remarkable talent." The onlookers exchanged glances, acknowledging the brilliance of the Lord of the Realm. Diviner Granny then inquired, "Lord of the Realm, may I take 5 skilled fighters with me?" Still chuckling, the Lord merely waved his hand in acquiescence. Diviner Granny continued, "Are there any among you willing to accompany me back to Earth? Just to clarify, it will involve sparring with son Gohan and his companions." Piccolo spoke up, "I shall go. I am eager to witness Gohan's progress." Krillin added, "Count me in." Tien Shinhan remarked, "As a warrior, one must continually strive for greater heights. Though son Gohan is formidable, I shall not lose my resolve to advance. I will join as well." Yamcha chimed in, "Though my strength may be negligible, I would like to go, as I still harbor some concerns for Pure." Diviner Granny counted the numbers and noted, "That makes 4. What of Sun Wukong?" The green-skinned creature interjected. "The southern galaxy seems to be suffering severe devastation, and the Lord of the Realm has tasked Wukong with investigating the matter. It appears he will not be returning anytime soon." Diviner Granny paused. "Wasn't it stated that those from the netherworld cannot interfere in the affairs of the living?" Seemingly reading her thoughts, Piccolo replied, "The rule regarding netherworld denizens is relative, when threats to the galaxy and universe arise. The Lord of the Realm holds the authority to mobilize any force necessary." Diviner Granny nodded, stating, "If Sun Wukong is absent, we must seek others." An hour later, with a resounding crack, the space shimmered like the surface of water, sending ripples throughout. Suddenly, 6 figures emerged from the undulating waves. Son Gohan and Son Goten simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing at the 6 silhouettes. At the forefront was Diviner Granny, floating atop a crystal ball. Behind her stood 5 figures. The first on the left was a bald man with 3 eyes, his muscular frame exuding strength. On the far right was a scarred man clad in an orange martial arts gi, his curly black hair framing a confident, assertive visage. The second figure on the left was a short, bald man, also in an orange gi, notable for his lack of a nose. The second figure on the right was a green-skinned creature dressed in a purple martial arts uniform. Draped in a white cloak, his forehead adorned with a white stripe, his complexion oddly green with apparent irritation. In the middle stood a tall figure, similar in height to Gohan, wearing a blue long-sleeved gi and orange trousers, adorned with a headscarf reminiscent of Indian attire. Upon seeing the 5 individuals, Son Goten could not help but exclaim, "Wow." Meanwhile, Son Gohan, overwhelmed with excitement, called out, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha." Noticing Gohan's enthusiastic greeting, the others turned to him, smiling warmly. Piccolo, the green-skinned creature addressed by Gohan, broke into a rare smile. "Gohan, I heard you defeated the androids. Well done." Krillin beamed at Gohan, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe it. Gohan, you have grown so much." Tien Shinhan managed to smile, saying, "Gohan, you are truly impressive. Thank you for saving this world." Yamcha gave Gohan a thumbs up. "No doubt. You are indeed Goku's son." Diviner Granny interjected, "There will be time for reminiscing later. You shall spend a day in the living realm. But first, you must engage in battle on my behalf." Tien nodded. "That is precisely why I am here. I am eager to witness Gohan's current prowess." Gohan playfully patted Goten's shoulder and nudged him forward, stating, "My own strength is nothing to behold. But if possible, Uncle Tien, please instruct my younger brother well." Only then did Tien and the others notice Son Goten hiding behind Gohan, their expressions turning to astonishment. "This child is also Goku's son?" Krillin chuckled. "He looks just like Goku. It must be true." Piccolo regarded Gohan. "I remember when I first saw him. He was just a newborn, and now look how much he has grown." Yamcha chuckled. "Indeed, seeing this boy brings back memories of those adventurous days with Goku." Though Goten felt a twinge of anxiety as he was pushed forward by Gohan, he clasped his hands together in greeting as his mother taught him, saying, "Hello, uncles. I am Son Goten." Tien smiled warmly. "Hello, I am Tien Shinhan, a friend of your father's." Piccolo maintained his aloof demeanor, stating, "I am Piccolo, once your father's rival." Krillin introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Krillin, a former battle companion of your father." Yamcha, with a gentle smile, added, "Hello, I am Yamcha. I too am a companion of your father, so I suppose I am something of a senior to you." Son Goten then turned his gaze towards the figure in the blue long-sleeved gi. Although he could not clearly discern the person's face or energy, He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and asked, "Is this uncle also a partner who fought alongside my father?" Krillin glanced at the mysterious figure, his expression peculiar as he replied, "Well, sort of, but he is not very talkative. It's best not to mind him," Diviner Granny urged. "All right, enough with the introductions. You must complete your task swiftly." Just then, a sharp voice echoed from the other side of the turtle house. "Yamcha!" The group turned to see a small creature floating in the air, its petite frame adorned with blue fur on its back and white fur on its face, chest, ears, and tail tip, complete with 2 whiskers on its cheeks. Looking quite adorable, Yamcha's face lit up with joy upon seeing the small creature, and he rushed forward, calling out, "Poir!" The two embraced passionately, with Poir unable to contain its emotions, even shedding tears. Krillin and Tien exchanged smiles at the heartwarming scene. Just then, a frail girl with blue hair suddenly leaped into Tien's embrace, exclaiming, "Tien, I thought I would never see you again." "Launch." Tien silently repeated the name, then gently pushed her away, saying, "In the past, I was solely devoted to martial arts and could not accept you. Now that we are separated by the realms, I cannot accept you any further. That I am sorry." Launch. Krillin sighed softly, feeling somewhat forlorn as a single man amidst the joyful reunions that he glanced around. Piccolo had Gohan, Yamcha had Poir, and Tien had Launch, while he seemed to stand alone, feeling the winds of Kame House grow increasingly boisterous. Just as Krillin's mood began to sour, a small pig approached him, saying, "Krillin, is that really you? I've missed you so much." Krillin looked at the little pig, his spirits lifting slightly. "Yes, it has been quite a while." Oolong. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the turtle house, smiling broadly. "Ah, you've all gathered. This is indeed a long-awaited festivity." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien exclaimed in unison, "Long time no see, Master Roshi." Master Roshi nodded, gazing fondly at his disciples adorned with halos, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He then turned to Diviner Granny, saying, "Thank you, sister." Diviner Granny, with an air of disdain, retorted, "I did not bring them here for your sake, so you better hurry and fight. Must I take you all back to the netherworld?" Tien distanced himself from Launch and approached Son Goten, stating, "Fighting against a child still feels." Gohan approached Piccolo, smiling, "Uncle Tien, do not let Goten's youth fool you. He has given the androids quite a run for their money." Surprised, Tien replied, "To have made the androids suffer. He truly is Goku's son." "Well then, Goten, shall we begin?" Sun Wutian clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, "I shall rely on you, Uncle Tianjin Fan, for your guidance." The two prepared to engage in combat. Master Roshi suddenly interjected, "Hold on, you young ones shouldn't wreak havoc on my turtle island. The vast expanse of the sea and sky offers ample space for your contest." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wutian and Tianjin Fan ascended gracefully onto the ocean's surface, employing the flight technique. Tianjin Fan assumed the initial stance of the crane school and remarked, "So, it's Wutian, is it? Let's begin. I wish to witness your martial prowess." Sun Wutian focused intently, aware that while Tianjin Fan may not be formidable in the age of super science, he did not dare underestimate him. After all, a loss would be difficult for him to accept. With a resounding boom, a brilliant white aura enveloped Sun Wutian, transforming into a streak of light as he charged forward at breakneck speed. However, due to his 3 eyes, Tianjin Fan was able to perceive the high-speed movements with exceptional clarity. He crossed his arms defensively, bracing himself just as Sun Wutian's concentrated punch landed forcefully against his crossed arms, unleashing a surge of power that compressed the air around them, creating a shockwave. Though Tianjin Fan was prepared and able to withstand the blow without losing his stance, he was still pushed back approximately 10 meters, astonished by the strength of the Scion youth. "What kind of creatures are Scions? It seems I must exert my full strength," he mused. Having gained momentum from his successful strike, Sun Wutian aimed to charge again, but Tianjin Fan had already stabilized himself. Noticing Sun Wutian launching the same punch, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Is this child limited to a single technique? In the blink of an eye, Sun Wutian was upon Tianjin Fan, the latter, radiating a luminous white aura, sidestepped gracefully and deftly maneuvered his hands to deflect Sun Wutian's punch, allowing him to unleash a barrage of 6 rapid strikes that significantly diminished Sun Wutian's momentum. They completely passed each other. Tianjin Fan took a step forward and seized Sun Wutian by the shoulders. lifting him effortlessly into the air.is. This the power of martial arts? Sun Wutian thought momentarily as he found himself suspended. He unleashed a burst of energy in a bid to break free. Yet Tianjin Fan's strength held firm against his struggles. This hardly seems like a situation where an artificial human would prevail, Tianjin Fan declared. Channeling the Kamehameha, Sun Wutian silently gathered his energy, directing it forcefully against the ocean's surface. Tianjin Fan, momentarily perplexed, felt an immense force surge through his grip, prompting him to release Sun Wutian, who shot upwards propelled by the recoil of the Kamehameha. Glancing back at Tianjin Fan, Sun Wutian recognized that in his current state, victory was unattainable. With a decisive tremor, he unleashed a radiant white aura infused with gold, transforming into a golden whirlwind that surged into the sky, scattering the clouds in its wake. His dark hair stood erect, shifting to a dazzling gold, his aura intensifying manifold, causing the very sea to ripple and Turtle Island to tremble. At that moment, not only Tianjin Fan, but also Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha below gaped in astonishment. They had surmised that Sun Wufan could transform into a Super Saiyan, as they believed that without such a transformation, engaging with artificial beings would be impossible. Yet, to witness a mere 5-year-old Sun Wutian achieve the same was beyond comprehension. Tianjin Fan gradually regained his composure, having come to battle the Super Saiyan Sun Wufan. He found it equally intriguing to face the Super Saiyan Sun Wutian first. Kaioken times 10, he declared, rooting himself as his aura surged. The blood in his veins racing, and an overwhelming energy erupted, saturating the sky in crimsoned in an instant. The ocean churned violently, resembling a tsunami. Boom! The golden streak burst forth, clashing against the descending crimson wave, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the entire ocean. The red energy was pushed back, crashing onto the sea's surface, sending towering waves skyward, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding as he charged once more. Boom! Tianjin Fan's body was engulfed in a fiery red aura, his muscles bulging as if about to burst through his white shirt. When he saw Sun Wutian diving toward him again, he remained calm, positioning his hands in a scissor shape before his face, gathering an intense light. Solar flare, he shouted. In the next moment, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Tianjin Fan's head, akin to sunlight, piercing Sun Wutian's eyes painfully, forcing him to shut them tight. Blinded, Sun Wutian's punches lost their precision, going awry. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of punches upon Sun Wutian's small frame, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Sun Wutian's body endured numerous strikes in an instant. This cannot continue, he thought, gradually regaining his composure. With a fierce shout, the golden aura erupted once more, creating a powerful energy barrier that pushed Tianjin Fan back momentarily. Tianjin Fan, astonished, realized, this child's power as a Super Saiyan far exceeds mine. Yet, he seems to lack understanding of how to fight. Sun Wutian unleashed a golden aura that formed a spherical energy shield around him. When Tianjin Fan's punches struck the shield, they proved utterly ineffective, forcing him to retreat. Tianjin Fan, stepping back, observed the expanding energy shield and remarked, "You think you can overpower me with sheer energy? Kaioken times 20. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes glimmered with a fierce red hue as he unleashed an eruption of crimson light, akin to a volcanic eruption, threatening the very foundation of Turtle Island. Krillin, astonished, exclaimed, "Little Wutian is impressive. He has forced Tianjin Fan to go all out." Sun Wufan shook his head, responding, "He still has room for improvement. His movements are excessive and clumsy. Thus far, he relies solely on overwhelming strength to crush his opponents." Yamcha chuckled, "It's all right. For a lot of situations, his raw power might be sufficient without too much technique." Piccolo interjected, "His fighting style is indeed lacking, but he possesses the potential for clever tactics. He simply lacks experience and practice." Boom! In midair, Tianjin Fan stood afar, first clasping his hands together, then separating them, connecting his thumbs and aligning his pinky with his index finger to form a rectangular frame aimed directly at Sun Wutian, who was encased in the energy shield. That a square energy wall erupted forth, colliding with the shield, generating a powerful shockwave. Though it failed to breach the shield, it caused it to tremble inside the barrier. Sun Wutian felt the energy's reverberations, his body swaying unsteadily within that moment. The energy shield dimmed slightly, Fortunately, just then, Sun Wutian's vision cleared, and he spotted Tianjin Fan's position. He promptly dispelled the energy shield and transformed into a streak of golden light racing toward Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, exiting his Kamehameha stance, became a crimson streak as he charged toward Sun Wutian. In the next instant, they collided, Sun Wutian channeling all his strength, his fists propelled by unmatched speed and power. While Tianjin Fan responded fearlessly, launching a barrage of punches in kind. The four fists clashed continuously, the air crackling with sound, while the ocean roared tumultuously. Yet, Tianjin Fan's speed and strength paled in comparison to Sun Wutian's. Relying solely on his martial arts skills, he could barely withstand the onslaught. In mere breaths, he was overwhelmed, sent crashing into the ocean, creating immense splashes akin to a dragon diving into the depths. Boom! A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens and the earth as four figures surged forth from the sea, each taking a position surrounding Sun Wutian. Standing at the center, Sun Wutian tilted his head slightly and shifted his stance to observe the scene clearly. Only to find four versions of Tianjin Fan eagerly preparing for battle. Sun Wutian, fully aware of the four-body technique's weaknesses, remained unfazed. In the next moment, the four Tianjin Fans launched a simultaneous assault. Sun Wutian's aura swelled, and in an instant his fists transformed into arcs of light, striking directly at the faces of the four Tianjin Fans. They were sent reeling backward, converging once again into a single form. As Sun Wutian prepared to capitalize on his momentum for victory, the crimson glow enveloping Tianjin Fan began to fade, and his bulging muscles returned to their normal state. He spoke wearily, "I can fight no more. In the state of 20 times the Kaioken, I have only reached this level. Yet, there remains a considerable distance between us in terms of power. I never expected someone your age to possess such strength." With a sigh, Tianjin Fan seemed to reflect on something before continuing. "However, your martial arts skills are not particularly impressive. If you could calm your mind and diligently practice, you might one day rival your father as a martial artist." With a soft thud, Tianjin Fan landed on Kame House and declared, "I concede. The power of a Super Saiyan is indeed beyond the reach of an ordinary person." Baba the fortune teller glanced at the others and asked, "Who will be next?" Yamucha replied, "I would like to volunteer, but against an opponent who could not even defeat Tianjin Fan, my chances seem bleak. I forfeit." Krillin stood up, stretching his limbs, and said, "Then I shall take my turn. Although I know victory is unlikely, I must give it a T or Y a T." That moment, Piccolo ceased his conversation and turned to Gohan, stating, "It seems you have faced much over the years. Let me witness your progress." Gohan, nodding in agreement, Gohan soared into the air, and in an instant, a golden light erupted, illuminating the starry sea. Gohan transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, his aura even more formidable than Sun Wutian's. Piccolo removed his cloak and tossed it aside, taking off the white band from his forehead and discarding it with the cloaked. He then ascended to the same altitude as Gohan, and, feeling a sense of joy, remarked, "I can sense your immense power. Come, Gohan, give it your all in our match." Gohan nodded, his golden aura swirling wildly as he launched himself forward. Fearless, Piccolo extended his arms, allowing them to elongate toward Gohan. This very technique had caused Gohan considerable trouble in the past. However, Gohan, having faced life-and-death situations over the years, was no longer the same. Like lightning, he darted through the gaps between Piccolo's arms, arriving directly in front of him. Gohan clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Piccolo's abdomen. Yet, at that moment, Piccolo's arms unexpectedly grew in reverse, propelling his body backwards several meters, causing Gohan's punch to miss its target. As Gohan prepared to charge again, the elongated arms wrapped around him, preventing his escape. In the next instant, several images of Piccolo appeared in the sky, each extending 2 fingers to their foreheads. Ha! Gohan's golden aura erupted once more, his muscles bulging, his energy surging, tearing through the clouds and shaking the ocean. Though Piccolo's arms were similarly charged with energy, they ultimately could not withstand Gohan's overwhelming force, shattering into countless pieces and scattering into the sea. Gohan observed the multitude of Piccolo's forms and slightly coiled his body. He crossed his arms and then forcefully spread them apart, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that obliterated the various images of Piccolo, leaving only the last one intact. Masenko, Gohan located Piccolo's true form. stacking his hands at his forehead to gather an immense amount of energy. Then thrusting his hands forward, the powerful energy wave transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Piccolo, with insufficient time to charge. Piccolo's special beam cannon was unleashed in haste toward Gohan's Masenko. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, as Piccolo's attack could not withstand the force of Gohan's Masenko, which overwhelmed it in an instant. The next moment, the Masenko engulfed Piccolo's form, resulting in a fierce explosion in the air, with waves of heat radiating outward like a tempest. Even those on Kame House felt the intensity of the heat. Immediately after, Gohan charged into the explosion, raising a hand as the smoke began to clear. Piccolo emerged, standing before Gohan with a smile, stating, "In any battle, one must give their all and never let their guard down. Gohan, you have truly grown that I have nothing more to teach you that I admit defeat, and I do so willingly." Gohan retracted his hand, and his golden aura dissipated. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, "Please don't say that. Uncle Piccolo. I owe my progress thus far to you." Piccolo's energy surged, dispersing the surrounding smoke as he remarked, "Well, now comes your true challenge. For that individual is a grand gift prepared by Baba the fortune teller." Gohan, curious, cast a perplexed glance at the mysterious figure and inquired, "Who exactly is that person? I have observed him for quite some time, yet I cannot discern his visage. His aura is quite peculiar. As if I have never encountered such energy before." Piccolo wore a strange smile as he replied, "That individual is one of the strongest in the universe if you can indeed defeat him. Then it is likely you will face no further obstacles." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gohan's mind, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be?" Piccolo looked at Gohan and nodded gently, thinking to himself, "That meddlesome old woman who drags people to the living world. This isn't something I'm saying. It's Gohan who deduced it on his own. Uncle Vegeta, perhaps." Gohan suggested, this. Piccolo displayed a look of disbelief, internally lamenting the similarities between father and son, both operating on the same wavelength, before scowling and stating, "Your Uncle Vegeta has been sent to the afterlife, and as of now, I have no idea where he is." Gohan scratched his head, choosing not to pursue further. Deep down, he harbored his own suspicions but was uncertain why the individual would conceal their identity. Yet, he recognized that there must be a reason for such secrecy and did not wish to breach it recklessly. The clash between Gohan and Piccolo unfolded like a flash of lightning, concluding in mere moments. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian and Krillin remained at the inception of their battle, sensing that the fight had concluded. Krillin remarked, "Wutian, let us begin as well. Allow me to witness the power of a Super Saiyan." Goten times 20. Krillin shouted, blood surging through his veins, his muscles swelling, and his aura expanding wildly until it transformed into a brilliant red. Sun Wutian, however, did not unleash his aura. Instead, he simply stated, "I'm coming, Uncle Krillin." With that, he surged forward like a beam of golden light. Again with the same move, Krillin thought to himself, extending both hands forward as radiant light coalesced. And soon multiple Kamehameha waves shot forth. Sun Wutian remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as he skillfully dodged each oncoming wave, his right fist gathering golden light. As Krillin saw Sun Wutian drawing closer, he remained calm, pulling his hands back to redirect the waves that had been avoided back towards Sun Wutian. Feeling the rush of energy closing in behind him, Sun Wutian seemed undeterred, as if he genuinely intended to engage Krillin in a battle to the finish. "Solar Flare," Krillin proclaimed, extending both hands forward as a blinding light engulfed Sun Wutian in an instant. Closing his eyes at the moment Krillin made his gesture, Sun Wutian locked onto Krillin's energy, unleashing a punch that was unstoppable. Observing Sun Wutian's relentless momentum, Krillin hastily crossed his arms and enveloped them in layers of energy to shield himself. Boom! Sun Wutian's fist first collided with Krillin's energy barrier, unleashing a golden explosion of energy that shattered several of the defenses Krillin had erected in an instant. Striking the inner section of his crossed arms, the air compressed to its utmost limit, resulting in a violent detonation as the Golden Scion energy fully impacted Krillin, who, despite unleashing the Kaioken times 20, found himself unable to withstand the force and was sent crashing directly into the sea. Just as Sun Wutian was poised to pursue his advantage, he sensed waves of energy blasts rushing from all directions. He opened his eyes and glanced around, noting that several energy blasts were already hurtling toward him. With a swift motion, Sun Wutian ignited his entire being in golden flames, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot skyward just as the energy blasts were about to collide with him. He intended to utilize the Kamehameha to dispatch those chaotic energy waves, but suddenly felt a formidable presence approaching from above. Instinctively, he looked up to see a brilliant column of energy descending. With a thunderous boom, the light beam struck Sun Wutian, illuminating the sky with a searing white light. The explosion reverberating across the heavens in quick succession. Several energy blasts from below surged upward, joining the cacophony of the explosion surrounding Sun Wutian. The sound of the blast echoed incessantly as waves of scorching energy rolled through the air, seemingly igniting the very sky. Krillin, enveloped in a crimson glow, emerged from the ocean, shaking off the water as he remarked, "Kids these days pack quite a punch. It seems we older folks are truly falling behind." With a swish, the golden flames in midair reignited, dispersing the thick smoke to reveal a slightly tattered Sun Wutian. Huh. Krillin exhaled deeply, the crimson aura dissipating entirely, saying, "No more fighting. I concede." Sun Wutian, feeling slightly vexed, replied, "You give up just as I was gearing up to counterattack?" Krillin, observing Sun Wutian's hesitation, stated directly, "I have already exerted all my strength. Yet even at my peak, I cannot affect you in the slightest. Continuing this battle serves no purpose." Sun Wutian expressed his disappointment. "Really? I was just about to seek your guidance on more advanced martial arts." "Uncle Krillin." Krillin chuckled. "You are vastly stronger than I am now, and no matter how powerful my martial arts may be, they cannot bridge that gap. However, if you truly wish to learn, the upcoming battle will undoubtedly be enlightening." Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian turned his head toward the mysterious figure, harboring doubts that it might be his father. Yet the reasoning felt insufficient. If it truly were his father, why conceal his identity? "All right." Krillin approached Sun Wutian, patting him on the shoulder. "Prepare yourself well. Your true opponents are about to appear." Sun Wutian nodded, the golden flames gradually fading, his hairstyle collapsing back into its crab-like form. The two descended together onto Kame Island. The mysterious figure stepped forward, glancing between Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, stating, "Both of you can come at me together. I am pressed for time." His voice was hoarse, as if deliberately masked. Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wufan, silently wishing to challenge the mysterious figure one-on-one, that he felt the opponent was somewhat arrogant and lacked a lesson. But as is well known, mysterious figures are often overwhelmingly powerful. Thus, he shifted his focus back to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan nodded at Sun Wutian and then addressed the mysterious figure. "Since you wish to challenge us both, we shall not hold back." The mysterious figure acknowledged with a nod, stepping lightly forward. To everyone's astonishment, he appeared directly in the sky above Kame Island, as if teleporting. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Sun Wutian glanced at his brother, who smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, Wutian. Just give it your all." Sun Wutian nodded and followed Sun Wufan into the sky, flanking the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure shifted his body, first assessing Sun Wufan, then Sun Wutian, before unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped him in flames. Both brothers felt the terrifying power contained within that aura. Sun Wutian briefly pondered, "This energy, even if my brother transforms into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't he match it? Could this guy be some kind of rib stew?" Just as Sun Wutian's thoughts wandered, the mysterious figure seized upon his distraction, flickering toward him in an instant, delivering a ferocious punch. Sun Wutian sensed the fierce wind generated by the approaching fist and was taken aback. In a flash, he ignited his golden flames, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, in the haste, he could not muster enough defense against such force, and with a single blow, he was sent spiraling away. Impressive, Sun Wutian thought. Having only taken one punch, yet feeling an overwhelming energy surge through his body, causing him immense pain and making it difficult to regain his footing, his feet scraping through the ocean for hundreds of meters before he finally steadied himself. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure charged toward the submerged Sun Wutian, but Sun Wufan was already rushing at him, golden flames ablaze, the Super Saiyan who had defeated the androids making his reappearance, with a powerful punch. Sun Wufan aimed at the mysterious figure, his fist radiating golden light, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake. The mysterious figure glanced at Sun Wufan, effortlessly evading the punch with a slight twist of his body. Then he clenched his fist and launched a counterpunch at Sun Wufan. Battle-hardened, Sun Wufan reacted swiftly, extending his other hand to unleash an energy wave, using the recoil to dart aside, and then, leveraging the momentum, he executed a somersault, unleashing countless energy blasts. The mysterious figure, his aura swelling, did not attempt to defend, casually walking towards Sun Wufan as if strolling in a park, seemingly dodging every energy wave with ease. Consequently, Sun Wufan decided to abandon the energy blasts, taking 2 swift steps forward before leaping into the air, aiming a kick at the mysterious figure's head. The mysterious figure tilted his body backward, then turned 90 degrees to the left, effortlessly avoiding Sun Wufan's attack. Almost immediately, he retaliated with another punch that on the other side. Sun Wufan's kick met empty air, and he promptly pressed his hand against the energy wall he had created. Using his hand as an axis, he spun around, delivering a fierce kick. With a resounding boom, Sun Wufan's right leg collided with the mysterious figure's arm, the tremendous force seemingly igniting the air, which quickly dissipated into ripples. In the next moment, Sun Wufan and the mysterious figure separated, and their fists collided again, the explosive power creating what appeared to be a vacuum zone centered around them. Then, both fighters unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, their fists continuously crashing together, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Sun Wutian, soaring in the air, still felt a lingering fear. He was barely coming to terms with the force of that punch, yet watching his brother engage the mysterious figure in a back-and-forth skirmish left him bewildered, feeling as though he could not participate at all. Unaware of how long Sun Wufan and the mysterious figure had been locked in combat, they finally separated again. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutian hurled a preformed energy ball at the mysterious figure. Without even glancing back, the mysterious figure merely sidestepped, causing the energy ball to hurtle towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan, having inferred his brother's intentions, stepped forward, catching the energy ball in his right hand and flinging it back toward the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure seemed somewhat intrigued but still sidestepped, allowing the energy ball to head straight for Sun Wutan. In response, Sun Wutian merged another energy ball he had just formed into the one he had thrown, hurling it once more at the mysterious figure. Remaining calm, the mysterious figure continued to evade. Sun Wufan's energy ball merged with the one thrown by Sun Wutian, causing him to gasp, his speed suddenly increasing as the combined energy ball rocketed toward the mysterious figure. Caught off guard, the mysterious figure raised his right hand, a beam of energy erupting from it, directly striking the energy ball. However, the energy ball appeared as if it possessed a will of its own, gracefully veering aside to collide with the mysterious figure, with a crackling sound reminiscent of electricity surging. The moment the energy ball made contact with the mysterious figure, it exploded, accompanied by a flash of blinding light. Sun Wutian charged forward, gathering energy in his palms for the Kamuna. On the other side, the enigmatic figure erupted in fury once more, dispersing the energy of the attack entirely, before casting his gaze upon Sun Wutian. Kamehameha. Sun Wufan, witnessing Sun Wutian's move, swiftly approached his brother and gathered golden energy in his hands. Wave. The two brothers shouted in unison, each unleashing a wave of Kamehameha that converged ahead into a colossal energy wave. Surging towards the mysterious individual, the Kamehameha wave, to everyone's astonishment, the mysterious figure mirrored Sun Wutian and the others, launching a Kamehameha of his own, which collided with the brothers' energy waves. The clash of these two formidable forces cleaved the ocean in two, an intense aura stirring up a wild tempest, propelling the distant Kame house skyward. Ha! Sun Wufan roared, his golden aura surging, muscles swelling with power. Simultaneously, the Kamehameha in his hands grew more robust, completely overpowering the mysterious figure's Kamehameha. Ha! At that moment, the mysterious figure also unleashed a furious shout, as golden flames erupted, shattering his blue cloak and white headscarf, transforming him into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan that was strikingly reminiscent of a larger Sun Wutian. In the next instant, the mysterious figure's Kamehameha utterly overpowered the waves of Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian. As the mysterious figure assumed the form of a Super Saiyan, it seemed as if some form of restraint had been shattered. Unleashing a familiar aura that enveloped the surroundings, Sun Wufan blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Father!" In the ensuing moment, a brilliant white light, infused with unparalleled power, swept over Sun Wufan and his brother. A deafening explosion erupted, showering the sky with fireworks. Above the display, The mysterious figure grasped Sun Wufan in one hand and Sun Wutian in the other, smiling as he remarked, Wufan, Wutian, you've both done remarkably well. Sun Wufan turned to the enigmatic figure, his eyes lighting up with joy. Father, it really is you. Sun Wutian also turned to face the mysterious figure, finally discerning his true identity. Golden hair held aloft, almost identical to his own hairstyle, dressed in a similar orange martial arts gi. Although he had never met him, Sun Wutian could surmise that this was indeed his father. Sun Wukong, that man, or rather Sun Wukong, released Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, smiling as he said, It's me. It's been a long time. Wufan. Sun Wutian gazed at the legendary figure, blinking in astonishment, then looked at Sun Wufan. Despite feeling a wave of emotion and longing to share many thoughts with his father, Sun Wufan smiled reassuringly and patted Wutian's shoulder, saying, Don't be afraid. Wutian, this is your father, our father. Sun Wutian glanced between Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable trepidation. Truthfully, he had always yearned to meet that man, as he seemed to embody the essence of his lost youth. Yet now, confronted with the reality of their bond, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear and absurdity. Sun Wukong, noticing the apprehension in Sun Wutian's eyes, suddenly lifted him, placing him on his shoulder, and said, I'm sorry, I wasn't there to watch you grow up, and you had to face the androids at such a young age. In that moment, Sun Wutian felt an inexplicable warmth, as if drawn by the bloodline he shared with Sun Wukong. He shook his head, replying, I don't blame you, father. After all, you're not a deity, nor do you possess the power to control everything. Besides, my abilities are a testament to your hard work. Sun Wufan nodded in agreement, saying, Wutian is indeed very understanding. Sun Wukong, hearing this, gently ruffled Sun Wutian's hair, then addressed Sun Wufan. You've endured much over the years. It's my fault. If I hadn't allowed Dr. Jero to escape. Sun Wufan shook his head, interjecting, the world's events are inherently unpredictable. Even you, father, cannot alter everything. Each of us must be prepared to fight. Sun Wukong smiled at this, saying, Wufan, you have truly grown. Sun Wufan sighed, and then asked, by the way, Father, why did you initially disguise yourself as a mysterious figure? As they flew toward Kame Island, Sun Wukong replied, It was the fortune teller who advised me to do so. She used magic to conceal my aura and appearance, instructing me not to reveal my identity prematurely, claiming it would be a surprise for you. Sun Wutian glanced at the fortune teller, pondering what she meant by a surprise. Sun Wufan also found the fortune teller's logic perplexing. Yet seeing his father again was a delightful blessing. As Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian landed on Kame Island, the fortune teller remarked, Well, you haven't defeated the warriors I hired at a high price. So the deal is off? Kame Sinin, appearing somewhat disdainful, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go on, don't hinder their reunion any longer. The fortune teller shot him an irritated glance, then looked at Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others, stating, You all need to return to Lord Kai at this time tomorrow, or I won't be responsible for what happens. Krillin waved dismissively, assuring her, Don't worry, with Wukong's instant transmission, we'll be back in no time. Thank you, madam. The fortune teller scoffed, nodded at Kame Sinin, and then gradually faded from view. Kame Sinin gazed at the remaining group, feeling a pang of nostalgia that it had been quite some time since he had seen them at Kame House. And upon reflecting on Kame House, he turned to see it was no longer there, having been swept into the sky by the recent energy wave, perhaps now resting in the depths of the ocean. While seeking items from Kame House was not a significant issue, many irreplaceable magazines were of considerable importance. Just as Kame Sinin was about to speak, Sun Wukong interjected, Let us meet here tomorrow at this time. For now, let us each attend to our own matters. After all, who knows when we'll meet again? Tin Shinhan, Yamchu, Krillin, and the others acknowledged the sentiment. Then, old man, see you tomorrow. Sun Wukong bid farewell to Kame Sinin before soaring into the sky like a shooting star. Sun Wufan also said his goodbyes to Kame Sinin and followed suit, taking to the skies alongside Sun Wukong. Following them, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha also bid farewell to Kame Sinin, eager to explore their surroundings. Piccolo glanced at the sky and pursued Sun Wukong, leaving only Krillin behind on the now sparsely populated Kame Island. At that moment, Kame Sinin leaned closer to Krillin and asked, Krillin, do you feel as though your strength is increasingly lagging behind Wukong and the others? Krillin nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I thought I would gain significant strength after training with Lord Kai, yet I find myself unable to even defeat Wukong's young son. It seems our time has passed." Hearing Krillin's words, Kame Sennin spoke with conviction. "Krillin, as a martial artist, how can you harbor such thoughts? It appears you have yet to grasp the essence of the turtle school. It's time for a retraining." Krillin looked skeptically at Master Roshi, saying, "Master Roshi, can you still teach us?" Kame Sennin stood with an air of mystery, declaring, "While I may not have much to offer in terms of strength, I can impart to you the heart of martial arts, helping you understand what true martial arts entails." Krillin's eyes began to shine with hope. He seemed to truly believe in this possibility. Eye in the sky, Sun Wutian sat upon Sun Wukong's shoulder, feeling the sharp winds of the altitude, and it struck him as somewhat surreal. That moment, Sun Wufan trailed closely behind, and after a while he finally laughed, saying, "Honestly, today feels like a dream. First, we entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and after training, we easily dispelled the gloom that shrouded Earth. And now we've met Father. Everything feels too good to be true, almost unreal." Sun Wukong sighed at this, replying, "I apologize, Wufan. I've placed too much upon your shoulders." Sun Wufan shook his head, countering, "The burdens I bear have always been yours. Father, you've carried them a lifetime. I've only shouldered them for 5 years. Don't say that, Wufan." Piccolo had arrived beside Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan. Without either of them noticing that, he remarked, "Compared to your father, you are the true savior." Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo and inquired, "Piccolo, how did you come to be here as well?" Piccolo cast him a brief look and replied, "I have certain lessons to impart to Gohan. I merely passed by." Sun Gohan smiled and suggested, "Uncle Piccolo, since you are here, why not join us for a meal at my home? It has been quite a while since we've had so many guests." Observing the slightly pleading look in Gohan's eyes, Piccolo nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." That moment, Sun Wukong interjected, "By the way, Gohan, I heard you mention the hyperbolic time chamber earlier. What prompted you to think of it? Did Mr. Popo tell you about it?" Sun Gohan shook his head and clarified, "It was Goten. Since his birth, he has possessed some other memories, and he knows many secrets of this world. He was the one who informed me about the hyperbolic time chamber." Gohan refrained from mentioning Goten's earlier claim about a dream from their father, realizing that since Wukong had asked, it surely wasn't a dream. Moreover, such a story could create rifts between father and son. "Really?" Sun Wukong expressed surprise, tilting his head to look at Goten. "You have such abilities? That is truly remarkable." Piccolo, equally astonished, remarked, "How could that be possible? Is he born with knowledge?" At that moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and as his spiritual energy connected with Goten's, he felt an inexplicable warmth. He gleaned insights from Goten's thoughts and chuckled, "This world is vast. There are always those who are different from the ordinary. After all, science of the past didn't become super science at the age of 5, and I can sense that neither Gohan nor Goten is lying." Piccolo stated, "Perhaps this is the world's choice." Goten, puzzled, thought, "I am a traveler from another world. What does that have to do with the world's choice?" Son Gohan directly asked, "Uncle Piccolo, what do you mean by the world's choice?" Piccolo explained, "The progression of the world is akin to the flowing of a river. The same stream may choose different paths, and the same world may adopt various means of advancement, sometimes in the pursuit of progress. The world bestows special abilities upon certain individuals, and these individuals are those chosen by the world." Son Gohan nodded. "I think I understand, and I'm truly grateful that the world chose Goten. Otherwise, I might have been fighting the androids until my demise." At this point, Goten added, "Brother, what's past is past. We should focus on the future now. I believe that as long as we work hard enough, we can certainly embrace any future." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Gohan, Goten, you both are wonderful children. I have faith that you will create a beautiful future." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong, whose vision was exceptional, despite the night, spotted his wife, Chi-Chi, sitting outside their small roundhouse, gazing into the distance as if searching for something. Although it was late at night, Chi-Chi continued to strain her eyes towards the horizon, seemingly hoping to see something. Deep down, she knew it was time to rest, yet her mind was in turmoil, preventing her from sleeping. After all, her two sons were engaged in a fierce battle against those devilish androids, their fates uncertain. With vacant eyes, Chi-Chi looked far away, contemplating, will they return? After all, They are Goku's sons. She forced herself to think positively, but deep down, she was acutely aware that battles were often a matter of life and death. Her husband, Sun Wukong, was arguably the strongest person in the world, yet he always returned from battles in a near-death state. How could she even begin to imagine the consequences if both of her sons were to be defeated? Just the thought of it left her breathless. Thus, she chose to wait, longing to see her two children again. With a soft thud, Sun Wukong landed on the ground and gazed at Chi-Chi, who was lost in thought. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Son Goten, witnessing their mother trembling in the wind, felt a sudden pang of heartache. He opened his mouth and finally called out, "Mom." Chi-Chi turned slightly, startled, and then, upon recognizing the three familiar figures, rubbed her eyes and smiled, saying, "I must be imagining things due to how much I missed you all that it's one thing for these two children to return. But how could Goku be back too? I thought he was Son Gohan." Overhearing Chi-Chi's murmurs, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. All these years, I have been so focused on dealing with the androids that I neglected Mom. Even taking Goten away from her side that I truly am at that moment. Sun Wukong gently set Son Goten down and walked towards Chi-Chi, his heart stirred. Without a moment's thought, he embraced her tightly, saying, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for all the suffering you've endured these years." As Chi-Chi felt the familiar warmth and scent enveloping her, her body trembled slightly. She looked up to see that familiar, gentle face. Her eyes brimming with tears of disbelief. "Is it really you, Goku? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Sun Wukong softly patted her back, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, Chi-Chi, I'm back." The sound of his voice, so familiar, felt almost unbelievable. Unable to contain herself, Chi-Chi buried her head in his chest and wept. Son Gohan watched the scene unfold before him, a smile creeping onto his lips as he thought, perhaps this is what happiness means for a mother, so simple. Yet, the world always seems intent on interrupting such happiness, and I must protect it, not just for my mother, but for everyone's happiness. Though Chi-Chi was embraced by Sun Wukong in the biting cold wind, she felt a long-lost warmth and wished for this moment to last forever. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Chi-Chi appeared to drift into slumber. Sun Wukong quietly carried her back into their home. Son Gohan shared a room with Piccolo, while Son Goten retired to his own room, and the night passed without further incident. As dawn broke, Son Goten finally awoke, glancing at the clock beside him. He realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. He quickly got out of bed and dressed, stretching his body. He mused, fighting truly drains both mind and body. I've slept in until 10. I need to adjust my schedule. After washing up, Son Goten intended to catch a dinosaur for breakfast, but discovered that his father, brother, and Piccolo were already seated at the table. The hint of embarrassment washed over him, yet he still joined Sun Wukong at the table, saying, "Dad, brother, and Uncle Piccolo, you all woke up so early." Sun Wukong replied, "We are no longer bound by the limitations of the living. Our physical state is different, so theoretically, we don't need rest." Son Gohan added, "I've grown accustomed to it. I rise early to exercise. If any urgent matters arise, I'll be prepared to handle them." Son Goten nodded, saying, "I want to learn from you, brother." Sun Wukong gently ruffled Goten's hair, chuckling, "It's not necessary to be so strict. Training should be balanced. Being overly tense can hinder progress. Just eat well and sleep well." Son Goten earnestly nodded, "I understand. By the way, Dad, will you teach us how to train while you're back?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "I'm only here for a day. I fear I won't be able to teach you much. However, you can learn from King Kai when you visit him." Son Goten responded, "But doesn't visiting King Kai require the fortune teller? That old lady isn't easy to deal with." Sun Wukong laughed. "Actually, it's not too bad. She wanted to surprise you, so she waited for me at King Kai's for an hour. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return to the living world." Son Goten exclaimed, "But we lost." Sun Wukong reassured him, "It's all right. I can use instant transmission to take you to King Kai. Besides, you and Gohan can learn this skill. It's quite useful to this." Piccolo turned pale, exclaiming, "Son, that instant transmission is no ordinary skill. It took you a whole year to master it, didn't it?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Indeed, this skill demands a certain level of mental and spiritual fortitude that I invested considerable effort to meet the training requirements back then." Piccolo then remarked, "It takes you a whole year to master it. So are you planning to have these two children stay with Lord Kai for a year?" Sun Wukong blinked and replied, "Does it matter? This skill is quite practical. Spending a year to learn it is certainly worthwhile." Sun Gohan shook his head, saying, "A year is rather long. There are many matters on earth that await my attention. Besides, I may not possess my father's aptitude, so I might not master it in a year that I think I'll pass. What about you, Goten?" Son Goten pondered for a moment before responding, "Then I shall learn it. One of us brothers must acquire it. With this skill, many tasks will become much easier for us." Son Gohan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then, it's settled. You will train with Dad for a year, while I handle what I can on Earth. We shall reunite after a year at that moment." Chi-Chi approached with her hands full of delectable food, a long-awaited smile gracing her face. Sun Wukong caught a whiff of the rich aroma of meat and suddenly felt hungry. Eagerly watching as Chi-Chi placed the food down, it was evident that she had learned much from Wukong, as she cheerfully announced, "Let us celebrate the defeat of the androids and our rare family gathering. Everyone, feel free to eat. Today, there is plenty." Sun Wukong and his sons wasted no time, diving into the feast with gusto, devouring the food at an astonishing pace. Piccolo ate only a little before setting his bowl aside, observing the three of them indulging in their meal. After a while, after Chi-Chi finished serving, she sat beside Wukong, resting her chin on her hands as she watched him devour his food, a glimmer of happiness flickering in her eyes. Finally, when Sun Wukong had nearly finished, he placed his utensils down, patted his belly, and exclaimed, "Ah, I am so full. Chi-Chi's cooking is the most delicious." Hearing this, Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy as she asked, "Wukong, are you truly full? This is quite unlike your usual appetite." Sun Wukong patted his belly again and replied, Yes, I am full. Although, as a deceased person, I should not need to eat. I can never stop when it comes to your cooking." Chi-Chi, touched by Wukong's affectionate words, smiled and said, "All right, I'll go freshen up a bit, and then we can all enjoy a good outing together." Sun Wukong nodded, responding, "Sounds good. That it's been a while since I've gone out with Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi, feeling pleased, went off to her room to tidy herself up. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Son Gohan and Son Goten took the initiative to wash the dishes before returning to sit beside Wukong. Piccolo remarked, "If you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls from Namek, you could have Wukong take you there now that he can teleport, and it would be quite swift." Son Gohan shook his head, saying, "Mom hasn't seen Dad in a long time. Let them enjoy some time together. The trip to Namek can wait. It's not urgent. Just know that Uncle Piccolo, you might have to wait a bit longer for your revival." Piccolo shrugged, saying, "I'm indifferent. But have you thought carefully about how to revive Son? His situation is rather complicated." Son Gohan understood the complexity Piccolo referred to. His father had died of heart disease and, theoretically, could not be revived by the dragon. This indeed posed a problem. Sun Wukong interjected, "As for me, I don't need to be revived for now. After all, many of the disasters on Earth may have stemmed from my presence, and Gohan has already grown up." Son Gohan and Son Goten looked at Sun Wukong, somewhat puzzled. Sun Wukong continued, "Moreover, my death was due to heart disease, making revival difficult. Even if it were possible, forcing it would violate the principles of the universe, potentially leading to unfortunate consequences." Piccolo glanced at him and said, "That doesn't sound like you, son." Son Goten then inquired, "What about Mom? She has been waiting for Dad all this time." Sun Wukong sighed, "There is nothing that can be done. I am not a good husband, nor a good father." Piccolo scoffed, "That may not be entirely true. Haven't you accumulated 6 accomplishments in saving the world? One more, and you'll obtain a decree allowing free passage between the realms of life and death." Son Gohan and Son Goten exchanged puzzled looks, asking Piccolo, "What is that?" Piccolo explained, "It's a long story. After our defeat, we traversed Snake Way to meet Lord Kai. That we initially hoped to ask him to let Wukong handle the androids. But he informed us that was not permitted since the threat of the androids was limited to Earth. For Lord Kai to mobilize the forces of the afterlife, there must be a situation that endangers the entire galaxy. Otherwise, Wukong and Earth would face rejection from the gods, and even Lord Kai could be dismissed. Thus, we inquired about possible solutions, and Lord Kai told us that only by obtaining the decree could we travel freely between the realms. However, acquiring it is quite difficult. One must have 7 accomplishments in saving the world, then have them reviewed by King Yima, who will pass them to Lord Kai, and finally, after Lord Kai's approval, the great Lord Kai must sanction it, and then the legendary Kaioshin will issue the decree, Son Gohan contemplated and said, "So, Dad already has 6 accomplishments in saving the world?" Piccolo nodded, while Wukong was alive. "Defeating my predecessor to save Earth counts as 1 accomplishment. Then protecting Earth from Vegeta was the 2nd. Defeating Frieza was the 3rd, and safeguarding Earth from Frieza and Cooler was the 4th. After that, Wukong defeated the cosmic threat of Cooler in the afterlife, which counts as the 5th, and finally, defeating the ambitious Darius was the 6th accomplishment. Now, only one remains. Is that so?" Son Gohan felt a surge of pride for his father. Realizing that he had never given up on his efforts all these years, Son Goten remarked, "So, if Dad secures just 1 more accomplishment, he can obtain the decree." Piccolo shook his head, saying, "It's not that simple. It's easy to approach King Yema and Lord Kai, but with the great Lord Kai, Wukong did receive a verbal promise after winning the first martial arts tournament in the afterlife. But the Kaioshin is an entity we cannot easily reach. According to Lord Kai, the Kaioshin hasn't shown his face in millions of years." Son Wukong rubbed his temples and smiled. "No worries. Even if we cannot obtain the decree, as long as Goten learns instant transmission, he can still bring Chi-Chi to Lord Kai for a visit." A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he remarked, "Son, have you forgotten that the gravity there is 10 times that of Earth?" Son Wukong laughed. "It's fine. Chi-Chi is incredibly strong. Such challenges won't phase her." While Son Gohan continued to contemplate his father's revival, Son Goten had already set his concerns aside. He knew that even if the dragon couldn't revive his father, once the Kaioshin appeared, his father would certainly obtain the decree, allowing him to traverse the afterlife freely. As for whether the Kaioshin would indeed emerge and grant his father approval, surely they would expedite matters. When Majin Buu returned as Son Goten pondered the Kaioshin, Chi-Chi emerged from the inner room. Having finished her preparations, Son Goten looked up and was momentarily dazzled that Chi-Chi was wearing a blue qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Her hair flowed freely over her shoulders, her fair face appeared slightly delicate, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled beneath her slender brows, radiating charm and grace, completely shedding any remnants of her previous disheveled appearance. Although Son Goten was somewhat aware of his mother's past beauty, he was astonished to see that even at her age, she still exuded the aura of a goddess, prompting him to silently applaud her. Chi-Chi, carrying a large assortment of items, tossed the keys to Wukong and said, "Wukong, you drive. Gohan, Goten, wait for us by the roadside." Son Wukong acknowledged and opened the door, heading to the garage. Son Gohan then told Chi-Chi, "Mom, I have some matters to discuss with Uncle Piccolo, so I won't accompany you and Dad." Upon hearing this, Son Goten smiled and added, "Mom, Trunks and I had previously agreed to train together, so I'll be heading to Aunt Bulma's place. You and Dad go on ahead." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi could roughly discern the thoughts of the 2 children, and with a smile, she remarked, "Very well, you may attend to your affairs. After all, you both can fly, making it quite convenient to keep in touch." Son Gohan and Son Goten nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. Having spoken, Chi-Chi gathered her belongings and stepped out of the house, with Son Gohan and Son Goten hastily following to assist her. Observing that the entire Son Wukong family had exited, Piccolo also followed them out. Outside, Son Wukong had parked the car by the roadside. Son Gohan and Son Goten helped load the items into the vehicle. While Chi-Chi settled into the passenger seat, Son Goten cheerfully said, "Mom and Dad, have fun." Chi-Chi responded with an okay hand gesture, saying, "Then, we'll see you tonight." Son Gohan and Son Goten nodded and waved goodbye. Subsequently, Son Wukong drove off, leaving a cloud of dust as they headed towards the suburbs. Son Gohan and Son Goten were not particularly worried about their mother's safety, for with their father around, theoretically, no one could harm her. As Son Gohan watched the flying car recede into the distance, he turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, I wish to establish a martial arts school to promote the use of Ki on Earth. What do you think?" Piccolo smiled and replied, "So you aim to empower every human to possess the strength to confront formidable foes. That's an admirable idea, but the implementation could prove quite challenging." Son Gohan acknowledged, "I am aware that genuinely promoting Ki will entail numerous obstacles, yet it is worth attempting. After all, danger lurks at every turn. One can never predict when it might strike, and no matter how strong I become, I cannot shield everyone. Relying on the Dragon Balls for every crisis feels less than ideal. It is far better to enable each individual to protect themselves." and their loved ones. Piccolo regarded Gohan and suddenly asked, I recall your dream was to become a scholar, correct? Son Gohan nodded, a hint of sorrow in his eyes as he replied, I once aspired to be a scholar, but that was in a time of peace. After experiencing the events with the androids, I have come to understand that while Earth may be abundant in scholars, it lacks true warriors who can stand on their own. Thus, I now prefer to be a guardian of the Earth. And my dream of being a scholar must be set aside. Listening to this, Piccolo felt a pang of guilt and said, I apologize, Gohan, it is our inadequacy that has led to this. Son Gohan reassured him. Do not speak like that, Uncle Piccolo. Without you, I might not have reached this point. I could have perished when Uncle Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth. Son Goten, quietly listening from the side, felt he had no place to interject. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on his brother's life, which seemed overwhelmingly burdensome. As a former viewer of the anime, he had felt a twinge of frustration when Gohan abandoned martial arts for academia in the later episodes. Gohan's talent was exceptional. He transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 10 and, at 17, became the most powerful fighter after the Elder Kai unlocked his potential. However, such a gift was squandered in favor of what many online deemed the least useful path. That of a scholar, spawning a myriad of memes, including the nickname Yebi Fan. Yet, upon reflection, Son Goten acknowledged that Gohan's choice was understandable. He merely chose the path that resonated with him, and with their father providing shelter. He had the privilege and ability to pursue his passions that in truth, if given a choice, Son Goten himself would prefer to avoid combat. After all, fighting differed vastly from the enjoyable escapism of anime or novels, which lacked any real-world repercussions. In contrast, battle was a matter of life and death, with pain that was all too tangible. During the fight against the androids, he had experienced skin tearing and bones fracturing, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. Had Gohan not intervened, he might have truly perished, not to mention the pain he felt even in sparring sessions with Krillin, Tien, and their father. This was a pain that could not be compared to a mere cut from a knife or a blow from a brick. It was the raw force of a punch tearing through flesh, the impact from an opponent's counterattack, a pain that was ever present and could profoundly affect a person, having endured only a few battles himself. Son Goten found it increasingly difficult to withstand the suffering inflicted by combat. He could scarcely fathom the torment his brother must have endured, which was likely far worse, when he thought of the scars adorning Gohan's body. He wished his brother could have been Yebi Fan. At least then he could pursue what he truly desired without the dual torment of body and spirit. However, not only did Gohan lack the luxury of choice, but Son Goten himself was similarly constrained. Living in a future world and being a Saiyan, he had no option but to engage in battle. The relentless march of events would compel him to fight. Rather than passively awaiting conflict, it was better to train diligently, ensuring he could handle any formidable adversary that might arise. Having pondered all of this, Son Goten made a silent vow. Having arrived in this future world, he would not allow his brother to suffer alone any longer. As Son Goten contemplated other matters, Son Gohan and Piccolo had discussed numerous topics. Noticing Son Goten deep in thought, Son Gohan said, Goten, if you have the time, please visit Aunt Bulma and let her know Dad is back. After all, we do not know when Dad will return next. Son Goten nodded and replied, All right, I'll head over there right now. In a flash, a brilliant white aura enveloped Son Goten, propelling him into the sky as he made his way towards West City. Piccolo observed the departing figure and, after a moment of silence, remarked, Your younger brother is quite extraordinary. Son Gohan wholeheartedly agreed, chuckling. Indeed, this child possesses an unusual depth of understanding. At times, he hardly seems like a 5-year-old, though he can be rather restless during training. Piccolo responded. It is indeed intriguing. Such individuals truly exist. Born with knowledge, I initially suspected someone had swapped Goten's soul, but it turns out your father can sense that it is genuinely Goten. Son Gohan laughed. So, Dad has acquired the ability to sense such things now. Piccolo replied. Son has an uncanny knack for knowing peculiar things, yet when you ask him how to apply them, he cannot articulate it. Upon arriving in West City, Son Goten found that Bulma's house had been beautifully reconstructed. He landed at the entrance and knocked on the door, which was opened by a man in a Capsule Corporation uniform. Son Goten introduced himself. Hello, I am Son Goten, here to see Aunt Bulma. The man replied, I apologize, but Ms. Bulma is currently conducting research in the basement and is unavailable to see anyone. Son Goten continued. May I speak with Trunks then? The man responded, I'm sorry, but Master Trunks is also engaged in research with Ms. Bulma and cannot receive visitors at this time. As the man pressed a button to close the door. Son Goten placed a hand against it, preventing it from moving. He insisted, Please, could you tell Aunt Bulma that it's urgent? The man, feeling intimidated by Son Goten's display of strength, conceded, All right, I will inform Ms. Bulma. Please wait a moment inside. Son Goten made himself comfortable, finding that the interior was under renovation, filled with acrid odors, and he chose a spot to wait. After a while, Bulma emerged in a white lab coat and immediately spotted Goten. She inquired, Goten, what brings you here alone? Is there something you need? Son Goten nodded and explained, Aunt Bulma, my dad is back for a day, and my brother asked me to let you know. Bulma initially appeared surprised, but her expression quickly shifted to one of joy, exclaiming, Oh, Sun-kun is back. Did you all return from Namek so soon? Son Goten shook his head, clarifying, We only borrowed the fortune teller's ability to return to the living realm for a day. We must go back tonight. I see, Bulma said, her eyes dimming slightly upon hearing that Sun Wukong would be leaving again. She continued, However, it is indeed a good thing that Sun-kun has returned. It has been quite a while since we last met. By the way, where is Sun-kun now? Son Goten replied, Tonight, we will be visiting Master Roshi, along with Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, and Uncle Yamcha. Bulma smiled. It seems everyone is gathering again. Sun Wutian remarked. However, it seems that Uncle Vegeta has not arrived. Bulma sighed and replied, Vegeta is a nefarious individual. He should be enduring punishment in hell. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Sun Wutian nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Aunt Bulma, where's Trunks? May I train alongside him? Bulma responded, Of course, at your age, it is essential to forge friendships. Come with me. Following Bulma, Sun Wutian meandered through the corridors until they reached the basement, where Trunks was seen reclining on a machine. Sun Wutian, somewhat astonished, asked, What is Trunks doing? Is he being studied? Bulma nodded, taking a seat nearby, and explained, Indeed, Trunks has something on his mind that he wishes for me to examine. Sun Wutian, perplexed, replied, But I don't recall Trunks having anything peculiar in his head. What exactly is it? It can't possibly be another bizarre creation by Dr. Gero, can it? Bulma shook her head and clarified, While I am still uncertain about what it is, based on my understanding of Dr. Gero, he has yet to possess the capability to create something that involves time and space. Sun Wutian asked, Something that involves time and space? What could that possibly be? Has he perhaps constructed a time machine? But how could a time machine reside in Trunks' mind? Bulma explained, No, it resembles an ethereal energy entity in his consciousness. Trunks refers to it as a life simulator, which can simulate the course of his life through text and offer guidance. After my research, I discovered that these entities are quite formidable. They not only possess certain temporal powers, but also appear capable of simulating an entire world. My current knowledge is utterly insufficient to decipher it. Sun Wutian's mind buzzed as the term life simulator echoed in his thoughts. Wasn't that the very external aid he had longed for? After calling out for it 404 times without a response, it seemed he had inadvertently found it with Trunks. Life was indeed unpredictable. The fool was he himself. Noticing Sun Wutian's troubled expression, Bulma asked, Wutian, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Wutian shook his head and simply queried, But that thing won't harm Trunks, will it? Bulma reassured him, Oh, regarding that, I specifically had Trunks undergo a life simulation. Initially, it does indeed sap his mental energy, but during the conclusion, it replenishes him. As of now, it appears to pose no harm to Trunks, though further research is necessary. Sun Wutian nodded, stating, That's good to hear. Perhaps Trunks could use this to grow stronger continuously. Bulma's eyes still held concern. That would be ideal. She then proceeded to operate the computer, retracting the apparatus, and moved to awaken Trunks, saying, Wake up. Wutian has come to see you. Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes, sitting up and asking, Is there anything wrong with that thing in my head? Bulma replied, Nothing at all. Just be sure to use it wisely. Even if it can help you enhance your strength rapidly, do not become overly reliant on it. After all, my current knowledge cannot fully decode that device. Trunks acknowledged her words and then turned to Sun Wutian, saying, Hello, Wutian, is Gohan not accompanying you? Sun Wutian shook his head. Brother is currently with Uncle Piccolo, so he couldn't come along. Uncle Piccolo? Trunks echoed the name, puzzled, and asked, I remember Gohan mentioning that Uncle Piccolo died during the battle with the androids. Suddenly, it seemed Trunks recalled something, stepping closer to inquire. So, have you summoned the dragon to resurrect everyone? Has Dad also returned? Sun Wutian was startled by his question and replied, we haven't sought out the dragon, yet we only asked Baba to bring back the people from King Kai's realm for a day due to certain matters. Uncle Vegeta couldn't make it for some reasons, but don't worry, as long as we can find the Dragon Balls, there is always hope. Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy crossed Trunks' face as he murmured, all right then. Bulma interjected, don't dwell on it too much. The androids have been eliminated, and things will gradually improve. You wanted to train, right? You can join Wutian in his training. After I finish some tasks, I'll take you to meet some friends at Kame House. Trunks nodded and asked, Wutian, can you teach me how to train? Sun Wutian replied, I just recently started learning martial arts myself, so I have a limited understanding of training that we can just practice together. Trunks, somewhat disheartened, said, you've already transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet I, being a year older than you, can't accomplish anything and have to rely on you for help. Sun Wutian shook his head, smiling as he reassured. That's not true. Your courage in confronting the androids surpasses mine. During my first encounter with them, I was utterly beaten and too frightened to fight back. As for becoming a Super Saiyan, it's not solely my achievement. I owe much of it to my father. Upon hearing the mention of father, Trunks felt a pang of sorrow. He had often heard Gohan and his mother speak of Gohan's father, their words laden with respect and longing, as if that man could resolve everything. Yet, he rarely heard them mention his own father, as if his father were an inconsequential figure. This only deepened Trunks' yearning for his father. Observing Trunks' change in demeanor, Sun Wutian added, of course, Uncle Vegeta's talent is exceptional. I believe you will soon become a Super Saiyan as well. Trunks, lacking vitality, replied, I hope so. Subsequently, Sun Wutian accompanied Trunks to a high mountain outside West City for training. Although they referred to it as training, both were still novices, engaging in simple sparring to enhance their strength. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the sun had set. The two concluded their exercise, sitting on a rock and enjoying the cool breeze. After a day of training, Trunks had developed a favorable impression of Sun Wutian. He sat down, eager to discuss matters regarding the dragon, when suddenly his wristwatch beeped. Trunks pressed a button, and Bulma's voice came through. Trunks, get ready to come back, we need to head to Master Roshi's place soon. Trunks replied, all right, Mom, we'll be right there. Turning to Sun Wutian, he said, Wutian, let us go to Master Roshi's together. Sun Wutian agreed, and the two boys transformed into streams of light, swiftly returning to Bulma's home in under a minute. Meanwhile, Bulma had already made the necessary preparations, seated in the flying vehicle and awaiting their return. Upon seeing Sun Wutian and Trunks approach, she opened the vehicle's door and waved to them. Sun Wutian and Trunks entered the circular craft, each finding a seat. Bulma pressed a button to close the vehicle's door, announcing, all right, we're off. With a whoosh, the flying vehicle soared into the sky, heading towards the distant Kame House. Trunks remained silent, lost in thought, while Sun Wutian curiously gazed around, captivated by the myriad of new sights. Throughout the journey, Trunks remained quiet, while Bulma engaged in casual conversation with Sun Wutian, reminiscing about Goku and the adventures of yore. Finally, the flying vehicle landed on Kame Island, the door opening to reveal a gathering of familiar friends. Krillin was the first to notice Bulma, greeting her with a smile. Hey, Bulma, it's been quite a while. Master Roshi squeezed to the front, gazing at Bulma with a twinkle in his eye. It's been so long since we last met. Bulma, you've only grown more enchanting. As Bulma descended from the flying vehicle, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her at the sight of her friends. But as soon as Master Roshi spoke, her temper flared, reminiscent of 7 or 8 years past, and she slapped him on the bald head, scolding, You lecherous old man. The turtle hermit unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, while Krillin, scratching his head, burst into hearty laughter. Reminiscent of carefree days gone by, Bulma proceeded to introduce Trunks to their companions one by one, though Trunks had already met them all. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that Yamcha's expressions were somewhat unnatural during their first encounter. Once the introductions were complete, Bulma glanced around and inquired, Haven't Goku and the others arrived yet? Gohan replied, Dad and Mom went out together. They might be a bit late. Although Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment, she nodded and said, Your mother has certainly had a challenging time over the years. They deserve to enjoy a little more time together, as Bulma spoke. She retrieved a capsule from her backpack and tossed it onto the ground, which instantly transformed into a vast array of delectable dishes. The golden-haired Launch was attempting to get Tin drunk, while Krillin clinked glasses with the turtle hermit, both exchanging playful banter about being tricked into diving for colorful treasures. Yamcha, distancing himself from Bulma, was quietly drinking with pork by the shore. Piccolo sat in meditation, seemingly uninterested in the festive atmosphere, while Goten and Trunks joined Gohan, engaging in trivial chatter. Suddenly, a familiar energy surged forth, and a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before everyone, accompanied by a woman in a blue qipao, radiant as a peach blossom, none other than Goku and Chi-Chi. Goku surveyed the cheerful gathering and chuckled. Everyone's here. It seems we've arrived a bit late. With Goku's arrival, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Bulma, and even the turtle hermit all gathered around him. Bulma, brimming with excitement, gazed at Goku for a moment and finally remarked, "You haven't changed a bit. You're still just like before." Goku scrutinized Bulma and playfully patted her forehead, saying, "I'm practically a ghost now. Of course, I haven't changed. But you, Bulma, have aged quite a bit over the years." Bulma shot him a glare. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "I wish you would learn to speak without being so blunt." Goku merely chuckled and turned his attention to the bountiful feast laid out on the table, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Look at all this delicious food you all prepared. It's simply fantastic." As he spoke, Goku dove into the meal, prompting everyone to gather around him, reminiscing about old times. Trunks, sitting at a distance, watched Goku surrounded by everyone, slowly burying his head in his knees, thinking, Uncle Goku truly is as charming as Mom said, but where is Dad? Despite the jubilant atmosphere on Turtle Island, all gatherings must eventually come to an end, and the joyous moments are fleeting. The time for farewells had arrived. Goku stood at the center, with everyone forming a large circle around him, and the mood turned somber. Goku, trying to lighten the mood, said, "Don't be so down, everyone. As long as we ask King Kai to find a new Namek, we'll be able to meet again soon." Chi-Chi, feeling inexplicably sorrowful, looked at Goku and said, "But Goku, you died from heart disease, right? The Dragon Balls can't bring you back this time." Goku, with gentle eyes, gazed at Chi-Chi and reassured her, "It's all right. Even if I can't come back, as long as Goten learns instant transmission, we'll all have the chance to meet again." Bulma, staring at Goku in disbelief, sensed his acceptance of his fate. That Chi-Chi, who had spent countless days with Goku, realized the same. Her eyes welled with tears as she stepped forward and embraced Goku. Goku gently stroked her hair, saying, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I know it'll be difficult for me to come back, but thankfully the kids have grown up. Once Goten masters instant transmission, he can take you to see King Kai, and we'll all reunite then." Chi-Chi, unable to respond, wept uncontrollably. Gohan quickly supported his mother, while Goten grasped her hand, saying, "Mom, don't worry. I'll learn instant transmission quickly. It won't be hard for you to see Dad again." With red-rimmed eyes, Chi-Chi nodded, tears streaming down her face. Goten then approached Goku and placed his hand on his shoulder. Goku surveyed the familiar faces around him, pausing at Trunks, and smiling, he said, "Trunks, right? Goten mentioned you really miss your dad." "Don't worry. I saw him not long ago, and he's doing quite well. After all, he's a proud and formidable guy." Trunks' eyes sparkled with hope at Goku's words. Goku lifted Goten onto his shoulder, pressed his fingers to his forehead, and addressed everyone. "Well then, goodbye everyone. Let us meet again in the afterlife." Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others waved farewell to the gathering. In an instant, all their energies converged into a single point. And the next moment, a multitude of figures vanished from Turtle Island. The once lively island fell silent, with Gohan comforting his grieving mother, while Bulma held Trunks, her eyes glistening with unspoken thoughts. Launch, watching Tin depart, crushed a cup in her hand. In the ethereal realm where the North Galaxy converges, a tiny star harbored the supreme being who governed the North Galaxy, the legendary King Kai, reclining in a rocking chair. The revered deity appeared rather relaxed. Suddenly, several energy signatures approached, and within moments, 6 figures materialized before King Kai. Without even looking, he recognized it was Goku and his companions returning. That he lazily remarked, "Oh, Goku, you've finally returned. So, did anything interesting happen this time?" Goku set Goten down and introduced, King Kai, this is my son Goten, but he wishes to train here for a while. Is that all right? King Kai sat up, scrutinizing Goten, and exclaimed, he looks just like you, Goku. Exactly the same. Ha, it's hilarious. Goten, taken aback, stood frozen. He had always known King Kai had a low threshold for humor, but he never anticipated it to be this low. King Kai laughed heartily, while Goku and the others had long grown accustomed to his antics. At that moment, a small figure resembling a zombie floated over from the distance. Tien nodded at him, saying, sorry, Din, we had to leave in a hurry this time, and you weren't here with King Kai. Din shook his head and softly replied, it's fine, as long as I can be with Tien. That's all that matters. Goten observed the two, sensing something amiss. Just then, King Kai seemed to regain his composure, and Goten stepped forward, bowing, greetings, King Kai. My name is Goten. It's a pleasure to meet you. King Kai nodded and asked, do you wish to train here as well? Goten affirmed, yes, I hope you will allow me to train here. King Kai beamed, saying, what a rare occurrence. It seems my ability to tell cold jokes has reached Earth. Excellent. I can guide you to become a master of cold humor. Goten thought to himself, please, not that. If Majin Buu comes, will your cold jokes freeze him to death? Nevertheless, he responded politely, King Kai, I have long admired your cold joke prowess. I also respect your martial arts skills. May I train in both? Goku and the others looked on in astonishment, while King Kai's face radiated joy. Finally, someone is willing to learn my cold jokes. You have talent, unlike your father and his friends who lack vision. Coming here to learn martial arts without studying cold jokes is akin to entering a treasure mountain empty-handed. Goten asked, so does that mean you agree? King Kai replied, of course, it's not that simple. While learning my martial arts is one thing, mastering my cold jokes is no easy feat. You can start by telling me a cold joke to see if you have the knack for it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Wutian remarked, Lord Ko, you know, we can lend money to uncle, and we can also lend money to grandma. However, we should refrain from lending money to the elder. For it is always the elder who fails to repay his debts. The atmosphere momentarily fell silent, and then Lord Ko could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter with a delightful puff. Sun Wukong and the others could not help but facepalm, while Piccolo and Tianjin Han seemed unable to endure such a tedious jest, retreating to the opposite side of the planet to enter a meditative state. After a hearty laugh, Lord Ko finally composed himself and said, not bad, not bad. You, my young friend, possess great talent. I shall now impart my unique secrets to you. As he spoke, Lord Ko dashed back into his abode, rummaging through various items until he finally retrieved a few volumes, which he handed to Sun Wutian with utmost care, saying, these are my treasured teachings. Study them diligently and return them to me once you have comprehended their essence. But do not let others peruse them. Sun Wutian, somewhat perplexed, accepted the tomes and was utterly astonished. 100 Cold Jokes by Lord Ko. Northern Ko's Guide to Mastering Cold Jokes. Cold Jokes, from novice to master. Sun Wutian felt utterly bewildered. He cautiously tucked the books behind him and inquired of Lord Ko, I shall study these books earnestly. By the way, Lord Ko, could you assist me in locating the coordinates of New Namek? Lord Ko glanced at Sun Wutian, then at Krillin and the others, with a look of realization. You wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek, do you not? Of course, you may, for you are my sole, true disciple. Sun Wutian clasped his hands together and said, then I shall rely on you, Lord Ko. Turning his head, Lord Ko emanated a wave of psychic energy, and the two antenna-like projections on his forehead began to search the cosmos for the traces of the Namekians. The surroundings fell eerily silent, and after a while, the Northern Ko pointed in a direction, proclaiming, on the 1362nd planet in that direction. Sun Wutian gazed in the direction the Northern Ko indicated. Feeling utterly lost, the 1362nd planet. Who knows where that is? He queried further. Is there a more specific location? We are traveling in a spaceship, and knowing just a general area may still make it quite difficult to locate. The Northern Ko appeared taken aback and responded, are you intending to travel from Earth to New Namek, rather than having Wukong teleport you there? Sun Wutian, puzzled, replied, but father has already passed away. Theoretically, he should not be able to return to the realm of the living, let alone travel to Namek to wish for his resurrection. Lord Ko chuckled and said, not to worry. as long as I issue a decree for Wukong to address some pressing cosmic issues. He can temporarily return to the living realm. At that point, he can transport you to New Namek for your wish. Sun Wutian gazed at Lord Ko in astonishment, pondering, is it really possible, if what you say is true? Could he have used the excuse of addressing the galactic crisis to eliminate the androids back then? Seemingly perceiving Sun Wutian's thoughts, Lord Ko stated, using the pretext of addressing the galactic crisis to interfere with planetary development is strictly prohibited. Moreover, Earth is the place where your father met his demise. Had he truly gone there to confront the androids, the consequences would have been dire. Lord Ko did not elaborate further, but Sun Wutian could surmise the implications, that it likely involved being forsaken by the gods. At that moment, Sun Wukong interjected, Lord Ko, if possible, could you please relay the specific coordinates to Bulma and the others? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Sun Wukong continued, even if I can be revived this time, I believe the young warriors should also have the opportunity to grow. Gohan has journeyed through the cosmos before, but Wutian and Trunks have yet to experience much. It is time for them to see the universe. Sun Wutian looked at himself and said, so, I should return? Sun Wukong shook his head with a smile. If Lord Ko has any tasks in the future, you can accompany your father then, for now. Focus on your training. Sun Wutian nodded, and upon confirmation from Lord Ko, the latter directly established a psychic link with Bulma. After a brief conversation, he imprinted the coordinates of New Namek into her mind. On Earth, Bulma was bidding farewell to everyone when she received Lord Ko's transmission. After a brief exchange, she learned the coordinates of New Namek. Although Bulma was now aware of the coordinates, she still felt a headache coming on. She genuinely sensed a shortage of manpower. The Capsule Corporation was in dire need of revitalization, which required her personal oversight. Yet searching for New Namek was no simple task. She felt uneasy sending only Gohan and Trunks, especially since Gohan had his own pressing matters to attend to. After much contemplation, Bulma decided to entrust the company's reconstruction to her parents. After all, reviving everyone was far more important than rebuilding the company. She then addressed Gohan. Gohan, do you have time to accompany me to New Namek soon? Gohan inquired. Aunt Bulma, you know the coordinates of New Namek now? Bulma nodded. That Lord Ko just contacted me and provided the coordinates of New Namek. However, if it's just Trunks and me going to the cosmos, we might encounter a lot of trouble, so I'd like to ask you to come along. Trunks, looking puzzled, asked, Mom spoke with Lord Ko? When did that happen? Gohan replied, I should have some time. Earth is relatively peaceful for now. However, restoring things to their former state will take some time, and the dojo is not urgent. Bulma sighed in relief. It would be best if you could join us. I'll head back to prepare for our journey into the cosmos that I estimate we'll need about a month, and I'll let you know the exact time later. Gohan nodded. Then I'll leave the spaceship arrangements to Aunt Bulma that I'll take this opportunity to spend some quality time with Mom. Bulma responded with a soft then greeted Master Roshi, Launch, and the others before departing with Trunks in the flying vehicle back to Capsule Corporation. Gohan similarly bid farewell to everyone before returning to Puza Mountain with Chi-Chi. The days returned to a semblance of tranquility, with Gohan, Sun Wutian, and Trunks each training in different locations, while Bulma entrusted the company's reconstruction to her parents and diligently worked on developing a new type of spaceship. Meanwhile, most people continued to live in hiding, seemingly unaware of the fact that the androids had been eradicated, remaining in a state of trepidation, fearful of not witnessing the dawn of the next day. As time flowed on, a month had swiftly passed, and the androids, who once dominated the news daily, had suddenly vanished. People began to gradually realize something was amiss. Naturally, the king received the news that the androids had been eliminated. Yet, as a king, he held the responsibility for his subjects' safety. Though he harbored some belief in the reports, he resolved to dispatch individuals to investigate. However, as time passed, he grew increasingly convinced. Now awaiting the final confirmation, the blue-skinned king sat upon his throne, filled with anticipation. According to his secretary, the investigation results were due today. Shortly thereafter, the palace doors opened, and a tall, blonde beauty, laden with a multitude of documents, approached the king, stating, Your Majesty, I apologize for the delay. We have gathered information from the citizens for quite some time, but ultimately the data on the two Gohans remains insufficient. Interestingly, these two Gohans appear to have some familial connections. The king remarked, It seems our citizens' information management is still lacking. Please bring me the documents for review." The blonde beauty handed the materials to the king, who then inquired, "How is the investigation regarding the androids progressing?" The blonde beauty replied, "It is still underway. However, we have found individuals linked to the androids. As previously reported by Dilly, they are likely already undergoing interrogation." The king sighed. "What a vast and wondrous world we inhabit, filled with the extraordinary. How could there be individuals connected to the androids? Are they not eager to hasten their demise?" The blonde beauty smirked and said, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but those two androids had quite a following among humans. Many even claimed they would betray the world for them." The king rubbed his temples and chuckled. "Ah, the youth of today, increasingly unfathomable. Very well, you may return to your duties. I shall carefully review the documents." The golden-haired beauty saluted the king before promptly exiting the royal palace. The king then perused the documents before him. The first page displayed an elderly man clad in traditional martial arts attire, his countenance kind and adorned with a full white beard. As he continued to read, he encountered the man's information. Sun Wufan, born on August 12,658 in Baozi Mountain. Father unknown, mother unknown. In 676, Sun Wufan became a disciple of Master Wu Tian, revered as the god of martial arts. Commencing his martial arts training and dedicating his life to this pursuit, never marrying. By 680, having achieved significant skill, he began to travel the world, engaging in exchanges with various martial arts schools. That year, he participated in the 7th World Martial Arts Tournament, where he narrowly lost to Master Wu Tian in the finals. From 681 to 690, Sun Wufan continued his global studies, mastering numerous martial arts styles and ultimately amalgamating them into a singular, formidable discipline, securing the championship at the 9th World Martial Arts Tournament. In 691, he retreated to Baozi Mountain, severing ties with the outside world. In 738, he adopted a child, registering him locally under the name Sun Wukong, establishing a grandfather-grandson relationship. From 739 to 771, Sun Wufan remained hidden in Baozi Mountain, with no one having seen him since, suspected to be deceased without formal report. Evaluation. Although once a renowned martial artist, his advanced age and prolonged absence render the possibility of him being the Golden Warrior a mere one. The king had certainly heard of Sun Wufan's legendary status, acknowledging the potential for world-saving prowess. However, the physical description of the Golden Warrior captured by them diverged entirely from that of Sun Wufan. The king pondered this. He turned the page to reveal an image of a man with a crab-like head, donned in orange martial arts attire. The king's pupils dilated in recognition. This was the man who had triumphed over the demon king Piccolo, though regrettably, he did not know his name. Upon glancing at the names section, he was startled to find it inscribed as Sun Wukong. He continued to the next document, which introduced a child dressed in an Eastern style. The king instantly discerned the striking resemblance between the child and Sun Wukong, prompting him to delve deeper. Sun Wufan, born on May 7,757 in Baozi Mountain. Father, Sun Wukong, May 8,737. Mother, Chi-Chi, November 5,737. Introduction. Both parents were celebrated martial artists, yet Sun Wufan chose the path of a scholar, receiving accolades from numerous instructors for his exceptional intellect. From 760 to 761, he vanished for a year, with no one aware of his whereabouts or activities. Between 761 and 766, the family of 3 enjoyed a tranquil life until the emergence of the androids. From 767 to 771, both Sun Wufan and his father, Sun Wukong, departed Baozi Mountain, suspected to have engaged in battles against the androids, leaving only Chi-Chi and Sun Wutian behind. Evaluation. There is a probability that he could be the Golden Warrior. However, considering he is merely 14 years old and has not undergone martial arts training, it is unlikely he possesses formidable strength. It is speculated that perhaps his father is the true Golden Warrior. The king nodded in agreement, having already concluded that Sun Wukong was indeed the child who had vanquished the demon King Piccolo, making it plausible that he could also defeat the androids after all these years. As the king turned to the last page of the second document on Sun Wufan, he noted the family connections illustrated therein, immediately spotting the tall man in an orange martial arts uniform. Subsequently, the king retrieved the photograph of the Golden Warrior from his drawer. Although the entire image radiated golden light, the silhouette was discernible. The king scrutinized it closely, ultimately concluding that the enigmatic golden warrior was indeed Sun Wukong. Just as the king was about to examine the supplementary materials, the phone rang suddenly. Recognizing it as an outside transfer, he answered directly that a voice on the other end announced, "Your Majesty, greetings. This is Bidalai. The investigation has yielded results." The king inquired, "What is the outcome? Have the androids truly been eradicated?" Bidalai responded, "We have traced the reactionary organization that was previously communicating with the androids. Upon interrogation, they revealed they have been unable to contact the androids for a month. We also enlisted the assistance of Capsule Corporation to examine the information wristbands of the reactionary organization, which led us to determine that the last recorded location of the androids' wristbands was in the Western capital." The king's mood brightened slightly as he remarked, "It seems the androids have indeed been dealt with. Prepare to announce this good news to the citizens." Bidalai acknowledged, then asked, "What should we do with the reactionary organization and its members?" The king replied, "Investigate thoroughly. Those with concrete connections to the androids should be executed at the press conference the day after tomorrow. The rest can be handled by the legal department." Having concluded the call, the king lost interest in reviewing Sun Wukong's information and hastily summoned the council members to prepare for the meeting at AKT Capsule Corporation. Upon receiving a message from Bulma, Sun Wukong promptly arrived at the facility. Upon entering the backyard, he beheld a colossal spaceship. Bulma and Trunks were positioned beneath the vessel, waving as they spotted Sun Wufan. As Sun Wufan approached them, he exclaimed, "Bulma Auntie, you truly are remarkable. This spaceship surpasses the one we took to Namek by leaps and bounds." Bulma responded, "Technology has surely advanced over the years, but let us not dwell on that. If there are no further matters, we should set off without delay, as the journey will take approximately a month." Sun Wufan replied, "My mother is settled, so I have no issues. We can depart immediately." Bulma nodded, pressing a button on her wrist device, which caused the spaceship door to open. She led the way inside, followed closely by Sun Wufan and Trunks. After a brief period of operation at the control panel, Bulma announced, "The route is set. We are ready to depart." With a whoosh, the circular spaceship expelled a brilliant white flame, soaring into the sky and heading into the cosmos. As the vessel exited Earth, it ascended smoothly into space. Bulma stepped away from the control panel and joined Sun Wufan and Trunks, while Sun Wufan maintained his composure. Having previously traveled by spaceship, Trunks gazed in awe at the observation screen, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Bulma began to explain the various facilities within the spaceship. Exiting the control room, she pointed out that to the left was a lounge for 3 individuals. To the right was the first room designated as the kitchen, the second room as the storage area, and the third as Bulma's research lab. Further down the corridor, a split awaited. Straight ahead led to Bulma's personal maintenance room, while a right turn led to the gravity chamber, and a left turn ultimately led to an entertainment room. After detailing the various locations aboard the spaceship, Bulma remarked, "The journey to the new Namek is somewhat lengthy. I estimate it will take about 20 days to arrive. This period may be rather dull, so you may select activities to pass the time." Trunks suggested, "Wufan, can we use this time for training? I also aspire to become a Super Saiyan." Sun Wufan smiled, affirming, "Of course, I believe you can achieve it, Trunks." With a cheerful demeanor, Trunks accompanied Sun Wufan to the gravity chamber, where a multitude of buttons awaited. Sun Wufan inspected the controls and declared, "Let us start with 10 times gravity, Trunks." Trunks nodded, stating, "This is my first time in the gravity chamber. I'll follow your lead, Wufan." Sun Wufan adjusted the settings to 10 times gravity and activated the free training mode before pushing the door open. Trunks followed suit, and upon entering the gravity chamber, he immediately felt the overwhelming weight. Making even walking a strenuous endeavor, he inhaled deeply, striving to acclimate to the tenfold gravity. Observing Trunks struggle, Sun Wufan chuckled. "No need to rush. Take your time that we have 20 days to adapt and progress further." Despite the arduous circumstances, Trunks gritted his teeth and stated, "But I want to become a Super Saiyan before my father returns." Sun Wufan, taken aback by Trunks' determination, suddenly smiled, exclaiming, "All right, let us work hard together to break through that barrier." Trunks nodded in agreement, and with a surge of white energy enveloping him, he began to train diligently within the spaceship. Yearning to surpass his limits and attain the status of a Super Saiyan in the realm of North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Goten, found himself ensnared in a persistent state of introspection. Over the span of a month, Sun Goten indeed reaped substantial rewards, and he could not help but concede that his father was a genuine genius. His understanding of martial arts was extraordinary, and his application of techniques was nothing short of masterful. What seemed to be a mere ordinary move in Sun Goten's hands transformed into a spectacular display when wielded by his father. Although Sun Goten had only been training under his father's guidance for less than a month, he could already sense a profound metamorphosis within himself, feeling capable of confronting the artificial being known as Android 17 without trepidation. Yet, Sun Goten's time on the Kai's planet was not solely devoted to martial arts. The more pressing aspiration was to master instant transmission. However, his father, Sun Wukong, insisted that the current moment was not optimal for training in this elusive technique. Thus, he advised Sun Goten to first attain a proper mental state. Though somewhat perplexed, Sun Goten complied and continued to hone his martial skills. And in his leisure, he managed to learn both the Kaioken technique and the Spirit Bomb. The Kaioken proved to be relatively easy to grasp, akin to the methods employed by Super Saiyans. However, its use demanded a tremendous exertion, far exceeding that of a Super Saiyan, rendering the combination of the two techniques impossible for Sun Goten at his current level. As for the Spirit Bomb, it truly lived up to its reputation as the Kai's signature technique, presenting considerable challenges that at times made Sun Goten question his own potential. While he could readily approximate common moves such as the Ki Blast or Energy Slice with just a glance, he struggled for 7 days before making any headway with the Spirit Bomb, leading to doubts about his own aptitude. Fortunately, a cold jest from the Kai revealed to him that the essence of the Spirit Bomb lay in possessing a pure heart. In truth, Sun Goten did not fully comprehend the true significance of a pure heart. He believed it referred to a mind free of malice, unencumbered by worldly distractions, and singularly focused on a goal. He considered himself neither naive nor ignorant of human emotions. However, after a day, he successfully sensed the life force of all things and established a mental connection with the universe, leading him to silence. With the ability to commune with all existence, it became a natural progression to condense the Spirit Bomb and focus his energy. Thus, propelled by excitement and inner conflict, Sun Goten finally mastered the Spirit Bomb. Following this achievement, he enjoyed a fleeting period of elation, no longer troubled by thoughts of being a simpleton with a pure heart. Instead, he felt empowered by overcoming the Spirit Bomb and believed that no obstacles lay ahead. Yet, it was only 10 days later, upon commencing his training in instant transmission, that he realized the folly of his prior assumptions that on the Kai's planet, Sun Wukong observed his son and inquired, "Goten, do you grasp what I just explained?" Sun Goten nodded, then shook his head, responding, "Father, I understand your reasoning, but how can I fully immerse my body in the energy to achieve the leap from one point of energy to another?" Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "This requires harmonizing your spirit and aura, ensuring a perfect unity of body, mind, and essence. Only then can you learn to merge your being with the energy, and the final step will be the leap of energy." Sun Goten felt he had a vague understanding, yet it all seemed fantastical. How could such a large individual merge with energy and execute pinpoint jumps? The more he pondered, the more impossible it appeared. Noticing the despondency on Sun Goten's face, Sun Wukong smiled and added, "During your previous training, you achieved a perfect unity of spirit and body. Now you need to align your aura with both to proceed to the next step." Sun Goten inquired, "May I ask how long it took you to achieve this perfect harmony?" Sun Wukong smiled and replied, 150 days. Such things cannot be rushed, for impatience often yields counterproductive results." Sun Goten nodded, understanding the principle, yet he recognized that comprehending the concept of training did not equate to mastering it. Much like preparing for exams, knowing one must study does not guarantee success. Sun Wukong wandered to another area to speak with the Kai, and shortly thereafter, the Kai burst into laughter. Sun Goten, puzzled, watched as the Kai placed a hand on the ground at the next moment. The planet trembled, and a sharp earthen spire erupted, piercing the yellow clouds above. Sun Wukong leaped onto it, positioning his legs apart, knees facing outward, balancing on the tips of the spire, while crouching just above the apex. With his fingers interlocked, an ethereal aura radiated from him. Then, Sun Wukong leaped down and said to Goten, "Goten, it's your turn. Ascend as I just did. Once you achieve your optimal state, We will proceed to the second stage of learning instant transmission. Son Goten nodded, casting a glance at the daunting spire, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, the prospect of mastering instant transmission bolstered his courage, and he sprang upward, emulating his father's posture atop the spire in deep meditation. With the sharp tip mere millimeters from his vulnerable self, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he internally lamented, "Father, do you not fear the extinction of our lineage? This absurd training method is truly beyond imagination." Yet, son Goten understood that perilous situations often yield the greatest results. As human potential frequently emerges under duress, he focused his mind, channeling his energy, striving to achieve a relative balance among spirit, body, and aura. Observing son Goten's swift immersion into training, son Wukong nodded approvingly before preparing to commence his own practice. Turning, he spotted Krillin observing him in astonishment. "What is it, Krillin?" son Wukong asked. Krillin glanced at Goten and replied, "Wukong, this training method seems quite peculiar. Did you devise it?" Son Wukong shook his head. "No, this is a training technique of the Yard Rat people. I experimented with it before, and it indeed offers significant benefits for training." Krillin looked back at Goten, expressing concern. "You may withstand it, but are you certain Goten at his age can endure such solitude and hardship?" Son Wukong regarded Goten, then turned to Krillin with a smile. "Do not underestimate Goten. While he may appear timid and prone to slacking during training, he possesses a remarkable resilience, always striving to persevere through adversity until he succeeds." Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Wukong, how can you be so certain?" "You have only been with Goten for a month." Son Wukong chuckled, evading Krillin's question. "Focus on your training. After your revival, new challenges may await, and it will be upon you to face them." Krillin, increasingly perplexed, inquired, "Wukong, do you know something we do not?" Son Wukong shook his head and began his own training. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, Bulma and her companions had been away from Earth for 18 days. Within the gravity chamber, Gohan and Trunks had amplified the gravity to 100 times Earth's normal level. Yet, Trunks continued to struggle in transforming into a Super Saiyan, perpetually feeling just shy of success. After yet another failed transformation, a dejected Trunks lamented, "Gohan, do you think I possess particularly poor talent? After all this time, I still cannot become a Super Saiyan." Gohan observed Trunks' despondent demeanor and replied with a smile, "No, Trunks, you are already quite strong at your age. I was nowhere near as powerful." Trunks shook his head, saying, "But my mother and Uncle Goku both said my father was proud and powerful. If he sees that Goten can transform into a Super Saiyan while I cannot, he will surely be disappointed." Gohan paused, then reassured, "That will not happen. You are already impressive. If you remain dissatisfied, let us exert even more effort together. I believe you can surpass your current self." Trunks nodded earnestly and prepared to increase the gravity once more. Just then, the gravity chamber returned to normal, and the door swung open, revealing Bulma clad in a white coat. Bulma announced, "Training is not a matter of urgency. We are about to arrive at Namek. So everyone prepare yourselves." Son Wukong's son, Gohan, and Trunks echoed in unison before stepping out of the gravity chamber. The entire new Namek was enveloped in lush green vegetation, with the vast planet dotted with a handful of villages, each with remarkably similar architecture. From a vantage point in the starry sky, one could observe all the villages encircling a towering mountain, upon which sacred symbols of the Namekians were inscribed. Those familiar with Namekian culture would recognize it as a holy land, home to the venerable Grand Elder. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from somewhere on Namek, reverberating across the entire continent and stirring up clouds of dust in the distance. The Namekian guardians of the Grand Elder opened their eyes, preparing to investigate, when a voice echoed in their minds, "Sass, do not panic. The ones arriving are the heroes who once saved our people." The Namekian warrior halted and began to respond to the Grand Elder. "So, should we go to welcome them, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder's voice resonated again. "I have already informed the village leaders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Let us await the heroes here." On a certain mountain of Namek, Gohan and Trunks gently lifted Bulma into the air. Trunks, awestruck by the surroundings, exclaimed, "Is this truly a place where extraterrestrials dwell?" Gohan nodded, glancing around with a smile. "It seems not much differs from the previous Namek." Bulma surveyed the area and remarked, "It is indeed identical. Perhaps it is because this planet was sought after by the Namekians through the dragon Shinron." Trunks looked around and pondered, but this planet is so vast. How shall we find the legendary Dragon Balls? Gohan closed his eyes, attuning to the familiar energy of Namek, when a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Long time no see, little hero who saved our kin. Gohan recognized it as the voice of the new Grand Elder, replying internally, "Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek, that I apologize for intruding upon your lives. To be candid, we have come from Earth seeking your Dragon Balls to fulfill certain wishes." The Grand Elder responded, "Of course, but I recall that Dragon Balls also exist on your Earth, do they not?" Gohan replied in his heart, "Indeed, but certain events transpired. Our deity was slain by 2 demons. Thus the Dragon Balls no longer exist." The Grand Elder sighed. "It appears another calamity has befallen you. Come to my location. Sass is the mightiest warrior on Namek, and you should be able to sense his energy." Gohan attempted to sense it and confirmed, "I can feel it. I shall head over now, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder replied, "Then we shall await the arrival of our benefactors here." The mental connection was momentarily severed, and Gohan opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. "Aunt Bulma, we must set off. Trunks, follow me." With a gust, Gohan's energy radiated, forming a protective shield around himself and Bulma, grasping her shoulders as they soared into the sky. Trunks accelerated with all his might, closely trailing behind. In approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the sacred land of Namek, where Gohan soon spotted familiar figures: the new Grand Elder Mulin and his comrade Dondi, with whom he had fought alongside previously. Gohan gently set Bulma down, then touched the ground, greeting the Grand Elder and Dondi. "It has been a while, dear friends of Namek." Dondi, now slightly older, beamed with joy, while the Grand Elder smiled. "It has indeed been too long. The one who saved us." Gohan chuckled. "I cannot claim the credit. It was my father who saved you. By the way, Grand Elder, may we make use of Purunga?" The Grand Elder nodded. "Certainly, but what exactly transpired on your end?" Gohan sighed and recounted the series of events that had unfolded on Earth. The Grand Elder sighed in turn and stepped aside to reveal the 7 Dragon Balls, saying, "Your world has indeed faced many trials. The Dragon Balls are here. Feel free to use them." Upon seeing the 7 Dragon Balls, Gohan finally exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you immensely, Grand Elder, and to all the friends of Namek. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." The Grand Elder smiled. "The existence of the Dragon Balls is meant to amend certain grievances. You are all seekers of peace. Thus it is rightfully yours to wield." At that moment, Bulma inquired, "Grand Elder, I recall that our dragon on Earth cannot resurrect those who have died for over a year or those who have died of natural causes. Can your dragon resurrect such individuals?" The Grand Elder replied, "Purunga's powers have indeed been enhanced. He can resurrect countless souls at once and can restore those who have died over a year ago by creating suitable bodies for them. However, he remains powerless against those who have died of natural causes." Though Bulma had anticipated this, she felt a twinge of disappointment, muttering, "That complicates matters." Gohan reassured her, "It's all right, Aunt Bulma. My father always finds a way. As long as we keep moving forward, we will find a solution." Bulma smiled faintly but said nothing. Trunks, meanwhile, crouched curiously, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls. Gohan then added, We are unfamiliar with the Namekian language. Grand Elder, could you find someone to assist us?" The Grand Elder chuckled, looking towards Dondi. "Dondi, it falls to you to aid these heroes who saved the world." Dondi promptly stepped forward, first bowing to the Grand Elder, then turning to Gohan. "Long time no see, Gohan." Gohan nodded. "Indeed, it has been a while. I must rely on you again, Dondi." Dondi responded, "No problem. By the way, how is Mr. Krillin faring these days?" Gohan's expression dimmed slightly. Uncle Krillin fell in battle against the androids. Dondi appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, saying, "So Krillin was slain again, but fear not. With Purunga's power, he can be resurrected." Gohan took a step back. "Then I must ask you to do so." Dondi nodded and approached the Dragon Balls, extending his hands forward as he called out, "Dakarapa Duo, Papriya, Pubiladabalo." In the blink of an eye, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant radiance, and a mystical energy surged forth, shrouding the sky in darkness, plunging Namek into shadow. Then, a beam of light shot upward from the Dragon Balls, and within it, a sacred being began to materialize, adorned with green scales, a yellow belly, and crowned with 2 majestic horns. This was indeed the revered dragon god of the Namekians. Purunga, with crimson eyes, Purunga surveyed those below, proclaiming, "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes." Trunks, astonished, gazed at the divine entity hovering above, profoundly moved. Gohan looked at Dandi and implored, "Dandi, please, our first wish is to resurrect all those who perished due to the androids." Dandi nodded and relayed the request in the Namekian tongue to Purunga. Purunga's red eyes flickered, responding, "I regret to inform you that some souls have already been reincarnated. This wish cannot be fulfilled." Gohan had anticipated this outcome, recognizing that the android crisis had persisted for 5 years, during which many who died had likely been reborn. He shook his head and requested, "Then please, Purunga, resurrect all those who can be brought back." Dandi nodded once more, clasping his hands together as he communicated the wish to Purunga. Purunga's eyes glimmered again, and this time he gestured with his right hand to indicate OK, stating, "This wish can be granted. Though there are many souls, and traversing time may take a while, patience will be required." Sun Wukong nodded and quietly awaited beside him. Bulma and Trunks remained silently on one side, anticipating the outcome from the dragon. On the North Kai's planet, Sun Wutian continued his training on the spire. Although he had made significant progress in recent days, he still had a considerable way to go before achieving mastery. Below, Piccolo, Krillin, Tin Shinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha were immersed in their own training when, suddenly, an extraordinarily mystical power surged forth. The bodies of the 5 began to radiate warmth, their hearts revived, and the blood within them surged vigorously, causing the halos on their foreheads to vanish. Piccolo sensed the change in his body immediately. He opened his eyes and, after a moment of concentrating on his sensations, confirmed that he had indeed returned to life. He gazed towards the location of New Namek, musing to himself, "Is that you, Wu Fan?" With a flash, a man clad in an orange martial arts gi suddenly appeared before the group. It was none other than Sun Wukong. He glanced at Piccolo and then at the others, smiling as he remarked, "It seems everyone has been revived." Tin Shinhan added, "I believe we have indeed returned to life. I can feel my blood flowing again." Krillin looked at Wukong and said, "But Wukong, you." Sun Wukong chuckled, "It's all right. After all, I died a natural death. If I cannot be revived, there's nothing to be done about it." Krillin felt a pang of sadness but found himself at a loss for words. Yamcha suddenly interjected, "But why have we been revived here?" Piccolo pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is because we possess physical forms, and Lord Kai's realm exists as both the underworld and the mortal world. The dragon only received the information about resurrection. Thus, unlike those without physical bodies, we cannot simply return to Earth." Chaozu asked, "Then how do we get back?" Sun Wukong smiled, "The heavenly god has already contacted me. Soon, I will take you to Lord Yama, and you can follow him back to Earth." Meanwhile, in a certain location on Earth, a flame-haired man appeared out of thin air, completely unclothed. He scanned his surroundings. A look of deep confusion on his face. "Wasn't I in hell watching those dull things? How did I end up back here? Is this yet another tedious trick by those guys?" With a flash, the man sensed an aura and soared into the air, seemingly heading towards West City. Countless naked individuals emerged from the ruins on Earth, looking around in bewilderment, as if they did not comprehend their circumstances. On New Namek, Purunga finally spoke, "Your first wish has been granted. Now please state your second wish." Trunks, having never encountered the dragon before, observed Purunga's stillness and remarked in awe that all the Earthlings had been revived. Sun Wufan nodded thoughtfully and declared, "For my second wish, let my father, Sun Wukong, be revived." Dandi conveyed this in the Namekian language, and Purunga's eyes gleamed with a crimson light once more. After a moment, he stated, "Sun Wukong's death was natural. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Please choose another wish." Sun Wufan's mood darkened slightly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing Purunga declare it was still disheartening. Dandi added, "I am sorry. Wufan, natural death is not the same as accidental death. It has been recorded long ago by Lord Yama. Even Purunga cannot alter Lord Yama's records." Sun Wufan shook his head. "It's all right. After all, my father succumbed to heart disease, making resurrection difficult. Could you inquire if Purunga has any methods to revive him?" Dandi nodded and relayed the question to Purunga. Purunga's crimson eyes flickered again, as if searching for information from the cosmos. After some time, he finally responded, "There is indeed a method for resurrection that a deity of a higher rank than Lord Yama must willingly share their life force with Sun Wukong and then assist him in overcoming his heart disease, thus enabling his revival. Sun Wufan nodded appreciatively. Though this method is quite challenging, thank you nonetheless, Purunga. Purunga continued. Do you have any other wishes? Sun Wufan contemplated for a moment and found himself lacking any additional wishes. He then turned to Bulma and inquired, Aunt Bulma, do you have any other wishes? Bulma considered and replied, how about restoring Earth to its state before the androids appeared? Sun Wufan shook his head. We can accomplish that ourselves. I think we should not overly depend on the dragon. After all, what humanity can achieve should be done through our own efforts. Bulma smiled and said, very well. Then I have no further wishes for now. Sun Wufan then turned to Dandy. Dandy, could you help me inquire about the Inyang decree and the Kaishin? Dandy nodded and again used the Namekian language to communicate with Purunga. Purunga's eyes sparkled red once more as he explained. The Inyang decree was established at the dawn of creation by the first Kaishin. Any life form that has made significant contributions to the universe may apply for the Inyang decree upon death. The decree is nominated by Lord Yama of the underworld of each planet, then submitted to Lord Kai, reviewed by the Great Kai, and finally approved and issued by the Kaishin. Those who obtain the Inyang decree need not suffer the rejection of the mortal realm and may freely traverse between the worlds of the living and the dead. Sun Wufan nodded, while Bulma displayed a hint of surprise. Purunga continued. The Kaishin is a deity responsible for the nurturing of the universe and is one of the highest deities within it. They possess powers far beyond those of mortals. Even the cosmic tyrant Frisia would find it impossible to contend with even a single finger of theirs. However, they rarely appear among mortals, spending most of their time in the sacred land of the Kaishin, a realm inaccessible to ordinary beings. Even esteemed deities like the Kai and Great Kai require summons to enter. Sun Wufan felt a headache coming on. The Kaishin seemed an unreachable existence, completely unexpected. Bulma analyzed the situation and, using the Namekian language, asked, so how can we meet the Kaishin? Purunga ceased to respond, stating only, your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. With a whoosh, golden light flickered once more, and the dragon gradually diminished, ultimately merging into the 7 dragon balls, which fell to the ground like stones as the sky cleared. Trunks, puzzled, asked, so does asking questions count as a wish? Dandy replied, I am sorry. For Purunga, answering questions is indeed considered a wish. Sun Wufan reassured him, it's fine. At least we learned how to revive my father. As for other questions, I believe the Earth's dragon should have been revived too. At that moment, the elder said, to freely traverse between the worlds of the living and the dead. Perhaps there is a method that does not involve the Kaishin. Sun Wufan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, what method is that? The elder hesitated before saying, I only came across it while reviewing Namekian records. It stated that gods can disregard the boundaries of life and death and move between realms. Gods? Sun Wufan immediately thought of the Earth's heavenly god and asked, but our Earth's heavenly god seems to lack such abilities after death. The elder shook his head. The deities of your Earth hold a lower rank and are subject to Lord Yama's jurisdiction. The records mention gods using the Kaishin and destroyers as examples that I believe to freely traverse between the realms. One must attain a status akin to that of the Kaishin or destroyers. Sun Wufan chuckled bitterly. That seems even more difficult. We have no idea what the Kaishin and destroyers truly are, let alone how to reach such levels. The elder continued, perhaps you must seek the answers yourself, for my knowledge pales in comparison to that of the previous elder. Sun Wufan nodded. Regardless, I am deeply grateful to you, Elder, Dandy, and all the friends from Namek. The elder remarked, now that matters have concluded, I invite our distant friends to rest with me for a while. Sun Wufan shook his head, smiling. The Earth is in dire need of rebuilding. We have much to do, so we shall not impose on you. Subsequently, Bulma and Trunks bid farewell to the elder. With a resigned expression, the elder clasped his hands together and said, I wish you all peace and safety in your future endeavors. After saying their goodbyes, Gohan and the others returned to the spacecraft. Bulma inquired, Gohan, have you figured out how to resurrect Goku? Gohan shook his head and replied, although the Eternal Dragon provided a method. Having a deity of higher rank transfer their life force to my father seems exceedingly difficult. Bulma nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, it is quite challenging. Perhaps we can assist Goku in acquiring the Inyang decree. If we can freely traverse between the realms of life and death, it would hardly differ from being alive. Gohan sighed and remarked, "We can only hope that King Kai has a good solution. There is truly nothing more we can do from here." Suddenly, Trunks interjected, "Why can't we ask the Eternal Dragon to transport us to King Kai?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she slapped Trunks on the back and exclaimed, "Yes, the Eternal Dragon might possess that power. If it can take us to King Kai, surely there must be a way to obtain the Yin Yang Decree." Gohan smiled and said, "That's a splendid idea. But I wonder if our unexpected visit would anger King Kai and his companions." Bulma chuckled, "We can simply prepare adequately before we go." After a lively discussion, Bulma activated the spacecraft, setting course for Earth. Gohan and Trunks continued their training, with Trunks resolutely vowing to transform into a Super Saiyan upon their arrival on Earth. Gohan was more than willing to assist, dedicating himself to the task of guidance. On North Kai's planet, Goku glanced at everyone with a smile and said, "Well, it's time for us to part ways. Please place your hands on me. I will see you off one last time." Krillin looked at Goten, who was still in training, and asked, "Shouldn't we say goodbye to Goten?" Goku shook his head, saying, "Goten has just begun his training. Let us not disturb him. Besides, you'll all eventually return to life. And meeting again will be quite simple." Krillin scratched his head and replied, "True, but it feels a bit inappropriate to leave without a word." Goku remained silent and called out to King Kai. "King Kai, I'm going to take Krillin and the others to Lord Enma." King Kai approached and said, Go ahead. After all, these fellows lack a sense of humor and don't understand how to tell a good joke." Tien, Krillin, and the others felt a bit awkward, but they still bowed respectfully to King Kai, saying, "Thank you for your care all these years. Farewell, King Kai." King Kai nodded and replied, "Next time, don't arrive so quickly." With a flash, Goku executed instant transmission, disappearing from North Kai's planet along with Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu. The vastness of King Kai's planet suddenly felt rather desolate. King Kai seemed a bit forlorn. He looked around and called out, "Bubbles, it's a fine day today. Let us take a leisurely drive." In the Hall of Judgment, Lord Enma was at work while the God of Earth waited nearby. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 6 figures appeared out of thin air. The God of Earth opened his squinting eyes and, upon seeing the familiar faces, said, "Thank you, Goku." Goku smiled in response. "It's been a while, Lord of Earth. You brought everyone. Could you please take them back to Earth?" The God of Earth nodded and said, "Then please place your hands on me." Krillin looked at Goku, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, "Goku, I'm sorry. We have to leave you in the underworld again." Goku wore a nonchalant expression, taking a couple of steps back and placing 2 fingers to his forehead, saying, "It's fine. Perhaps in some time, I'll be able to see you all again. But remember to look after Gohan for me." Tears welled up in Krillin's eyes as he nodded solemnly. Goku's gaze swept over them, finally resting on Piccolo, and said, "Well then, everyone, head back to Earth. Don't come looking for me so soon this time. Farewell, Lord Enma, Lord of Earth, Piccolo, Krillin, Ting, Yamcha, Chaozu." With another flash, Goku executed instant transmission, vanishing from the Hall of Judgment. Krillin couldn't help but chuckle through his tears. That guy always knows how to ruin the mood. One by one, they placed their hands on the God of Earth, only for Piccolo to hesitate. Finally placing his hand on the God of Earth with evident reluctance, the God of Earth regarded Piccolo with a deep gaze, and in an instant, a strange sensation arose, their thoughts colliding hundreds of times. Meanwhile, in West City, the bare-bodied Vegeta paid no heed to his unusual state as he flew over several cities, finally arriving at Capsule Corporation. Hovering high above, he surveyed the scene below, witnessing many bewildered individuals emerging from the ruins. Looking around in confusion, Vegeta crossed his arms, contemplating, "Is this truly Earth? Is it not merely some trivial trick played by those fools? Have I really been resurrected?" He took a moment to assess his body, realizing it indeed felt different from the soul state he had experienced in Hell, then frowned. "So how exactly was I resurrected? I recall that Namekian was also killed. The Dragon Balls should have vanished." Vegeta's gaze fell upon the various ruins left by the androids, continuing his thoughts. These must be the destruction caused by those 2 androids. They still live, and their resurrection of us is to defeat them. On the ground, some naked individuals had gathered, now approaching passers-by, seemingly intent on committing robbery. Vegeta merely glanced at them, a disdainful smirk appearing on his lips. What a pathetic race, he then charged into Capsule Corporation, disregarding the astonished looks from the surrounding employees, and shouted, Bulma, Bulma, come out here. The employees, busy with renovations, were stunned. A man descending from the sky was one thing, but to appear naked and shout the name of the company's owner was beyond comprehension. Vegeta seized one nearby employee, glaring menacingly and demanding, Hey, where is that woman Bulma? The sheer ferocity emanating from Vegeta, accumulated from the destruction of countless planets, proved too much for the ordinary employee, who fainted on the spot. Vegeta scoffed, tossing the employee aside, cursing, indeed, a lower-class race, utterly useless. Just as he was about to grab someone else for answers, a man in Dr. Brief did not comprehend what Vegeta was saying. He simply remarked, Now that you have been resurrected, Bulma and the others are likely to return soon, that if you have any questions, you can ask them then. Vegeta suddenly let out a cold chuckle, saying, That brat can transform into a Super Saiyan. At least it confirms that Super Saiyans are not the only ones as the Prince of the Saiyans. I have no reason to be inferior to those lower-class warriors. Vegeta strode into the room. Proceeding with familiarity to the place he had previously occupied, the figures of 6 deities materialized in the temple, and Mr. Popo, standing by the side of the sanctuary, abruptly turned his head, his eyes brimming with joy. The frail Elder Kai smiled and greeted Popo. It's been a long time, Mr. Popo. You have worked hard. Mr. Popo was so moved that tears welled in his eyes as he replied, It is my duty to guard the temple. Lord Kai, I am overjoyed that you have finally returned. Krillin, Tin, and the others also greeted Mr. Popo in turn, while only Piccolo stood aside. Crossing his arms with an air of disdain, Mr. Popo's gaze swept over Krillin and the others before he finally said, I am delighted that you have all returned. Unable to tolerate the atmosphere of the temple, Piccolo snorted, declaring, I am leaving. Staying here for even a minute is nauseating. However, the Elder Kai suddenly called out to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, I just read your memories. Have you ever considered that if we were to become whole again, this crisis might never have existed? Pausing slightly at the edge of the temple, Piccolo turned his head and sneered. You want to merge with me again, huh? True, merging with you would indeed grant immense power, perhaps rivaling that of a Super Saiyan, but I refuse. You old fool, you discarded me so casually. How could I possibly merge with someone like you again? With a deep breath, Piccolo's voice gradually rose in intensity, and finally he leaped off the temple, flying towards a distant point on Earth. The Elder Kai watched Piccolo retreat and sighed, feeling a twinge of confusion as a deity. Krillin, puzzled, glanced at the Elder Kai and said, This is not the time for warriors. As a god, you could better guide humanity. The Elder Kai shook his head, stating, There are always some ominous premonitions. I believe that when the time comes, Piccolo will naturally wish to merge once more. Not fully grasping the Elder Kai's meaning, Krillin remained silent and bid farewell to the Elder Kai and Mr. Popo. Time flew by in an instant. Seemingly but a moment had passed, yet 18 days had elapsed. In the gravity chamber of the spaceship, under 200 times the gravity, Trunks was fervently enhancing his energy, yearning to become a Super Saiyan. Having exhausted his 2 remaining fate points, however, even with 2 additional years of training, he still had not transformed. A brilliant white aura surged, gradually mingling with hints of gold as Trunks' eyes glazed over. Seemingly losing his sanity, Gohan's eyes lit up, realizing that Trunks was perilously close to becoming a Super Saiyan. He hastily exclaimed, That's it, Trunks. Anger, you need more anger. Yet, upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks not only failed to advance further, but the mixed golden aura dissipated entirely. Gohan sighed internally, thinking, Sorry, Uncle Vegeta. He then shouted, Trunks, Uncle Vegeta was just resurrected, but he was killed by the newly appeared androids. Upon hearing this, Trunks roared, and his brilliant white aura surged violently, transforming into gold in an instant. His eyes radiated white light. Moments later, his purple hair stood on end, turning golden. Androids. Trunks' voice brimmed with boundless fury, and the golden aura crashed against the gravity chamber, shaking the entire ship. Gohan glanced at Trunks, knowing he was losing control of his state. Then, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and with a burst of golden energy, he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Trunks roared and threw a punch. But Gohan stepped forward and firmly grasped his fist. With Trunks' right fist captured, His left instinctively swung out, only to be easily seized by Gohan's other hand. Gohan coldly admonished, "Trunks, regain your composure. Do not let your violent instincts cloud your judgment." Trunks remained unresponsive, merely attacking Gohan in a fit of rage. Gohan furrowed his brow, and with a surge of golden energy, he enveloped Trunks in a protective barrier, preventing him from causing further destruction. After a while, the golden radiance surrounding Trunks began to wane, and his eyes gradually revealed emerald green pupils. Gohan let out a sigh of relief, releasing the barrier around Trunks, and asked, "How do you feel now?" Trunks, finally regaining his senses, Trunks gently descended to the ground, gazing at his hands, and broke into a joyful smile. "Gohan, I did it. I finally did it," Gohan replied with a grin. "Excellent, Trunks. Now take some time to savor this state, and strive to transform into a Super Saiyan at will in the future." Trunks nodded earnestly and began to immerse himself in the sensation of being a Super Saiyan. Gohan, having reverted from his Super Saiyan form, moved to a nearby resting area and noticed unread messages on his watch. That he opened them and, after reading, smiled as he said, "Trunks, the ship will land on Earth in 3 hours. Let us prepare." Trunks replied, "I will continue to relish this state. When we disembark, I must surprise Dad." Gohan nodded, refraining from further persuasion, and approached Trunks to share some insights on transforming into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber on Earth, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, his fiery hair still black as before. After a while, the golden energy dissipated, and Vegeta, brimming with confidence, muttered to himself, "At last, I have glimpsed the barrier of a Super Saiyan. It seems that the tedious tricks of the afterlife were not entirely without merit." He then calculated the time. Realizing that today was likely when Bulma and the others would return, he casually tore off his tattered shoulder guard and stepped outside, contemplating, "Though that inferior woman has sullied my noble Saiyan blood, she did bring me back to life, so I might as well see them. And Trunks, humph, that little brat, though born of that woman, still possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan prince. If he seeks my guidance, I may begrudgingly oblige. After all, I am on the verge of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta continued toward the bathing room, musing, "Kakarot and Kakarot's brat, I will soon become a Super Saiyan, one that far surpasses you both." 3 hours later, Bulma piloted the spaceship, successfully landing at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta immediately positioned himself atop Capsule Corporation, arms crossed, watching as the ship descended towards the landing pad. At last, a faint smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he sensed Trunks' energy. That aura was unexpectedly potent, prompting him to exclaim, "Though born of a Earth woman, he undeniably carries my blood, and should far surpass the offspring of lower-class warriors. The only drawback is how similar this energy is to that of Kakarot's brat. Humph, it seems he has spent too much time with that little fool." With that thought, Vegeta leaped down, landing firmly on the ground, gazing at the spaceship with an air of arrogance and indifference. Inside the ship, Trunks, clad in tattered clothing but sporting a wild mane of golden hair, radiated a fierce presence, his emerald green pupils filled with elation. Gohan, observing Trunks, could not help but chuckle. "Trunks, you could actually transform into a Super Saiyan when you meet Uncle Vegeta. Maintaining that form is still too taxing for you at this stage." Trunks shook his head, his eyes not betraying fatigue but rather glimmering with anticipation. "I can hold on. I want Dad to see his son transformed into a Super Saiyan." Trunks, steadfast in his resolve, did not receive any further counsel from Gohan, who merely sighed inwardly. As Gohan and Trunks approached the hatch of the spacecraft, they beheld the ever-patient Bulma waiting nearby. After scrutinizing Trunks for a moment, Bulma remarked, "Is this the Super Saiyan you often speak of?" Trunks nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan, a transformation I have painstakingly perfected. Surely, it will delight my father." Observing Trunks' exuberant demeanor, Bulma suppressed the urge to dampen his spirits, though she could not help but internally scoff. Upon seeing you like this, he might not feel delight, but rather shock. Consequently, Bulma, Gohan, and Trunks exited the spacecraft, only to encounter a proud figure standing outside, arms crossed. Vegeta, noticing the hatch's opening, felt a flicker of tension within him. Yet he maintained his haughty stance. After all, that boy was merely a reflection of his bloodline. The noble Prince Vegeta would not be swayed by trivial familial bonds. "Daddy," the moment Trunks laid eyes on the flame-haired man, he recognized him as his father. The proud posture and the solitary, defiant gaze mirrored precisely what he had envisioned of his father, though the only imperfection was that his father seemed somewhat shorter in stature. However, such minor flaws were inconsequential, for Trunks felt an undeniable connection to the man through their shared blood. Vegeta remained imperious, while Bulma took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Prince of the Saiyans. Congratulations on your resurrection." Vegeta snorted dismissively, his gaze momentarily drifting over Bulma. Noting her fatigue, he lingered for but a fleeting moment before his eyes shifted past her, landing on an orange-clad warrior and a golden-haired, blue-eyed child. Trunks, longing for his father's attention, nearly rushed forward, but as he did, a twinge of apprehension crept into his heart. Vegeta's pupils narrowed upon seeing Trunks, and he turned to Bulma, inquiring, "Hey, Bulma, who is this wretched brat?" I recall Trunks having purple hair. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, while Bulma shot Vegeta an exasperated glance, retorting, "Isn't that the so-called Super Saiyan you frequently mention?" Honestly, the Prince of the Saiyans, unable to recognize his own son? Vegeta felt as though his pride had been struck 1,000 blows, staring blankly at the golden-haired Trunks, his world spinning in disarray. Finally, he could no longer contain his outrage, roaring, "What nonsense is this? The Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in the universe. I, the illustrious Prince of the Saiyans, have yet to achieve that form. How could these children attain it so effortlessly?" Gohan sighed, aware that Vegeta's defenses had crumbled once more. Yet, he was not surprised. Having encountered Vegeta on Namek, he understood the man's character. A proud yet sensitive individual, he was arrogant, dismissive of all in the universe, yet deeply vulnerable, prone to collapse under repeated blows to his ego. Nevertheless, after such breakdowns, he could still glimpse hope and strive to regain his strength. Watching Vegeta's fierce expression, Bulma felt a sense of helplessness. Knowing Vegeta better than Gohan did, she could surmise his thoughts. The Prince of the Saiyans, was the only one unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. In truth, Bulma's intuition was correct. Vegeta was indeed grappling with that very thought. He glanced at Trunks, then at Gohan, and finally recalled Kakarot on Namek, feeling incredulous. Now, the only Saiyans left in the universe are Kakarot and me. Even if we count these two half-breeds, that's merely 4. Yet, all three have become Super Saiyans, leaving me, the esteemed Prince of the Saiyans, as the sole one who has not transformed. What a farce! Trunks, observing his father's fierce countenance, felt a pang of fear, but summoning his courage, he took a few steps closer to Vegeta and called out, "Daddy!" Vegeta, emerging from his chaotic thoughts, shot a glare at Trunks, his fury bubbling just beneath the surface. He barked, "Get away from me, brat. Don't think that just because you've inherited my blood and transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can swagger before me. I, the proud Prince Vegeta, will not be outdone by you inferior Saiyans." Vegeta could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a powerful roar that sent waves of energy surging skyward, whipping up a tempestuous gale. "What nonsense is this? I am the Prince of the Saiyans." His fury erupted fully, fueled by the torment he had endured in the afterlife, creating a cataclysmic surge that shook Capsule Corporation to its very core. Bulma, being merely human, could scarcely withstand such overwhelming energy. Her very bones threatened to shatter. Fortunately, Gohan sensed the impending disaster. He released his own energy, forming a protective barrier around Bulma and Trunks. However, Capsule Corporation was not as fortunate. Teetering on the brink of destruction under Vegeta's immense power, Trunks turned to Gohan, asking, "Gohan, why is Dad acting like this? Did I do something wrong?" Gohan shook his head, smiling gently as he replied, "Your father's pride is simply too strong, but it will pass soon enough. He, too, will become a Super Saiyan." Bulma chimed in with a touch of sarcasm. Honestly, what kind of Saiyan prince is he? Unable to achieve his own transformation, yet letting others provoke him into becoming a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura intensified, the white flames gradually morphing into gold. His fiery hair oscillated between black and gold, and his pupils vanished, leaving only white in their wake. Gohan stepped forward, saying, "Trunks, take Aunt Bulma and move away. Uncle Vegeta's energy is far too potent. If this continues, West City might crumble entirely." Trunks nodded, grasping his mother and soaring into the distance. Gohan then turned his attention back to Vegeta, observing the fissures forming around him with a sigh. He too transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura bursting forth and expanding outward, ultimately forming a circular energy shield that enveloped both him and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta's power continued to escalate. On the North Kai's planet, Goten had made some progress in his training. His spirit and energy flowed steadily, allowing him to sense Vegeta's formidable aura that he opened his eyes, exclaiming, "That must be Vegeta's energy. It feels unexpectedly powerful. Whoa." Goten momentarily lost his balance, his body plummeting, but quick reflexes saved him from the sharp edge below. At that moment, Goku opened his eyes, glancing up at Goten with a smile. "Goten, you just broke your balance again. That's the third time today. At this rate, you won't complete your training in 150 days. Goten sighed, replying, "But it's so boring, Dad. Trunks and Uncle Vegeta can both transform into Super Saiyans. When will I get to train?" Goku chuckled. "If you can sense energy from Earth, it means you've made progress. Don't rush. Training isn't something that can be perfected overnight. If you're really struggling, you can simulate battles in your mind." Goten shook his head, grimacing. "No way. I can't even master that yet. If I try to simulate battles, I'm afraid the Sun lineage might end with me." Goku gave him a knowing look and sighed. That's the fourth time. On Earth, Vegeta's energy reached its zenith, altering the very atmosphere. The air crackled with latent electricity. At last, his hair transformed fully into a brilliant gold, though his eyes remained devoid of pupils. Gohan, seeing Vegeta poised for battle, prepared himself for an impending confrontation. However, unexpectedly, Vegeta suddenly condensed his golden energy, a radiant light enveloping his form, and at last, his pupils returned, transforming into a vibrant green. Gohan, relieved to see Vegeta regain his composure, exhaled deeply, dispelling his energy shield and reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Meanwhile, Vegeta, feeling the changes within his body, allowed a confident, defiant smile to grace his lips. He glanced at Gohan and said, "Hey, Kakarote's brat, are you interested in witnessing the might of Super Vegeta?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted momentarily as he murmured, "Super Vegeta?" Vegeta's grin broadened, and with a flourish, he pointed his right thumb at himself, declaring, "Indeed, I am Super Vegeta. Unlike you inferior bloodlines who transform into Super Saiyans, as the prince of the Saiyan race. My transformation is the pinnacle of strength. Henceforth, I shall be known as Super Vegeta." Sun Wukong regarded Vegeta's demeanor without uttering any disparaging remarks, simply replying, "Congratulations, Uncle Vegeta. However, it is getting late, so I must take my leave." Yet Vegeta interjected, stepping in front of Wukong, stating, "I've heard tales of your victory over those two androids. They were fortunate indeed. Now, let us engage in battle, Kakarote's little brat." Sun Wukong looked up at Vegeta and asked, "What is the point of fighting you?" Vegeta scoffed, retorting, "To prove my superiority over you. To establish that I am the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe." Wukong sidestepped Vegeta, responding, "Such matters bear no significance. If your sole intent is to prove that, there is no need for a fight. I concede." Vegeta, upon hearing this, displayed no hint of joy, but rather a surge of indignation that he abruptly turned and launched a punch at Sun Wukong. A powerful gust of wind surged toward Wukong, accompanied by Vegeta's fist. Having fought against the androids for an extended period, Wukong's reflexes were swift. As he sidestepped, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, seizing Vegeta's fist with his right hand. Before Wukong could speak, Vegeta erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Concede? What nonsense! You and your father, I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. I do not require your condescension." As Vegeta spoke, his other fist swung toward Wukong, who again captured it, stating, "I do not intend to bestow any favor upon you. You need not dwell on such trivialities." Trivialities? Vegeta's anger flared as he leaped, delivering a knee strike that sent Wukong flying. Boom! Wukong's form crashed through the Capsule Corporation building. Vegeta strode forward, bellowing, "You insolent brat! What do you know? You and your father have resurrected me time and again. How absurd that I, Prince Vegeta, must rely on others for survival. I shall undoubtedly defeat you both." Boom! Vegeta's right hand opened, unleashing a fierce blast of energy that scattered debris, revealing Wukong's figure. Rising to his feet, Wukong brushed off the dust and, with piercing eyes, addressed Vegeta. "If you truly wish to defeat me, let us engage in battle a year from now. You are far from my equal at this moment, and I cannot allow the recently restored peace to be shattered. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wukong vanished, startling Vegeta, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance. However, in the next moment, the youth clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before him, delivering a punch that shattered his defenses and struck his abdomen with overwhelming energy. Vegeta felt his body tremble, his vision fading as he lost his Super Saiyan form, collapsing to the ground in agony. Wukong returned to his usual state, turning his back on the fallen Vegeta, stating, "While I may not comprehend your pride, as a person, especially as a father, you should embody more than mere arrogance." At that moment, Trunks, having settled Bulma, rejoined Wukong, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. Vegeta, clutching his abdomen in pain, gritted his teeth and spat, "Damn you, you bastard." Wukong, noticing Trunks's bewildered expression, approached and ruffled his hair, smiling. "It's all right, Trunks, that I must return home. I imagine your mother is feeling quite lonely." Trunks, glancing nervously between Vegeta and Wukong, murmured, "How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this." Wukong sighed inwardly, understanding Trunks's feelings, yet recognizing there was little to be done. After all, this was simply Vegeta's nature. Nevertheless, Wukong felt Vegeta had improved significantly since the past. After all, the Vegeta of old would not only neglect welcoming family, but would even kill longtime comrades without a second thought. Whoosh! Wukong cast one last glance at Vegeta before soaring into the sky. Heading toward the West City, Trunks stood frozen, torn between the desire to assist Vegeta and his own trepidation. After a considerable time, Vegeta struggled to rise, gazing at the direction Wukong had departed, muttering, "Humph, son Wukong. I shall remember you." Trunks, in a state of confusion, grappled with his complex emotions, unsure of how to relate to his long-cherished father. Vegeta turned to Trunks, intending to deliver some banter, only to find Trunks's eyes glistening with unshed tears. A strange discomfort stirred within him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Trunks, you are commendable. You are worthy of the Saiyan royal bloodline." Bulma, having returned unbeknownst to anyone, overheard Vegeta's praise for Trunks, with a smile. She approached Vegeta, nudging him playfully with her shoulder, saying, "Vegeta, when you compliment our child, you should express it fully, being so vague, who can comprehend?" "Mind your own business," Vegeta snapped, turning away, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. He took several steps before pausing to remark, "By the way, Bulma, you seem rather worn." Vegeta then retreated to the gravity chamber. Although Bulma and Trunks were both admirable, the proud Saiyan prince would not forsake his quest for strength over such trivial matters. Bulma, taken aback by his words, looked at Vegeta's receding form, her eyes glinting with realization. She felt that Vegeta had indeed become more human than before. Just then, Trunks stepped up to Bulma, his eyes brimming with tears as he implored, "How could this be? Daddy shouldn't be like this." Bulma gently patted Trunks' head, reassuring him, "It's all right. That's just how Vegeta is. If he says you are worthy of the Saiyan bloodline, it means he cares for you." Trunks, still troubled, pressed on, "But why does Daddy insist on fighting Brother Wukong? He is such a good person." Bulma chuckled softly. "I suppose that's just the way of the Saiyans." As son Wukong gracefully descended to the ground at West City, he noticed numerous figures resembling soldiers surrounding his home. Curiosity piqued. He first sensed his mother's presence, confirming all was well before landing. Upon seeing him, the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted, "Who goes there? Do not approach." Son Wukong glanced back at his home, stating, "I merely wish to return home. I seek no conflict with you," ignoring his words. One soldier fired a shot. Son Wukong effortlessly caught the bullet and tossed it aside, pointing towards the house. "I mean no harm. That is my home, and I wish to enter." The soldiers, now gripped by fear, disregarded Wukong's intentions and continued firing. Son Wukong nonchalantly caught their bullets until they exhausted their ammunition. He then tossed the bullets to the ground, saying, "I harbor no desire for confrontation." The soldiers exchanged anxious glances, sensing their impending doom. Suddenly, Son Wukong's form vanished before their eyes, reappearing at the door just as it swung open, revealing a stunning woman with purple hair. Her expression was serious, and upon seeing Wukong, she brandished a dagger at his throat. Wukong's aura surged, rendering the woman's dagger ineffective, and he brushed her aside, striding into the house. "Wukong." As Sun Wufan stepped through the door, He had yet to take in the surroundings when his mother's joyful exclamation reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw her engaged in conversation with a dog-headed man seated beside the table. Sun Wufan recognized him as the king, and deftly maneuvering past the king's bodyguards, he approached the table. He first addressed his mother, saying, "Mother, I'm home." Then, turning to the king, he added, "You must be your majesty. I am Sun Wufan, and it is a pleasure to meet you." The king scrutinized Sun Wufan for a moment, gesturing to his blonde secretary before speaking. "Indeed, I currently hold the title of king. You are Sun Wufan, correct? It seems heroes emerge from youth. I have heard from your mother that you ventured to another planet to revive everyone." Sun Wufan nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, everyone has been resurrected now. May I inquire as to your majesty's purpose for visiting?" "We are merely an ordinary family from Baozi Mountain." The king, initially surprised, remarked, "One can actually come back to life after death. Such a phenomenon exists in this world." Upon seeing Sun Wufan nod, the king's astonishment faded, replaced by a smile as he continued, "I merely wished to ascertain whether it was you or your father." "Sun Wukong, who vanquished the androids. It was I," Sun Wufan declared. The king nodded, accepting this without skepticism. "Your father once saved the world from the evil demon King Piccolo, and you have defeated the androids, restoring peace to all. Your family is truly a beacon of heroism in this world." With a snap of his fingers, the king summoned his bodyguards, who began to bring forth boxes. The king lifted the central box and announced, "This is the World Peace Medal in a sum of 100 million zeni. Though it may not be substantial, it is a token of our gratitude for your role in saving the world." Sun Wufan, wishing to decline but reminded of his aspirations, accepted the offering, saying, "While I would love to refuse, I genuinely need this money at present." "Thank you, your majesty." The king then took a seat once more, suggesting, "Let us discuss other matters." Setting the medal aside, Sun Wufan sat down, eager to listen. Time flowed like water, and though a year may seem lengthy, it amounted to just over 300 days since Sun Wufan's conversation with the king. A year had passed, during which Earth underwent tremendous transformations. The king and Sun Wufan reached a consensus on various matters, leading the king to initiate a campaign to promote Sun Wufan as the young hero who defeated the androids. Though Sun Wufan preferred a life of anonymity, he had long resolved to spread martial arts across the globe. Thus, he invested the entire sum of 100 million zeni into the construction of a martial arts school. With the dual support of the state and Capsule Corporation, the establishment of Sun Wufan's school progressed remarkably well, drawing many aspiring heroes to enroll upon its opening. However, it was not solely those with dreams of heroism who arrived. Numerous martial artists skeptical of Sun Wufan came to challenge him. Regrettably for them, despite sharing the title of martial artist, they were no match for Sun Wufan, who effortlessly triumphed over them. Notably, on the day of the school's inauguration, several individuals connected to the androids attempted to instigate terror, but such schemes did not escape the keen ears of Piccolo. During the establishment of the school, prominent figures such as Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu appeared. With Krillin and Yamcha declaring their allegiance to Sun Wufan's school, Tien and Kaiatsu opened their own martial arts school, leveraging the excitement surrounding Sun Wufan's opening for promotion, as the direct descendant of the esteemed martial arts master. Tien's reputation as a former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament made his recruitment efforts equally successful. Following the establishment of schools by Sun Wufan and Tien, other martial arts masters began to open their own establishments, such as the Satan Martial Arts School, Champion School, and Eight-Handed Divine Fist School, leading to a surge in martial arts enthusiasm. With the advancement of information technology, Sun Wufan's identity became increasingly clear online, and many learned of his father, Sun Wukong, the former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, who had a grandfather with lineage tracing back to the martial arts deity. Consequently, a significant number sought to delve deeper into the legacy of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In response to the public's fervent interest, a consortium coordinated with the government to decide on the revival of the World Martial Arts Tournament, scheduling the 24th iteration for May 7772 of the Age of the Gods. During this time, disciples from various schools and styles diligently trained, eager to make a remarkable impression at the tournament. Although Vegeta remained immersed in training at Capsule Corporation, indifferent to the happenings outside, the buzz surrounding the tournament was so pervasive that even he became aware of it. Initially dismissing it as trivial, he changed his mind upon learning that Sun Wufan would also participate. On North Kai's planet, Sun Wutian achieved a perfect balance 200 days after Piccolo's resurrection. In that moment of equilibrium, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, with energy flowing effortlessly through him. Sun Wutian believed that no challenges lay ahead, confident even in mastering the legendary instant transmission technique. However, after merely 3 days of practice, he found himself disheartened once more. Over the subsequent 100 days, Sun Wutian encountered numerous failures. He had instantaneously traveled to alien worlds, encountered bizarre races, and even ventured into the underworld, where he confronted his uncle Raditz, only to be brought back by his father. Throughout this period, Sun Wutian had traversed the realm of the afterlife. With repeated failures weighing on him, he lay on the ground beside Sun Wukong and asked, "Father, what am I doing wrong with my instant transmission? I can merge my body with my ki and understand how to leap through it, yet I cannot achieve the desired form of teleportation." Sun Wukong chuckled. "I'm not entirely certain either. When I learned, I didn't face the same challenges you do. Perhaps your thoughts become muddled while attempting to use instant transmission, leading to misdirection." Sun Wutian felt a headache coming on. He had asked this question countless times, and his father had provided numerous answers. Yet the execution of instant transmission seemed purely a matter of luck. At that moment, King Kai stealthily approached the duo, shouting, startling them both. Sun Wutian, in a fit of anger, unleashed a torrent of energy that sent King Kai flying to the side. When he turned to look, he found King Kai hanging from a tree branch. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sun Wutian flew up to assist him down, then smiled and said, "My apologies, King Kai, I didn't realize it was you. Lately, my instant transmission has been taking me to all sorts of strange places. I must have been too tense." King Kai, disheveled and grumbling, responded, "Though you are my prized disciple, you cannot treat me this way." "Humph, I am quite upset." With a glint in his eye, Sun Wutian extended 2 fingers and said, "Oh, come now, King Kai. I've always regarded you as my guiding mentor in life. How about this? As compensation, may I tell you 2 corny jokes?" King Kai scoffed, turning away from Sun Wutian. "What do you take me for? I am the most esteemed deity of the North Galaxy. You think 2 corny jokes can placate me?" He then raised 3 fingers, declaring, "I want 3. Surprised, Sun Wutian nodded vigorously, thinking to himself, "As expected of you, King Kai." After soothing King Kai, Sun Wutian resumed his focus, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, attuning himself to the energy of his brother Wufan on Earth. He sought to merge his body and ki flawlessly, attempting once more to execute instant transmission. Just then, Sun Wukong patted Sun Wutian on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Wait a moment. Come with me to the South Galaxy, if we can resolve the situation. I'll send you to Yardrat as well." Sun Wutian lowered his fingers, looking at Sun Wukong. He replied, "I recall you've been to the South Galaxy several times already, yet there's still no news." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Each time, I could only sense a ki similar to that of a scion. By the time I arrived, the planet was already in ruins, and there was nothing else left. It truly gives one a headache." Sun Wutian nodded and said, "Then let us go take a look together. By the way, Father, there must still be many unique skills on planet Adetlan." Sun Wukong nodded, then placed 2 fingers on his forehead, smiling as he replied, "Though the Adetlan people possess average strength, their research on chi is quite extraordinary. They can grow larger or smaller, and even utilize chi to create countless clones. Unfortunately, we lacked the time to delve deeper into our studies back then." Upon hearing about those fascinating skills, Sun Wutian became increasingly intrigued and eagerly asked, "Aren't you interested in learning some more, Father?" Sun Wukong chuckled softly and said, "Those skills are indeed impressive, but I believe I have my own methods that suit me well. There is no need to excessively pursue such things. I can sense the energy of the science." With a swift motion, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian vanished from North Kai's planet, in the blink of an eye. Their energy leapt across an unquantifiable distance, arriving on a planet in the southern galaxy. Meanwhile, the North Kai, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly ceased and adjusted his glasses. Gazing at the spot where Sun Wukong had departed, he sighed and murmured, "What could possibly be there? Wukong has visited so many times without any discovery, and my senses cannot detect anything there. Surely it cannot be another space-time vortex." The North Kai shook his head, recalling the last time a space-time vortex appeared, which nearly cost them their lives. On a planet in the southern galaxy, the figures of Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian materialized. They surveyed their surroundings, with Sun Wutian exclaiming, "The air currents here are extremely chaotic. Even breathing is a challenge. What on earth is this place?" Just then, a purple vortex emerged, emanating an incredibly violent energy. In the next instant, a green energy wave shot forth from within. As the green energy wave appeared, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering radiant energy in his right hand and launching it directly at the green wave. Boom! The two energy waves collided, exploding into a dazzling display of light that enveloped the entire planet in a blinding white glow. A tremendous roar followed, causing the planet to tremble. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wutian also transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, he sensed that his father had gained the upper hand, yet it seemed he had no opportunity to strike. Bloodstep! A fragmented voice echoed from the vortex, prompting Sun Wukong to shout sharply. With a surge of energy from his right hand, he drew the green wave back into the purple vortex. Zila! Within the vortex, electric sparks flickered, and a muscular figure with green hair began to materialize, glaring at Sun Wukong with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. Sun Wukong looked up at the vortex, assuming a fighting stance, and declared, "So, you have finally shown yourself." Boom! The figure solidified further, and the green energy surged violently, crashing against the planet. Sun Wukong glanced at Wutian and said, "Go for it. Wutian, it is time to showcase the fruits of your training." Broly! Sun Wutian recognized that ethereal figure at once, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, a symbol of bloodshed and slaughter, whose power seemingly increased effortlessly. Yet this time, rather than feeling fear, he charged forward. Boom! Their fists collided, and it felt as if lightning erupted between them. Sun Wutian sensed a torrent of savage power coursing through him. He quickly enveloped it with his own energy and stepped back, countering with a Kamehameha wave. Zila! Lightning coursed through the purple vortex, and then the legendary Super Saiyan vanished without a trace, while the Kamehameha wave shot out of the planet. Seeking a fortunate target, Sun Wukong moved swiftly, positioning himself in front of Sun Wutian's Kamehameha wave. Placing a hand on it and effortlessly shattering the energy, Sun Wutian, witnessing his father obliterating the Kamehameha, released the remaining energy and said, "Father, it seems that vortex has vanished." Sun Wukong landed on the ground, nodded thoughtfully, then placed 2 fingers on his forehead, attempting to sense the Saiyan-S energy, but to no avail. Sun Wutian, observing his father's actions, mirrored the gesture, eager to discern the origin of Broly. Yet, they both came up empty. After a moment, they both lowered their fingers simultaneously. Sun Wutian asked, "Father, did you detect the energy of that Saiyan?" Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, "Within my range of perception, there are indeed other Saiyans present. However, that brutal and bloody energy is no longer detectable. This is quite perplexing. What exactly is his origin?" Sun Wutian then inquired. "That vortex was rather peculiar. Did you discover anything similar during your previous investigations?" "Father?" Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "The last time I came, that Saiyan had already departed, and all I could see was a shattered planet." Sun Wutian felt a headache coming on. He knew that this Saiyan was Broly, but knowing that was of little use if he couldn't find him. After a while, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled and said, "All right, let us stop searching. This fellow will surely make another appearance one day. And next time, he won't escape." Sun Wutian sighed. Although he wished to assist his father in completing his task promptly, he felt powerless. After all, he could only recall the storyline involving Broly. However, locating someone was not as simple as knowing the plot. The only method that came to mind was to seek the dragon. "Wukong, Wutian, have you discovered anything?" At that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. It was North Kai communicating with them telepathically. Sun Wutian felt a spark of curiosity, while Sun Wukong was already accustomed to it, stating, "Apologies, Lord Kai, we encountered a Saiyan, but regrettably, after a brief exchange, he vanished on the other end." The Kai responded, "Indeed, it appears to be a Saiyan. However, I have inquired with several other Kais, who are constantly monitoring the Saiyans within their domains. Where did this Saiyan originate? By the way, you should have memorized his energy by now. Have you attempted to use instant transmission to locate him?" Sun Wukong answered, "I have searched, but I cannot find any energy similar to his." Sun Wutian added, "That Saiyan had a rather strange energy. It was powerful and bloodthirsty, and when he appeared, he even called out for his father. Yet, when he vanished, it was quite bizarre, simply disappearing into thin air along with the purple vortex. The purple vortex. The North Kai bypassed Sun Wutian's previous comments and focused on this detail. It seems to be precisely that kind of phenomenon. This could present some complications. Sun Wukong, intrigued, asked, Lord Kai, is that purple vortex something formidable? The North Kai explained, that is known as a space-time vortex, and due to its complete unpredictability, it can be quite troublesome. In any case, you both should return for now. I need to prepare an investigation report for Lord Grand Kai. With that, the North Kai severed the communication. Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wutian and said, Wutian, let us head to planet Adetlan. I believe you may learn a great deal here. Sun Wutian questioned, but what about the Scion and the space-time vortex? Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, for now, you need not concern yourself with these matters, nor should you feel undue pressure. Just do your best. After all, the path of training cannot be rushed. When you become overly fixated, it can be exceedingly difficult to learn. However, when you relax your heart, understanding may come naturally. Sun Wutian found himself puzzled. He felt he was already unified in body and mind, yet still not relaxed enough. Sun Wukong, not elaborating further, simply said, all right, Wutian, place your hand upon me. We shall go to planet Adetlan. Sun Wutian nodded and placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. In the next moment, the scenery before them shifted, and they found themselves on another planet. Towering steel structures loomed around them. A testament to the technological advancement of this world, Sun Wutian scanned his surroundings. Countless figures materialized through instantaneous movement, encircling Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian in a tight formation. Upon turning, Sun Wutian beheld two distinct humanoid forms. One possessed a large, round head with simple facial features, while the other boasted an elongated head with pointed ears, adorned with numerous spots upon their foreheads. Sun Wukong raised his right hand in greeting to the Atlanteans, exclaiming, Hi, Dabia, it's been a while. A group of Atlanteans, upon recognizing Sun Wukong, extended their hands in return, saying, It's you, Wukong. Truly, it has been far too long. One Atlantean glanced at Wutian, then back at Wukong, and remarked to Wutian, Congratulations, Wukong. You have mastered the art of energy division. You can now create bodies of varying sizes. Sun Wutian, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I apologize, but I am his son, Sun Wutian, not a product of division. The Atlantean quickly apologized, saying, My sincerest apologies. Your appearances are so alike. Even your spirito bears many similarities. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, No worries. By the way, Dabia, how have you all been lately? Dabia responded, Thanks to your victory over the Jinyu force and your subsequent rescue of us from Guldo, everything here has been peaceful. Sun Wukong nodded and said, That is wonderful to hear. By the way, Dabia, my son has encountered some difficulties while training in instantaneous movement. Would it be possible for him to train under Lord Pibra for a time? Dabia nodded, stating, Of course, Wukong, you are our planet's great benefactor. We wholeheartedly welcome your son to train here. Sun Wukong replied, Then I entrust my son to you. Dabia looked at Wukong and inquired, Wukong, aren't you going to train here as well? I recall you mentioning that you would return to continue your training. Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, I am no longer among the living. Even if I return to the earthly realm due to the survival of the universe, I cannot linger for too long. While your techniques are indeed remarkable, I have my own path to follow. Dabia nodded, seemingly understanding, though he was not particularly fond of battles and thus did not fully grasp Wukong's mindset. Nevertheless, he said, Very well. I shall take care of your son. Sun Wukong nodded and bent down to pat Wutian's head, saying, Wutian, you shall train here for a while. It may not be long before you can freely utilize instantaneous movement. After that, whether to continue your training here will depend on your own desire. As Sun Wutian listened to his father's instructions, an inexplicable sadness welled up within him. Although his father had not overtly shown affection throughout the year, he could sense the love and warmth in every gesture. Sun Wutian extended his hand, only to let it fall again, fully aware that one day he would have to bear everything alone. All the words he wished to say coalesced into a single sentiment. Goodbye, father. Please take care of yourself over there. Sun Wukong nodded, gently stroking Sun Wutian's head as he replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will be waiting for you three over there. Make sure to learn instantaneous movement quickly. Sun Wutian, initially feeling melancholic, almost succumbed to the emotional turmoil. Why could his father not simply express himself clearly? What did he mean by waiting for the three of us? Was he wishing for their early demise? Sun Wukong then took 2 steps back and called to Dabia. Goodbye, Dabia. With a flash, Sun Wukong's figure vanished. And in an instant, he returned to the North Kai's planet, the intersection of the northern galaxy and the underworld. Sun Wutian stood in a daze, staring at the spot where his father had departed. His emotions a tangled web that he yearned to master instantaneous movement quickly, yet he did not want to part from his father. Through their time together, he had come to realize that his father was not the fool depicted in Dragon Ball Super. Rather, he possessed a depth of understanding in many aspects. Ultimately, Sun Wutian cherished every moment spent with his father. Observing Wutian lost in thought, Dabia spoke up. Wutian, is it? I will take you to meet our elder. Sun Wutian nodded and followed Dabia into a building, winding through several corridors until they arrived at a modern hall where a towering Atlantean stood, approximately 3 to 5 meters tall. He bore a resemblance to Dabia, with a rounded head, yet his head featured 2 protruding tips, and his chin seemed adorned with 2 sharp tendrils. The Atlanteans gathered around Dabia suddenly vanished, and he bowed, saying, Great Elder, this is Sun Wukong's son. Sun Wutian, whom Mr. Wukong has entrusted to you for guidance. The imposing Atlantean leaned down to inspect Sun Wutian, saying, Sun Wutian, is it? Greetings, I am the great Elder Pibera of this planet. Sun Wutian clasped his hands together. Bowing respectfully, greetings, great Elder Pibera, I am Sun Wutian, and I hope to receive your guidance. Pibera nodded, replying, certainly, I would be delighted to teach you. However, your body and mind must be unified. My teachings may be somewhat limited. Sun Wutian glanced at Dabia, saying, my instantaneous movement is not yet perfected, and I seek your guidance on that. Additionally, may I learn the technique of duplication that Dabia demonstrated earlier? Pibera nodded, saying, of course, that is merely a matter of utilizing Spirito. Given your current state, it should not be too difficult for you to learn that. As Pibera spoke, his body suddenly enlarged, nearly reaching the ceiling, then shrank back down. In a moment, he spun around, transforming into countless Piberas, each with distinct appearances, before reassembling into his original form. Pibera continued, the ability to grow and shrink is simply a matter of controlling Spirito. Once you achieve complete unity between your body and Spirito, all of this will be attainable. Sun Wutian was taken aback. He had heard the term Spirito earlier, but was uncertain of its meaning. Although he speculated it referred to Chi, he opted to inquire further. Great Elder Pibera, what exactly is Spirito? Pibera explained, your father, Mr. Sun Wukong, refers to it as Chi. Sun Wutian nodded, saying, I see. I think I understand now. Pibera continued, our planet has passed down many techniques related to Spirito for generations, such as instantaneous movement and transformation. However, if you genuinely wish to master Spirito, my advice is to create your own techniques during your studies. Sun Wutian was puzzled and asked, create my own techniques? Pibera affirmed. Indeed, your own techniques. On our planet, every Atlantean can learn existing techniques, but only those capable of creating new techniques may become elders. Sun Wutian felt a headache coming on, saying, if creating techniques is not a simple task, then I suppose I should focus on learning from the elder for now. Perhaps I will gradually come to understand my own techniques through study. Pibera nodded, saying, very well, let us commence your training. Starting with the instantaneous movement that you have yet to master, Sun Wutian agreed, eager to learn this skill quickly so he could return to Earth to reunite with his mother and brother. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Gohan hurriedly finished his lunch, preparing to head back to the dojo to guide his students in their training. Chi remarked, Gohan, do you have any news about Wutian and Wukong? It has been a year already. Sun Gohan felt a weight in his heart. It was precisely because he remembered these matters that he hesitated to mention his brother and father to his mother, fearing it would upset her. However, with his mother bringing it up, he had no choice but to say, I spoke with Dad the day before yesterday that he mentioned that Wutian has made progress in his training for instantaneous movement and should be back in a month or 2. A month or 2, Chi repeated, I wonder how Wutian is faring. Wukong is not one to care for others. It must be difficult for Wutian without his mother. Sun Gohan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Mom, Wutian is not like ordinary children. He is strong and intelligent. He is surely working hard to reunite with you. We simply need to wait quietly. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears. She felt a profound sadness. Yet her emotions were beyond words, because she understands that the children are considering her well-being. Sun Wukong once again sat beside Chi-Chi and remarked, "All right, Mother, you are the coach of the martial arts dojo. And with the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, we should first focus on teaching everyone martial arts." Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, then stood up and said, "Indeed, given our current situation, we must forge ahead." Sun Wukong nodded. And together with his mother, they made their way to the dojo, where the time for imparting martial arts knowledge began. Although Sun Wukong spent the entire day at the dojo, he did not dedicate all his time to teaching disciples. Instead, he imparted the fundamental principles and techniques of martial arts before engaging in his own training. After all, he was well aware that as the tallest individual on Earth, he bore the responsibility for future risks himself. Thus, the day slipped away, and as Sun Wukong exited the training room, he prepared to head home with his mother when he noticed a female student approaching him. "Teacher Wukong, may I ask you some questions about Qi?" The striking young girl in a purple martial arts uniform first bowed to Sun Wukong before inquiring that he recognized her as Biddy Li, the former leader who had resisted the androids after the androids were defeated. She relinquished her military identity and became a disciple under Sun Wukong, achieving commendable progress in martial arts within just a year. Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "Of course, I consider myself your teacher. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Biddy Li said, "I have previously listened to your teachings on Qi, and I can now sense its presence. So, can you teach me how to fly now?" Sun Wukong looked at her in surprise for a moment, then responded with a smile, "Certainly. My purpose in opening this dojo is to spread martial arts throughout the entire Earth," Biddy Li asked. "So can we do it now?" Sun Wukong glanced at his wristwatch and replied, "We can, but it's getting late. If you don't mind, perhaps you could come to my place for dinner first, and then I can teach you." Biddy Li was taken aback. "Oh, can I really go to Teacher Wukong's home?" Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "Of course, my home is nothing extraordinary." Biddy Li remarked, "But I recall there being reports about how you sent some intruders at Baozi Mountain to prison." Sun Wukong chuckled and clarified, "That wasn't my doing. It was Uncle Piccolo. Those individuals were attempting to excavate something at Baozi Mountain, and while my mother and I found it somewhat bothersome, we could tolerate it. However, they angered Uncle Piccolo, who gave them a good beating and ordered them not to step foot in Baozi Mountain without permission." Uncle Piccolo? Biddy Li paused, recalling the green-skinned creature from when the dojo first opened. She smiled and said, "No wonder. I thought someone as kind as Teacher Wukong wouldn't engage in such actions." Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling as he replied, "There are always those who speak, but I merely wish to focus on my own responsibilities. By the way, Biddy Li, I remember you intend to participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament." Biddy Li nodded, stating, "I feel I have made significant progress over the past year and would like to seize this opportunity to test myself." Sun Wukong responded, "That's a commendable thought. Coincidentally, I also have some additional techniques I wish to teach you. Let us all strive together for this World Martial Arts Tournament." Biddy Li solemnly nodded, clenching her fists, as she genuinely wished to shine in the tournament and deliver a resounding blow to those who had slandered Teacher Wukong online. "All right, let us depart." Sun Wukong accompanied Biddy Li to the parking lot and stood aside. Waiting as Biddy Li entered her flying vehicle, she inquired, "Aren't you coming along, Teacher Wukong?" Sun Wukong shook his head and ascended into the air, saying, "I can use the flight technique. It is also a form of training." Biddy Li praised, "I didn't expect Teacher Wukong to be this strong already, managing to uphold his training every day." Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "Let us get going. You'd better hurry, or Uncle Piccolo might just toss you out if he sees you." With that, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, and Biddy Li piloted her vehicle closely behind. In a brief moment, they reached Baozi Mountain. From a distance, Sun Wukong spotted smoke curling from the chimney of his house. He sighed but remained silent as he landed. Biddy Li parked her vehicle nearby and got out. Gazing in surprise at the dilapidated house, "It seems your home is even more modest than what was reported online. Given your status, it seems unnecessary to live in such a place," she remarked. Sun Wukong replied, "I had hoped to move my mother to a larger house, but she insists that this place holds memories of my father, and she fears that he won't be able to find it upon his return." Biddy Li fell silent for a moment, having researched Sun Wukong's background and learned that his father had passed away due to heart disease. Sun Wukong opened the door, revealing Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha already seated inside. He smiled and greeted, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, welcome to my home." Krillin chuckled, "Hey, Wukong, we came today to discuss matters regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong responded, then called out to Biddy Lee outside. "Come in, Biddy Lee. Everyone here is familiar." Biddy Lee followed Sun Wukong inside and greeted the various teachers in attendance. Yamcha glanced between Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee, ultimately fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong with a playful expression. Well, Wukong, it's quite rare to see you bringing a young lady home." Sun Wukong invited Biddy Lee to sit at the dining table, smiling as he explained, "Biddy Lee wishes to learn the flight technique, and with the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, I thought it best to teach her a bit more." Piccolo interjected, "But Wukong, have you considered that bringing a female student home at night might not be perceived well by those with ill intentions?" Sun Wukong shrugged. "In truth, even if I were teaching Biddy Lee the flight technique at the dojo, there would still be those who find fault with me. They are free to say whatever they wish. I can only strive to do my best." Piccolo regarded Sun Wukong thoughtfully, muttering, "Wukong." Biddy Lee, observing Sun Wukong's indifferent demeanor, suggested, "If that's the case, perhaps I should head back for now. There will be opportunities to learn later." Krillin chuckled, "If you leave now, who knows when you'll get the chance again?" Wukong is busy instructing other students at the dojo and ensuring his own training, which takes up a lot of his time. "Where would he find the time to teach you the flight technique?" Sun Wukong nodded. "I feel that the teaching methods at the dojo are somewhat limited. The traditional approach to martial arts is difficult to extend to the entire globe. Perhaps we should consider better methods." Biddy Lee suddenly interjected, "Teacher Wukong, have you thought about collaborating with the government to integrate martial arts into schools?" Sun Wukong nodded. "I have indeed considered this, but there are many other issues to address. I plan to discuss specific reform measures with the king after this World Martial Arts Tournament. The current teaching methods at the dojo are simply inadequate." Piccolo remarked, "It's not entirely useless. Promoting martial arts cannot solely rely on us. We will need more hands. Perhaps some of the students you've taught this year could become your allies." Sun Wukong agreed. "Uncle Piccolo is right. I also wish to take this opportunity to select those who are skilled in martial arts and possess good character to help promote martial arts." Just as they were conversing, Chi-Chi entered with the dishes, saying, "You all must be tired from training all day. Let us eat soon. Oh, Biddy Lee is here too." "How rare." Biddy Lee stood and greeted Chi-Chi, saying, "Teacher Chi-Chi, I've come to learn the flight technique from Teacher Wukong." Chi-Chi responded, "Sit down. We'll discuss martial arts matters after dinner." Thus, a group of individuals commenced the obliteration of the food laid out upon the table. After their meal, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan conferred once more regarding the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, before each returning to their respective abodes. Son Gohan then escorted Videl to the outskirts, where he began to impart the techniques of flight to her. Videl, demonstrating commendable perseverance, managed to achieve a rudimentary form of flight after merely 2 hours of practice. Subsequently, Gohan instructed her in the usage of the Kamehameha technique. Although Videl was unable to execute the Kamehameha, she had at least grasped the fundamentals of its application. Brimming with confidence, she was determined to shine brilliantly at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon completing the lesson, Gohan seated himself upon a nearby rock. Observing Videl as she honed her energy, a gentle breeze stirred, and he found himself enveloped by a peculiar sensation. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the air, and a figure began to materialize from the void. Gohan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he beheld his long-anticipated younger brother, son Goten. Goten greeted his brother with enthusiasm. "Long time no see." "Brother?" Gohan's eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded and replied, "You have finally returned." As Goten took a few steps towards Gohan, he turned abruptly to see a striking girl clad in a purple martial arts uniform, watching him with keen vigilance. Recognizing Videl, Goten glanced between her and Gohan, chuckling, "My apologies, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment at this juncture." Videl finally discerned Goten's identity, recalling the child she had encountered previously. Lowering her guard, she stated, "I apologize, I thought someone was attempting to ambush Master Gohan." Gohan approached Goten, introducing, "No need to worry. This is my brother, son Goten. He has been training under our father." Videl, perplexed, pondered Gohan's words. Aware that his father had passed away, how could Gohan's brother have trained under him? Goten nodded, glancing at the sky as he continued, I traveled to planet Yardrat, and, under the guidance of their elders, acquired the technique that I had intended to surprise you and Mom. But it seems it is already late at night on Earth. Gohan chuckled. Mom has indeed gone to bed. We can see her tomorrow. It matters not, for you have already mastered it, Goten replied. While there are still things I wish to learn on Yardrat, I should see Mom first, as it has been a year since our last meeting. Videl, bewildered by the conversation, looked from Goten to Gohan and finally inquired, Master Gohan, what are you both discussing? I thought your father had passed away. How could your brother have trained with him? Gohan explained. Though my father is deceased, he differs from others in that he retained his physical form and was able to train under King Kai, making his situation quite unique. Videl nodded, though still somewhat confused. Deciding to practice nearby, and perhaps inquire further once she became more familiar with Gohan, Goten turned to Videl, saying, You must be the Videl I met last time. Gohan affirmed. Indeed, she has recently joined my dojo and is now my disciple. Goten looked at his brother with mild surprise, thinking, well, this seems to be a case of student-teacher romance. How fitting for you. Gohan then addressed Videl. Videl, I believe we should conclude today's training. You may rest in my room. Videl tilted her head, saying, But I haven't yet perfected my Kamehameha wave. Resting now seems premature. Master Gohan. Gohan shook his head, replying, The Kamehameha wave cannot be mastered overnight. Your practice today has sufficed. Continuing would be detrimental to your future training. Videl appeared taken aback, feeling no discomfort and questioning why she could not continue at that moment. Goten interjected, Videl, you may not realize it, but you have reached your physical limits. Continuing without rest would be more torment than training. Skeptical of this assertion, Videl believed she could discern her own limits, but chose to trust Gohan. She then retired to Gohan's room to rest, while Goten and Gohan shared a space, recounting their experiences since their last meeting. On the morning of May 4, 772, Chi-Chi awoke early as usual to fetch water and prepare breakfast. As she stepped outside with a bucket in hand, she was taken aback to see her familiar youngest son. The bucket slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, finally embracing Goten while murmuring, Goten, my Goten, you have finally returned. Seeing the redness in his mother's eyes filled Goten with remorse, and he leaned on Chi-Chi's shoulder, saying, I'm back, Mom, but don't worry. I won't leave you for such long stretches again. After a moment, having savored her son's presence, Chi-Chi finally set him down, asking, by the way, Goten, have you learned your father's instant transmission? Goten nodded. Yes, I have. After breakfast, I will take you to meet King Kai. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she shook her head. Perhaps we should wait a couple of days. I need to freshen up. I've aged quite a bit over the years, and I fear that if I see Goku directly, he might find me unappealing. The mention of Goku seemed to fluster Chi-Chi. And Goten reassured her, That won't happen, Mom. You are still very youthful, and Dad has said that you remain as beautiful as ever. Chi-Chi laughed lightly at Goten's words. That sounds like something you would say. Your father is quite the straightforward person. He would never utter such sentiments. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Goten realized his father had never actually said such things. He had only wished to bridge the gap between his parents, but had inadvertently been exposed by his mother. Observing Goten's awkward demeanor, Chi-Chi remarked, All right, you must be exhausted after these days. Go wait for breakfast. Goten acknowledged her and headed to the stream to fetch water. As Chi-Chi watched her son depart, warmth flooded her heart, and she softly mused, It appears this child is gradually growing up. At the dining table, Goten savored the delectable dishes prepared by his mother when Videl inquired, So, Goten, will you be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament this time? Goten nodded, responding, Of course. While having my brother there likely diminishes my chances of winning, I still wish to gauge the results of my training. Videl cautioned, But you are still quite young. You may face some challenges at the tournament. Gohan interjected with a smile, Videl, do not be deceived by Goten's youthful appearance. His strength is formidable. Across the entire Earth, there are perhaps only 3 individuals who could best him. Videl regarded Goten with skepticism. So, are you saying he is on par with Trunks' father? Gohan sensed Goten's energy and replied, A year ago, Goten's strength surpassed that of Uncle Vegeta. As for now, it's difficult to say, since he is trained with our father. His control over his energy has become exceptionally refined, making it hard for me to gauge his true power. Videl remained unconvinced, perceiving Goten as anything but strong. Goten, however, took another bite of rice, stating, "Not really. I've spent the past year focusing on instant transmission, so my power hasn't increased significantly. Trunks might even surpass me now." Instant transmission? Videl thought she had a solid grasp of Gohan's family. Yet they continued to astonish her with new revelations. Goten explained, "It's a technique that allows one to teleport instantaneously to any location in the universe as long as they can sense energy." Videl was no longer just mildly astonished. She was utterly taken aback, feeling that such a phenomenon was altogether unreasonable. She listened intently as the family continued their conversation, though I did not grasp the entirety of the situation. Upon analyzing the known information, I must concede that I have ultimately derived nothing of substance. For Bidalai feels that her previously constructed worldview has once again shattered. Son Goten had finished his meal and exchanged greetings with his mother before utilizing instant transmission to return to Yardrat for training. Trunks, from Capsule Corporation, had breakfast and, as per his usual routine, made his way to the dojo to prepare for practice at that moment. Vegeta suddenly stood beside him and remarked, "Hey, Trunks," for the next few days. Refrain from visiting Gohan. Trunks, somewhat puzzled, looked at Vegeta and called out, "Dad." Vegeta, maintaining his arms crossed, snorted disdainfully and stated, "I have surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. You carry the bloodline of a Saiyan prince and must not be outdone by Kakarot's son. From this day forth, I shall train you rigorously." Trunks' initial surprise gradually transformed into delight. He nodded vigorously and replied, "Then I will inform Gohan that I'll be training with you from today." Vegeta turned away, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Do as you wish. I'll be waiting for you in the gravity chamber." Trunks sent a message to Son Gohan via his wristwatch, and then followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber. Whoosh! Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura pulsating and swiftly filling the entire gravity chamber. Vegeta glanced back at him and inquired, "I heard Kakarot's second son can also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks nodded, responding, "You mean Goten? He achieved his transformation even earlier than I did. Damn it, is being a Super Saiyan so commonplace now?" Vegeta thought to himself before asking, "So, who would you say is stronger now? You or that Son Goten?" Trunks shook his head, admitting, "I'm not entirely sure, but Goten was already able to match the female android a year ago, while I struggle to best the androids now." Vegeta scoffed heavily, stating, "So, he is stronger than you then?" Trunks felt a wave of anxiety, lowering his head in silence. Observing Trunks' demeanor, Vegeta discerned the boy's concerns and coldly declared, "Prepare yourself, for I will train you diligently. You possess the blood of a Saiyan prince and must never lose to the offspring of a low-class warrior." Trunks nodded, steeling himself with determination. As time flowed by like water, mere days passed in the blink of an eye. The much-anticipated day of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament finally arrived. On the day of the event, the king personally attended and bestowed high praises upon Son Gohan and the other martial artists. Subsequently, the tournament commenced officially, adhering to the same selection method as previous years, with 16 divisions where 16 groups of contestants would battle in their respective venues. The victors from each group would advance to the top 16, culminating in a showdown among the strongest participants on the main stage, where the champion would be awarded the title of the world's foremost martial artist. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Bidalai, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu were all present, ready to compete in this prestigious tournament. Son Goten had also intended to participate. However, after departing home yesterday, he became too engrossed in practicing a new technique to arrive in time. Son Gohan and the others had no means of contacting him. Resigned to the fact that he would miss this tournament as the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, the various divisions began their battles. Thanks to Chaozu's presence, Son Gohan and his friends did not encounter each other in the preliminary rounds. Easily securing their spots in the main competition, the day's matches unfolded amidst the cheers of the audience, and the top 16 were finally decided. Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, Bidalai, Satan, Anti, Nanyuan, Android 16, Rhea, Barrett, and Gappa. The moment Son Gohan laid eyes upon the list of finalists, a sense of foreboding arose within him. Beside him, Piccolo seemed to sense a shift in Gohan's aura, scanning the list and spotting the name Android 16, which ignited his own apprehension. Nevertheless, he reassured Gohan. Don't worry too much, Gohan. Perhaps they are just overly enthusiastic fans of those two androids. Son Gohan remained silent. Yet a sense of ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling presence. Turning sharply to behold a tall, imposing man with a stern countenance, a tuft of orange hair atop his head, clad in a black bodysuit partially adorned with green armor. Upon noticing Son Gohan's gaze, the man's expression darkened, and a palpable aura of malice enveloped Son Gohan in an instant. Son Gohan concentrated, dispelling the malevolent energy, his gaze sharp as he questioned the man, with no detectable energy. You must be an android? Humph. The man beside him, wearing sunglasses, scoffed and turned to the towering figure, saying, 16, we should leave that it is not yet the time for conflict. Tomorrow will be your moment of reckoning. Android 16 turned and followed the man in sunglasses out of the arena. Son Gohan did not impede their exit. Although he could not sense the android's energy, he felt a hint of threat emanating from him. Recognizing that engaging in battle here would not be a wise decision, as the man in sunglasses reached the entrance, he abruptly halted, turning to face Son Gohan with a mocking smile. Enjoy your remaining days. Our savior, Son Gohan. With that, he strode away, leaving behind a room full of stunned individuals. However, they quickly regained their composure and erupted into laughter, having witnessed such challenges to Gohan before. Bidalai approached Son Gohan. Noticing the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and realizing that those two were no ordinary adversaries, she inquired, Gohan-sensei, what is the deal with those two? Should we inform the organizers to disallow their participation? Son Gohan shook his head, replying, the one called 16 is not to be underestimated. If we refuse his participation, we cannot predict what might transpire. Even if he intends to kill me, resolving it through the World Martial Arts Tournament is far preferable to other methods. Bidalai nodded in agreement, understanding that Gohan sensed a genuine threat from the enemy, but she still felt a deep sense of frustration. Piccolo reassured her, rest assured, while that guy may be formidable, Gohan is more than capable of defeating him now. Bidalai glanced at Piccolo, then at Gohan, exhaling a sigh as she said, regardless, it seems this time you must once again face the battle alone. Gohan-sensei, Son Gohan nodded, affirming, I will discuss it with the organizers shortly and see if we can avoid having an audience for tomorrow's match. Piccolo remarked, that may prove difficult, as the organizers have their own interests to consider. Son Gohan replied, in any case, it's worth discussing that if I encounter that individual tomorrow, it will surely be quite the spectacle. On Yardrat, Son Goten merged his body with his energy, controlling it to fluctuate in size. That I finally mastered it. Son Goten exclaimed as he returned to his original form, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Feeling a surge of joy. Although he believed this technique to be of limited utility, he was eager to learn it, as the ability to control his size was simply too appealing. Pibra, observing Son Goten's progress, remarked, remarkable. Goten, your control over Spirito is becoming increasingly precise. I believe you'll find the upcoming Spirito division technique quite manageable. Filled with confidence, Son Goten responded, let us continue. Once I master the Spirito division technique, I will consider my training complete for now. Pibra expressed surprise, asking, aren't you going to learn the Spirito separation technique, Spirito binding technique, and Spirito aggregation technique as well? Son Goten paused, asking, what are those techniques? Pibra explained, quite literally, the Spirito separation technique allows you to separate Spirito that does not belong to you and return it to its original place. The Spirito binding technique can sever an enemy's cellular structure with Spirito, rendering them temporarily immobile. The Spirito aggregation technique forcibly seizes another Spirito, thereby enhancing your own. Initially indifferent, Son Goten's interest peaked upon hearing their applications. Instantly, he was filled with excitement. He inquired, does the Spirito separation technique forcibly extract the essence that does not belong to that person? What about assimilation similar to that of Namek? Can it be separated? Pabala pondered for a moment and replied, the essence of the Spirito separation technique lies in extracting the Spirito that does not belong to that body. Even with the assimilation of Namekians, I believe it can also be separated. Sun Wukong exclaimed, great, I want to learn this. Pabala responded, this is somewhat challenging. Given your current progress, it will take some time, Sun Wukong assured. No problem, I came here to learn. Pabala then said, very well, let us begin. Wait a moment. Sun Wukong seemed to recall something that he dashed to one side. picked up a wristwatch from a rock, checked the time, and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot that today is the World Martial Arts Tournament." Pabala chuckled and said, "Since you've missed it, there's no need to dwell on it. Completing your training is what you should focus on now." Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I should at least inform my brother, otherwise they will worry." Pabala suggested, "That's simple. Place your hand on me and sense your brother's essence. I will then establish a connection for you." Sun Wukong approached Pabala, placed his right hand on him, closed his eyes, and began to sense the aura of Sun Wufan. On Earth, Sun Wufan was staying at the hotel arranged for the tournament. His mind still troubled by concerns over the android number 16. "Brother, can you hear me?" As Sun Wufan pondered, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears that he looked around but saw no one, so he responded, "I can't hear you. Is that you, Wukong?" The voice replied, "It's me, brother. I'm sorry for spending the day learning the techniques taught by Lord Pabala. I completely forgot our agreement." Sun Wufan reassured, "It's all right. Wukong, you can join next time. We probably won't make it home today, so focus on your training there." Sun Wukong's voice followed, "Okay, you must do your best too, brother. The finals will be tomorrow, and I will definitely come to cheer for you." Sun Wufan sighed and simply replied, "Okay." On planet Adelante, after concluding his conversation with his brother, Sun Wukong expressed, "Thank you so much, Lord Pabala. I didn't expect you to know this as well." Lord Pabala smiled and said, "This is also one of the applications of Spirito. However, it requires some mental techniques as well. Now, let us commence our studies on the Spirito separation technique." Sun Wukong adjusted his state and began his new training. On May 8772 A.D. Although it was still early morning on Earth, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was already bustling with voices. Sun Wufan observed the scene with a sense of frustration. He had discussed with the organizing committee yesterday about canceling the live audience, but was met with refusal. The reasoning was simple. With the savior Sun Wufan in attendance, there would surely be no issues. Even if there were casualties, they could simply call upon the Eternal Dragon once more. Sun Wufan was extremely furious, yet he found himself unable to unleash his anger on ordinary people. Moreover, the head of the committee placed the moral burden squarely on Sun Wufan, leaving him with no choice but to let the matter rest. Filled with anger, yet feeling helpless, Sun Wufan was unafraid of the cosmic tyrants and dared to battle the fierce androids. Yet he found himself powerless against these obstinate humans. Thus, the World Martial Arts Tournament proceeded as planned, and Sun Wufan could only remain vigilant, ready to swiftly eliminate threats when the androids caused widespread destruction. The organizers posted the matchups. The first match was Sun Wufan versus Vegeta. The second was Satan against Barret. The third was Yamcha against Piccolo. The fourth was Goku against Dumi. The fifth was Biddy against Krillin. The sixth was Rhea against Tianjin. The seventh was Trunks against Ant. And the eighth was android number 16 against Naniu and As Sun Wufan gazed at the match list. A surge of anger welled up within him. These people couldn't even be bothered to alter the order of combat. Was there truly anything more important than the lives of everyone involved? In that moment, Sun Wufan felt a profound sense of helplessness, and he was somewhat lost regarding the path ahead, sensing his turmoil. Piccolo spoke to console him. The human heart is inherently complex, especially those corporations that exist solely for profit. You cannot outmaneuver them in their own game. However, you possess your own advantages. Reflect on that, Wufan, and do not let those individuals lead you by the nose. Sun Wufan hesitated at Piccolo's words. He understood his uncle's implication, which was essentially to use force to subdue those men. Yet, Sun Wufan was acutely aware that force could only suppress, but not truly convince. Thus, he was unwilling, even reluctant, to resort to violence against ordinary people. Piccolo, having watched Sun Wufan grow, could read his thoughts from his expression. He stated coldly, "The desires of humanity are boundless when you continuously yield. You have already lost. One day, they will strip you of everything and then cast you aside, so you must be prepared." Sun Wufan raised his head, wanting to speak but hesitating that it was easy to strike against the androids. But it was far more challenging to act against ordinary people. Is this the resolve of Kakarot's son? Suddenly, Vegeta, who had approached without notice, interjected. Sun Wufan turned to look at Vegeta, unsure of how to respond. Vegeta, observing Sun Wufan's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and shouted, "It's infuriating. If you lack the resolve, then be prepared to relinquish the throne of the first universe to me." With that, Vegeta dismissed Sun Wufan and strode directly towards the tournament's front stage. Sun Wufan clenched his fists, then relaxed them that he understood that he needed to make some changes. Otherwise, those corporations would conjure up some earth-shattering plans. In the center of the tournament venue, the golden-haired host gazed at the sea of people. Feeling a swell of emotions, he had not witnessed such a scene in many years, and discreetly wiped his slightly moist eyes, grateful for the opportunity to host the World Martial Arts Tournament once more. As the time approached, the golden-haired host began. Welcome everyone to the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the king and the martial artists for their trust. Allowing me to return here to commentate, I sincerely thank you all. The golden-haired host bowed to the audience below and continued. Without further ado, let us witness the highest caliber of martial arts competition and together witness the emergence of the world's greatest champion. As the golden-haired host concluded his words, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, cheers ringing out incessantly. The golden-haired host was pleased and glanced at the match list, his eyes lighting up as he declared, "You are fortunate. The first match features an event of the highest standard. Please welcome our savior, Sun Wufan." Sun Wufan slowly walked from backstage to the front, bowing to the audience before taking his position on the opposite side of the stage. As Sun Wufan made his entrance, the excitement in the venue surged, cheers and shouts reverberating throughout the island. Yet, Sun Wufan felt a twinge of worry. He feared that the android might act out of desperation, endangering the lives of the audience present. The golden-haired host, noticing the audience's fervor, felt a surge of exhilaration and continued. "And his opponent is Vegeta. Please welcome contestant Vegeta." Vegeta, clad in a blue tight-fitting suit, strode from backstage, arms crossed, standing on the other side of Sun Wufan. The spectators outside remained silent upon seeing Vegeta's entrance, exchanging puzzled glances, for they had never heard of this name before. The golden-haired host approached Vegeta for an interview, asking, "Contestant Vegeta, what are your thoughts on facing our savior, Sun Wufan, in the first match?" Vegeta scoffed, saying, "Perfect. My only goal is to defeat this brat." The golden-haired host, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped back and remarked, "It seems contestant Vegeta is quite confident. Let us wait and see. Let the match begin," the golden-haired host declared as he dashed to the side of the stage. After all, he had previously witnessed high-caliber battles and was acutely aware that his position on the stage was far from secure. Vegeta then turned his gaze towards Son Gohan and coldly remarked, "Have you come to terms with your fate, kid? If you continue to harbor that tedious mindset, you might as well hurry and leave. Don't waste our time here." Son Gohan lifted his chin, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Though I am still uncertain about what exactly to do, a change must be made. Uncle Vegeta, let us commence." With a scoff, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, the intense wind pressure spiraling wildly in all directions. In the next moment, golden flames ignited around him as he transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. He tilted his head back, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Gohan as he declared, "Very well. This is the caliber of opponent I, the Prince of all Saiyans, can acknowledge. Prepare yourself to witness the power that transcends even the Super Saiyan." As Vegeta spoke, his golden aura intensified, radiating an overwhelming force that sent many spectators reeling, causing the sign of the World Martial Arts Tournament to sway precariously. The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged as his muscles swelled, and lightning crackled around him. Even Son Gohan, standing opposite him, felt the immense pressure emanating from Vegeta. He raised a hand to shield himself from the onslaught of energy, admitting, as expected of Uncle Vegeta, "Even I am beginning to doubt my chances of victory." Outside the arena, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, yet when they beheld Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, they erupted in cheers. Though they were unfamiliar with the specifics, they had heard tales of the Golden Warrior. Beside them, Videl sensed Vegeta's might and began to worry for Gohan. Trunks' father is incredibly powerful. Can Master Gohan truly prevail? Not just Videl, but Krillin and Tien Shinhan were equally astounded. Yamcha remarked, "All Saiyans are monsters. This guy seems to be on par with the Goku of old." Tien nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, they are no longer in the same league as us. But we must not grow complacent. Regardless of their strength, if we continue to train diligently, we shall eventually catch up." Kaiatsu chimed in, as expected of Tien. Krillin, however, was somewhat disheartened, lamenting, "But the Super Saiyan transformation is just too unfair." We toil endlessly in our training, while they merely need a transformation to leave us in the dust. Trunks, feeling anxious, hoped for his father's victory while simultaneously wishing for Gohan's success. Whereas Piccolo? Where did that guy vanish to? At last, Vegeta's transformation was complete, and the audience below was nearly overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that swept over them, just as they were about to voice their grievances. A single glance from Vegeta silenced them into submission. He then directed his attention to Son Gohan, raising a thumb to indicate himself, and proclaimed, "Watch closely, Gohan. This is the power that surpasses even the Super Saiyan. I am now the true Super Vegeta." In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan without any grand gestures, stating, "Super Vegeta, indeed. Uncle Vegeta, you're truly impressive. All right, let us begin." With a mighty push of his right foot against the ground, the arena became riddled with cracks, and he launched thus. The audacity grew unchecked. "It matters not, for shortly I shall obliterate your entire consortium, just as I once casually laid waste to a city." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the Overseer's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to articulate a response, yet small fish fry continually tumbled from his mouth. Observing the Overseer's plight, Piccolo's mood lightened somewhat. However, thoughts of the disheartened Gohan soon returned to him, prompting him to lift the Overseer into the air, declaring, "Let me show you something remarkable." The Overseer desperately stammered, Wobu Yao, Chi-Chi-N, F-Ing-L-W. Piccolo paid him no heed, donning a blindfold upon him before soaring into the western wilderness. Once in the sky, he removed the blindfold and let him go with a flick of his wrist. "Ah, no!" the Overseer screamed as he felt his body plummet, his gaze fixated on the jagged stones below. In a swift motion, Piccolo teleported to the ground, catching the Overseer by his right leg just as he was about to collide with the sharp rocks. Crack. Although Piccolo managed to grasp the Overseer's leg, the momentum of the fall remained, resulting in the leg being torn from its socket. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, yet Piccolo felt no sympathy. Indeed, were it not for Gohan, he would have relished the opportunity to erase the X-Consortium from the map of humanity. "This place is rather dreadful, is it not?" Piccolo remarked. The Overseer, bewildered by Piccolo's implication, dared not oppose him and merely nodded submissively. Ascending further into the sky, the Overseer feared Piccolo would repeat his prior actions, terror striking his heart as he opened his mouth to speak. Yet, in Piccolo's other hand, a golden energy shimmered. The Overseer, perplexed, watched as Piccolo smirked and proclaimed, "If this place is so wretched, then let us simply destroy it." Boom! The golden energy penetrated the earth, and in an instant, it radiated outward, tearing the land apart. Enveloped entirely in light, that a tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens, leaving the Overseer's mind buzzing from the force. After a moment, the sound gradually faded, the searing white light dissipating slowly, and a gentle breeze swept through, revealing that the wilderness had ceased to exist. The Overseer stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. Muttering, "It's gone." Piccolo chuckled coldly, saying, "If it displeases you, simply erase it. Soon, your consortium will meet the same fate." The Overseer, gripped by terror, pleaded fervently, willing to offer anything to appease him. Piccolo regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Do you truly believe that with my power, I cannot obtain whatever I desire?" Momentarily speechless, the Overseer pondered before his eyes brightened with a sudden realization. "But even if you extinguish us, human desires will endure. New consortiums will arise to challenge Mr. Gohan. Surely, you do not wish for that." A glint of cold light flickered at Piccolo's fingertips. The Overseer felt an icy chill wash over him, prompting him to hastily declare, "But we are different. We now pledge our absolute loyalty to Mr. Gohan, and will assist him in establishing an ideal martial nation." Piccolo relaxed his fingers, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. After all, your kind is easily obliterated at my whim." The Overseer exhaled deeply, hastily affirming, "I wouldn't dare oppose you. After this, my loyalty to you is unwavering, and we shall follow your every command." Piccolo then transported the Overseer back into the skyscraper, remarking, "By the way, I am Piccolo. Should you wish to converse with Gohan or others, do so clearly. If you need to make a public announcement, that too is permissible. I can always assume the role of king again." Trembling, the Overseer quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Piccolo departed, leaving the Overseer slumped on the sofa, Paralyzed with fear, as Piccolo exited the building, he communicated with the Elder Kai, expressing gratitude for simulating such a scenario, indicating that the consortium would likely conduct further investigations and requesting his assistance in covering it up. The Supreme Kai observed below, nodding in approval, stating, "It is beyond my imagination that Piccolo would undertake such actions for another." At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the fierce battle between Gohan and Vegeta raged on. However, their speed was so tremendous that the audience could only perceive the tremors in the air, their figures remaining elusive. In midair, Gohan and Vegeta stood on opposite sides, both appearing somewhat fatigued. Gohan remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, your energy is beginning to wane." Vegeta scoffed dismissively, "That will suffice to defeat you." With that, Vegeta's energy surged once more, a formidable wave advancing towards Gohan. "Hiya!" Gohan responded with a fierce cry, his golden aura flaring as he met Vegeta's energy head-on. Ultimately, Vegeta's body crackled with electricity as he extended his hands forward in a lotus position. In that moment, his muscles seemed to solidify further, and the energy he emitted grew even more potent. Swish! At that instant, Gohan's speed reached its zenith, akin to an arrow released from its bow, propelling him towards Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Vegeta, yet was thwarted by the golden aura that surrounded him. The golden energy began to coalesce between Vegeta's hands, while a fierce golden light flickered in Gohan's eyes. In the next moment, a golden halo enveloped him, causing his muscles to explode with power. The single punch tore through Vegeta's defenses, striking his right cheek, the immense force erupting upon contact. Even someone as powerful as Vegeta was sent hurtling like a meteor into the ground outside the tournament arena. Upon witnessing Vegeta's fall, Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation, slowly exhaling twice before landing on the shattered arena. Crash! Outside the tournament venue, debris flew as a golden-clad Vegeta burst forth, landing before Gohan. Gohan furrowed his brow, stating, "Uncle Vegeta, according to the rules of the competition, you have already lost. There is no need to continue fighting." "Humph!" Vegeta snorted coldly, reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Though bruised, his proud demeanor remained unyielded. As he regarded Gohan, asserting, "In terms of the match, I indeed lost, but in battle, I have not." Gohan, feeling a sense of caution, queried, "So, does that mean you wish to continue fighting, Uncle Vegeta?" Vegeta smirked, replying, "Rest assured, I have no intention of continuing this bout. At least not now. You are quite impressive, and I consider you a worthy opponent. Thus, I advise you to refrain from naivety in your future endeavors." With that, Vegeta turned and returned to the back of the arena. Ignoring Krillin and the others, seeking a quiet spot to sit this moment, Trunks approached Vegeta cautiously, saying, "Dad, actually losing to Gohan." Vegeta glanced up at him, his voice icy as he interjected, "That kid Gohan is indeed formidable. He has surpassed Super Saiyan before me and has now taken it a step further. You saw for yourself. He can seamlessly switch between forms in the heat of battle, alternating speed and strength, conserving energy while adapting to any combat scenario. That I must admit, he is a worthy opponent, not inferior to Kakarot, and I have not lost to him." Trunks paused, taken aback. It was the first time he had heard his father praise another, especially the one he admired most, Gohan, filling him with joy. The arena, having been utterly ravaged by the ferocity of Gohan and Vegeta's clash, prompted the organizers to announce a halt to the competition for repairs. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan decided to discuss the audience arrangements with the consortium, even contemplating subtle measures should they refuse. However, to his surprise, upon arrival, the consortium eagerly acquiesced, presenting a schedule for Gohan's review, their demeanor markedly different from before. Being astute, Gohan quickly discerned the underlying motives, yet refrained from exposing them, merely negotiating before taking his leave. That on planet Adralant, Goten's body and aura converged, spreading his energy across the entire region. Immediately thereafter, the continuous aura seemed to have been attacked, torn apart into countless fragments. Ultimately, innumerable manifestations of this aura materialized, transforming into a multitude of Son Goten, who filled the entire platform. The numerous Son Gotens exchanged glances, then clapped their hands and exclaimed, "At last! I have succeeded in my technique of creating clones." Beside them, Pibra remarked, "What you have accomplished can only be considered the first step. Next, you must learn to divide your aura into different parts to create varied versions of yourself. In an instant, all the Sun Gotens dissipated, leaving only one standing in the center, who stated, "Such things must be learned step by step." Now, let us continue. Lord Pibra. The arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament was under repair for an entire day, during which no incidents occurred, except for the announcement of an apology from Corporation X on social media. The content of the apology was exceedingly simple. It began with an admission of inadequate preparation for the event, which resulted in the aftermath of the battles injuring some spectators. The corporation expressed its willingness to take responsibility for any losses incurred by the audience. Subsequently, Corporation X announced a complete reorganization of the upcoming schedule for the World Martial Arts Tournament. First, canceling the spectator seating in the arena and opting for a global live streaming format instead, as for those who had previously purchased seats, Corporation X promised to refund their expenses in full. Son Gohan and Piccolo regarded the corporation's actions with a sense of satisfaction. However, the audience was in an uproar, especially those who had not purchased tickets, feeling as though they had been wronged and vocally attacking the officials and Son Gohan alike. In response, both the officials and Son Gohan chose to remain indifferent, as it is impossible to please everyone online. A day later, the repairs to the arena were completed. This time, Corporation X reinforced the arena using the most advanced alloy materials, promising that it would be indestructible. With the arena restored, the World Martial Arts Tournament resumed, and the second match featured Dubra facing off against Barrett, drawing from the experience of the previous day's events. The blonde host promptly announced the competitor's entrance before retreating to a safe position for commentary. The enthusiastic spectators, too, prepared for safety, using binoculars to watch from a distance. However, to everyone's surprise, this match was entirely different in style from the prior day's battles. If the previous contest could be likened to a celestial clash, today's fight resembled merely a child's play. Dubra and Barrett engaged in combat akin to a conventional martial arts competition, devoid of the aerial acrobatics and astonishing speeds displayed the day before. The distant audience felt a twinge of disappointment, yet simultaneously relief, realizing that not all warriors in this world were as fearsome as those they had witnessed previously. Dubra and Barrett fought with precision, employing a range of intricate combat techniques. While the average onlooker might find it engrossing, to masters such as Krillin and Tien Shinhan, it was rather mundane. Krillin glanced at the nearby Biddy Lee and remarked, "So this is your father, Mr. Dubra. Quite impressive, indeed." However, Krillin struggled to conjure up an authentic yet elegant descriptor. Biddy Lee felt a pang of embarrassment. Previously, when her father boasted of being a champion fighter, she had felt a swell of pride. But now it seemed he was less than remarkable, verging on inadequate. Eventually, the match concluded with a clear victor. Barrett succumbed to Dubra's decisive blow and was kicked off the stage. The third match featured Piccolo against Yamcha. And as they both entered the arena, a completely different aura enveloped them, igniting the audience's anticipation. Cloaked in a cape, Piccolo stood at one end of the arena and addressed the somewhat timid Yamcha. "Unleash your full power. I shall not hold back." Yamcha felt a surge of panic, but as a martial artist and revered teacher, he knew he could not show weakness. That he closed his eyes, focusing on the fluctuations of his inner energy and blood. Kaioken times 10. A brilliant white aura ignited, wind pressure swirling around him, and as his blood energy surged, his muscles expanded, transforming the white aura into a fierce crimson. Upon opening his eyes, he faced Piccolo, declaring coldly, "Let us begin, Piccolo." Piccolo smirked, bemused by Yamcha's sudden display of intensity, choosing to ignore it and simply stand there with an air of cool indifference. With a swift motion, Yamcha propelled himself forward, launching a rapid assault aimed at Piccolo. Unfazed, Piccolo effortlessly countered Yamcha's attacks. Kamehameha. Yamcha's flurry of strikes proved futile, prompting him to somersault into the air, hands coming together to execute the renowned technique of the Turtle School. A dazzling wave of energy erupted forth, cascading like a mighty river, resplendent like fireworks. Piccolo, watching the Kamehameha wave, felt a slight annoyance. He gathered energy in his right hand and, as the wave approached, he raised his hand forcefully, sending the Kamehameha skyward. "Is this all you can muster, Yamcha?" Piccolo felt his patience wearing thin, ready to conclude the match. Yet, Yamcha chuckled, flicking his hands downward as the Kamehameha in the sky suddenly constricted. morphing into a spherical energy orb, hurtling back toward Piccolo. A smirk crept across Piccolo's lips as he quipped, "Now this is more like it." "Huh." Piccolo raised his right hand, unleashing a wave of energy toward Yamcha's orb. Yamcha deftly maneuvered the orb around Piccolo's energy wave, directing it to collide with Piccolo directly. Boom! The orb struck Piccolo, unleashing a blinding explosion that engulfed the arena, shattering what was once deemed indestructible. "Well done." From within the searing light emerged a figure, delivering a swift slap to Yamcha's face before extending his arm, forcefully ejecting him from the arena. As the blinding white light gradually faded, the blonde host regained his composure, hastily sprinting onto the fragmented stage to declare Piccolo the victor. Following a 30-minute intermission, the staff diligently repaired the stage. The fourth match featured Jiaozi against Gappa. As Gappa strode onto the stage with an air of arrogance, he boasted, "Shorty, I advise you to concede early. Do you not know my master, King Gappa, was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? I have inherited all his profound teachings." Jiaozi tilted his head, replying, "But my brother is also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Why shouldn't you concede to me?" Gappa scoffed dismissively, positioning his fists forward in an unusual attack stance, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the secret technique of our eight-handed fist school. Once unleashed, it is as though I possess 8 fists. No opponent can withstand it." As Gappa waved his fists, several illusory fists appeared in the air, truly resembling 8 hands. Jiaozi blinked a few times, retorting, "But those are just 2 hands. Why call it the 8-handed fist? Yours pales in comparison to my brother's 4-demon fist." Gappa laughed derisively. "How could a little shorty like you ever comprehend the essence of my 8-handed fist?" Floating in the air, Jiaozi tilted his head, expressing confusion over Gappa's reasoning, and simply asked, "Can we begin?" Ignoring him, Gappa continued to address the camera. "As you can see, this is the essence of the 8-handed fist. I solemnly promise a 20% discount for joining the 8-handed fist school during the World Martial Arts Tournament. And members will have the opportunity to receive direct instruction from the tournament champion." Beside him, the blonde host looked rather awkward, prompting, "Can the 2 contestants begin now?" Gappa nodded, charging at Jiaozi while declaring, "Witness the might of the 8-handed fist." Jiaozi raised a finger, and Gappa suddenly froze mid-charge, unable to move. "Out." Jiaozi pointed again, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled Gappa out of the arena. The blonde host stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to comprehend how swiftly the battle had concluded. However, the host's exemplary demeanor remained intact, and he promptly declared the victory of Dumpling. With hands clasped together, Dumpling bowed to the audience before the camera and proclaimed, "I am Dumpling from the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School. Here, I would like to recommend our dojo. Master Tian, a disciple of the Crane School, has surpassed his teacher in skill, having once defeated Sun Wukong to claim the title of champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament. He possesses an abundance of martial arts experience and teaching methods, and we warmly welcome everyone to come and train at the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School." After another bow to the camera, Dumpling exited the stage. On the other side, Vegeta, initially feeling quite bored, widened his eyes upon hearing that Tian had defeated Sun Wukong, but soon let out a dismissive snort. In the 5th match, Bitalai faced off against Krillin. Exhausting all her techniques, even employing the still immature Kamehameha, yet she fell short against Krillin and ultimately conceded defeat. The 6th match featured Liao against Tian, a contest between master and disciple, as Liao was a student of the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School. Their bout resembled more of a teaching session than a fight, with Tian demonstrating a plethora of skills, greatly captivating the audience. The outcome was as expected. Tian emerged victorious. The 7th match pitted Trunks against Andy. Although Andy had a solid martial arts foundation, he was no match for Trunks, who swiftly knocked him off the stage with just a few punches and kicks. Finally, the battle between Android 16 and Nanyuan unfolded. And before the audience could even discern Android 16's movements, Nanyuan was already out of the ring. Gohan, observing the unharmed Nanyuan, pondered, "This fellow seems to lack the brutality of those other 2 androids. He hasn't even harmed Nanyuan." Piccolo glanced at Gohan and cautioned, "Gohan, do not let your guard down. Just because he doesn't attack others doesn't mean he won't target you." Gohan nodded and replied, "I am fully aware. So if I encounter him, I will exert all my strength to defeat him." With the morning battles concluded, The competitors took a break while the organizers prepared for the afternoon matches to extend maximum goodwill towards Piccolo. The organizers decided to pit contestants whose numbers added up to 9 against each other. Thus, the first match of the afternoon was set. Gohan vs. Android 16. On May 9, 772 AD, the afternoon was warm and clear. A rare and splendid day. Most residents of Earth eagerly tuned into their televisions to witness the world's premier martial arts competition. Although many had witnessed the Savior's previous battles, they realized that their own levels of skill rendered them incapable of fully appreciating the spectacle. However, this did not deter their desire to partake in the excitement in the waiting area of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan arrived early and closed his eyes to meditate, preparing for the unknown battle that awaited him. Other competitors arrived in succession, and Piccolo and the others refrained from disturbing Gohan. Instead, focusing intently on Android 16, the android seemed to sense the unfriendly gazes directed at him and looked up at Gohan's companions, stating, "Rest assured, my targets are solely Son Wukong and Gohan. Once I eliminate them, my control program will terminate, and I will not interfere with anyone else." Krillin inquired, "But Dr. Gero is already dead. What is the point of your actions?" Android 16 glanced at him, his expression calm, and replied, "This was never my choice. I was created to kill Son Wukong. Though I harbor no desire to take lives, I cannot resist my programming." Piccolo pondered for a moment before asking, "You mentioned your sole purpose was to confront Son, but he is already deceased. Why then do you persist in pursuing Gohan?" Android 16 explained, "This is due to the new program that was injected into me when I was awakened. By eliminating Gohan, I can still achieve my objective and secure my freedom." Piccolo recalled the mysterious man with the dark sunglasses, snorting in derision. How absurd. The very humans meant to be protected are aiding the assassin in targeting their benefactor. If humanity is truly this feeble, it would be better for me, as the great demon King Piccolo, to guide them. Krillin opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the bell for the World Martial Arts Tournament rang, signaling the official start of the afternoon matches. Gohan opened his eyes and addressed Piccolo. The world is inherently a blend of good and evil. While there are indeed some individuals who are exceedingly malevolent, there remain those who possess light in their hearts, willing to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as such individuals exist, humanity will continue to strive for a better future. Piccolo nodded, his demeanor remaining aloof, yet a hint of a satisfied smile graced his lips. Gohan then turned to Android 16, stating, "Although you are compelled to kill me, I will not show you mercy. After all, I have many unfinished tasks, and I refuse to inflict pain upon my loved ones out of a momentary weakness." Android 16 nodded, then shook his head, pointing to his own head. "What a pity. Without this programming, I believe we could have been friends. Gohan, you truly are a person of pure goodness, so I implore you to defeat me." Gohan was taken aback, but swiftly replied, "I will." They then heard the host at the front announcing the entrance of the two contestants. Android 16 turned to Gohan and said, "I will be waiting for you in the ring." As Android 16 stepped onto the stage, Gohan was about to follow when the air before him shimmered, and a child with a crab head suddenly appeared. Gohan paused, laughing as he said, "What brings you here so early?" "Goten." Goten first greeted Piccolo and the others before responding, "Isn't today the finals? I thought I'd come to cheer for my brother." Gohan replied, "The stage was damaged during my battle with Uncle Vegeta yesterday. We are still in the quarterfinals." Goten smiled knowingly and said, "Truly, Uncle Vegeta is impressive. By the way, who is your opponent in this match?" Gohan, reluctant to reveal the name, knew Goten would not let it go, so he sighed and said, "It's Android 16. Well, if there's nothing else, I must go compete. You stay here and watch." Upon hearing the name Android 16, Goten hesitated for a moment, and a multitude of thoughts crossed his mind before he asked, "Shouldn't the androids be targeting Dad? Even if Dad is gone, they shouldn't be coming after you, right?" Piccolo explained, "It seems that this Android 16 is a pure robot, and his programming has been altered. His current target is Gohan. Is that so?" Goten pondered briefly, then glanced around before telling Gohan, "Brother, come with me for a moment. I think I may understand what is going on." Gohan was taken aback and replied, "But the match is about to start. I can't just bail at the last moment." Goten stepped closer to Gohan, grasping his arm and reassuring him, "Don't worry, it will be quick." With a flash, Gohan and Goten vanished simultaneously, leaving Tien, Krillin, and the others bewildered. After a moment, the air shimmered once more, and Goten and Gohan reappeared. Seemingly unchanged, Gohan glanced at Goten and said, "I'm off to fight. This matter must be resolved." He then strode directly toward the stage. Piccolo looked at Goten and asked, "Hey, Goten, what did you two do? Why do I sense that Gohan's energy seems somewhat diminished?" Goten shrugged and said, "I didn't do anything, Uncle Piccolo. Just trust me. I won't let brother get hurt." Piccolo was puzzled but chose to trust Goten. Knowing the boy was not like ordinary children at that moment, Trunks approached Goten, and the two began discussing various matters. Bidalai observed Gohan stepping out onto the stage and glanced at Goten chatting with Trunks, her brow furrowing as she sensed something was amiss with Gohan. Amidst the clamorous anticipation of the audience, the golden-haired host finally summoned Gohan to the stage. He stood at the opposite end of the ring, gazing at Android 16, and declared, "Let us begin. I sincerely hope you do not harm the innocent." Of course. Android 16 nodded and remarked, "My sole objective is you. After eliminating you, I shall even protect this world. For I too have an affinity for it." Sun Wukong glanced at Android 16, then at the blonde host, saying, "Sir, might I request that you maintain a safe distance? After all, I am unaware of the methods this individual might employ." The blonde host looked at Android 16, recalled the name, and was so filled with trepidation that his eyes widened, exclaiming, "He cannot truly be." Upon seeing Sun Wukong nod, the blonde host leapt off the stage, saying, "I entrust this to you, Mr. Wukong. You must not be defeated by such a creature." Sun Wukong nodded, then turned, golden energy swirling around him as he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Android 16 appeared to have calculated the energy emanating from Sun Wukong and stated, "Your energy seems to surpass mine. It appears I must prepare for the worst." Boom! Android 16 raised his arm, powerful energy coalescing as his hand detached from his body and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong advanced 2 steps, his right fist clenched tightly, golden energy concentrated at its core. With a single punch, he flattened the detached hand, and then the power within him erupted forth, sending the hand hurtling back. Android 16 stepped forward, his severed right arm extending to catch the fist. At that moment, Sun Wukong's fist had already reached Android 16, who attempted to defend, but was unable to withstand it, being sent flying by a single blow. Special Beam Cannon. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together upon his forehead, energy gathering between them, gradually becoming resplendent, and ultimately transforming into a brilliant beam directed at Android 16. In midair, Android 16 spun around and halted. His right hand mysteriously restored, and retaliated with a punch directed at the Special Beam Cannon. The explosive force surged, creating a tremendous uproar. Crash! The Special Beam Cannon was nullified by Android 16's energy, prompting Sun Wukong to charge forward once more, intent on decisively defeating Android 16. Swish! A crimson glow erupted from Android 16's eyes, and he unleashed 2 beams of laser. Sun Wukong sidestepped to evade, his speed and momentum undiminished as he swiftly reached Android 16's vicinity. Hell Energy Cannon. Android 16 grasped his right forearm with his left hand, and then abruptly severed both arms, clamping them under his armpits, where the severed ends concentrated terrifying energy. Kamehameha Wave. Observing Android 16's actions, Sun Wukong brought his hands close together, gathering energy in preparation to clash with Android 16. Boom! The menacing energy of the Hell Energy Cannon surged forth first, compelling Sun Wukong to take 2 steps back as he unleashed the Kamehameha Wave, the 2 formidable energies colliding in mid-air. Zazup! As the energies collided, blinding white light enveloped the entire martial arts arena, prompting Piccolo, Krillin, and others to swiftly raise shields to protect against the aftermath. Boom! A golden glimmer flashed in Sun Wukong's emerald green pupils, causing the beam in his hands to thicken significantly, and the Kamehameha Wave advanced relentlessly towards Android 16. Android 16 was battered by the Kamehameha Wave, his body severely damaged, revealing some mechanical components, before he crashed heavily to the ground, stating, "It appears I have lost." However, in the next instant, Sun Wukong landed before him, saying, "Though your words do not suggest malevolence, you are still an android, and I cannot gamble on the consequences. My apologies." Sun Wukong's right hand opened, radiant energy coalescing, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Android 16. "I am sorry, Sun Wukong, but I truly wish to prevent this Earth from being destroyed. Therefore, let us descend into hell together." A white mist erupted from behind Android 16, his body rising abruptly, firmly locking Sun Wukong in place. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others watching the match were utterly stunned. They had relaxed their vigilance, only to be met with such a reversal. Piccolo, being observant, pondered, "What is happening?" Wukong's aura is nowhere near as fierce as it was during his battle with Vegeta. Moreover, Android 16 could have escaped when he stood up. What on earth is going on? On the other side, Sun Wukong inquired, "What do you mean by not wanting to destroy this Earth?" A blood-red liquid dripped from one of Android 16's eyes as he replied, "I regret to inform you that I possess a bomb within me, capable of annihilating the entire planet. The individual who programmed my new directive knows how to detonate this bomb, and he is watching from nearby. If I win, I will kill you. If I am utterly defeated, he will trigger the bomb, reducing the entire Earth to nothingness. Thus, for the sake of this planet, Sun Wukong, please join me in descending into hell." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong appeared to relinquish his resistance, reverting from his Super Saiyan form, offering a bittersweet smile as he remarked, "It seems I have had no choice from the outset, whether in victory or defeat. Death awaits." Android 16's gaze turned sorrowful as he replied, "I too feel remorse, but I can control my self-destruction's radius. If triggered by another, my programming would be interrupted, making it impossible to contain the explosion's scope. And at that moment, the entire Earth would be obliterated." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "That may be for the best. Piccolo and the others would still be alive, and humanity could progress towards a brighter future. Perhaps it would be fine without me." Piccolo, with ears keen beyond the ordinary, overheard the conversation between Sun Wukong and Android 16. He stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wukong." Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Piccolo, I kindly ask you to take everyone to safety." Piccolo halted, casting a deep gaze at Wukong before turning away, shouting, "Everyone, quickly retreat." Swish, white flames ignited around Piccolo, propelling him through the roof as he rushed to safety. Krillin and the others glanced at Wukong, sensing his determination, and retreated to the waiting room, swiftly departing with the others. Wukong-sensei. At that moment, Biddy Lee was unwilling to leave, even rushing towards Wukong. Bang! Sun Wutian leapt up, striking Biddy Lee unconscious, then addressed Trunks, saying, "Trunks, please take care of Sister Biddy Lee." Trunks took Biddy Lee, looking puzzled at Sun Wutian as he called, "Wutian?" Sun Wutian then approached Sun Wukong and Android 16, saying, "You should leave quickly. I cannot guarantee what will transpire here." In the distance, a man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses abruptly removed his glasses, revealing a gaze filled with extreme madness. "Destroying just one small island will suffice. You killed my most beloved Android 18. I shall ensure this Earth accompanies her to the grave." The man produced a black remote control, gazing at the martial arts arena, and declared, "Lady 18, I shall soon arrive in hell to serve you. Please observe closely, for I shall fulfill my mission." Swish! Just as the man prepared to press the button, a figure darted past, leaving him feeling an emptiness in his hand. He then saw a child with a crab head standing before him. The child was, of course, Sun Wutian, who examined the remote, looking at the man and saying, "This world truly has all kinds of people. I won't comment on your desire to avenge the original Android 18. But how can a bloodstained butcher, who indiscriminately kills the innocent, expect to be pitied?" The man was taken aback, but maintained a calm demeanor, stealthily reaching for his pocket while asking, "Whose child are you? And what are you talking about?" Swish! Sun Wutian had noticed the man's movement. His fingertip shot forth for beams of laser, piercing through the man's shoulder and knee, causing him to collapse. Sun Wutian stepped forward, stripped the man of his clothing, casting it into the sky, then obliterated it with a wave of energy, stating, "Since you've committed such acts, you must bear the consequences. You should be grateful. I do not wish to kill." The man bore 4 gaping wounds, the pain so excruciating that tears streamed down his face. Although Sun Wukong had rendered him unconscious, he frowned at the bloodied figure and, seizing the man's hair, instantaneously teleported back to the martial arts arena. There, Sun Wukong encountered Android 16, who was poised for self-destruction. Casting the man aside, he crushed the remote control and chuckled, "I found this guy for you. Now there's no need for a self-detonation, right?" Android 16 glanced at the man sprawled on the ground, then cast a puzzled look at the two Sun Wukongs present, stating, "Thank you." He then prepared to release Son Gohan. But suddenly his pupils flickered with a crimson light, as if receiving a transmission. Sun Wukong's heart raced, sensing impending doom. Android 16 remarked, "I apologize, but my bomb has already been activated that IT will explode in 30 seconds. Upon activation, I received a message indicating that I must not allow either of you to leave. Otherwise, my control will be revoked, and the bomb will annihilate the Earth." After a moment's contemplation, both Sun Wukong stepped forward in unison, merging into one. He declared, "It must be Dr. Jero. This is indeed a dire predicament. I'm merely 6 years old, still just a child." Android 16 replied, "The one able to send me messages must be the doctor." "I apologize, Son Gohan." Sun Wukong placed a hand on Android 16's shoulder, suggesting, "Then let's south find an uninhabited place for the explosion. It would be better for us to perish than for an entire island of people." In an instant, Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Android 16 vanished from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The North Kai's planet trembled as Sun Wukong and Android 16, still clutching Son Gohan, materialized, startling the king who was enjoying the shade. The king stumbled backward, muttering, "You little brat, why did you bring him here?" Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, scratched his head, and smiled. "I'm sorry, I miscalculated my teleportation. Please, continue your business. I'll take my leave." With another flicker, the three figures vanished from the North Kai's planet, this time uncertain of their destination. On a desolate island, a boy with a crab's head sat atop a rock, idly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the air quivered, and three figures appeared. Android 16's eyes widened. He suspected that his observation system had malfunctioned due to Gohan's previous assault, for this was the third Sun Wukong he had seen that day. With a resounding explosion, Android 16 opened his mouth to speak, but it was too late. The bomb within him activated, and searing flames engulfed the entire island, reducing both Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong to mere ash. Back at the tournament venue, Piccolo, carrying the two unconscious individuals, gazed into the distance, sorrow etched upon his features, for he could no longer sense the presence of Gohan and Wukong that he landed in the arena. Placing the two ordinary men back on the ground before venturing off to investigate, as he sensed an unsettling oddity surrounding the events, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and others descended, their faces etched with grief, uncertain of what to say. Piccolo moved with remarkable speed, reaching the site of the explosion within mere minutes. However, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The once existent island lay in ruins, smoke billowing into the sky, debris floating in the scalding sea, including trees and charred remnants. Piccolo, still in disbelief, plunged into the haze, searching for the two figures. "Gohan, Wukong, you can't possibly be dead." He navigated through the smoke and swam through the turbulent waters, yet found no trace of Gohan or Wukong. Finally, he halted above the clouds, fists clenched, causing the clouds to tremble. "Uncle Piccolo." Just as Piccolo's rage threatened to erupt, he heard Gohan's voice resonating in his heart. Piccolo was taken aback, quickly thinking, "Gohan, you're alive, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Gohan responded, "Yes, I'm alive. After Wukong rescued me, I've been with Lord Kai, using his abilities to communicate with you." Piccolo, momentarily stunned, asked, "So the one fighting Android 16 wasn't he you?" Gohan explained, "That must have been Wukong. He mentioned he had just learned a new application of Ki, claiming he could fight on my behalf." Piccolo furrowed his brow, saying, "But that Ki unmistakably belonged to you. How could it be Wukong?" Gohan clarified, "I borrowed some of my brother's Ki, blending it into my clone to simulate him to a certain extent." Suddenly, a voice interrupted beside Piccolo. Turning, he saw the crab-headed Sun Wukong hovering in midair. Piccolo scrutinized Wukong, asking, "You appear completely unscathed. What is going on?" Wukong replied, "The explosion only destroyed my two key signatures. I sustained some injuries, but they are manageable. We can discuss the details with Lord Kai later." Understanding Wukong's implication, Piccolo placed a hand on his shoulder, and Wukong activated his instant transmission, transporting them to the North Kai's planet. There, Lord Kai was in the midst of recounting Wukong's misdeeds to Barbarous and Gregor. Deciding to leverage his position to expel Wukong from the realm of cold jokes, Gohan stood beside Lord Kai, his expression still somewhat awkward. Sun Wukong leaned against a nearby tree, observing the lively scene with a sense of grandeur. With a flicker, Sun Wukong and Piccolo arrived at North Kai's planet, where the North Kai rushed toward Wukong, exclaiming, "You treacherous disciple, returning after such a long absence only to bring me a bomb. I am truly furious." Wukong extended 5 fingers, smiling. "Lord Kai, I simply misjudged my position. After all, my 2 clones were heading in the same direction. It was an easy mistake to make. How about this, Lord Kai? I have 5 cold jokes I would like to share with you." The North Kai's expression softened slightly as he placed his hands behind his back, adopting a masterful demeanor. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, I will not be so lenient. Now, what are those 5 cold jokes?" Ultimately, Sun Wukong succeeded in soothing the North Kai's wounded spirit with his 5 cold jokes. Meanwhile, Gohan engaged in conversation with Piccolo, who, while grasping the general context, still found certain aspects perplexing. Thus, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his form dissipated into 3 figures. 1 Sun Wukong, 1 Sun Gohan, and 1 Trunks. Wukong explained, "This is a technique that allows for splitting one's self, as ki can be divided. Combined with the giant shrinkage technique, one can assume any form. Therefore, I borrowed my brother's ki to transform into him during the battle against Android 16. And I sent a clone to search for that mysterious figure. To be cautious, I had my clone find an uninhabited island as a backup location, which, as it turns out, was fortuitously utilized." Piccolo gazed at the triad of Sun Wukongs, his astonishment immeasurable. "That you've truly outdone yourself, managing to devise these solutions in such a short time." Sun Wukong's father, observing the 3 manifestations, remarked, "Impressive work, Wukong. You've managed to learn all this in such a brief period." As Sun Wukong's 3 forms rejoined, he shyly stated, "The initial learning process was indeed tedious. However, having persevered through it, I found it quite engaging, though I still have much to learn." Piccolo affirmed, "Regardless, this is your skill. And it is thanks to you that this crisis has been averted." Gohan looked at Sun Wukong and praised, "Truly remarkable. Wukong, I can't believe how much you've grown in just a year." Wukong shook his head, aware that he had benefited from the narrative advantages and a touch of caution, realizing his own capabilities were rather ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I fear the crisis on Earth may not yet be resolved. For Dr. Gero might still be alive." Piccolo appeared startled, his face a mask of confusion as he inquired, "Dr. Gero is still alive? How is that possible? Those 2 androids clearly stated they had killed him themselves." Sun Wutian remarked, "The specific reason eludes me, but after I dealt with the individual accompanying Android 16, the bomb within him still activated. Moreover, Android 16 mentioned that he had received some messages, and I can only surmise that it was Dr. Gero who orchestrated this." Sun Gohan pondered for a moment before recalling the wish he had made. Thus he said, "I apologize. It was my oversight. The wish I made was to revive all those who perished at the hands of the androids. If Dr. Gero was also killed by the androids." Piccolo, stroking his chin, interjected, "This complicates matters. If Dr. Gero is still around, who knows what new contraptions he might devise?" Sun Gohan, feeling somewhat ashamed, lowered his head and confessed, "I am sorry. This predicament is entirely my fault." Sun Wutian countered, "But brother, you acted to save everyone, and although Dr. Gero has returned, you have saved even more lives." Piccolo nodded in agreement, stating, "Wutian raises a valid point. Our focus now should be on how to confront Dr. Gero." Sun Wukong suggested from the side, "If you merely wish to locate Dr. Gero, perhaps you could enlist the help of the Supreme Kai or Baba the Fortune Teller." At the mention of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo scoffed disdainfully. He had no desire to engage with that individual. Sun Gohan added, "Even if we find Dr. Gero, we cannot ascertain whether he possesses more weapons like Android 16. If we corner him, who knows what he might do?" Piccolo nodded, acknowledging, "That is indeed a concern. Dr. Gero possesses the means to easily devastate the Earth." Sun Wutian contemplated, "In that case, we could prepare for both contingencies, tackling Dr. Gero while simultaneously summoning the dragon to be ready for any unforeseen events." Piccolo agreed. This approach could mitigate the risks considerably. "However, even the dragon has its limitations," Sun Gohan remarked. "If that is the case, then we must simply do our utmost in what we can control. Other matters are beyond our grasp." Sun Wukong chimed in, "Indeed, just do your best. From what I observe, Dr. Gero does not seem the type to resort to such extreme measures." Piccolo glanced at Sun Wukong but remained silent. Despite his skepticism regarding the depths to which Dr. Gero might sink, Sun Wukong's instincts had proven consistently accurate. Sun Wutian suggested, "All right, let us return for now. There are still matters to attend to at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Sun Gohan approached Wutian, placing their hands upon him. "Farewell, father." Sun Gohan and Sun Wutian called out to Sun Wukong. Piccolo also bid farewell. "Until we meet again." Sunday, with a flash, the three figures vanished from North Kai's planet, reappearing moments later beside Krillin and the others. The atmosphere at the tournament venue was still heavy with sorrow when suddenly three familiar figures materialized before them. Krillin was the first to react. Blinking in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wutian." Sun Gohan nodded, replying, "It's me." Tian Shinhan and Yamcha were equally bewildered, inquiring of Sun Gohan, "What happened? We clearly saw you." Wutian and the android explode. Sun Gohan glanced into the distance. Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, and Mom are on their way. I will explain everything shortly. Soon after, Trunks and Vegeta arrived at the waiting area of the tournament. Vegeta observed Gohan and then shifted his gaze to Wutian, frowning slightly before addressing Trunks. "Hey, Trunks, what is going on?" Gohan appears unscathed. Trunks looked at Gohan, then at Wutian, scratching his head. "I'm not sure. I distinctly felt Gohan's and Wutian's energy vanish just moments ago." After saying this, Trunks beamed. "Regardless, it's a relief that everyone is alive." Vegeta snorted, then turned his attention to Sun Wutian, deriding, "What a dreadful hairstyle. Is this brat truly Kakarot's son?" Sun Wutian, aware of Vegeta's reputation as the legendary scion, bowed respectfully. "Greetings. I am Sun Wutian, and you must be Uncle Vegeta. That I have heard much about your prowess from my brother. It's an honor to finally meet you." Vegeta haughtily replied, "You're not too shabby, though you fall slightly short of Trunks. Nevertheless, as the son of a lower-class warrior, your strength is commendable." Piccolo suppressed a scoff, turning his head aside. He had little respect for Vegeta. Trunks felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite his recent progress, he still believed he was on par with Sun Wutian from a year ago. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, questioning, "What of the android? Was it eliminated?" Sun Gohan was about to explain when Chi-Chi rushed in from outside. "Gohan!" Wutian, upon seeing her sons, Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself and dashed forward to embrace them, tears brimming in her eyes as she exclaimed, "As long as you are both alive, that is all that matters." Sun Gohan and Sun Wutian exchanged glances, feeling a pang of guilt. They both embraced their mother's shoulders, sensing her trembling form from fear. Sun Gohan reassured her, "It's all right now, Mom. We were never in any real danger from the start." "I am sorry for causing you worry." Sun Wutian, floating in the air, added, "I apologize, Mom, for always making you anxious, but everything is fine now. Please do not be sad." Gradually, Chi-Chi composed herself, asking, "What was the situation during the live broadcast? I saw you were clearly threatened by that despicable android." Sun Gohan and Sun Wutian recounted the earlier events, and everyone finally grasped the situation, their expressions turning to surprise as they regarded Wutian. Trunks, with an intense gaze, remarked, "So it was you who fought the android. Wutian, you truly have grown stronger. Even with my year of training, I haven't closed the gap." Vegeta, hearing this, was immediately displeased, scrutinizing Sun Wutian. "Humph, just some trivial tricks you've learned. That is all there is to it. Trunks, I will train you even harder. You must never lose to the son of a lower-class warrior." Krillin, Tian Shinhan, and Yamcha praised Sun Wutian highly, causing him to feel quite bashful. A moment later, Sun Wutian inquired, "By the way, Trunks, where is Sister Biddy? Did you bring her with you?" Trunks responded, "She is at my house, still unconscious, but my mother is taking care of her, so she should be fine." Sun Wutian nodded. "You should inform her that brother is safe. She holds him in high regard." Trunks agreed, then took out his wristwatch to message Biddy at that moment. Some officials approached, prompting Sun Gohan to explain the earlier events to them. Vegeta snorted, declaring, "How dull. I'm off to train. Whether it's Dr. Gero or anything else, should they show themselves, I will crush them utterly." Krillin suggested, "Can't we locate Dr. Gero in advance and eliminate him?" Vegeta halted, turning to Piccolo and the others. "Let that coward hide in the shadows. Let him do as he pleases. Regardless, I will not be defeated." Piccolo shot him a glance, retorting, "Do not forget that you were once killed by the very type of coward you speak of." Vegeta clenched his fists, then relaxed them, asserting, "That was because I had not yet become a Super Saiyan." Now I have completely surpassed that state, and no matter what tricks the guy uses, I will not lose. Piccolo chose not to engage further with Vegeta, knowing that reasoning with him would be futile. Everyone could simply pursue their own paths. After further discussion, they ultimately decided to seek out Dr. Gero's whereabouts and eliminate him before he could strike, due to the arena being shattered once more. The competition faced further delays, prompting the warriors to return to their respective quarters. In a mountain near Lake Dirigi, Dr. Gallo tapped away at his keyboard, calculating various data, his eyes ablaze with madness. This time, I shall create the most exquisite masterpiece. The world must belong to the Crimson Ribbon Legion. After inputting the data, Dr. Gallo intended to check on the perfect embryo in the basement, only to notice a new notification on his wristwatch. Upon reviewing it, he remarked, "Son Gohan is still alive, but it matters not. Once my flawless creation comes into being, all adversaries will be mere trifles." With that, Dr. Gallo hurriedly made his way to the basement. Bypassing layers of security, where he beheld a transparent tube filled with a green liquid, within which lay a tiny embryo. What a perfect creation! Dr. Gallo gazed at the embryo with near-obsessive admiration. Then, as if struck by a thought, his expression twisted into a snarl. Alas, that wretched Son Gohan has eradicated androids 17 and 18, thus my cell cannot achieve the perfection I envisioned. However, there is still a way. There is always a way. Moments later, Dr. Gallo's wristwatch buzzed again with a notification, but he glanced at it and said, "It appears I should take my leave from here." Following this, everything proceeded as usual. The World Martial Arts Tournament continued, albeit with far less fervor than before. Even the final battle between Son Gohan and Piccolo felt rather subdued, leaving many spectators feeling out of sorts. Ultimately, Son Gohan claimed the title of champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, while Piccolo secured the runner-up position, with Trunks and Krillin rounding out the top four. But once the competition concluded, normalcy was restored. Son Gohan resumed discussions with the king, aiming to introduce martial arts into schools and establish the first university, with details still under negotiation. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tin, and others ventured to the other world, seeking the assistance of the deity in locating Dr. Gallo. The deity observed Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Dend as they landed, then spoke. "I am already aware of your purpose. Although it is the duty of a deity to protect the inhabitants of their planet and refrain from divulging their information, Dr. Gallo's ambitions to dominate the world through malevolent means, coupled with the indelible scars inflicted by his creations, compel me to make an exception this time." Krillin inquired, "So you must know Dr. Gallo's whereabouts?" The deity nodded, approaching Krillin and placing his gaunt right hand on Krillin's bald head, stating, "Dr. Gallo's laboratory is situated near Lake Dirigi. Specifically here, with a flicker of white light emanating from the deity's thin hand, the location of Dr. Gallo's laboratory materialized in Krillin's mind. The deity withdrew his hand and declared, "Then, I entrust the safety of Earth to you." Krillin took a couple of steps back, replying, "Understood. Thank you, Divine One." Subsequently, the group bid farewell to the deity and transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the lower realm. They had not traveled far when they encountered Piccolo, who awaited them in midair. Piccolo inquired as they approached, "So, did the old god reveal Dr. Gallo's location?" Krillin and the others halted before Piccolo, stating, "He did, and we are now preparing to confront him. Once we deal with Dr. Gallo, all of this will come to an end." Piccolo shook his head, replying, "Although I have never interacted with Dr. Gallo, it is not difficult to deduce that he is an exceptionally intelligent individual. I highly doubt he will remain defenseless upon learning of our approach." Krillin pondered for a moment, then remarked, "So it seems we may face even more brutal battles ahead." Piccolo let out a cold laugh, saying, "I cannot predict what methods he may employ. In any case, the path ahead will not be easy. Therefore, if you harbor any thoughts of fortune, I suggest you turn back immediately." Tin furrowed his brow and asked, "What should we do now?" Piccolo glanced into the distance, suggesting, "For now, we should wait. Goten is gone to gather the Dragon Balls. Next, we will split into two teams. One will summon the Eternal Dragon, prepared for any unforeseen events, while the other will confront Dr. Gallo." Yamcha felt a twinge of anxiety, but, as a warrior, forced himself to remain resolute. After a moment, Piccolo continued, "You all better decide what you wish to do. Either confront Dr. Gallo or await news from the dragon." Shortly thereafter, A golden streak of light shot into the sky and landed before Piccolo and the others. It was Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan, who retrieved his backpack from behind him, saying, "Who's waiting here for news?" The group exchanged glances, and eventually, Yamcha stepped forward, admitting, "Though I am reluctant to concede, I should be the weakest among us. Even if I were to join you, I would be of little help. Rather than hindering you, it would be better for me to stay here and guard the dragon." Goten handed over the Dragon Balls, saying, "Then I leave it to you, Uncle Yamcha." Yamcha accepted the package, assuring them, "You all can go ahead and fight. I will summon the dragon here, always ready to support everyone." The group nodded in agreement, but Ten turned to Dend, saying, "Dend, you should stay as well." Dend shook his head, insisting, "I want to stay with Ten." Ten replied, "You should assist Yamcha. If Dr. Gallo truly has other tactics, your strength may not suffice, and I might have to divert my attention to protect you." Though reluctant, Dend recognized that his abilities would only complicate matters and eventually relented, floating beside Yamcha and saying, "Ten, please be careful." Ten nodded, while Piccolo interjected, "All right, let's set off." With a flash, several streaks of light sped toward Lake Dirigi in the north. After a brief journey, Goten and the others stood at the crevice of a canyon, where they spotted the hidden entrance to the laboratory concealed within the rocks. Piccolo placed 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering a powerful aura, addressing the others. "Everyone, get ready. We are about to engage in battle." Krillin, Tan, and Goten assumed their stances, prepared for the fight. "Masenk." Piccolo directed 2 fingers at the laboratory door, unleashing a spiraling energy wave that shattered the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door splintered, sending smoke billowing forth, accompanied by a thunderous boom that echoed throughout Lake Dunga. As the smoke cleared, figures began to emerge. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tan tensed, their auras flaring as they braced for an impending assault. Using his energy, Goten blew away the smoke, revealing a frail old man with long white hair and a beard, clad in a jacket and donning a black hat emblazoned with the emblem of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. He mused internally, "It seems to be Dr. Gallo. I wonder if he has transformed himself into Android 20 after his revival." Dr. Gallo regarded Piccolo and the others, a triumphant smile playing on his lips as he declared, "At last. You have come, but it is already too late." Piccolo scoffed, lunging forward. Having recognized Dr. Gallo from photographs, he was determined not to grant him any opportunity. With a swift motion, Dr. Gallo looked up at Piccolo, unleashing beams of light from his eyes that shot toward him. Piccolo dodged in haste, but was still pierced by the beams in his shoulder, halting him mid-flight. In the next instant, Dr. Gallo leaped forward, aiming to seize Piccolo and absorb his vital energy. Boom! Goten acted swiftly, transforming into a golden streak of light, arriving before Piccolo just in time to deliver a punch to Dr. Gallo. The explosive energy of the Super Saiyan overwhelmed Dr. Gallo, shattering half of his body, which then collided against the mountainside. Kamehameha. Although Goten was reluctant to take a life, he understood the necessity of decisiveness in this moment. Otherwise, it would be his comrades who would suffer. Thus, he gathered radiant energy in his hands, producing a dazzling beam of light that surged toward the crater left by Dr. Gallo. With a whoosh, a blinding radiance shone forth, seemingly enveloping everything around it. Amidst the hazy glow, a shadow appeared to stand before Dr. Gerald. In the next moment, Sun Wukong sensed the uncontrollable surge of the Kamehameha wave rushing forward. A conjecture formed in his mind. With a mere thought, the Kamehameha wave ceased its relentless flow as he clenched his right hand, gathering the energy beneath him, and gazed ahead, where he beheld a portly figure, strikingly similar in attire to Dr. Gero. This rotund individual absorbed the white energy with his right hand and extended it towards Dr. Gero, remarking, "You seem rather disheveled." Number 20. Dr. Gero, with the only hand he had remaining resting on the portly man's, replied, "Thank you." Number 19. At that moment, Piccolo had already restored his body. His keen ears caught the exchange between the two. Causing a tightening in his chest, he gazed at Dr. Gero and remarked, "Impressive, Dr. Gero. In just 1 year's time, you've managed to create 2 more androids, even turning yourself into one." Sparks erupted from the right side of Dr. Gero's body, yet he appeared unfazed, responding with an air of arrogance. "Of course, the brilliance of Dr. Gero knows no bounds. Allow me to inform you, my perfect warrior is on the verge of being born. If you possess any intelligence, you would do well to surrender swiftly." Sun Wukong glimmered with golden light, shaking the very mountains as he charged towards Dr. Gero, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. In an instant, he stood before Dr. Gero. Android 19 positioned himself in front of Dr. Gero, wearing a smug expression, and extended his hands towards Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong dashed past Android 19, spun around, and delivered a devastating punch to the android's head that a tremendous burst of energy erupted, obliterating the upper half of Android 19's body. That I truly do not wish to take lives, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he struck, then turned away from the ensuing explosion, redirecting his focus to Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, filled with dread, had not anticipated such extraordinary power from Sun Wukong. He stumbled backward, gathering all his energy before unleashing it in a moment of desperation. The blinding light engulfing the entire mountainside, Sun Wukong let out a sharp exclamation, his golden aura radiating as he evaded the energy wave, rushing once more towards Dr. Gero. From a distance, Krillin stood in a daze, rubbing his eyes as he observed Sun Wukong, who had effortlessly dispatched Android 19 with a single punch. Is this the same Sun Wukong who fought me a year ago? He pondered. Tan's third eye flickered incessantly before he remarked, his energy and combat style have completely transformed compared to a year ago. Is this what he learned from Goku? Piccolo shook his head, stating, his energy is far more tranquil, his attacks more ferocious. While his fighting style embodies Sun's essence, it surpasses Sun's aggressive approach in both strength and decisiveness. Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Goku's fighting style adheres to the principles of martial arts, while Wukong's resembles that of a warrior, direct and swift. He strikes only when necessary, and when he does, he aims for decisive victory. What has this young lad experienced? However, Sun Wukong was oblivious to such contemplations. His sole focus was on mastering the art of combat. Just as his fist was about to collide with Dr. Gero, a laser beam shot forth from a distance. Though his punch could have shattered Dr. Gero's skull, it would have also pierced his own heart. Without a moment's thought, Sun Wukong instinctively spread his right hand, unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards Dr. Gero, while propelling himself backward using the recoil. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong dissipated the energy in his right hand and looked towards Dr. Gero. The latter's sole remaining hand reached skyward, and as Sun Wukong glanced over, he witnessed Dr. Gero absorbing the last vestige of blinding light. Suddenly, three figures emerged, their presence accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. They turned their attention towards Sun Wukong, who was enveloped by a palpable sense of murderous intent, golden-haired and azure-eyed. He hovered in the air, clearly discerning the three newcomers. On the left stood a burly man with a pale complexion and braided black hair. His muscular torso exposed. On the right was a diminutive figure adorned with a large green hat, his skin a shade of purple, dressed in a yellow tunic emblazoned with a red ribbon insignia and a bow. In the center stood a man in a baseball cap, clad in a vest and dark green trousers. New androids, Piccolo and the others had been observing, quickly positioning themselves beside Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero, meanwhile, issued commands to the newly arrived androids. Number 13. Number 14. Number 15. Eliminate these pests. Android 13 turned, stating, of course, but rather than dispatching these mere nuisances, I am more interested in the whereabouts of Son Gohan. Dr. Gero, retreating, commanded, first, deal with the enemies before you. That is an order. Android 13 faced Sun Wukong and his companions, declaring, since that is the command, I shall deal with you first. Sun Wukong recognized the androids, calculating their strengths before raising his right hand, unleashing a torrent of energy blades that surged towards the three androids. The androids hastily dodged, the energy blades cleaving the earth and carving a deep trench. Sun Wukong then addressed Piccolo and the others, saying, Uncle Piccolo, leave these three androids to me. You should focus on Dr. Gero. Krillin glanced at the formidable trio and then back at Wukong, expressing concern, but those androids appear quite powerful. Are you sure you can handle them? Sun Wukong nodded confidently, smiling as he replied, their movements reveal they are weaker than the previous androids 17 and 18. You should hurry to confront Dr. Gero, lest he concoct another scheme. Piccolo acquiesced, be careful, Wukong. With a brilliant flash of golden light, Sun Wukong charged at the three androids, his primary objective clear, to eliminate Android 13. As he recalled its capacity for evolution, the thunderous roar of energy reverberated as Sun Wukong's speed reached its zenith, arriving before Android 13 in the blink of an eye that he unleashed a left hook. But Android 13 deftly evaded, only for Sun Wukong's right fist, coiled with power, to strike directly at Android 13's abdomen. Golden energy exploded forth, piercing through Android 13's midsection, revealing a web of circuitry that crackled with electricity. As Sun Wukong prepared to finish Android 13, he noticed Androids 14 and 15 standing before Piccolo and the others. While he knew Piccolo could handle one of the androids, he deemed it a waste of time. Who knew what Dr. Gero might devise next? Thus, he temporarily abandoned 13 and transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards androids 14 and 15. And with a forceful thrust of his palm, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful gust of energy that sent the two androids reeling backward. Just as he was about to launch a barrage of attacks against androids 14 and 15, he sensed a fierce pressure approaching from behind. Sun Wukong swiftly turned to retaliate, releasing a brilliant energy wave from his right hand that neutralized the incoming beam. Then, the three androids converged, simultaneously launching their assault. Sun Wukong felt no fear. His strength and speed eclipsed that of the three androids. Even against their combined might, he remained unfazed, though their agility had improved considerably. This battle proved to be quite inconvenient. After a while, Sun Wukong pondered to himself, and then he erupted with rage that a powerful surge of energy burst forth from within him, spiraling wildly outward, causing the three androids to feel an intense force. They crossed their arms in front of them, yet still found themselves being pushed back. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's speed surged to its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he shattered Android 14's jaw with a punch, kicked Android 15 into the mountainside, and then sent Android 13 flying with a powerful kick. Kamehameha wave. A glimmer of light flickered between Sun Wukong's hands, and in mere milliseconds, it took on the form of a radiant moon. The golden energy wave surged towards Android 13 and Android 13 lifted its head to gaze at Sun Wukong, a smug expression crossing its crooked face. It then raised its hands, each pointing in opposite directions, unleashing a peculiar rhythm. Boom! In the next moment, Android 14 and Android 15 were caught in Android 13's grasp, which hurled the other two androids forward while it retreated. The golden Kamehameha wave struck the two androids, resulting in a deafening explosion that tore the mountains apart. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, observing the scene across from him, and remarked, "It appears I still haven't defeated Android 13. Must I now confront an even more formidable opponent?" Crash! On the other side, the mountains continued to tremble, countless fragments of rock flying about, as a blazing red light gradually obscured the bright white luminescence, transforming the area with a new hue. Sun Wukong contemplated the unfolding scene, thinking, "It seems an upgrade is underway. I cannot afford to ignore this." Whoosh! Sun Wukong dashed through the layers of smoke, emerging from the mountainside that Android 13 had breached, finally laying eyes on Android 13, which was emanating a fiery red glow. Swish! Sun Wukong raised his right hand, summoning a golden sword of energy approximately 10 feet long, and swung it towards Android 13. Zing! Android 13 stood its ground, not flinching, and took the full brunt of the strike. The clash of the golden energy blade against the red light unleashed arcs of electricity, destabilizing the surrounding space. "Yeah," Sun Wukong growled softly, yet the energy sword could no longer descend. Only the collision of energy sent currents surging through the air. Realizing that the energy blade could not breach Android 13's defenses, he decided to retract it and elevate his power once more, preparing to shatter Android 13's defenses and conclude the battle. However, at that moment, Android 13's transformation reached completion. Its muscles bulged dramatically, hair stood upright and turned a fiery orange, while its face and arms were tinted blue, and its shoulders and chest turned white. Its eyebrows vanished, brow bones lowered, and its eyes became yellow, with its original pupils completely absent. Seeing that Android 13 had completed its transformation, Sun Wukong no longer rushed to attack. Instead, he took a moment to scrutinize Super Android 13 and quipped, "What is this? A mimicry of Super Saiyan?" At that juncture, Super Android 13 also raised its head to look at Sun Wukong. Yet for some unknown reason, it did not immediately strike. Instead, it patted its robust chest and gestured towards Sun Wukong, shaking its finger. Sun Wukong understood the implication and once again unleashed his energy, the golden aura swirling amidst the clouds. overshadowing the crimson glow above, and then he charged forward. Boom! Super Android 13 did not evade, even opening its chest wide. Sun Wukong, not one to hold back, gathered all his strength. Enveloped in golden flames and collided with Super Android 13's chest like a meteor, unleashing an unparalleled energy that instantly created a vacuum around them. Super Android 13, remarkably powerful, stood firm and absorbed the blow, leaning slightly backward before regaining its stance. Bang! Sun Wukong had no time to wait for a reaction. He pivoted slightly, clenched his left hand into a fist, and delivered an uppercut directly to Super Android 13's chin, causing its head to snap back. Tap, 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 tap. Sun Wukong took a step back, inhaled deeply, and as Super Android 13 appeared ready to retaliate, he exchanged blows with rapid succession, delivering a flurry of punches to Super Android 13's chest. Indeed, Super Android 13 was formidable. Despite having barely endured one punch earlier, it now withstood hundreds of BLO as two fists collided. The air at the point of impact was explosively compressed, resulting in a series of resounding explosions. Sun Wukong sensed the relentless energy emanating from his opponent's fist. With a bend of his arm, he propelled himself upward at an angle, his left hand summoning a blade of energy that cleaved down upon Super 13's back as he passed by. The white, hardened shell of Super 13's skin was torn asunder, prompting him to pivot and launch another assault on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong likewise turned to engage Super 13 in close-quarters combat. At this moment, his body had grown to adult size, and though the energy expenditure was not as severe as before, he still felt a touch of discomfort. Each of Super 13's strikes was imbued with immense power, compelling Sun Wukong to evade rather than absorb the blows. That he employed various techniques to deflect the force, seeking openings in Super 13's defense to counterattack, while Sun Wukong's combat skills had improved. This marked his first life-or-death battle since mastering the techniques he learned from his father, resulting in a lack of proficiency that left him vulnerable to attacks more often than not. The roar of battle echoed as their speeds reached a dizzying peak. Sun Wukong found himself struggling to utilize his techniques effectively, enduring numerous strikes from Super 13, but fortunately, after a year of skirmishes with formidable foes from the underworld, he had matured significantly from the Na'vi fighter he had been a year prior. In contrast, Super 13 fought with reckless abandon. Being a robot, he disregarded his own injuries as he relentlessly pressed forward towards Sun Wukong. With a thunderous impact, their fists clashed repeatedly. Sun Wukong's deflection techniques had long since become ineffective. His hands were torn and bloodied. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launched a powerful punch that collided with Super 13's fist, forcing the mechanical foe back several meters. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong retreated to the summit of a rocky outcrop, tearing the tattered remnants of his shirt and declaring, "There is no other option. Prolonging this fight yields no chance of victory. I must take a risk." Before Sun Wukong could finish his thought, Super 13 closed the distance, his massive fist seemingly aimed at obliterating Sun Wukong's skull. Swiftly, Sun Wukong sidestepped to the right, using his left hand to deflect Super 13's right arm while delivering a powerful uppercut with his right fist to the android's chin. Super 13's head jerked backward. Yet he remained undeterred, wrapping his arms around Sun Wukong and squeezing with tremendous force. The pressure exerted by Super 13 was staggering. Sun Wukong felt the agonizing sensation of broken ribs after only a brief moment, and the time was too fleeting for him to employ any escape techniques. With each crushing squeeze, he endured 3 to 5 agonizing compressions, his bones fracturing beyond count, even his lungs suffering significant damage. Leaving him breathless, his vitality waned, and he reverted to his smaller form, falling from Super 13's grasp. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong rolled on the ground, unleashing the Kamehameha wave to propel Super 13 away after sending Super 13 flying. Sun Wukong, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rose to his feet. His blood surged, tearing through his skin like a gushing spring. Golden energy erupted from him, crimson light intertwined, the two opposing for the matter concerning Dr. Gero has temporarily settled, yet the vast majority of humanity on Earth remains oblivious to the monumental battle that once transpired at Lake Darich. Sun Gohan, in consultation with the king and bolstered by the support of Capsule Corporation and the X Foundation, established the first martial arts school. However, after a year of trial teaching, the school was ultimately abandoned. Eventually, with the king's authorization, Son Gohan spearheaded the formation of the Martial Arts Alliance, integrating martial arts as a formal discipline within the educational system. With himself assuming the role of the Alliance's chief, overseeing all martial arts educational endeavors nationwide. Consequently, martial arts became deeply embedded in the fabric of daily life. However, Son Gohan's training time was severely curtailed, leaving the question of whether this was a blessing or a curse. With the inception of the Martial Arts Alliance, many martial artists from various dojos transitioned into the education sector, each aligning with their respective factions, leading to a flourishing of martial arts in this era. Naturally, individuals such as Krillin and Yamcha were among the first to join the alliance and took up positions within it, earning a salary from the state. In contrast, Tien and Kaiot merely became members of the alliance without opting to become instructors or hold any official roles, as Tien still aspired to propagate the Crane School's teachings through his dojo. Meanwhile, Piccolo continued his leisurely existence, neither joining the alliance nor participating in any activities, preferring instead to engage in solitary meditation within the desolate wilderness. Goku persisted in his leisurely training under King Kai, occasionally venturing into the cosmos for a brief respite. Aside from being unable to return to Earth, he enjoyed a level of freedom that surpassed that of most living beings. Son Goten finally completed his studies in the arts during the final year, even developing some ideas for new techniques, though they remained merely theoretical, far from fruition. However, upon truly mastering these techniques, he discovered their limitations were more pronounced than he had anticipated. Take the spirit separation technique. For instance, Son Goten had initially believed that mastering this technique would render him capable of countering Majin Buu's absorption, but he soon realized its considerable constraints in practical application. The spirit separation technique necessitated an attack on the opponent, followed by a meticulous analysis of their energy to gradually extricate the foreign energy. Yet, in a real combat scenario, if the disparity in power was too great, he might never even have the chance to engage with the opponent. Moreover, even if Majin Buu had absorbed individuals with weaker energy, Goten would still have to endure a barrage of attacks first. However, the opponents were not fools. Once they realized their predicament, they would undoubtedly devise strategies to evade attacks, rendering the spirit separation technique futile. Although these techniques had significant limitations, they were not entirely without merit, ultimately relying on the practitioner's inherent strength. Furthermore, during his studies, Son Goten experienced substantial growth, and he had progressed considerably compared to 3 years prior. During these 3 years, Son Goten had not remained exclusively on planet Adrenaline. He returned to Earth every few days, often taking his mother, Chi-Chi, to stay on King Kai's planet for a couple of days. Initially, King Kai was reluctant, but he soon acquiesced under the dual allure of amusing anecdotes and delectable cuisine, transforming North Kai's planet into a rendezvous point for Goku and Chi-Chi. Due to his frequent training on King Kai's planet, Son Goten received dual guidance from his father and King Kai, rapidly enhancing his strength, though he still had not truly surpassed the Super Saiyan level. On April 17,775 AD, Son Goten stood within the hall, hands clasped in reverence to Lord Pibara, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Pibara, for your guidance over the years. I shall make good use of these techniques." Pibara regarded Son Goten with a sense of nostalgia, observing him for a moment before responding with a smile. "Then please do make good use of them. The coming era will likely belong to you." Son Goten nodded and added, "If there is anything you need, Lord Pibara, just let me know. Farewell for now." As Pibara acknowledged him with a nod, Son Goten did not linger, bringing his index and middle fingers together at his forehead before casting one last glance at the planet, and then vanished. On Earth, Son Gohan, now the chief of the Martial Arts Alliance, enjoyed a comfortable family life, yet Chi-Chi chose to remain at the humble abode on Mount Payas, feeling that her most cherished moments were spent there. Son Gohan felt a sense of helplessness, yet he respected his mother's wishes and funded the construction of several larger houses adjacent to their modest home. After her classes, Chi-Chi rode the flying Nimbus back to Mount Payas. She had transformed from her previously disheveled self into a youthful and radiant figure, seemingly a different person from 4 years ago. "Gila!" Chi-Chi exclaimed, unlocking the door and stepping inside, only to be met with silence. Prompting a sigh, though her current life was satisfactory, she reminisced about the days just after marrying Goku. As she flicked on the light and prepared a simple meal, a small boy with a crab-like head appeared before her. Chi-Chi seemed unfazed by his sudden appearance, yet she inquired, Goten, did you not say you would return at the end of the month? Son Goten replied with a smile. I have completed my studies on planet Adralant and will not be returning there. Chi-Chi's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. That's wonderful. I always told Goku and Gohan that you should attend school to learn something. Now you finally have the time. Son Goten paused, momentarily taken aback by her statement. Questioning me? Go to school? Chi-Chi nodded affirmatively. Of course, although our society is steeped in martial prowess, one must still acquire knowledge. Otherwise, you might become nothing more than a brute who relies solely on brute strength. Son Goten sank into a chair, having previously thought his parents merely made casual remarks about school, only to realize his mother was serious. It was not that Son Goten was opposed to attending school. Rather, he felt that learning in the Dragon Ball universe felt somewhat out of place. He opened his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately remained silent. Observing his expression, Chi-Chi insisted, regardless, you must learn something. Look at you. You are already 9 years old and cannot even write your own name. That is simply unacceptable. Son Goten pondered for a moment. He could indeed write his name, as it was identical to the characters in Chinese. But for everything else, he could only speak and not write. After careful consideration, Son Goten eventually nodded, conceding, if I must go to school, then I shall. I indeed need to learn something. Chi-Chi's heart soared at his response. As she had prepared herself for Goku and Gohan to persuade him, she exclaimed, Great. I will contact someone tomorrow to expedite your enrollment. Son Goten blinked in surprise. So soon? Chi-Chi nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. You are already 9 years old. We cannot delay any longer. Son Goten looked at his mother's earnest demeanor and refrained from voicing any further objections. He actually thought that studying in the Dragon Ball world might be quite beneficial, though he feared it might interfere with his training. After dinner, Chi-Chi hurriedly reached out to Gohan and other acquaintances to find a suitable school for Goten. Meanwhile, Goten quietly washed the dishes and stepped outside, venturing into the deep forests and mountains to train. Now, Son Goten had to admit that training was indeed an addictive pursuit, especially during moments of smooth progress. It felt akin to donning new undergarments while welcoming the sounds of firecrackers on New Year's morning. Exhilarating. However, during challenging training sessions, he often felt an impulse to abandon learning altogether. After a rigorous training session, Son Goten focused his mind, examining his hands as he remarked, even if I manage to minimize the energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan form, I still find myself far from achieving Super Saiyan 2. Dad said he surpassed Super Saiyan through continuous training, but that hardly serves as a reliable reference. It's truly perplexing. Surely, I don't have to concentrate my energy at the back of my body. Do I? Sun Wukong's expression was somewhat peculiar. As he recalled certain aspects concerning Dragon Ball Super, did he realize that by merely concentrating his energy at the base of his spine, he could transform into a Super Saiyan, even transcending beyond that form. With this method in mind, Sun Wukong reminisced about the sensation of becoming a Super Saiyan, distinctly recalling a tingling pain in his back during the transformation. He placed his right hand on the area behind him, pondering, could it be that the process could be reversed by gathering energy in that region, causing a sharp pain in his back? Could he then ignite the evolution into a Super Saiyan? Having contemplated these thoughts, Sun Wukong decided to give it a try. First, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and then attempted to concentrate his energy at his back, aiming to achieve the evolution into Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding whoosh, a golden aura surged forth, bathing the surrounding mountains in a brilliant hue. A sharp pain shot through Sun Wukong's back, and soon, bulging veins appeared all over his body as his energy continued to escalate, culminating in the manifestation of purple lightning. As his eyes gradually whitened, a fierce aura radiated from within him. In the next moment, Sun Wukong abruptly exited his Super Saiyan state, panting heavily as he remarked, concentrating energy in that spot indeed alters one's emotional state. I even felt an overwhelming rage just now. However, my training still lacks refinement. At this juncture, Sun Wukong began to grasp that the notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan by concentrating energy at the back was somewhat misleading. To be more precise, it should be about using that tingling sensation as a catalyst to ignite the fury within, thereby transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, this method demands a considerable mental fortitude, for the anger it incites may be difficult to control. Having roughly discerned the path forward, Sun Wukong returned home under the cover of night, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next day. Meanwhile, within the Capsule Corporation, a slumbering Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance with a hint of surprise. Is that Kakarote's little son? For a fleeting moment, he even surpassed Super Saiyan. Just as Vegeta was about to investigate further, he sensed the aura dissipate, leaving only the ordinary energy of a Saiyan that he furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could it be that even that boy seeks to surpass me? What a joke! With sleep no longer an option, Vegeta donned his training attire, carefully tucked Trunks under a blanket, and then slowly exited his room to head toward the gravity chamber for training. The following day, upon awakening from his slumber, Trunks discovered that his father was no longer by his side. Naturally, he could surmise that Vegeta had gone off to train again, prompting a sigh as he rose to wash up. Preparing for another day of study and training. After completing his morning routine, Trunks was just about to head to the gravity chamber when he noticed Bulma approaching with a joyful expression. Confused, Trunks halted and greeted his mother. "Good morning, Mom." Bulma responded with a smile. "Good morning." Trunks stopped. "By the way, where did your father go? I need to speak with him about something." Trunks pointed into the distance, saying, "He is probably in the gravity chamber. I didn't see him this morning." Bulma shook her head, commenting, "What has gotten into him? Wasn't he fine before? I need you to find him. Also, make sure to come with him later. I have some new research that requires your assistance for data collection." That a spark of excitement flickered in Trunks' eyes as he inquired, "Is it regarding the life simulator?" Bulma nodded, saying, "Indeed, I've created something new using the materials extracted previously, but I need to access the data in your minds." Trunks nodded, replying, "Truly remarkable, Mom, to have developed something so impressive so quickly." "All right, I'll go find DAD.AS." Trunks made his way to the gravity chamber. Bulma returned to her research lab to continue her work. After all, both of her current projects were complex and required substantial mental effort and time. Shortly thereafter, Trunks and a disgruntled Vegeta arrived at Bulma's research lab, where they found her calculating data in front of a large computer, a series of incomprehensible figures flashing across the screen. Vegeta glanced around and called out, "Bulma, what do you want with me? I'm quite busy training." Training. At the mention of training, Bulma became incensed, tossing a nearby teacup at him, exclaiming, "All you Saiyans think about is training. Can't you spare a thought for your wife?" Vegeta caught the teacup and set it aside, snorting disdainfully and turning his head away without further comment. Bulma observed him for a moment before pressing a button nearby, causing a cylindrical machine to spring open. She pointed at the machine, declaring, "Vegeta, get in there." Vegeta looked at the contraption, bewildered, and asked, "What is this thing?" Bulma explained, "This is a research project utilizing the red crystal fragment from Trunks' mind. It can read the data within your mind and simulate your past opponents." Vegeta scoffed, tilting his head back. "A trivial trick. Those I've battled before no longer hold any significance for me." Bulma, pushing him toward the machine, replied, Yes, Prince Vegeta is the strongest. You lost to Goku upon arriving on Earth, were defeated by Frieza on Namek, and narrowly lost to the androids. You were bested by Gohan at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Vegeta's temper flared at this, and just as he was about to retort, Bulma shoved him into the machine, closing the door behind him as she said, "Put that helmet on. Let me read your data and see if we can complete the simulation." After a while, the computer operated by Bulma registered a response. She quickly manipulated the controls, importing the collected data into the designated location. Trunks stood by, utterly perplexed, scratching his head as he observed Bulma's calculations. Approximately an hour later, Bulma typed in the final line of code and clicked run. The computer screen flickered rapidly, displaying images of characters, maps, and various data at a dizzying pace. After pouring herself a cup of tea, Bulma leisurely opened the machine's door to release Vegeta. Upon seeing the door open, Vegeta removed the helmet from his head and walked outside, muttering, "Just a bunch of pointless nonsense, wasting my training time." Bulma, unfazed, smiled and said, "Vegeta, a multitude of data from your mind has been simulated. While it may not yet form a complete system, I can arrange for you to battle your previous opponents." Vegeta snorted dismissively, retorting, "I have surpassed Super Saiyan now. Those past opponents are insignificant to me. Now, I must return to my training. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent." Bulma approached Vegeta from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said, "Don't you want to give it a try? You could face Kakarote, the one you think about day and night, or that Frieza character. Are you certain you don't want to show them the might of Prince Vegeta?" Hearing those two names seemed to stir something within him. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh and replied, "Very well, since you plead so earnestly, I shall temporarily make use of this so-called simulator." Bulma and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles, and she pointed to a distant object resembling a cryogenic chamber, saying, "In a moment, you'll enter there and wear the helmet to select your scenes and characters. Now, I need to make some adjustments." After a while, having completed her adjustments, Bulma watched as Vegeta approached the control panel, pressed a button, and lay down inside. He took the helmet, placing it on his head. And as the visor descended to cover his eyes, the lid closed tightly. Before Vegeta, the scene began to shift dramatically to in the next instant. He found himself standing amidst a starry expanse, various planets floating around him, places where he had once battled. Spotting Namek, the site of his past humiliation, he immediately set foot on its surface, intent on demonstrating to Frieza what it meant to be Super Vegeta. In the next moment, the scenery transformed once again, and he stood atop a mountain on Namek, surrounded by numerous foes he had previously faced. The first he noticed was the man clad in an orange martial arts gi. He stepped forward, sneering, "What a pity, Kakarot. This time, you won't have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan." The figure of Kakarot remained unresponsive, leaving Vegeta feeling somewhat bored. Ultimately, he approached Frieza, maintaining a posture of crossed arms, and looked down upon him, proclaiming, "Frieza, it's time for you to witness the might of Super Vegeta." Frieza, however, offered no reply, which only served to irritate Vegeta. In a fit of rage, he struck Frieza on the head with a powerful punch, which subsequently created a vortex that engulfed him entirely. Loading scene. Loading character data. Scene loaded. Character data loaded. Please select battle scene. Please choose your fighter identity. A voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, and various landscapes from planet Namek materialized before him. Naturally, Vegeta chose the location of his final confrontation with Frieza. Once the venue was selected, several figures floated nearby. Upon a quick glance, Vegeta recognized young Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Kakarot, and himself. Without hesitation, Vegeta chose to enter the battle as his own persona. With a swift motion, the scene shattered into fragments before reassembling. The ground beneath Vegeta transformed into a vast expanse of blue terrain. He looked up to find the sky of vibrant green. And upon glancing down, he noticed that his abdomen was torn, revealing his pristine white skin. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt the air tremble as a beam of light tore through the atmosphere, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Memories began to resurface, reminding him of the moment on planet Namek when Frieza, having just transformed, had used his death beam to annihilate Dend. With this recollection, Vegeta surged forward, his form becoming a streak of lightning as he met the deadly beam head-on. He kicked it aside effortlessly and declared to Frieza, "What follows is the moment where legends are born. I cannot allow you to eliminate the audience so easily." Dend, standing before Vegeta, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Not only Dend, but even Piccolo, Krillin, and young Gohan were taken aback. After all, Vegeta had previously slain his own comrades in their presence. Yet, here he was, saving a Namekian. Despite sensing their gazes upon him, Vegeta paid them no heed, remaining nonchalantly with his arms crossed. Suddenly, Frieza's figure vanished from sight, prompting Vegeta to pivot instantly, launching a punch into the air behind him. With a thunderous explosion, the air ruptured, and a white figure gradually emerged, revealing the recently vanished Frieza. Frieza, facing Vegeta's fist, turned his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well done, Vegeta. It seems you've grown considerably." Being able to perceive my attack, Frieza spoke. A glimmer of light flickered in his other hand, which he directed towards Dend. The ensuing explosion obliterated Dend into mere dust on planet Namek. Frieza's speed was overwhelming, leaving Vegeta unable to intervene in time. That he merely scoffed and withdrew a distance, conscious that this body belonged to him during the events on Namek, not his current form. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, having already learned how to become a Super Saiyan. After Dend's demise, Frieza maintained his poise, remarking, "Now you can no longer be revived. Prepare to relish in a hellish white terror." Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan, witnessing the annihilation of Dend, were instantly consumed by rage and charged towards Frieza. Vegeta swiftly positioned himself in front of them, raising his right hand to unleash a fierce gust of energy that cleaved a deep chasm before them. Piccolo and the others halted, glancing at Vegeta across the ravine. With a mocking laugh, Vegeta turned back to Frieza, stating, "Let the bystanders observe well. This time, I shall defeat you, Frieza, and Kakarot shall not have the opportunity to intervene." Frieza stood before Vegeta, leisurely observing him with a smile. "You seem rather confident, Vegeta. Perhaps you have grown so fearful that madness has taken hold." Vegeta regarded Frieza with a cold glare and retorted, "Laugh all you wish, for soon enough, your mirth will be extinguished, Frieza." Frieza, finding amusement in Vegeta's demeanor, chuckled heartily, resting his chin upon his bent finger. "You certainly exude a formidable presence, Vegeta." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, his body trembling as a powerful aura radiated from him. A brilliant white light surged outward, causing the ground to quake and the waters to churn. "Observe closely, Frieza. This is the Super Saiyan you have dreaded for so long." Upon hearing the name, Frieza's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. Even chuckling, "Well then, let me witness the power of this Super Saiyan." Vegeta's energy continued to escalate. He recalled the countless times he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his anger coalescing within him, sending waves of pain across his back. His aura gradually shifted to a golden hue. Frieza's pupils contracted instinctively, sensing impending doom. Yet, confident in his final form's invincibility, he remained composed, arms crossed. Vegeta's veins throbbed as energy erupted from within him, shattering the earth beneath his feet and sending tremors through the surrounding mountains. Purple lightning crackled around his body. As his aura fully transformed to gold, his pupils faded, leaving only the whites of his eyes, while his fiery black hair remained unchanged. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin stood aghast, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta, an aura that was truly invincible. Piccolo, astonished, remarked, "Is that truly a Super Saiyan?" Krillin, appearing somewhat troubled, responded, "While Vegeta may surpass Frieza, that doesn't mean he is a benevolent force." Ha ha ha. Frieza, unfazed, casually remarked, "So this is the Super Saiyan you speak of, Vegeta? It appears there is little difference." However, Vegeta felt a sense of confusion. He sensed a significant increase in his power, but did not experience the exhilarating release he had anticipated. He attributed this discrepancy to the confines of the virtual world. Clenching his fist, he gauged his strength, ultimately revealing a triumphant grin. "Frieza, behold the culmination of my transformation into Super Saiyan, the Super Vegeta. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Upon hearing that infuriating title, Frieza's expression shifted once more, his voice turning icy. "Vegeta, do keep your jokes within reason, otherwise, they may become intolerable." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, launching a fragment of rock toward Frieza with a swift kick. In an instant, Frieza's figure vanished. Vegeta, however, accurately pinpointed Frieza's location and flickered forward, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's face as he appeared in midair. Boom! Frieza had no time to defend himself against the blow, hurtling through the air like a shooting star before crashing into the soil of a nearby island, a mushroom cloud erupting from the impact. Vegeta did not pursue, instead landing on the island to await Frieza's emergence from the earth. With a resounding crash, the island split apart, a torrent of water surging forth towards Vegeta. Yet, he stood unafraid, leaping into the air to hover above the rushing water, with a single hand pressed against the torrent. He unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending the water crashing back and reducing the island to mere dust. Bang! Suddenly, Frieza's figure materialized behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Vegeta, sensing the pressure of the wind from behind, flickered out of harm's way just in time, positioning himself behind Frieza. With a swift motion, he grasped Frieza's tail and hurled him away as he observed Frieza crash once more into the small island. Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing down with a sense of amusement at Frieza's dusty appearance, and remarked, "Ah, so this is the so-called Emperor of the Universe. You truly look quite disheveled." Frieza, his expression darkened, glared at Vegeta, then glanced at his own hands, finally exclaiming, "That hurt quite a lot, and even my father has never inflicted such pain upon me." In an instant, Frieza enveloped himself in a brilliant white aura, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Vegeta with a speed that rivaled lightning. Vegeta was caught off guard by a headbutt from Frieza, staggering back a few steps before retaliating by pressing his hand onto Frieza's head, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent Frieza flying thousands of meters away. The explosion, a sphere of golden energy, detonated far from Frisia, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that boiled the surrounding seawater and toppled mountains. As if heralding the end of the world, Vegeta, with a dismissive smirk, declared, "Is this really the extent of the former cosmic emperor's prowess? How utterly boring. You might as well return to your training." Suddenly, Frisia's energy surged dramatically from a distance, causing rivers to flow backward and mountains to crumble. The golden explosion was dispersed by a violet aura, and waves of intense pressure radiated outward, forcing Piccolo and the others to retreat far away. Vegeta, taken aback, observed Frisia from afar and remarked, "It seems you still possess some strength. Yet no matter how powerful you may become, you shall never surpass the might of the Super Vegeta." The aura surrounding Frisia intensified further, shaking the very planet beneath them. The ground fractured, and torrents of crimson lava erupted forth, followed by a flash of lightning from the center of the chaos. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Frisia's power had exceeded his own. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he was indeed the true Super Saiyan now. A tremendous force obscured the heavens, casting Namek into darkness as Frisia, now a muscular figure resembling a bolt of lightning, appeared merely 10 meters in front of Vegeta. He remarked, "Impressive, Vegeta. You are the first to compel me to exert 100 of my strength. Are you prepared to endure the torturous agony of hell?" Vegeta scoffed, replying, "Frisia, you still fail to comprehend. Standing before you is the universe's mightiest warrior, and no matter how much power you unleash, the outcome will remain unchanged." In unison, Frisia and Vegeta launched their attacks. This time, Frisia's speed and strength overwhelmed Vegeta, landing a resounding slap to his head, sending him crashing into the depths of the ocean. How infuriating! As a Super Saiyan, I find myself at a disadvantage, Vegeta thought in astonishment, his golden aura exploding forth as he cleaved through the ocean and surged back to engage Frisia in combat once more. Yet now, Vegeta's speed and strength paled in comparison to Frisia's. Even with superior combat skills, he found it increasingly challenging to withstand Frisia's relentless assault, sustaining numerous injuries within mere moments. Damn it, have I truly fallen short of Kakarot's level on this planet? Vegeta's mindset began to crack, and he desperately amplified his energy, shattering the very scene before him. That moment, lying within a virtual pod, Vegeta suddenly let out a fierce roar, unleashing a burst of golden energy that shattered the pod into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Trunks, quick on his feet, transformed into a Super Saiyan to shield his mother as the virtual pod crumbled. Vegeta awoke from the simulation, surveying the chaos around him. He had wreaked havoc upon Bulma's research equipment. Enraged, Bulma approached Vegeta and delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, "You lunatic, what madness has possessed you this time?" Vegeta, aware of his misstep, chose pride over apology, turning his head away and retorting, "It's that ridiculous simulation of yours, forcing me to fight in my past form. It's utterly tiresome." Bulma blinked a couple of times, piecing together Vegeta's experience, then teased, "It seems our Saiyan Prince has faced defeat once again." Vegeta scoffed, stating, "Boring. Trunks, let us train together. I cannot allow myself to fall behind Kakarot and his son." Trunks acknowledged his father before exchanging a few words with his mother, then followed Vegeta to the gravity chamber. Bulma watched their departing figures, glancing at the wrecked research items, shaking her head as she mused, "If only we could extract the crystal from Trunks' mind, we might achieve a true simulation. That could be beneficial for Gohan's training as well." Meanwhile, on the other side, Goten had just awakened to his mother Chi-Chi, urging him to eat breakfast quickly, as they needed to visit the school to meet his teachers later. Goten was taken aback. He understood his mother's typically decisive nature, but this felt exceedingly sudden. "We just returned yesterday, and now I have to go to school?" Chi-Chi replied, "You're already 9 years old. It's time to start your education." "How long do you intend to wait?" "But I still need to train, right? I can't expect my brother to face every danger alone." Goten protested. Chi-Chi countered, "All schools now offer martial arts classes. You can still train there. And don't forget, we live in a peaceful era that if trouble arises, you won't even have a chance to act. Now hurry up. I need to teach martial arts at the university after dropping you off." Despite Chi-Chi's authoritative demeanor, Goten complied. Even after fully unleashing his Super Saiyan power, he found himself subdued and had no choice but to follow her to the private school in the city of Gohan. Dressed in a traditional blue outfit and carrying a backpack, Goten soared through the air while his mother Chi-Chi rode on the flying Nimbus, both heading toward the city. Goten felt a mix of emotions, finding the situation oddly surreal. Here he was, a super scion capable of shattering planets with a mere flick of his hand, yet now he was off to attend primary school. The city of Gohan was established by the king and the people to honor Gohan's achievements. Located in the southeastern region of the continent, it boasted advanced transportation and logistics, with the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance situated there. As Goten and Chi-Chi departed from the Buns Mountain, they ventured westward, traversing formidable mountains until they finally glimpsed the distant splendor and heard the lively sounds that contrasted sharply with the tranquility of Buns Mountain. Gohan's city was immense, covering over 2,000 square kilometers. Even with Goten's extraordinary eyesight, he could not discern the city's boundaries. Standing at the edge of the city, he gazed at the towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, momentarily struck by an absurd sense of dislocation, as if he had stepped into another world entirely. Noticing Goten's astonished expression, Chi-Chi remarked, "It's quite developed, isn't it? This city was once ravaged by androids, and it only took 3 years to transform from destruction to its current state." Goten nodded, marveling at humanity's remarkable resilience. Despite enduring such devastating blows, they managed to recover and even thrive within a mere 3 years, a true testament to their spirit. As Goten floated slowly through the air, surveying the vibrant scenery and absorbing the cultural essence of the Dragon Ball universe, a speeding hovercar suddenly approached, nearly colliding with him. Reacting swiftly, Goten evaded the vehicle and stood aside, bewildered as he watched the hovering cars zip around him. The car halted midair, and the driver rolled down the window, calling out, "Looks like we have a little martial artist here, but do watch where you're going. This isn't a designated flight path for fighters." Though momentarily dazed, Goten managed to piece together the situation and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with the rules." After Sun Wutian offered his apology, he swiftly departed from the city and reappeared before his mother. The driver, witnessing Sun Wutian's sudden disappearance, rubbed his eyes and looked around, yet he could not spot the young man. Muttering to himself, he pondered whether he had imagined it or if martial artists had truly become so formidable that such feats were possible. Surely, his little brat was merely the third-ranked fighter in their martial arts class, and he had never displayed such prowess. The driver of the flying vehicle behind, growing impatient, began to honk his horn. Only then did the stationary driver realize the situation. He hurriedly pressed the button to raise the window and restarted the flying car. Outside the city, Sun Wutian materialized beside Chi-Chi, inquiring, "Mother, is flying no longer permitted in the city? Or have new regulations been established regarding it?" Chi-Chi reached out, pulling Sun Wutian onto the Nimbus cloud, and explained, "New requirements have indeed been implemented. Following certain events, your brother and the others convened and established new regulations. The rules governing flight for martial artists in the city are now far more stringent than before. To fly within the city, one must not only pass an assessment conducted by the Martial Arts Alliance to obtain a flight permit, but they must also adhere to designated flight paths. Any violations will result in arrest by other Alliance martial artists." Taking a step forward and standing on the Nimbus cloud, Sun Wutian rubbed his temples and remarked, "What a hassle. It seems I must go and obtain a flight permit now. However, I did just fly into the city. Surely, no one will come to apprehend me, right?" Just as Chi-Chi was about to respond, several figures appeared from the distance, surrounding Chi-Chi and Sun Wutian. The leader spoke, "Flying within the city without a flight permit is punishable. You know. Which school do you belong to?" Suddenly, noticing Chi-Chi, the leader's voice faltered momentarily before he continued. "Ah, it is Teacher Chi-Chi. Surely, you possess a permit and you must know the designated flight paths, correct?" Chi-Chi replied, "I apologize. My young son Wutian is visiting the city for the first time and is unaware of these regulations. Thus, he inadvertently violated them. Should there be any penalties, we are willing to accept them." The leader glanced at Wutian and then at Chi-Chi, shaking his head. "Teacher Gohan saved the world. His family deserves a bit of leniency. How can we impose a penalty?" Sun Wutian stepped forward, asserting, "While it is true my brother saved the world, that does not absolve me of my responsibility for violating the city's rules that I should face whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Without favoritism due to my brother." The enforcement officers felt a headache coming on. They had all been guided by Gohan and regarded him as their teacher. They were reluctant to impose penalties on his family. However, they also understood that failure to penalize would invite scrutiny from those with ulterior motives, leading to a barrage of online criticism aimed at Gohan's family. Just as they were caught in this dilemma, a voice rang out, "Let the consequences be what they are." Although Wu Tian was unaware, having breached established regulations means he must bear the consequences. Please escort him to the Traffic Flight Bureau for a safety course. I will cover the fines later. Turning to see Gohan floating above, the officers quickly bowed in respect and said, "Teacher Gohan, your brother really doesn't need to." Gohan shook his head, responding, "Wu Tian is not just my brother. He is his own person. Therefore, please allow him to express his own views." The officers nodded, their admiration for Teacher Gohan growing even deeper, and turned to Wu Tian, stating, "So, son Wu Tian, please accompany us to the Traffic Flight Bureau." Wu Tian nodded, then turned to Gohan, saying, "Brother, I will see you later." Gohan smiled and nodded, though there was a hint of guilt in that smile. Due to Wu Tian's lack of a flight permit, he was not allowed to fly within the city. Thus, the enforcement team called for a vehicle to take Wu Tian to the Traffic Flight Bureau. Gohan watched as the flying car disappeared, sighing, "Wu Tian must be blaming me. I have the power to spare him from punishment. Yet I still insist on holding him accountable." Chi-Chi shook her head, saying, "Do not underestimate Wu Tian. He understands the situation and empathizes with your current predicament." Gohan sighed. "That is good to hear. I have been so occupied with various matters that I have not seen Wu Tian in quite some time." Noticing a trace of weariness in Gohan's eyes, Chi-Chi felt a pang of pain and said, "The framework has already been established. You can afford to step back now." Gohan shook his head, gazing out over the city before him and then across the entire continent. "Having made a decision, I must see it through to the end. Though the journey may be arduous, as long as everyone remains safe, I do not mind enduring some hardship." Chi-Chi sighed, observing Gohan's steadfast resolve. "You are just as you always were." Gohan smiled. "Mother, you have classes to attend today, so you should go and I will take care of the fine for Wu Tian and help him obtain a flight permit." Chi-Chi nodded. "Remember to take him to Jinying Primary Martial Arts School. I have already informed them that Wu Tian will be enrolling today." Gohan nodded. "Do not worry about it. I will handle everything. It has been far too long since I last had a proper conversation with Wu Tian." Chi-Chi nodded and then piloted the Nimbus Cloud toward the first martial arts university in Wufan City. Gohan, meanwhile, set his sights on the Traffic Flight Bureau, taking out his phone to dial a number. As the pleasant ringtone chimed, a familiar voice answered, "Good morning, Teacher Gohan. There's something you need." Feeling a bit sheepish, Gohan replied, "I apologize for disturbing you so early, Bidalai, but I find myself in need of some funds. Could I borrow a bit from you?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Bidalai responded, "Of course, but has something happened at home?" Gohan reassured her, "Nothing major. My brother has violated the traffic flying regulations, and I currently lack the funds to cover the fine." Another pause ensued, and just as Gohan was about to ask someone else for help, Bidalai said, "No problem at all. I'll be waiting for you in front of the Traffic Flight Bureau." Gohan expressed his gratitude, "Thank you," and hung up, sighing, "I really need to set aside some money for household expenses. It feels excessive to keep borrowing from Bidalai." He then followed the designated flight path for martial artists, heading toward the Traffic Flight Bureau's central hub. Upon arrival, he found that Bidalai had not yet arrived, so he hovered in the air, knowing that stepping onto the ground would invite numerous complications. After a while, Bidalai flew in from the distance, spotting Gohan immediately. "I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting, Teacher Gohan." Gohan felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "I apologize, Bidalai. I seem to be borrowing money from you quite frequently." Bidalai shook her head, responding, "It's not an issue, but Teacher Gohan, you should really save some funds for yourself. You can't dedicate all your resources to building the future of martial arts. What about your family?" Feeling a touch of shame from Bidalai's words, Gohan lowered his gaze and admitted, "I did make a promise in the past, and if I were to save money, I would likely face criticism from others." Seeing Gohan's embarrassed demeanor, Bidalai felt a pang of sympathy. She understood the sacrifices he had made for the planet, but she was frustrated that he neglected his own well-being. Sighing, she said, "All right, I'm not disapproving of your borrowing, but you should take care of yourself sometimes." Gohan smiled at Bidalai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Bidalai." Touched by Gohan's gaze, Bidalai turned her eyes away and said, "Let's go check on Wu Tian. The Traffic Flight Bureau is home to another faction. I hope they do not make things difficult for him." Gohan nodded, feeling a sense of resignation. Even at this stage, he still faced many political adversaries who believed martial arts should not exist in this world. insisting that individuals like Gohan should simply obey their commands. Meanwhile, at the Traffic Flight Bureau, Sun Wutian followed several enforcement officers to the enforcement window. Then the enforcement team began to communicate with the staff inside. Subsequently, the leader of the enforcement team retrieved a card and stated, "Although Master Gohan mentioned he would come to pay, as his disciple, I feel compelled to contribute in some way. Allow me to cover the training fee this time." While speaking, the leader took out his phone and used a payment app to settle Goten's training expenses. Observing their demeanor, Son Goten felt a swell of joy for his brother. It appeared they held great respect for him. And his brother's efforts had not been in vain. Soon after, Son Goten was escorted to the traffic flight training room. Although referred to as a training room, it primarily served to educate participants on the perils of reckless flying through lectures from relevant experts. Upon entering, a designated individual approached Goten and remarked, "It seems that a child has committed the offense this time. Have children nowadays already mastered flight techniques?" The leader of the enforcement team interjected. "This is no ordinary child. He is, after all, Master Gohan's brother." The individual responsible for distributing training materials appeared somewhat astonished and replied, "So he is Master Gohan's brother. That explains it. He must have received excellent training from a young age." The leader of the enforcement team smiled and said, "Well, our involvement here is concluded. Farewell, Gohan's brother and Mr. Taurus. Until next time." After the leader left and closed the door, the distributor placed the materials on Goten's desk and said, "You are Gohan's brother, Goten, correct? Please take a moment to review this information." Son Goten flipped through the materials, only to find the writing utterly incomprehensible. The script of this world was peculiar and entirely different from the characters he had known in his previous life. Though he could still recognize his father's name, Son Goku, as it was identical in both languages for the other characters, they neither belonged to Chinese nor to Japanese. Noticing that Goten merely skimmed through the documents without further examination, the distributor cautioned, "Young Goten, there will be a random check later. If you do not pass, you will need to pay for additional training." Goten pondered, "You recognize me as a child. Yet when have you ever seen a 9-year-old being taken to learn traffic laws? This country is utterly unkind." Of course, Goten would never voice these thoughts. Instead, he replied, "I apologize, but I am supposed to attend school today that I still do not recognize most of these characters." The distributor appeared taken aback, momentarily stunned, and remarked, "By your appearance, you seem to be around 9 or 10 years old. You are not in school at this age." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Goten suddenly felt like a wild child emerging from the mountains. An utter illiterate. After a moment's contemplation, he explained, "I apologize. I have been training martial arts in other places due to certain circumstances, and I have only just returned." The distributor nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. After all, someone your age capable of mastering flight techniques must have undergone rigorous training. No worries." Just as the distributor was about to suggest alternative methods, the door swung open, revealing a stern man in a well-tailored suit. He surveyed the room before fixing his gaze upon Son Goten, saying, "You must be Son Goten, the brother of Son Gohan." Goten glanced at the man, impeccably dressed, but instinctively sensed that the visitor bore ill intent. Nevertheless, he was not afraid. He simply nodded and replied, "That's me." The man looked down at Goten with an air of authority, his expression cold and his demeanor haughty. After a brief pause, he declared, "I am the head of the traffic department's investigation team. You need to accompany me. There are matters that require your verification." The experts seated nearby seemed to understand the situation, and one spoke up. "Chief Hiss, he is merely a child." The imposing man shot a fierce glare at the expert, retorting, "In the eyes of the law, all are equal. Our nation does not exempt anyone from investigation simply due to their age." The expert, chilled by Chief Hiss's glare, fell silent. Son Goten's mind raced, piecing together fragments of understanding. Though not entirely clear, he stood and said, "What needs to be verified? I will cooperate fully." Chief Hiss regarded Goten from his elevated position, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. "Now that's more like as the brother of the so-called savior. You ought to be able to endure scrutiny." Then, turning away, he strode towards the exit, with Goten following closely behind. Contemplating the fact that power struggles existed everywhere, it seemed his brother was not living an easy life. The distributor handed over the materials and whispered in Goten's ear, "Be careful." Goten accepted the stack of documents without revealing any emotion and followed Chief Hiss outside, where he noticed 3 or 5 burly men armed with weapons trailing behind them. their expressions grave. Traversing the hall, they turned left and right before arriving at a rather ominous location. Chief Hiss glanced back at Goten. A smug smile appearing on his face, he opened the door and instructed, "Step inside, son Goten." Goten cast a glance at him before striding into the room. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen, although he sensed something was off about Chief Hiss. He chose to comply for the moment. Upon entering, Goten was greeted by an array of torture instruments, a nauseating blend of dust and the scent of blood permeating the air. Unfazed, he took a seat at the table marked with the title of interrogator. Chief Hiss closed the door and seated himself at the table, his gaze sharpening as he leaned forward, slamming his palm on the table, commanding, "Speak. Who instructed you to fly recklessly and violate national regulations?" Goten narrowed his eyes and replied, "No one instructed me. It was my first time in the city, and I accidentally flew incorrectly." Preposterous. Chief Hiss banged the table, his expression fierce. The flying regulations have been disseminated across the globe. Do not think that just because you are Son Gohan's brother, you are exempt. Even crows in the sky and mice on the ground should know the flying regulations, unless you have not been on Earth. Goten nodded. "You are correct. I have indeed not been on Earth for many years and just returned from planet Adralant yesterday." Chief Hiss paused, momentarily taken aback, before his anger flared. "Do you take me for a fool? Our country's space exploration agency does not possess the capability to reach other life planets. You, a mere child, claim to have traveled to another planet. Do you truly believe that just because your brother is a powerful warrior, you can do anything?" Goten shrugged nonchalantly. "What I say is the truth, whether you choose to believe it is your concern." Hiss abruptly stood, his muscles tense, but then he regained composure and sat back down, leaning against the backrest. "Even if you were on another planet, you could not possibly be unaware of the regulations. You must have been instructed by someone else. Just confess." Goten looked him in the eye and insisted, "I was not. Why would I be instructed by anyone?" Hiss's eyes narrowed, his right index finger tapping rhythmically on the table as he sought to exert pressure on Goten. You know where you are?" Goten surveyed the surroundings and replied, "I took a glance upon entering. This appears to be an interrogation room." Hiss's tone turned sharp. "Then you should understand that this is a place for questioning criminals. Therefore, I have the authority to employ any means necessary against you." "Think carefully." Goten shrugged. "Honestly speaking, what is there to think about? It seems you want me to confess that my brother is behind this, as you are seeking a way to incriminate him without evidence." Hiss looked at Goten in surprise, but did not concede. Instead, he asserted, "I am merely upholding the law. I hope you will contemplate this and confess soon." Goten replied calmly, "What I needed to say has already been said. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate." Closing his eyes, Hiss suddenly opened them, radiating hostility. He pressed a button beside him and proclaimed, "It seems you need to experience some hardship. Otherwise, you will not understand what to say." With a gesture, two muscular men beside Goten seized his arms, pinning him to the ground. Unperturbed, Goten raised his head and said, So you resort to extreme measures because you cannot extract information? You really are not afraid of my brother finding out?" Upon pressing the button, Heisa appeared to transform into an entirely different person. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, "Your brother is nothing more than a muscle-bound fool who truly believes he possesses any real prowess. Such strength ought to serve the Tripp family, not be wasted on promoting martial arts. How utterly laughable." Sun Wutian, bound to a pillar, surveyed the surrounding wires without a hint of panic, simply inquiring, "What family do you belong to? Is it truly noble?" At that moment, Heisa displayed a certain reckless audacity, bolstered by the knowledge his family had uncovered Sun Wufan's limits. Even identifying the thresholds of Piccolo, who stood beside him, they were acutely aware of how to handle Sun Wufan. He stepped forward, directly manipulating the electrical device, unleashing a torrent of current that coursed through Sun Wutian's body. No longer the Sun Wutian of yore, he found such pain trivial. Yet, he chose to feign distress, shouting and pretending to struggle against his restraints. Heisa, on the other hand, erupted in maniacal laughter, envisioning Sun Wufan's inevitable fury. However, the so-called savior could only endure, for even a king must heed the whims of the Tripp family. After a brief moment, the current ceased, and Sun Wutian, panting heavily, asked, "What is your reasoning behind this?" "Reasoning?" Heisa sneered, seizing a handful of Sun Wutian's hair and lifting him up. "It is, of course, due to your foolish brother. He should simply content himself with being a savior. yet insists on collaborating with the king to promote martial arts globalization. How absurd. There are distinctions of rank among humans that cannot be altered. Does he truly believe he can challenge the upper echelons simply because he possesses a modicum of power? Sun Wutian, smiling, replied, "Are you not afraid I might inform my brother?" "Inform him?" Heisa scoffed. "Your brother is but a spineless coward, fixated on spreading martial arts. With just a slight application of my influence, he is rendered penniless. My superiors need only exert a little pressure, and even his secretary, Bidalai, is left defenseless." Ta. How amusing. Sun Wutian's gaze turned icy as he asked, "Is there more?" With a sharp slap, Heisa retorted, "Indeed. You may not know. But your mother was forced to kneel before some influential figures. When she resisted, I merely facilitated matters, and your mother nearly broke down. The so-called savior even had to personally kneel and apologize. Quite the spectacle. Wouldn't you agree?" Heisa's laughter was frenzied, a catharsis for his jealousy and hatred towards Sun Wufan, which he could not seem to overcome. The amusing deeds he had performed were known to but a few, and without revealing them to those close to the savior, what significance did they hold? Truly, it was delightful. Sun Wutian's lips curled into a smirk as he effortlessly shattered the chains binding him. Grasping Heisa's right hand, he declared, "I offer you a chance. Go to my brother, admit your faults, and surrender yourself to imprisonment for life." Heisa, startled by Sun Wutian's sudden liberation, instinctively recoiled but felt a tightening grip. Hearing Sun Wutian's words, he found them laughable. How amusing. "You think a mere display of strength can intimidate me? Should you dare lay a finger on me, your family will soon face public outrage and societal condemnation." With a cold glint in his eyes, Sun Wutian ripped off one of Heisa's arms. Raditz paused for a moment, then turned his head with a smile, saying, "How could that be? Dear nephew, we are all family. Your uncle would be delighted to see you happy. By the way, what brings you here this time?" Sun Goten promptly corrected him, saying, "I am the second nephew. The eldest nephew is my brother." Following this, Sun Goten tossed his aside and added, "There's nothing much else. This person and his family have been bullying my brother, so I eliminated him, and I would appreciate your assistance in watching over him during this time." Upon hearing this, Raditz was instantly filled with rage. How dare they bully my eldest nephew? "Fear not, Goten. Your uncle shall ensure he receives a thorough lesson, guaranteeing he treats our Sun family with utmost respect in the future." Nappa shot him a glance and remarked, "Since when have you become part of the Sun family?" Raditz boldly replied, "My brother and two nephews all bear the surname Sun. What issue could there possibly be with my being a member of the Sun family?" Nappa initially wanted to retort, but ultimately held his tongue. Recognizing that Goten's second nephew was rather formidable, Sun Goten was about to take his leave. Raditz grasped his arm and said, "Second nephew, could you do me a favor?" Sun Goten looked at him and replied, "Go ahead, speak your mind." Raditz continued, "You are well aware that in this desolate realm of hell, aside from enduring the most severe punishments daily, we have our freedom at other times. However, these days, King Frisia's subordinates have been challenging us to battles every day." Sun Goten nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. I'll go give them a good thrashing in a couple of days when I have the time." The dazzling golden light of the Earth Flight Traffic Bureau shone fiercely, causing the entire building to tremble, and all staff members began to seek emergency shelter. Sun Goten stood amidst a group of warriors, glancing around at them, then at Hiss, saying, "Is this the world you are protecting? Questioning ordinary people at will, inflicting punishments on them without hesitation." The warriors exchanged glances, lowering their heads, uncertain of how to respond. As some were indeed aware that darkness still thrived, suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Sun Goten effortlessly caught a bullet midair, crushed it to powder, and tossed it to the ground, saying, "Ah, can't wait to make a move." "Can you?" "But it matters not. If I cannot be a good person, then I shall simply refrain from trying." With a firm shout, Sun Goten unleashed a golden aura that erupted, a surging force spreading outward like a tidal wave. Although the warriors had undergone training, they were no match for such power and were blown away by the force, scattering throughout the city. Sun Goten took deliberate steps to exit the Flight Traffic Bureau. Just as Sun Gohan and Videl rushed in, Sun Gohan, upon seeing the bloodied face of Sun Goten, was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "Goten, what on earth have you done?" Sun Goten wiped the blood from his face and declared, "I killed Hiss, and now I intend to annihilate the Trip family." Videl, observing son Goten in this state, felt a tremor run through her entire being, her eyes widening as she stared at him. Son Gohan stepped in front of son Goten with a serious expression, saying, "You cannot go. If you destroy that family, your entire life will be ruined." Son Goten took a step forward, saying, "Brother, I do not wish to fight you. So please do not stand in my way." Son Gohan remained resolute in front of son Goten, asserting, "Regardless of your reasons, you cannot annihilate a family. I will prevent you from making this mistake." Son Goten halted 3 paces away from son Gohan, lifting his gaze to his brother, saying, "Brother, you are indeed a gentle and kind person. However, sometimes gentleness merely invites further demands. Therefore, this time, I will not heed your words. By the way, Sister Videl, please step back." With that, son Goten closed his eyes, the aura within him shifted, and in the next moment, an overwhelmingly intense golden flame erupted, shattering the entire building into fragments, which were then swept away by the fierce energy, cascading out into the city. Fortunately, the earlier shockwave had already frightened many, leaving only son Goten, son Gohan, and Videl within the remnants of the building. Son Gohan reacted swiftly, deploying a protective shield around Videl, only to witness the building collapse, debris flying everywhere, creating a scene of devastation across the city. At this moment, son Gohan was utterly bewildered by son Goten's actions, his spirit nearly on the brink of collapse as he roared at son Goten. "Goten, do you even realize what you are doing?" Son Goten remained silent, merely observing, and when he saw more warriors converging, he finally spoke. "Brother, you never told me, did you? The Trip family has been pressuring you all along, even threatening others to force you into apologizing." Son Gohan was taken aback and asked, "How do you know this?" The surrounding voices erupted in chaos, with many declaring that the family was despicable, while others insisted they were blameless. Son Goten grew irritated by the clamor, his energy surging once more as he pinpointed a direction and unleashed an energy blade. Boom! The energy blade surged forth, seemingly piercing the heavens, sending a chilling aura that gripped the hearts of many warriors, causing them to tremble in fear. Observing this scene, son Gohan rushed forward, soaring above the crowd, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and grasping the descending energy blade with both hands. However, son Goten showed no signs of holding back. His power surged through, and though son Gohan managed to catch it, he could hardly withstand the tremendous force, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Son Goten retracted the energy blade and looked at son Gohan, saying, "Brother, you remain as gentle as ever. It seems this battle is unavoidable." But before that, a golden glimmer flashed in son Goten's eyes as he shot into the sky, heading toward the distance. At this moment, Krillin and Piccolo arrived late to the scene, observing son Gohan, who was in a pit of despair. Filled with self-reproach, Krillin asked, "Gohan, what on earth happened?" That previous aura resembled Goten's. Son Gohan, his expression pained, found it difficult to speak, unsure of how to proceed. It was Videl who explained, "It was Goten. He was taken into the Flight Traffic Bureau for his transgressions. And after who knows what transpired, he learned that the Trip family had pressured Gohan-sensei, even forcing him to kneel in apology. Then he killed Hiss and declared his intent to annihilate the Trip family. You are supposed to be a savior. How can your brother act in such a manner?" The voices of the crowd grew louder, questioning the savior's inaction amidst senseless slaughter. "What are you doing? As a savior, shouldn't you protect us? Go and stop your brother. He is a world-ending menace. The Trip family is among the most esteemed of humanity. Even as a savior, you cannot act recklessly." Following Goten's departure, the clamor grew even louder. Silence. Piccolo erupted in fury, an intense wind pressure radiating outward, gradually silencing the voices. "What great authority! Is this the company of the savior? Impressive. I hear he is the infamous Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King and the savior are allies. I now suspect the artificial humans were merely a performance. What savior, if not a deception? With such strength, why not deal with those who harm the government instead of threatening us?" The noise subsided momentarily before erupting again. Piccolo clenched his fists, yearning to confront the crowd. Yet he understood he could not, for he was no longer the Demon King who could act recklessly. He had Gohan as both a disciple and friend to consider. One could disregard oneself, but he could not overlook the consequences for Gohan. After all, his actions had already caused Gohan harm once. Kaiser Luck, known as the City of Peace, is home to the king and several esteemed families. It boasts vast territories, a flourishing economy, and convenient transportation, making it the most prosperous city on Earth, even after the turmoil caused by the artificial humans. The city now flourished. However, this haven of peace and stability was now besieged by mobilizing troops, with the city walls brimming with various battle machines, creating an atmosphere of impending conflict. A golden streak of light streaked across the sky, rushing towards Kai's Lu Jin at an astonishing speed, while intermittently dodging incoming projectiles and lasers, all effortlessly dismantled by that fleeting figure. At last, I have arrived. The light came to a halt above the city, revealing the silhouette of Sun Wutian. He gazed ahead and beheld an army as vast as the ocean, equipped with an array of weaponry. He sighed, murmuring, "In the end, confrontation with the state is unavoidable. Isn't it?" Boom! It seemed the forces had also taken notice of Sun Wutian, as missiles and lasers surged towards him with the intent to reduce him to ashes. Sun Wutian effortlessly sliced through the lasers and obliterated the missiles, then declared, "It appears that combat is inevitable. Indeed, what etches itself in memory is not benevolence, but rather pain." In the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a powerful shockwave erupted, swirling up boundless dust and instantly engulfing the entire army. The Kamehameha wave began to coalesce in his hands. Sun Wutian observed the dust-laden battlefield. However, just as the energy was about to take form, the brilliance began to fade. He sighed once more and plunged through the haze, heading straight for the heart of the City of Peace, where the king and the head of the Tripp family resided. Clang! Upon emerging from the smoke, he was met with a cadre of floating robots, which, upon spotting him, unleashed a barrage of missiles without regard for the lives of the ordinary citizens below. Sun Wutian transformed into a flash of lightning, weaving through the mechanical throng, reducing them to mere fragments, which were then enveloped by the energy wave and propelled into the sky, bursting apart. His velocity surged to its zenith, and the forces attempting to impede him were dispatched before they even registered his presence. As he arrived at the estate of the Tripp family, it was a lavish and expansive manor, covering a substantial part of the inner city, home to many of the world's elite, who could even influence the succession of kings and the frequency of wars. Hovering outside the estate, Sun Wutian observed the tense standoff within, where various robots and martial artists were gathered, all their gazes fixated upon him. Moments later, King Kai's Lu Jin emerged from the manor, scrutinizing Sun Wutian for a long moment before exclaiming, "You resemble your father, Sun Wutian." Sun Wutian glanced at the eager martial artists and then addressed the king, saying, "You should not be here, Your Majesty. This matter does not concern you." The king sighed, glancing behind him as he replied, "I have no choice. The Tripp family has contributed greatly to this world, and as king, I cannot stand idly by and watch them perish." Sun Wutian scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Contributed greatly, which includes instigating conflict and relentlessly persecuting my brother." The king's gaze flickered as he replied, "Those were the errors of a few individuals. You have already slain his. So there is no need for further hostility." Sun Wutian extended his fingers towards the king, stating, "Some actions, once committed, cannot be undone, so there is no need for further discourse. My brother and mother possess kind hearts and do not seek retribution. But I cannot afford such leniency, and I sense that others will likely continue to trouble them. Therefore, something must be done to instill a sense of caution in those individuals." As Sun Wutian prepared to strike the king, several of the royal guards rushed forward, weapons drawn, their eyes locked onto him. With a surge of energy, Sun Wutian propelled the king and his guards far from the estate. The next moment, the skilled fighters and robots within the manor charged out, launching a fierce assault on Sun Wutian. Once more, Sun Wutian unleashed a burst of energy, his potent aura erupting like a hurricane, shattering the robots and sending numerous martial artists soaring into the sky. He followed suit, ascending into the air and surveying the estate below. In the western city, Bulma was observing the unfolding events on her computer screen, where Sun Wutian hovered majestically above the esteemed Tripp family estate. Shortly thereafter, her phone screen illuminated, and upon checking, she sighed, saying, "Is it truly necessary to go this far? You will become a global adversary." Ultimately, Bulma felt helpless. She first sent a message within the high-level group of Capsule Corporation, followed by a flurry of computer commands. The clamor surrounding Wufan City intensified, with crowds gathering before Wufan and his companions, causing Piccolo to fume with frustration. Yet, he refrained from taking action, knowing that any move he made would only provoke a more vicious backlash against Wufan. At that moment, a swarm of drones approached from afar, their tops emitting beams of light, projecting images of Kai's Lujin city between the towering skyscrapers. Wufan suddenly looked up, witnessing Sun Wutian, his expression cold. Floating above the manor, gathering energy into a sphere in his hands. "Stop, Wutian!" Wufan bellowed in desperation, but at that moment, Sun Wutian was on the opposite side of the planet, oblivious to his brother's cries. In a surge of determination, Wufan transformed into a streak of golden light, racing skyward. Though he could surmise Wutian's intentions, he was resolute in preventing his brother from making such a choice, unwilling to see him ruin himself. The golden streak ascended into the heavens, racing 1,000 miles, its speed surpassing the flash of lightning, transcending all earthly bounds. All eyes were glued to the spectacle as Sun Wutian's right hand coalesced the energy sphere. Addressing those below, "Your reasons for love or animosity have nothing to do with me. If you wish to reason with me in your next life, I suggest you do so promptly," with a swift motion. He hurled the energy sphere downward, prompting the estate to activate its protective barrier. Yet, it proved futile, as the sphere shattered the barrier and penetrated the estate. In an instant, searing heat and blinding light erupted, reducing the manor's exquisite treasures and ancient trees to scorched earth, as countless fragments soared through the air, all trapped within the barrier, while an intense white light consumed everything. Sun Wutian lowered his head. His eyes filled with compassion and anguish, but devoid of regret. He understood that once a life was taken, there was no turning back. Nevertheless, having made his decision, he resolved to see it through, for if he did not act decisively, who knew what calamities might arise in the future? Majin Buu, Golden Frieza, Black Goku. These formidable foes were already a grave threat. Should internal strife erupt on Earth, the consequences could be catastrophic. As the smoke dissipated, Sun Wutian lowered the barrier, revealing the estate, now utterly annihilated, leaving only ash and ruin. He examined his hands, murmuring, "I can no longer be a hero. Instead, let me instill fear in this world, so that all may know." Wutian, a resounding cry echoed through the skies, heralding the arrival of Wufan, who stood before his brother, gazing down at the obliterated estate with a pained expression. "Did you do this?" Sun Wutian nodded, replying, "It was I." "Why?" Wufan stared intently at Sun Wutian, as if meeting his brother for the first time. When silence ensued, his energy flared once more, and he roared, "I demand to know why." The air quaked, causing the city to tremble, while Wufan's unleashed energy felt like daggers against Sun Wutian's face. "Why? Perhaps because they have trespassed upon my taboos, just as I am now infringing upon my brothers." Wufan appeared momentarily stunned, then asserted, "Even if they have wronged me and mother, you cannot resort to murder. What do you take human life for?" Sun Wutian shook his head, asserting, "I do not wish to kill that I sought to offer his a chance, as well as myself, but they did not cherish it, and I pondered how such individuals could be compelled to change. After much contemplation, I could find no answer, thus I resorted to violence." Tears welled in Wufan's verdant eyes as he lamented, "What difference is there between you and them?" As he beheld his brother's tears, Sun Wutian felt his own eyes misting, shaking his head as he replied, "There is no difference that I realized that when I killed his. I could no longer be a hero. That if that is the case, then I shall embrace the role of a complete villain. Anyone who dares to bully my friends shall face my wrath. One life taken for one life lost. 100 for 100. Boom. Wufan's energy erupted, transforming him into a bolt of lightning as he charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Sun Wutian's face. Exclaiming, "Have you truly lost your mind?" Sun Goten was utterly unprepared and, as a result, could not withstand such overwhelming force. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt several kilometers away. Upon stopping, he felt a sharp sting of pain in his right cheek, and as he opened his mouth, blood mixed with a few shattered teeth spilled forth. He ascended into the sky once more and addressed his brother. "Son Gohan, if you truly intend to stop me, then let us engage in battle. Otherwise, I shall exact vengeance upon all those who have slandered and persecuted you and mother." Sun Goten's voice was eerily calm. Yet it sent a chill down the spines of all those watching the live broadcast. They could sense the gravity of his words. At the first martial arts university, Chi-Chi, despite being indoors, caught sight of the forced live stream, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she murmured, "It shouldn't be like this. You two brothers." The celestial god gazed down upon the world, his eyes shimmering with contemplation as a deity. He found himself at a loss as to what course of action to take. Over the years, he had witnessed Gohan's relentless efforts and the relentless probing and manipulation from various political factions and business magnates. He understood Gohan's convictions, but also recognized that with Gohan's inherent goodness, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve anything meaningful against those ruthless giants. Even if he succeeded, it would only be others who reap the rewards. What truly constitutes good and evil at this moment? The deity found himself ensnared in doubt, no longer discerning the lines between virtue and vice that in West City. Vegeta and Trunks had long since concluded their training upon sensing the explosive energies of Goten and Gohan. They had witnessed the destruction of the Trunks family at the hands of Goten through Bulma's account. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could this be? How could Goten do such things? Those are lives at stake." To which Vegeta retorted, "Humph, this brat is far more ruthless than Kakarot." Bulma scratched her head and remarked, "Though his intentions may be noble, he is likely to be regarded as a demon by the majority of humanity. His life ahead will not be easy." Trunks glanced between Bulma and Vegeta, asking, "Father, Mother, do you not care about those who have perished?" Vegeta cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Care for those people? Humph, they brought this upon themselves. Trunks, remember this. Your desire to protect Earth alongside Gohan is your prerogative, but not everyone is worthy of salvation." Trunks yearned to counter his father's assertion, but found himself at a loss for words at that moment. Vegeta declared, "Enough. The two brothers are about to commence their battle. Let us go and witness it." Trunks nodded, following his father as they exited their home, heading towards Kaiserlux City. Although he was unsure of Goten's motives, he felt compelled to restrain him, believing Goten was not inherently malevolent in Kaiserlux City. Gohan's gaze sharpened as he regarded Goten for an extended time before finally taking a stance, stating, "If you truly wish to continue down this path, then defeat me," with resolve in his heart. Gohan unleashed his golden aura, charging fiercely towards Goten. At that moment, Kaiserlux City trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Goten initially closed his eyes, his golden aura momentarily subdued. The next instant, it erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. A torrent of energy enveloping the sky in golden flames, forcing Gohan's aura backward. The ground shook with increasing ferocity, its tremors beginning to affect the very planet itself. Crack! Though Gohan and Goten had yet to engage, the collision of their energies conjured thunderous bolts of lightning. The citizens below felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Boom! Gohan, tears welling in his eyes, swung his fist at Goten. This time, Goten did not brace himself. He sidestepped and retaliated with a punch. Just as Gohan anticipated Goten's right punch, Goten's left fist shot forth at lightning speed, targeting Gohan's chest at a seasoned warrior. Gohan instinctively raised his right hand to block Goten's fist. However, Goten's power still surged forth, creating a resounding echo in the air. Gohan gripped Goten's fist tightly with his right hand, while his left transformed into a knife hand, aimed at Goten's body. Goten's right wrist slipped free, and he tilted his head back to evade Gohan's strike, then propelled himself upward, landing on Gohan's shoulder. Feeling an immense force on his shoulder, Gohan released his grip, only to see Goten dart away like an arrow. Swiftly vacating the city, Gohan, now radiating golden light, pursued, and the two brothers moved at breathtaking speed through the air, constantly clashing in combat. Each collision sent tremors rippling through the earth, scattering clouds in their wake. In an instant, the brothers had traversed the bustling metropolis and entered a dense forest. Their strikes grew increasingly unrestrained. Though Goten had spent years training alongside his father, mastering the art of energy control, Gohan had been forged in countless life and death battles in recent years. Gohan had diligently studied martial arts, and his skills now matched Goten's without reservation. Though their strengths appeared evenly matched, Goten sensed that his brother was holding back. As Gohan's speed and power had not reached their zenith, boom, Gohan's fist missed once more, the force of the wind leveling a hill in mere moments. As Goten sidestepped, his small form crashed into Gohan's embrace, causing Gohan to stagger back yet maintain his stance. reaching out to seize Goten. Swish. At that moment, Goten's figure seemed to shimmer and blurred. In the next instant, Gohan felt an explosion of energy behind him. Startled, he turned just in time to witness a radiant beam of light. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms defensively. Boom! Gohan was struck by a ki blast, sent tumbling backward, shattering trees and boulders, and crashing through several mountain peaks. As Gohan continued to retreat, he could no longer suppress a shout. Shattering the ki wave, he dug his right hand into the earth, carving 5 deep grooves before finally halting. Boom! In the next heartbeat, Goten charged at him again, launching a flying kick. Gohan planted his right hand on the ground, unleashing a small Kamehameha wave, using its rebound to launch himself diagonally away in the next instant. Goten's foot connected with the ground, creating a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the land, shaking mountains and causing the earth to collapse, leaving behind a vast crater. Gohan reacted swiftly, executing a somersault in midair and diving toward Goten with a fist poised to strike. Even before Gohan arrived, the wind from his punch reached Goten, causing the earth beneath him to further fracture. Realizing he was locked onto, Goten chose not to evade. Instead, he clenched his right fist and retaliated with equal ferocity. The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding trees and sent tremors through the towering mountains, rocks tumbling down as animals scattered in fear. The ground beneath Goten continued to fracture, his form sinking deeper into the earth, as if he were on the verge of encountering magma. Crash! Goten once again erupted with golden energy, his power and speed surging to new heights, pushing Gohan back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Goten pressed his advantage without a hint of mercy. Gohan, undeterred, engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, their figures flickering as they clashed. Each impact produced a resounding roar, each encounter accompanied by earth-shaking tremors. Before the screen, all of humanity trembled. The previous martial arts tournament had been constrained in scope. Though they recognized Gohan's strength, they had no inkling of its true magnitude. At this moment, they realized that a martial artist like Gohan could indeed wield such terrifying power, that a single individual could bring down an entire mountain range. As the clamor against Sun Wukong's sons, Gohan and Goten, gradually diminished, many of the instigators began to silence themselves. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and Trunks had already arrived at the epicenter of the battlefield. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Trunks wished to intervene between the two brothers. However, Vegeta interjected with a commanding shout. "Trunks, stand down. They do not require your assistance." Trunks turned back, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Vegeta, saying, "But they are such good brothers. We should intervene. Must one of them truly perish?" Vegeta remained silent, merely scoffing. "Are you a fool? Pay attention to their battle." Although Trunks was still perplexed, he placed his trust in his father and, with a gaze filled with uncertainty, focused on the fight between the two. Amidst tears, Gohan swung his fists, while Goten, in maniacal laughter, unleashed kicks. The brothers colliding amidst countless mountains and islands. The heavens gradually darkened, and storms of lightning swirled around Goten and Gohan, who had already obliterated countless peaks and submerged numerous lands. Yet their struggle continued unabated. After a prolonged observation, Piccolo felt a flicker of solace. These two brothers have even deceived me. It appears Gohan is truly resolved to effect change this time. Piccolo discerned certain truths, and Vegeta shared his understanding, while Trunks, Tien, and Krillin remained tense, yet uncertain of how to resolve the situation before them. The pace of Gohan and Goten's combat began to slow. Gradually, they exchanged blows, each refusing to evade the other. Then they noticed tears welling in Gohan's eyes, hot droplets propelled upward by his breath. On the other hand, Goten, drenched in blood, continued to laugh maniacally, sending chills through those who watched him on the screen. The hero protecting humanity wept, while the demon-slaying innocents reveled in laughter. What manner of reality is this? Gradually, people began to ponder these questions, and the emotional contagion within the scene prompted more to reflect. In the western wilderness, Gohan landed a punch that left Goten battered and bruised, yet he remained undeterred, his body crashing through several sand dunes before he crouched down. Boom! Goten, laughing maniacally, threw a punch with a frenzied demeanor, and Gohan, equally resolute, did not flinch or evade. His body stumbled backward, and everything behind him vanished into nothingness. "Goten!" Gohan cried, howling in anguish. emotions swirling within him as they reached a crescendo that he launched another punch at Goten, an immeasurable golden aura erupting, its force seemingly capable of shaking the very earth itself. Disrupting the magnetic field, boom, a golden lightning bolt flashed across the sky, striking Gohan and causing his golden hair to stand on end, electric sparks crackling within the strands, while his gaze grew colder. Bang! Goten felt the impact of Gohan's punch, his insides seeming to shift as he lost control, hurtling backward and traversing half the globe before finally crashing into the depths of Gohan City, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Even upon reaching Gohan City, Goten felt his body convulse, struggling to rise, every inch of his skin aflame with pain, blood pooling around him. Is this the power that surpasses Super Saiyan? The moment Gohan was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, Vegeta's expression turned grave. He sensed a quality, even though Sun Wutian's eyesight far surpasses that of an ordinary human, he could not discern the end of the city. Standing on the edge of the metropolis, he gazed at the towering buildings and the bustling traffic, momentarily engulfed by an absurd sense of illusion, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Kiki, noticing Wutian's astonished expression, remarked from beside him, "The development is astonishing, isn't it? This city was once devastated by artificial beings, and it has taken merely 3 years to transform from its initial planning and construction into what you see now." Sun Wutian nodded, reflecting on the remarkable resilience of humanity. Despite enduring such a cataclysmic blow, they managed to recover and even advance within a mere 3 years. Truly a remarkable feat, as Sun Wutian leisurely floated through the air. He surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the urban culture of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a flying car zoomed towards him, almost colliding with him. Reacting swiftly, he flickered out of the way, standing aside as he observed the bustling flying vehicles around him. The car halted mid-air, and its window rolled down. A voice called out to him, "Still a little martial artist, huh? But do keep an eye on the road. This isn't a designated flight path for martial artists." Sun Wutian, somewhat dazed, managed to piece together the situation and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the rules." With a swift motion, Sun Wutian exited the city and reappeared before his mother. The driver of the flying car, bewildered by Wutian's sudden disappearance, rubbed his eyes and scanned the area, muttering to himself, "Am I seeing things, or are martial artists nowadays just that extraordinary? My kid is ranked 3rd in their martial arts class, and I've never seen someone that impressive." Behind him, the impatient driver of another flying car began honking, prompting the first driver to react, rolling up the window and restarting his vehicle. Sun Wutian rejoined Kiki and inquired, "Mom, is flying in the city prohibited now, or are there new regulations regarding it?" Kiki pulled Sun Wutian onto the Nimbus cloud and explained, "There are indeed new regulations, following previous incidents. Your brother and others convened and established new rules. Martial artists can no longer fly freely within the city. One must now undergo assessments at the Martial Arts Alliance to obtain a flight license and adhere to designated routes. Violators may face apprehension by other Alliance members. However, individuals like your brother, who have saved the world, are permitted to fly anywhere." Seated in front of his mother, Sun Wutian felt a pang of guilt as he gazed ahead and admitted, "Speaking of which, I did obstruct traffic while flying in the city just now that I hope I won't get into trouble." Kiki chuckled, "Most of the enforcers are your brother's disciples. Not only are they unlikely to capture you, but even if they did see you, it wouldn't be an issue." Feeling somewhat relieved, Sun Wutian acknowledged that while he wasn't particularly afraid of being caught, such behavior was inappropriate. He mused that he couldn't simply abuse his strength and bully others. That would make him no different from Raditz and his ilk. Moreover, considering that this order might have been established by his brother, disrupting it would be akin to slapping himself in the face. Without further delay, Kiki activated her phone's navigation and piloted the Nimbus along the prescribed route to the Golden Eagle Martial Arts Primary School. Although she was Son Gohan's mother and enjoyed the privilege of flying freely, the busy airspace filled with planes and flying cars posed a risk of collision. Sun Wutian, like a curious child, observed his surroundings, marveling at the culture that starkly contrasted with his previous life. Feeling a newfound sense of purpose, this was the place his brother and father had long sought to protect, and thus he must strive even harder. Along the way, Kiki began imparting essential knowledge to Wutian. Having realized that her younger son had been away from Earth for too long and was rather unclear about many basic tenets of this world, the Nimbus, though not as swift as the instant transmission technique, was still quite fast, and soon they arrived at the school. From a distance, Sun Wutian and Kiki spotted Sun Gohan and Videl waving at them. Kiki chose an appropriate place to land the Nimbus, and both mother and son descended to the ground. Videl greeted them first. "Good morning, Teacher Kiki." Wutian. Kiki smiled and replied, "Videl, you're here too." "Good morning." Sun Wutian bowed to Videl, saying, "Good morning, Sister Videl." Sun Gohan then chimed in, "All right, let us get Wutian settled in first. We can chat later." Videl looked at Wutian with a hint of bewilderment, commenting, "I never expected someone of Wutian's caliber would be attending elementary school. That IT feels quite strange." Kiki responded, "No matter how powerful one's abilities, they cannot fortify the soul. That I certainly don't want Wutian to grow into a mere fighter who knows nothing beyond battle." Videl opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the importance of martial arts, yet hesitant to argue against Teacher Kiki, Sun Gohan's mother, the three then led Sun Wutian to the principal's office for registration, where the grade director allocated him to a class. Afterward, Sun Gohan and the others escorted Wutian to Class 1, Year 1. Before departing, as soon as they left, Sun Wutian felt an emptiness wash over him, as if the world had shrunk to a mere moment in time. What followed was an uneventful class entry, a mundane self-introduction, and routine cultural lessons. However, the martial arts class proved to be anything but ordinary, as the instructor, claiming to hail from the Tien Shinhan Martial Arts School, showcased remarkable skills. Sun Wutian had initially harbored expectations of learning the essence of the Crane School, only to discover that the teacher could only instruct novice martial arts students. Upon learning that Sun Wutian was Sun Gohan's brother, the teacher, for reasons unknown, insisted that Wutian demonstrate his abilities, putting him in a rather awkward position. On the first day of school, Wutian had inadvertently put the teacher in a bind, leaving him somewhat exasperated. After all, he had come to learn, not to create chaos in the school. Thankfully, Bulma, having heard about Wutian's enrollment, contacted Kiki to discuss the possibility of having Wutian study alongside Trunks. Trunks was being tutored by experts hired by Bulma, and Kiki readily agreed. Thus, after less than a day of classes, Sun Wutian transferred to Bulma's tutelage. Time flowed like a river, and a month passed since Sun Wutian began learning with Trunks at Capsule Corporation. During this time, Sun Gohan couldn't help but admire Bulma's remarkable intellect, as she had even managed to devise some intriguing enhancements that a month later, Bulma introduced a simulated combat system to the martial arts community. This system was crafted based on the life simulator conceived by Trunks, yet it was considerably more refined. The simulation encompassed various scenarios and formidable adversaries, all based on powerful foes from the past. Martial artists could engage in combat under 100 simulated conditions, honing their skills and enhancing their prowess. Participants could enter the game through two methods, one by scanning their physical data and the other by selecting system characters for combat. Regardless of the approach, both methods provided martial artists with valuable combat experience, aiding in their progression. Furthermore, the simulated combat system included both online multiplayer and PvP modes. Multiplayer allowed for multiple martial artists to team up against bosses, while PvP was straightforward player versus player combat. Given that the characters within the combat system were all high difficulty modes, it promised to be an exhilarating experience. Thus, the Capsule Corporation even promised substantial bonuses for the first kill of each character, with amounts not less than 1 million Sony. Both Sun Wutian and Trunks were quite intrigued. Sun Wutian even hoped to earn some wealth, while Trunks was entirely uninterested in the Sony, merely desiring to witness the formidable bosses that opposed his father. The moment Sun Wutian donned the helmet, the scenery before him transformed, and he found himself amidst a vast starry expanse, with countless planets revolving beneath his feet and a boundless galaxy above his head. Before him floated a myriad of planets, Earth, Namek, and many other peculiar celestial bodies. Welcome to the simulated combat system. Extracting character data. Data extraction successful. Your character template has been generated. Please select your game mode. Observing the starry sky, Sun Wutian remarked, "What a ridiculous virtual game. Your virtual game generates character templates directly, without even showing them to the players. The character templates reflect the current attributes of the characters, generated by the system's scan of their physical form. They are immutable and non-transferable. The simulated combat system is at your service." Sun Wutian, somewhat intrigued, inquired, "It can actually respond. Quite intelligent. May I view my character panel?" This stage of the character panel is not available for display. Please await system optimization. Please select a simulated combat game mode. 1. Real person combat mode 2. Virtual combat mode 3. PvP mode 4. Online mode. Sun Wutian swiftly opted for the real person combat mode, then proceeded to examine the various virtual combat characters. Cultivator, battle power, 1200. First kill, Super Vegeta. Vegeta, battle power, 11300. First kill, Super Vegeta, Prince Vegeta. Battle power, 8000. First kill, Super Vegeta. Goku, battle power, 8000. First kill, Super Vegeta. Frieza, battle power, 120 million. First kill, Super Vegeta. Android 17, battle power, 300 million. First kill, Super Vegeta, Sun Wutian. After perusing the virtual characters across the planets, he discovered that all first kills were attributed to Vegeta, leaving him perplexed. Uncle Vegeta, is this what you call a boring affair? Aunt Bulma, are you two playing tricks on us? Soon, Sun Wutian found it rather dull. Realizing that, given his current strength, none of them posed a challenge. Pondering for a moment, he exited the real-person combat mode and selected the virtual combat mode. Scene: Earth virtual character selection, cultivator opponent selection, Yamcha in the virtual simulation system. Sun Wutian recreated a famous scene, witnessed a world-renowned painting, and then logged off, preparing for his own training. However, just as he stepped out of the simulation room, he spotted Bulma approaching from a distance. Seemingly waving at him, he took a couple of steps toward her and inquired, "What is it, Aunt Bulma? Is something the matter?" Bulma smiled and asked, "So, have you tried the simulated combat system with your strength? You should have secured a first kill, right?" Sun Wutian shook his head and replied, "Not at all. Uncle Vegeta is still far stronger than us. He has claimed all the first kills." Bulma's expression turned to one of astonishment. She glanced toward the simulation room and clenched her fists, exclaiming, "That Vegeta, by claiming all the first kills, he is making everyone think the rewards are rigged." As if sensing Bulma's anger, the door to the simulation room opened, revealing Vegeta clad in a blue bodysuit. That he cast a fleeting glance at Bulma, his gaze somewhat evasive, before turning to Sun Wutian and stating, "Humph, I merely exerted a fraction of my strength to secure the first kill. If anyone has an issue with that, let them come find me." Sun Wutian secretly gave Vegeta a thumbs up, acknowledging the Scion Prince's boldness. Bulma shot him a glare, while Vegeta and Bulma exchanged glances, his demeanor slightly faltering, before he turned and headed toward the gravity chamber. Bulma sighed. "What a hassle. Vegeta has completely derailed our plans. Never mind. I'll just add a patch later and announce that completing the kill in the shortest time also qualifies for a bonus." Sun Wutian felt indifferent. Despite lacking funds, he did not perceive a pressing need for wealth. After all, he believed that if he truly desired money, it wouldn't be overly difficult to obtain. Bulma then urged Sun Wutian to share his thoughts. He pondered for a moment and suggested, given that there are real-person combat and team modes, perhaps Aunt Bulma could further develop the simulated combat system into a complete world akin to Earth, allowing each player to establish a home and engage in various activities centered around their residence. Bulma considered this and replied, "Similar ideas have indeed been proposed, but such a concept remains challenging to realize. Unless we can extract the purple crystal from Trunks' mind for primary research." Sun Wutian's eyes flickered with interest as he mused, "You truly are remarkable. I've only heard of others exploiting the system, but never of someone researching how to analyze cheats." After a moment of reflection, Sun Wutian added, "But that thing is embedded in Trunks' brain. If it were to be extracted, it might harm him." Bulma shook her head, saying, "I've studied that crystal. It harbors an extraordinarily peculiar energy that seems capable of interfering with time and space. However, it relies on certain special energies to function. Thus, under normal circumstances, it exhibits no characteristics. Appearing merely as a crystal, special energy, Sun Wutian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Bulma nodded, stating, "Based on what Trunks has said, I have some hypotheses. That crystal likely operates on energy derived from temporal and spatial fluctuations." Upon hearing about the energy of time and space, Sun Wutian recalled certain concepts and remarked, "So, it can only harness energy when there are alterations in the trajectory of our world?" Bulma confirmed. "According to my conjectures, yes, that it seems that the crystal also grows by absorbing energy. Hence, I always feel uneasy about it residing within Trunks. However, with current technology, transferring it is simply unfeasible." Sun Wutian contemplated this, and then asked, "Isn't the dragon capable of many incredible feats? Could it not facilitate the transfer of this object?" Bulma shook her head once more, explaining, "We previously sought the dragon's assistance, but it was utterly incapable of comprehending such an entity, thus unable to facilitate a transfer. However, my recent research has yielded promising results. If we could create a clone of Trunks, perhaps we could find a way to extricate that object from his body." Bulma raked her fingers through her hair and sighed. This past period has been utterly exhausting. Juggling the development of a life simulation system and research on time machines is taxing enough. And Vegeta seems utterly oblivious to the strain it causes. Sun Wutian glanced toward the gravity chamber and smiled. Perhaps Uncle Vegeta has his own way of showing concern. Well then, Aunt Bulma, I must return to my training. Bulma waved dismissively, her face displaying her disdain. Go on, go on. After all, you Scions only ever think about training. With a chuckle, Sun Wutian made his way to the gravity chamber. Although the Earth had been remarkably tranquil over the years, he felt an unsettling tension within. After all, somewhere on this planet lay the sealed Majin Buu, and in the cosmos, there were those seeking to break the seal on the evil wizard that as for Frisia's minions. They could very well arrive to resurrect him at any moment. When that day came, what would he rely on to confront them? The current Super Saiyan form or the ordinary humans who had only trained for a few years? Clearly, neither option was dependable. The Super Saiyan form was insufficient to contend with those foes, and those who had trained for a few years were likely to only shout encouragement from 10 kilometers away. Thus, Sun Wutian understood that he must seize every moment to train, for the enemies would not wait for him to grow stronger. Though training was arduous, Sun Wutian had long since grown accustomed to it, even coming to regard it as a form of enjoyment. The exhilarating sensation of being filled with power was simply sublime. Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared in the southern galaxy, with lightning coiling like a massive serpent. Wreaking havoc within. On the other side of the vortex, a greenish light flickered incessantly. In the next moment, a wave of light burst forth from it, landing upon a certain planet. Boom! In an instant, a vast planet erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating the boundless night sky, only to then transform into cosmic dust. King Kai's disciple, Sun Wukong, sat shoulder to shoulder with Chi-Chi beneath a tree, gazing at the serpentine path stretching long before them, winding gracefully through the yellow clouds, and marveling at the vastness of the starry sky, shimmering in the cosmos. Although neither uttered a word, they both felt the beauty of the moment enveloping them. Just then, the antenna on King Kai's forehead quivered unexpectedly, causing him to panic as the vehicle careened directly towards the tree. Boom! The car collided with Sun Wukong, only to be repelled back, sending King Kai headfirst into a mound of earth. Observing this mishap, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly rose to dig King Kai out, exclaiming, "My sincerest apologies, King Kai. It seems my body acted on its own." King Kai shot Sun Wukong a glare, initially intending to vent his frustration. However, recalling the urgent matter relayed by the Grand Kai, he decided to suppress his anger and address Sun Wukong, saying, "Wukong, it seems the time-space vortex that appeared 3 years ago has manifested once more. According to the Grand Kai's assessment, this time it may stabilize entirely. Thus I must implore you to investigate it again." Sun Wukong, noting the gravity of King Kai's expression, remarked, "By the looks of you, this seems quite serious." King Kai nodded, stating, "Once a time-space vortex emerges, it becomes exceedingly difficult to resolve, and powerful beings from parallel worlds will inevitably breach the barriers. Last time, Lord Beerus happened to be awake and intervened to resolve the vortex. But this time," Sun Wukong interrupted, bewildered, "Lord Beerus? Who is that?" King Kai glanced at him and replied, "He is a legendary deity, and we cannot predict when he will awaken again. For now, we must focus on addressing the immediate issue." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Regardless, we must investigate the situation first." He then turned to Chi-Chi and said, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, but it seems I will have to leave for a while. I'll inform Goten shortly. You should head back for now." Although Chi-Chi felt reluctant, she understood that no one could replace the task Wukong was about to undertake. She sighed and nodded, saying, "No matter what, you must be careful." Sun Wukong nodded, placing his hand on King Kai's shoulder, saying, "King Kai, could you please contact Goten for me?" On Earth, Sun Goten concluded his training for the day. Though he felt sore all over, he also experienced a unique sense of exhilaration. Clenching his fists, he mused, "It seems I am not far from achieving Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Hey, Goten, can you hear me?" Accustomed to this, Goten recognized it was his father and replied, "Dad, is there something you need?" Son Wukong responded, "Yes, I have some matters to investigate in the South Galaxy, so please come over and pick up Chi-Chi." Goten recalled their previous encounter with Broly on a certain planet and asked, "The South Galaxy? Is that related to the Super Saiyan incident we faced last time?" Son Wukong was silent for a moment before saying, "Indeed, King Kai mentioned that the time-space vortex there might stabilize this time, which means something may be emerging from it." Goten pondered for a moment and suggested, "Then I should accompany you, that I have a feeling there might be something sinister lurking there." Son Wukong fell silent again for a brief moment before responding, "Very well, that if you wish to surpass the Super Saiyan level, that Super Saiyan may provide a worthy challenge." Goten replied, "All right then, let us head over, since King Kai mentioned it's a difficult situation. We should prepare ourselves." Son Wukong agreed. "Understood. I will wait for you here with King K, AI. in Satan City." Son Gohan finished his tasks and was about to check the simulation combat system, a creation highly praised even by Bulma. Just as he prepared to open the simulation chamber, an ethereal shimmer appeared before him, revealing Son Goten's figure. Gohan paused and turned with a smile, saying, "Why are you here at this hour? I thought you were still training with Trunks." Goten casually sat down beside him and explained, "Dad has some matters to investigate, so he asked me to spend some time with Mom. Since it involves time-space issues, I thought it wise to accompany him, allowing Mom to stay with you for a bit." Given the gravity of time-space matters, Gohan contemplated for a moment before cheerfully responding, "Then you should go with Dad, that I'll keep Mom company and refrain from other activities for now." Goten glanced at his brother and asked, "By the way, I remember you mentioned wanting to resign from your position?" Gohan nodded. "Yes, the framework for promoting martial arts is already established. It can proceed normally without my involvement. Over the past few years, I've felt increasingly unsuited for this role. From now on, I'll focus on my own training, that I believe someone else will handle this better, and I'll simply intimidate those who might challenge them." Goten pondered for a moment and inquired, "Have you thought about a successor?" Gohan smiled and replied, "I have already chosen someone you know well, Videl. She has a natural talent for management and has been quite helpful to me. So I've decided to entrust the responsibilities to her moving forward." Goten pursed his lips, internally skeptical, yet he voiced, "But is Videl really up to the task? Promoting martial arts requires a global reach. Are there any concerns?"